Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Bonds with Venom. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, 4 years old, son of Inko and Hisashi Midoriya. Today was the day he was hoping for. For today he was going to find out what kind of quirk he had. Come on mom, he said as he grabbed his mother's hand. Inko smiled. Easy there Izuku, the doctors are still going to be there. However, Izuku couldn't wait. All of his friends were already getting their quirks and now it was his turn. With his All Might figure in his hands, Izuku arrived at the doctor's office. Some X-rays later, Inko and Izuku were now waiting for the doctor. So what kind of quirk do you think I'll get? Questioned Izuku. I hope you get one like mine. You can be an amazing hero with it, said Inko. Izuku gleamed as he pondered what kind of quirk he would get. That's when the doctor walked in with a file. Taking a seat across from the boy, he sighed. Inko began to worry. Doctor, is everything all right? Well, I don't know how to say this, but sorry kid, you can't be a hero. Izuku's eyes widened as he dropped his All Might toy. Inko was just as surprised. What? Doctor, that is impossible. Both my husband and I have quirks. This has to be a mistake. The doctor reached into the file and pulled out X-ray images. Putting it up in the light, Inko saw the image of Izuku's foot. See this here? He only has one pinky joint, whereas people who develop quirks have two. This is a clear sign that he won't develop a quirk. Sorry kid, but you can't be a hero. The car ride back to Izuku's apartment was long and quiet. Opening the door, Izuku said nothing as he walked over to the computer and played videos of All Might rescuing people. Izuku. With tears in his eyes, Izuku turned to his mother. Mom, can I become a hero without a quirk? Now Inko had tears coming down her face. Izuku. Running over to him, Inko hugged her son tight. I'm so sorry Izuku. I'm so sorry. 10 years later. Now 14 years old, Izuku had already accepted the fact that he couldn't become a hero. Instead, he turned his attention to helping them. In those 10 years, Izuku began to take notes and design support items that could help future heroes. He was even aiming for UA, just not the hero course. He was aiming for the support department. But even then, he still had to put up with bullying. Izuku was in class drawing in his notebook. The class was loud and excited. All right, everyone, calm down. I know you are all excited for the break, but class is not over yet, said their teacher. Now you should all start thinking about what high school you want to attend. I know you all have strong quirks and you all want to be heroes, but think realistically. That's when a blonde-haired boy with red eyes scoffed. Don't lump me in with these losers, I'm way better. This was Bakugo Katsuki. Right, Bakugo, you are trying to get into UA, right? Asked the teacher. That's right, so don't compare me to them. I'm going to be the best damn hero out there, said Bakugo, his voice full of pride. Wait, Midoriya, you are trying to get into UA too, right? For the support department, right? Bakugo turned to Midoriya with rage in his eyes. Yeah, I think since I don't have a quirk I can still get in with my brain, explained Izuku. What was that? Yelled out Bakugo. I thought I told you before that I'm going to be the only one to get into UA. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Why would I care what you want? You're trying to get into the hero course. I'm trying to get into the support course. I don't see why that's such a big deal. Why you? Bakugo was about to walk over to Izuku when the teacher stopped him. That's enough, Bakugo. Sit down or I'll keep you after school. Bakugo relented and sat back down. Good. Now, as most of you know, we have our field trip to YTC tomorrow. I expect everyone to be on their best behavior. It was now the end of class and Izuku was getting ready to leave when Bakugo slammed his hand down on Izuku's desk. Hey Deku, stay and have a chat with me. Izuku looked up to see Bakugo. I'm good. Getting up to leave, Izuku was suddenly grabbed by Bakugo. I wasn't asking. Shoving Izuku back into his seat, Bakugo looked down at him. What the FCK are you doing, Deku? What are you talking about? Asked Izuku. I mean UA. I'm the only one in this worthless school that's getting into UA. I don't care if it is the support department. You will not take that UA exam. Got it, said Bakugo as he burned part of Izuku's shoulder. Izuku flinched in pain but eventually slapped his hand away. Listen, Bakugo, I don't know what your problem is, but I've just about had it with your bullying. If you are going to do something, then do it. I'm right here. You know what? Izuku then grabbed Bakugo by the arm and forced him to place his palm on Izuku's forehead. You either do it now, or you get the FCK out of my face. Bakugo's eyes widened. After a few seconds, he pulled his arm back. Screw you, Deku. If you show up to the exam, I'll kick your ass. You don't even have a quirk, so do yourself a favor and throw yourself off the roof and hope you get a quirk in the next life. Turning around, Bakugo noticed Izuku's notebook and proceeded to throw it out of the window. Izuku watched as Bakugo walked away, breathing a sigh of relief. Izuku grabbed his stuff and went out to look for his notebook. After a while, he found it in a puddle of water. Grabbing it, he noticed the pages were messed up. Damn it, why can't he just leave me alone? I never did anything to him, so why does he hate me? Izuku yelled out. Defeated, Izuku walked home and took the long way home. This meant going down an alley. Little did he know danger lurked just above him. Yes, this one will do just fine, said a sludge villain. Man, my notebook is ruined. I'm going to have to copy all the notes down again. Stupid Bakugo. Even if I don't have a quirk, I could still be a hero if I wanted to. Maybe I should go for the hero course. That will show him. I might not get in, but I can at least try. There's always hope, said Izuku. Behind him, the sludge villain oozed his way down the wall, and without warning, the villain wrapped himself around Izuku's body. Izuku tried to yell out for help but couldn't. SHHH, relax kid, the more you struggle the more it hurts. So sit back and let me take that body. Izuku tried to fight back, but all his efforts were in vain. Am I dying? Damn, I thought I was going to live longer. Mom, I'm so sorry. Just as the villain was about to take over Izuku's body, a loud voice was heard. Fear not, my young friend, for I am here. Texas smash. With a single punch, the sludge villain was blown off of Izuku. Hitting the floor, Izuku began to cough out green slime. Are you all right? Izuku looked up to see All Might, the #1 hero. A tall, muscular man with yellow hair and full of muscle. All Might, the #1 hero, laughed. The one and only, so I take it you're a fan. Here, let me sign that notebook of yours. Before Izuku could react, All Might grabbed his notebook and signed his name across 2 entire pages. Here, Izuku couldn't believe it. Thank you so much. Anytime. Now I should get this villain to the police station, said All Might as he held up a bottle with the villain inside. Goodbye. All Might crouched down, but just as he jumped, Izuku launched onto his leg. Wait, I have a question. But it was too late. All Might had already jumped into the air. Now in the air, the hero noticed Izuku attached to his leg. What are you doing, kid? This is very dangerous. Let go. If I let go, I'll die, yelled out Izuku. Guess you're right. Hold on, kid. I'll get you down. Landing on a nearby building, Izuku flopped on the roof. That was reckless, kid. Now I really got to go. Wait, all I want is an answer to my question. All Might stopped. I just want to know, can someone quirkless become a hero? Izuku closed his eyes and awaited an answer. No, they can't. Izuku's eyes widened. You need to be strong in order to be a hero. Without power, you are bound to get hurt. I would suggest being a police officer, not as glamorous but just as heroic. Anyway, kid, I really got to go. Later. With that, Izuku was left on the roof thinking about what All Might just said. That was the last of my hope. Whatever, I'm done dreaming about being a hero. If All Might thinks I can't, then I guess it really is impossible. Dejected and depressed, Izuku made his way home. There was an accident, but Izuku ignored it. The next day, Izuku found out that Bakugo was attacked by the same sludge villain. It somehow got away from All Might and almost attached itself to Bakugo. Lucky for him, All Might was around to save him. Izuku, along with the rest of his class, were now on a bus heading to YTC headquarters. YTC was known as Japan's top weapons and research company. Their most recent adventure took them into space, where they actually retrieved a part of an asteroid back with them. After a 2-hour drive, the class finally arrived at the building. And boy, was it massive. 60 floors purely dedicated to research and development. This building alone could give Island a run for its money. The tour began with the founder of the company, Kenshin Yaoyorozu. He personally greeted the students. Welcome everyone to my wonderful building, or as I like to call it, the gateway to the future. Please feel free to look around. I guarantee that you will find something interesting. Well, I have a meeting to get to, so I must go. With that, Kenshin bowed and went back into his office, escorted by 2 of his guards. Well then, shall we get the tour started? Asked the guide. The class then began to walk towards the 2nd floor. However, as Izuku was walking, he looked up to see a fairly tall girl around his age with black hair staring down at them. Whoa, she's pretty. Izuku blinked, and when he opened his eyes, she was gone. I wonder who she was. Floor by floor, the class was shown what YTC was working on. It ranged from military to civilian. It was now lunchtime, and the class was led to the cafeteria where they would eat. Izuku sat alone looking around at the cafeteria. And after 30 minutes, they were just about ready to keep going. However, Izuku wanted to wash his hands first. Finding the restroom, he did what he wanted to do and walked out, only to see that his class was already gone. Oh, come on. Now panicking, Izuku thought back to what the guide said. If I remember correctly, they should be heading down to the 17th floor. Walking over to the elevator, Izuku walked in, and just as he was about to press the button, the doors shut. What? Without warning, the elevator suddenly began to go down, but surprisingly it went past the lobby. It finally stopped at level Z. The doors opened. What Izuku saw surprised him. The floor was full of what seemed to be containment chambers. Walking out of the elevator, Izuku began to look around. Looking inside the containment chambers, he saw what looked like people, but they weren't moving. Going deeper into the level, he came upon a small glass container that was in the back of the room. The container had something inside it, something black and goo-looking. Whoa, what is that? Questioned Izuku. Placing his hand on the container, the goo began to move and form the shape of Izuku's hand. It feels like it's calling to me. It wants to be free. It needs to be free. Grabbing the container, Izuku lifted it up and threw it to the ground, breaking the container. That's when the alarm started to blare out. Izuku looked around, panicked. What did I just do? He questioned as he frantically looked around. That's when the goo began to move, slowly at first, but it suddenly jumped onto Izuku without him noticing. I need to get out of here. Running towards the elevator, Izuku began to press the buttons, hoping that one would take him to the lobby. Come on, move. We need to find and contain it, yelled out a man wearing tactical gear and brandishing a rifle. That is when several armed men began to appear and search the floor. Izuku's eyes widened. Come on, come on. Finally, after what felt forever, the doors shut and up Izuku went. The elevator dinged as Izuku arrived at the lobby. As luck would have it, his class was also there, being ushered out of the building. Sneaking into the crowd, Izuku managed to get out without getting caught. As the class stood outside, Izuku once again saw the girl with raven black hair. She looks worried. I wonder why. Unfortunately, the class trip was cut short due to a gas leak. On the bright side, Izuku got to go home early. After explaining what happened at the trip, Izuku went to lay down in his bed. For some reason, he was really tired. Izuku was sound asleep when he heard someone call out to him, Izuku Midoriya. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku looked around and noticed it was already nighttime. Yeah, Mom, he yelled out. No response. Getting up from the bed, Izuku walked into the kitchen where Inko was making dinner. You called Mom. Inko turned around. Oh, Izuku, you're up. And no, I didn't call you. I was going to in a few when dinner is ready. Izuku was confused. He was sure someone called out his name. Oh, okay. I'll just be in my room finishing some homework. Going back to his room, Izuku began to do his homework when again someone called out to him, Izuku Midoriya. Turning around, Izuku saw that no one else was in his room. Who was that? Izuku Midoriya. Getting up from his chair, Izuku looked around the room, inside his closet, underneath his bed, but still couldn't find who was calling out to him. Hello, is anyone there? Izuku, dinner is ready, yelled out Inko. Izuku jumped at the sound of his mother. Man, I must be really tired. I should just eat and head to bed. Walking out of his room, Izuku went to eat. His mother had made his favorite katsudon. Normally, Izuku would only have a single bowl, but for some reason this time he had 4, and even then he was still hungry. Izuku then walked into his room and immediately felt lightheaded. He began to sweat profusely and felt his heart start beating out of his chest. What's going on? He questioned as he staggered towards his bed. His vision blurred, his coordination faltered. Izuku tried to walk straight but couldn't put one foot in front of the other. With each step he grabbed onto the drawer, knocking everything down from it. Somehow making it to his bed, Izuku laid there on his stomach. What's happening to me? He tried to call out for help, but the words couldn't manifest. Closing his eyes, Izuku passed out. After a few hours, something began to call out to him. Wake up, Izuku Midoriya. Wake up. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku noticed the city lights. What? Where am I? Looking around, Izuku was surprised to see that he was atop of a building overlooking the city. What the hell? How did I get up here? Quiet down, will you? You are way too loud, yelled out someone inside Izuku's mind. Izuku turned around. That voice. Who are you? Show yourself. Just then black ooze appeared from behind Izuku. No, rather it appeared from Izuku himself. Whatever it was, it looked like goo, almost like a liquid, but it held its shape. It then began to manifest a face, with razor-sharp teeth and pure white long thin eyes. Izuku Midoriya, I am Venom. Izuku fell back onto his butt in fear. What are you? The face then smiled, revealing its freakishly long tongue. Think back, Izuku. Where do you think I came from? Izuku's eyes then widened as he remembered. Be back at YTC headquarters. You're that black blob I found, the one I set free. Precisely, and I couldn't be more thankful, but you are mistaken. You did not find us. We called out for you and you came. We are meant for each other. We are meant to complete our mission, explained Venom. What mission? Asked Izuku. To conquer this world. And for that we need to be bonded to someone, said Venom. Conquer the world? But why? Why me? Asked Izuku. Because you are the perfect host. Most of this world's inhabitants have what you call quirks. It is very difficult to be bound to someone with such abilities, but you have no quirk. Izuku's eyes widened. And no, I don't want this, I don't want you. Izuku then tried to pull at Venom, but his efforts were in vain. I cannot be separated from you, Izuku. We are now bonded. We are now Venom. That's when Venom pulled itself back into Izuku and began to spread. First it was his back, then his arms, legs, and then his face. Izuku could feel every inch of his body was covered in the goo, in venom. With his razor-sharp claws now fully formed, Venom let out a roar that echoed throughout the night. This world is vast and its people strong. I need to scout things out before I make my move, said Venom as he jumped from the building and crashed down onto the street below. The people screamed out in terror as they saw Venom rise out of the crater. They all have power, but choose not to fight me. Are they weak? Just then the cops began to show up. Freeze. Don't move or we'll shoot. yelled out one officer as they drew their guns. "What are those weapons?" asked Venom as he walked towards the officers. Seeing this, one of the officers yelled out, "Fire." That's when all the officers at the scene began to open fire at Venom. But to their surprise, Venom was not going down. The bullets were actually being absorbed into the black ooze. After emptying their guns, the officers stood stunned. What kind of quirk is that? Venom then smiled, brandishing its teeth. "My turn." Jumping at one of the vehicles, Venom kicked it with so much force that it skid across the street and crashed into a building, breaking the wall. That's when Venom charged into the officers, grabbed one of them by the face and threw them around like ragdolls. Bodies and bullets flew over their heads as people tried to run for their lives. One by one, the officers fell unable to do anything. One officer got into his car and radioed for help. Code 4, "We have a villain attacking us. Any heroes in the area hearing this, please respond." But before the officer could say anything else, Venom threw his massive fist through the windshield of the car. Pulling the officer out, Venom threw him into a building. One officer watched this happen, but as he turned back, Venom appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. "You smell quite tasty, human. So many organs. I wonder which one tastes the best. Let's find out, shall we?" Opening its mouth, Venom was about to bite the head right off the officer, when all of a sudden something wrapped around the cop's waist and pulled him away. "Sorry, but you won't be eating anyone today," said a man wearing goggles and a weird-looking scarf. You must be what the boy calls a hero. One of several in this world," said Venom. "That's right, and I'm here to stop you." The man then threw his scarf at a light pole and used it to swing towards Venom. Venom tried to use its claws, but the man threw his scarf again and used it to dodge. Using the momentum, the man kneed Venom in the nose. "Nice hit, but I hit harder." Pulling back its fist, Venom reshaped its hand into an anvil. The man's eyes widened as the black anvil hit him in the chest, sending him flying towards a nearby car. Dazed, the man grabbed at his head and felt blood running down. He tried to get up, but that's when Venom appeared in front of him. "You fought hard, hero, but in the end you were no match for me. Now I'll enjoy eating you." Using his massive arm, Venom picked up the hero. Venom was about to bite into the man when all of a sudden he dropped him. The man was confused. "No, stop. What are you doing? How do you have control? This should be impossible." Staggering back in pain, Venom could feel Izuku fighting back inside his mind. "You want me? Then you'll have to fight me for use of my own body," yelled out Izuku. Venom screeching out as part of his face became undone. The hero watched as a green eye looked at him. "There's someone in there. Hold on, I'll get you out." Getting up, the man activated his quirk, which was the power to erase the quirks of others temporarily, for he was known as the pro-hero Eraserhead. However, Eraserhead was surprised to see that it wasn't working. "My quirk has no effect." "That's impossible." Venom then fell to his knees. "Fine. If you won't listen to me, then I'll just force you to." Regaining some control, Venom turned and jumped into the air. Once there, he looked at his arm. That man was onto something. Maybe I should give it a go. That's when sharp tentacle spikes began to appear from Venom's body and jab into the building. Using his strength, Venom began to climb up the sides. Making it to the roof, Venom jumped. As he was in mid-air, Venom copied Eraserhead's capture weapon and used it to swing from building to building. After swinging for a good while, Venom landed on the roof of a tall building and went back into Izuku's body. Izuku was now on the roof, sweating and shaking. "Why did you stop me from killing the hero?" questioned Venom. "Are you crazy? That was a hero. They only help people," explained Izuku. "If that's true, then why do you hate one in particular?" Izuku's eyes went wide. "How did you know?" asked Izuku. "We told you, did we not? I am inside you, Izuku. I know everything, every thought, every memory, and every experience. There's nothing I don't already know about you," said Venom. "You're wrong. I don't hate him," yelled out Izuku. "Oh, but you do. You trusted the hero called All Might, idolized him. Yet when you just wanted a bit of hope, he broke you." Izuku gritted his teeth. "Shut up." He saw what everyone else around you sees, a useless piece of flesh. "A Deku." I said shut up. "I am not useless," yelled out Izuku. "By yourself you are. But, with me, you have purpose. I can give you what you need. Power." Izuku thought about it. "By taking over the world." "No, I won't let that happen. I'll fight you to the very end if I have to." "Then why don't we come to an agreement?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. "An agreement? I need to accomplish my goals, but I can't do that if I have to fight you every time for control." "Couldn't you just ditch me for someone else?" asked Izuku. "Normally I would, but our compatibility is far too great to leave now. So if we cooperate, then our chances of survival increases vastly." Izuku was confused. "Our chances? What do you mean? We just attacked a police officer and a hero, Izuku. We are most likely going to be wanted fugitives." Izuku's eyes widened. "You son of a..." "This was your plan all along, wasn't it? But if I turn myself in now and explain the situation, they might understand." "Do you honestly believe that?" "Even if they do believe you, there is still the matter of YTC. They will come for you. Face it, Izuku. Without me you wouldn't last a week," explained Venom. "Work with me and you might make it through this all." Taking a deep breath, Izuku composed himself. A symbiotic relationship? Fine, but we are doing this my way. You want to fight crime, don't you? Questioned Venom. Izuku smiled. You really are inside my head. That's right, we'll become a vigilante and help people when we can. Will I get to eat people? Izuku hummed. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So what do you say? Venom was silent for a second before answering. Very well, I agree. Let's become Venom. The symbiote once again covered Izuku's body. Although I am starving. What exactly do you eat? Asked Izuku. I do not know, but if I don't start eating soon, your organs are starting to look tasty, said Venom as he jumped to the roof of another building. All right. We'll drop by the convenience store and buy something, said Izuku. Just don't eat my organs, I need those. YTC headquarters. Kenshin was beyond angry. Getting out of the elevator, he saw several of his scientists and personal hired goons in the lab. So can anyone tell me where my property is? Asked Kenshin. Everyone in the lab froze, and no sir. We are going through the surveillance footage now, but most of the data is corrupted. Kenshin smiled. Oh, is that so? Get your stuff and leave, you're fired. Now does anyone else want to give me an answer I find inadequate? That's when one brave woman stepped up. I went over the footage and was able to pull a picture. It's blurry and doesn't show the face, but I believe this is the person who was responsible for taking it, sir. Kenshin grabbed the tablet from the woman. Send this to the other department. I want this person identified as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and quickly got to work. Kenshin looked at the image again. I will find you, and I will make you pay for stealing from me. Down at the police station, Aizawa walked down its hall with a worried look on his face. It had been a whole 2 weeks since his encounter with the villain. Making it to a conference room, he saw that other heroes were already there. Ah, good, you're here. Now that everyone is accounted for, let's get started, said a small, white bear, mouse-looking animal. Naomasa, if you will. That's when a tall man wearing a trench coat and hat stood up. Thanks, so let's talk about the events of 2 weeks ago. At 12:34, a mysterious creature appeared and attacked some police officers. At 12:37, the pro-hero Eraserhead arrived on the scene and engaged the villain. However, despite his best efforts, he was overpowered. According to Eraserhead, the villain was about to bite his head off but stopped suddenly. That's when Eraserhead noticed someone inside. He used his quirk to erase the villain's quirk, but it didn't work. Is that even possible? Asked a woman with a red mask and long dark purple hair. Normally no. Even if this person had a mutant-type quirk, I should have slowed them down, explained Eraserhead. You should have seen at midnight. This guy was dangerous. I agree, we all saw the video. If we don't catch this person soon, I can only imagine what they would do, said Nezu. But that's not all. I may have only saw their eye, but there was fear in it, said Eraserhead. So this guy doesn't have control of himself, is that it? Asked a man with speakers around his neck. That's a possibility. And you didn't see anything else? Questioned Naomasa. Eraserhead shook his head. The black suit the guy was wearing was completely covering him. Nezu nodded. I see. There is also the matter of this guy's power. In all my years, I've never seen anything like that. It seemed as if the guy could reshape his body into whatever he wanted. This seems like the villain you caught the other day. Isn't that right, All Might? Everyone turned to All Might, the #1 hero. That's true, but that villain is already locked up. With the video I saw, this one seems to be a lot stronger too, explained All Might. So what do we do from here? There haven't been any sightings of this villain for 2 weeks. He's obviously waiting till we let our guard down, said Midnight. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, I want to ask you all to stay vigilant. If this villain shows up again, do not fight him alone. Fight in pairs. And if you need to, retreat, instructed Nezu. Everyone nodded. So that's about it. We'll call you if this villain shows up again. I'm sure you're all quite busy with the whole UA entrance exam just around the corner, said Naomasa. In a few short weeks, the exam is set to start. I can't wait to see what type of quirks we see this year. We are set to have the most applications to the hero course in years, said Nezu with a smile. That's great. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to fill out some paperwork. With that, Naomasa left the conference room. Eraserhead let out a sigh. I really hate meetings like these. Awa, don't be such a downer, Aizawa. We all know you're still shaken up after almost having your head bitten off, said Present Mike. It wouldn't be the first time I was at death's door, and it won't be the last, said Aizawa, slightly annoyed. Yeah, but never by threat of being bitten, said Midnight. Yeah, next time we meet it won't end up the same way, said Aizawa, getting up from his seat. We have to find this guy soon. If he threw me around, he really is dangerous. There's no telling what he's doing right now. Beach. Izuku was not having a good time. First off, he was surrounded by trash, literal trash. Second, he just ran an entire 10 miles down the shoreline. Now out of breath and sweating, Izuku threw himself atop a broken fridge. Tell me again, why am I doing this? That's when Venom's face appeared in front of Izuku. Because you are weak. Our bond may be strong, but your body is weak. We need to change that to get better results. So the stronger I become, the stronger you become, asked Izuku. Precisely. That's enough of a break. Time to start lifting weights. Push that sofa, it will help build muscle. That's something you severely lack. That coming from a blob of black goo. Getting back up, Izuku began to push the sofa through the sand. Straining himself as he pushed it, Izuku finally made it to his target. Grabbing the bottom, he lifted and threw the sofa atop another pile of trash. It was now late in the afternoon. The sun was setting and it was about time to go home. With shaky legs, Izuku began to walk off the beach. I hate you for this. You'll thank me one day. Actually, you should do it now. You haven't noticed, have you? Questioned Venom. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Noticed what? You are a lot stronger already, Izuku. That sofa was a 4-seater, which weighed easily 350 pounds. Not to mention your body. Really? Lifting his shirt, Izuku could see the faint outline of a six-pack. Whoa, how? It's only been 2 weeks. I can purge any and all toxins from your body. That plus the added benefit of my enhancements. You are becoming a proper host for me. Maybe I should thank you. If it wasn't for the fact that you made us a villain. All of the local heroes are looking for us. The only reason they haven't caught us is because you said we needed to train, said Izuku. If you had gone out to fight crime like you wanted, we would have gotten caught. Izuku tried to argue back, but deep down he knew Venom was right. Let's get home, I'm tired. Let's stop by and get some chocolate on the way. I'm starting to feel hungry. Izuku sighed. I'll never understand your chocolate craving. Making his way to the corner store, Izuku walked inside and headed straight towards the candy aisle. He grabbed a bar of Kit Kat, but Venom said it wasn't enough, so he grabbed another one. Still not enough. It was only until Izuku grabbed the entire box Venom said it would do for now. Paying for the candy was a bit awkward. Who in their right mind would buy over 35 chocolate bars at a time? After paying, Izuku walked out of the store with the candy in a bag. I need to start buying these in bulk. I'll run out of money before I know it. Izuku was walking down the street when he passed an alley, when he heard something. Come on, hurry up. Give us everything you got. He tried to look down the alley, but it was too dark. Hey Venom, can you see anything? I can. There are 4 people in total. 3 guys and 1 girl. And it seems the guys are trying to mug the girl. Think we can take them? Asked Izuku. Venom laughed. Is that even a question? Of course we can. Izuku smirked as Venom began to cover his body. Then let's do this. Dropping the bag of candy, Izuku jumped onto the roof of the building. In the alley, 3 men surrounded a young girl with dark purple hair. Is that it? Yelled out one. No, look, she still has that. One of the men pointed at the guitar case that was on the girl's back. We could sell that thing for something. The girl pressed her back against the wall. No way. No, buzz off. I already gave you everything else. That's when one of the men activated his quirk, which turned his fingers into razor-sharp knives. Do you really think you have a choice? Hand it over or you'll lose a lot more than the guitar. Reluctantly, the girl began to hand over the guitar. That was a gift from my parents. No way I'll let it go so easily. Once they turn around, I'll use my quirk on them. The man grabbed the guitar. I knew you'd listen to reason. The 3 men began to turn their backs on the girl. Seeing her chance, the girl began to make her move. Using earphone jacks that were connected to her earlobes, she tried to stab 2 of the men in the back. But just as they were about to reach, the man with her guitar turned around and threw his razor-sharp fingers at the girl. The knife stabbed into the wall beside the girl's face. That was a bad move. The girl gritted her teeth. That's when a cut opened up on her face and blood began to drip down. What should we do with her? Should we kill her like the others? Asked the other villain. As the finger knives guy was thinking, the girl saw something attach itself to the man and yank him up before he could even make it sound. The same thing happened to the second man. Now it was only down to the villain with the knives. I have no idea. You guys got anything? Looking to his sides, the villain saw that his 2 friends were gone. What the? Where did they go? Is there a hero here? Show yourself. The villain looked around frantically. Where did they go? He then turned to the girl. Where did they go? The purple-haired girl said nothing as a pair of white eyes appeared above the villain's head. We are here. The villain spun his head around only to be met by the large red tongue of Venom. The villain screamed out in horror as Venom grabbed him and threw him across the alley. Slamming against a wall, the guitar case dropped to the floor. Walking over, Venom towered over the now bleeding man. He then proceeded to grab the man by the neck. You look tasty. Maybe a quick bite wouldn't hurt. Venom began to open its mouth. As he did, the villain activated his quirk and slashed Venom across the face. Ha, take that, you ugly-looking piece of... However, as Venom turned his head back, the cuts on his skin soon began to close up. Nice try, but you'll have to do better than that. Opening his mouth once again, Venom bit down on the man's head with a loud crunching sound. With blood dripping down his mouth, Venom smiled as he savored his meal. Tasty. Now finished with his meal, Venom looked down to see the guitar case. Picking it up, he turned and began to walk toward the girl, who was terrified. Stopping in front of her, Venom presented the guitar. Here. The girl was shocked to say the least. Her hands trembled as she reached out and grabbed the case. Thanks. Venom nodded. Are you hurt? And no, I'm fine. Just shaken up, that's all. Venom then saw the blood running down the girl's face. The guitar, is it special? You were willing to fight those villains over it? Why? Questioned Venom. Yeah, it's special. It was a present from my mom and dad. They got it for my 10th birthday, explained the girl as she hugged the case. I see. Well, you might want to get out of here. Oh, and call the police about them. Once we leave, obviously. The other two are on the roof. With that, Venom turned his back on the girl. Venom was about to jump away when the girl called out to him, wait. Why did you help? You're that villain that's been all over the news, so why? Stopping Venom turned his head. Simple, because we wanted to. We will do whatever we want, whenever we want. And no one can stop us. Who are you? Asked the girl. We are Venom. Oh, and nice quirk. Jumping to the roof of the building, Venom left the girl and disappeared into the night. A short while later, the alley was covered with police and pro-heroes. Eraserhead arrived as the cops were taking the girl's statement. Are you sure that's what you saw? Asked an officer. The girl nodded. Yes, I'm sure of it. What's going on here? Asked Eraserhead. The other turned to the pro-hero. Kyoka. Jiro here, says the villain that fought you. Venom. He said his name is Venom, explained Jiro. The officer blinked. Okay, Venom apparently saved this girl from some villains who tried to mug and kill her. Eraserhead couldn't believe it. That's impossible. He attacked police officers and almost bit my head off just 2 weeks ago. Well, about that, we did find the bodies of 3 individuals. 1 here and 2 on the roof, all with their heads bitten off, explained the officer. Turns out that those 3 were wanted for theft, murder, kidnapping, and selling drugs. We've been looking for them for months now and could never find them. That doesn't make sense. Why would he help her and kill them? Asked Eraserhead. Why do a good deed, only to F it up by killing? Well, sir, it's because he could. Everyone turned to Jiro. He said that he could do whatever he wanted. There was no reason why, but simply because he could. Interesting. Well, thanks for the information, Miss Jiro. We'll have one of the officers drive you home. Jiro nodded and followed an officer. Aizawa then walked down the alley and looked at the blanket over the body. In all honesty, he actually did us a favor killing these guys. But that still doesn't mean he could just go around killing criminals. Well, at least whoever this is has some sort of moral code. Let's hope they stick to it. Izuku's apartment. Jumping from a street light, Venom landed on the street and quickly retracted into Izuku. Now back to normal, Izuku held back the urge to throw up. What's wrong? Izuku composed himself. What's wrong? What's wrong? You just bit those guys' heads off. Yeah, what's the problem? Asked Venom. You wanted to fight crime, right? This is the way to do it, by making sure they can't do it again. But that's murder, said Izuku. You call it murder, I call it problem solving. In case you didn't hear, they were about to kill the girl. Without me, they would have. Izuku stayed silent. It's still wrong. Grow up. In the short time I've been on this planet, you humans kill each other left and right. What's the difference when I do it? Again, Izuku stayed silent. That's what I thought. We saved that girl, so take pride in that. With nothing to say, Izuku walked towards his apartment door and went straight to sleep. A few days later, it was the last week of school, so that meant class let out earlier than usual. Izuku tried to avoid Bakugo, but there was no escaping him. Bakugo cornered him as he tried to walk out of the class. Where do you think you're going, Deku? Asked Bakugo. Izuku stood in front of Bakugo. None of your business. Now get out of my way. That surprised Bakugo. Izuku never talked back to him in that tone before. Oh, did you finally grow some bowels, Deku? Think you're better than me, is that it? Izuku scoffed. F off. Walking past Bakugo, Izuku bumped his shoulder, pushing him out of the way. Turning around, Bakugo grabbed Izuku's shoulder. You got a death wish. Turning around, Izuku glared at Bakugo. And no, don't. We can't. Not here, not him. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about, Deku? Finally lost your mind. Izuku gritted his teeth. Stop. No, I don't want to do this. No, you do want to do this. You've been wanting to do this for a long time. He's hurt you, Izuku, broken you down, called you names, and you did nothing. Well, not anymore. Not with me here. Izuku tried to fight against Venom. He tried to stop him from harming Bakugo. But it was Bakugo's own actions that led to this. As Bakugo grabbed Izuku's shoulder, he let out a small explosion. Normally it would burn his clothes, but Venom hated it. That's when Izuku's eyes and teeth turned into that of Venom's. Struck with fear, Bakugo stumbled back and fell to the floor. Venom snarled, but Izuku quickly regained control over himself. I told you to stop. Why don't you listen? Izuku then turned to Bakugo. Sorry, Kachin, I have to go. Izuku ran. He ran and ran. Not home, but somewhere he thought no one would find him, the beach. Making it to the beach, he sat down on one of the benches as sweat began to pour down his head. You've been harder to deal with these last couple of days. Why? Asked Izuku. It's the hunger. Ever since I took a bite out of those men, I've been wanting more. But you don't let me. Izuku grabbed his head. I already told you that won't happen again. But I crave it. The chocolate helps, but there's nothing better than getting it from the source, explained Venom. As Izuku was arguing with Venom, someone approached him. Hey, you alright? Looking up, Izuku saw the purple-haired girl from a few days ago. She's that girl we saved. Why, yeah, I'm fine. Just got a headache, that's all, said Izuku, giving the girl a half smile. You're sweating like crazy though. Are you sure you're alright? Asked Jiro. Izuku nodded. Yeah, my blood sugar levels just dropped. I'll be fine in a bit. That's when Jiro hummed. Wait here. Huh, why? I said I'll be fine, said Izuku. But you aren't fine now, just wait here. I'll be back in a second. Izuku watched as Jiro ran towards a convenience store. After a minute she walked out with a bag. Reaching inside the bag she pulled out an energy drink. Here, take it. It will help with your sugar levels. Izuku reluctantly grabbed the drink. Thanks. Opening the bottle, Jiro watched Izuku chug it down in seconds. Jiro blinked a couple of times. Whoa, I've never seen someone down it like that. Guess I was thirsty too. Thank you for the drink. I never asked your name, said Izuku, scratching his head. Oh, Kyoka Jiro. Well, Jiro, thanks for the drink. The name is Izuku Midoriya. So, how much do I owe you for the drink? Asked Izuku as he reached for his wallet. But before he could pull out any money, she shook her head. It's fine, don't worry about it. But I have to pay you back somehow. Izuku thought about it. How about I buy you something? It's fine really. I'm fine knowing that I helped someone is enough, explained Jiro. Izuku smiled. You sound like a hero. But seriously, if I don't pay you back I'll feel bad. How about I buy you something? How does takoyaki sound? There's a little shop not that far from here. Jiro looked at Izuku. She could tell by the look on his face that he wasn't going to let it go. Thanks, but it's... However, before Jiro could say anything else, her stomach began to growl. Jiro blushed and Izuku tried to hide his snickers. Your stomach is saying otherwise. Come on, let's go. The two then walked down the street until they eventually came upon the shop. Izuku ordered two. After paying and grabbing their food, they walked over to a bench. They each took a bite of their food. Wow, this is really good, said Jiro. I know, right? Not that many know about this little shop. I found it here while I was training, explained Izuku. Training? Training for what? Asked Jiro. Izuku stopped. Oh, you know, I just want to keep myself healthy. I go down to the beach that's filled with trash and clean it up. Wait, at that landfill? You clean that? Asked Jiro, surprised. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it helps build muscle and endurance. She didn't want to admit it, but Jiro found herself looking at Izuku's shirt and noticed it was a bit tight. That's impressive. All that to improve your quirk. It must be pretty cool if you want to train it. Jiro looked over at Izuku as she took a bite of her food. She immediately knew she messed up. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I actually don't have a quirk. Jiro's eyes widened. Sorry, I didn't mean to. However, Izuku shook his head. It's fine, you didn't know. Besides, I don't mind it anymore. The two then sat in silence for a while. Come on, Izuku, you just made this awkward. I know, but this is my first time actually talking to a girl. What am I supposed to do? Think of something, anything. Izuku took a deep breath. So, what's her quirk? Really? That's the best you can come up with? Actually, it is ... Wow, that was just pathetic. That coming from an alien blob. I panicked. Alright, now shut up. It's a little obvious, but you see these earphone jacks? I can use them to plug them into walls and other stuff to hear things others can't, or channel my heartbeat through them for attacks. Oh, and I can extend them for a longer range. My hearing is also better than most too, explained Jiro as she wiggled her jacks around. That's cool, so your quirk is sound-based. Izuku then felt Venom squirm around. What the hell was that? It's nothing, don't worry about it. Izuku ignored Venom. So are you planning to be a hero or something? Jiro nodded. Yeah, I'm applying for the hero course at UA. With that quirk, I'm sure you'll get in, said Izuku. You think so? Asked Jiro. Izuku nodded. Of course. You'd be perfect for rescue operations. Jiro played with her earphone jacks. Huh, I guess I never thought of it like that. Thanks, Midoriya. Izuku blushed slightly, and no problem. After finishing their food, the two sat around talking about school and just got to know each other a bit more. Izuku, however, was surprised. He was actually talking to a girl. Jiro was also surprised that she found talking to Izuku so easy. After about an hour and a half of talking, Jiro got a text message. Looking at her phone, her eyes widened. Oh crap, it's my dad. Sorry about this, Midoriya, but I have to go. The two stood up from the bench. It's fine. Well, it was nice meeting you, Jiro. Why are you saying that like it's the last time we'll see each other? Asked Jiro. Izuku was surprised to say the least. You still want to hang out? Jiro nodded. Yeah, I don't know why, but you are really easy to talk to. Here, give me your phone. Izuku quickly reached into his pocket and handed over his phone. Jiro fumbled around and then handed Izuku back his phone. There you go. Looking down at the phone, Izuku noticed that he had a new contact. I'll text you later. Thanks for the food. Bye. With that, Jiro ran towards the train station. Izuku stood there shocked. Nice, you got a girl's number, said Venom. Why yeah, well I guess today wasn't so bad, said Izuku as he walked back home. You are welcome. For what? Asked Izuku. For stopping you from making a fool out of yourself. Once you saw the girl, your heart rate shot up. But I calmed it, so you are welcome. I didn't need your help with that. I could have talked to her without your help, said Izuku. Right. With your track record. But I do find it strange though. During your conversation you began to produce more oxytocin. What's oxytocin? Asked Izuku. It's a hormone your body produces. It's also called the love hormone. Do you like this girl, Izuku? Asked Venom. Izuku turned red. What? I just met her. Are you crazy? It was just a question. No need to yell. Composing himself, Izuku took a deep breath. I wouldn't say I like her, but she did seem cute. Doesn't matter. Hey, I've been thinking. Let's go out and look for some villains to beat up. That sounds like a good idea. Will I get to eat someone? Asked Venom. No, now stop asking, said Izuku, slightly annoyed. However, Venom would get what he wanted. He always did. Later that night, making sure his mother was asleep, Izuku opened the window to his room. All right, let's do this. Jumping from the window, Izuku began to fall. As he fell, Venom began to appear, now fully covering him. Using his own version of Eraserhead's capture weapons, Venom swinged from building to building. Making it to the downtown district, Venom stopped atop of a building. I didn't get to see it last time, but this city is quite beautiful. The view never gets old, does it? You should see the stars out in the mountains. It's even better than here. Maybe one day we'll go, said Izuku. As Venom admired the scenery, the sound of cars screeching was heard. Looking down, Venom saw an out-of-control car avoid people. Should we step in? Asked Venom. Of course. Come, let's go help before anyone gets hurt. Letting out a roar, Venom jumped from the roof of the building. Down below, the heroes were trying their best to catch up to the runaway car. We need a speedster. There's no way we'll catch up to them, yelled out one of the heroes. No time. By the time they get here, that car would have crashed into a wall. We need to stop it now, ordered another hero. However, as the two were chasing, something shot past them. What the hell was that? The man inside the car was desperately trying to avoid the pedestrians out of the way, but he knew it was only a matter of time before he would either hit a wall or a person. Damn it. Heading towards the direction of a store, the man braced for impact. He felt the car stop suddenly, but no crash. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see the ground. What's going on? That's when the car began to lower. The man's eyes widened as standing in front of the car was Venom. I got you. Turn off the car. Setting the car down, Venom turned to the man. Are you hurt? The man shook his head. Good. Well, see you later. Just like that, Venom once again jumped away from the scene. The heroes that were chasing them were close enough to see that it was Venom, but he left before they could ask him some question. See, that wasn't so bad. Helping people and all, said Izuku as Venom was swinging from building to building. I rather eat someone's head. However, as Venom was looking for someone else to help, he was suddenly hit in the face, which sent him crashing down to the ground. What the hell was that? Yelled out Venom as he picked himself up. That's when 3 people landed around him. So the report was right, said Midnight. So this is Venom. He's one ugly-looking guy, said Present Mike. That's a bit harsh, thought both Izuku and Venom. Not now, you two. Focus on him. We won't let him get away, said Eraserhead as he readied his capture weapon. Venom looked around. We would advise you to leave. Sorry, not our style. We can't let a villain like you run wild, said Midnight. We can do whatever we want, said Venom. Not anymore. Midnight, knock him out, ordered Eraserhead. Midnight then reached for her costume and ripped a piece off, allowing a purple gas to escape. The gas hit Venom, causing him to screech. What is this? That's when Izuku noticed who these heroes were. Venom, we need to get out of here. That's Midnight. She can put anyone to sleep with her gas, and we just got hit with it. That's when the effects of Midnight's quirk began to take effect. Venom began to feel sleepy. The strength in his legs began to falter as the gas coursed through Izuku's body. Falling to his knees, it looked as if the 3 heroes had done it. Good, now let's restrain him. But just as they were moving in, Venom slammed his massive fist into the ground. The 3 heroes watched as Venom began to throw up what appeared to be green liquid. Standing up, Venom pointed at Midnight. You just made the biggest mistake of your life. Faster than Midnight could react, Venom launched himself at her and grabbed her by the neck. Lifting her up off the ground, Venom roared. Terror filled the hero's face as Venom's tongue slid across her face. Mike, use your quirk, ordered Eraserhead. I can't, I'll hit Midnight. We need to separate them first, said Present Mike. With no other option, Eraserhead jumped into the air. Using his capture weapon, Eraserhead managed to wrap it around Midnight and yank her out of the way. Now Mike, do it now. Present Mike smiled. Finally, time to crank up the music. Why, Venom turned only to be hit by a massive sound attack. Screeching in pain, Venom covered his ears. Falling to his knees, the black goo surrounding Izuku began to peel off, exposing him. Eraserhead's eyes widened. Stop, Mike. Turning off his quirk, the sound waves stopped hitting Izuku. Hi, it's a kid, asked Midnight. Seems that way. Hey kid, you alright? Asked Eraserhead as he approached the boy. With his back turned to the heroes, Izuku began to mutter as he looked at his arms. No, where did you go? Come on, you can't do this. Not now. I need you. Without you, I have nothing. Present Mike was the first to reach Izuku. He tried to reach out to console the kid. "Hey, it's okay, we are here to help." But that's when something appeared from Izuku's back and attached itself to Mike's neck. Izuku began to laugh. "I knew you wouldn't leave us." It started off as a small black smudge, but soon Venom began to cover Izuku's back before appearing and covering his entire body once again. Turning around, Venom had his hand around Mike's neck. "Of course, we will never leave you. We are one, we are Venom." Tightening his grip, Venom crushed present Mike's windpipe and then tossed him aside. Venom then focused on Midnight. Throwing his arm forward, a large black blob extended out and hit Midnight, sending her flying towards a wall. Midnight hit the wall with so much force that she was knocked out as a result. "You bastard!" yelled out Eraserhead as he pulled out his knife and stabbed Venom in the chest. Venom simply looked down at the knife and pulled it out. "I am possible, what are you?" Raising the knife, Venom took a bite out the metal before eating the rest. "Your worst nightmare." Transforming his hand into a giant spike, Venom stabbed Eraserhead in the shoulder. With blood gushing down the wound, Venom pulled out the spike. "Let that be a warning, leave us alone. Next time we won't be so merciful." Wait, let the boy go. You have him under your control, right? Let him go and we'll leave you alone, said Eraserhead. Venom didn't even turn around. The boy chose this. We became one that people won't ignore any longer. One that people won't ignore. What is he talking about? Thought Eraserhead. Is this about revenge? This isn't the way, kid. You can find another path. It's not about revenge. We have a mission to accomplish and we are going to do it. Follow us and you die. The boy doesn't wish to kill, but we will do what we must in order to survive. With that, Venom jumped into the sky and disappeared into the darkness. With the threat gone, Eraserhead went to check on present Mike. Good, he's still breathing, but we need to get him to a hospital soon. With his good arm, Eraserhead touched his communication device in his ear. All Might, do you copy? We are down and need help. Within seconds, All Might appeared. Don't worry, hero friends, for I am here, he said with pride. But his pride soon turned to shock when he saw his injured friends. What happened here? Eraserhead managed to use a piece of clothing to put pressure on his wound. Venom happened. But forget that. Mike needs a hospital. His windpipe was crushed. Midnight is over there, knocked out but alive. Take them first. I'll be fine here. All Might nodded. I'll be right back. With the first attempt at catching Venom a complete failure, the heroes went back to the drawing board. But this time they found out something about this new villain. They found a way to hurt it. Sneaking back into his room, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed. Did they see me? No, they didn't see your face. Count us lucky that they didn't, said Venom, appearing in front of Izuku. Lucky, huh? You call almost killing 3 pro heroes lucky? This night couldn't have gone any worse, said Izuku, laying down on the bed. Actually, it could have gone worse. We could have killed them, or you could have lost us. And we both know you don't want that. Without us you are nothing, explained Venom. Not helping. But you're right. For a second I thought I lost you. In that moment I felt so useless, so weak, but then you came back. I could feel the power coming back to me. It felt amazing, said Izuku as he reached for his phone. He noticed that he had a new message. Clicking on the notification, he saw that it was Jiro. Maybe tonight wasn't that bad. YTC headquarters. Kenshin sat on his chair with a tablet in his hands. On it, the video of Izuku swinging around the city was playing. Remarkable. This person is perfectly fused with the alien. Super strength, speed, and endurance. It's simply amazing. I need the suit back no matter what. Kenshin then pressed a button on his desk. Yes, Mr. Yaoyorozu, answered an assistant. Have the men double the search effort. And get me everything the heroes have on this Venom guy, ordered Kenshin. Yes, sir, it shall be done. Kenshin then turned his chair and stared out his glass window that overlooked the city. Soon that power will be mine. And then no one will be able to stop me. This city, no, this country will be mine. Wanted. Aizawa was pissed off. Looking through the glass of a hospital room, he saw his best friends Midnight and present Mike laying there in hospital bed. A whole week had gone by and he still blamed one person. Damn you, Venom. We'll find him, Aizawa, said a small voice. Looking down, Aizawa saw Nezu walking over to him along with All Might. I sure hope so, said Aizawa. Can you tell us anything about this Venom guy? Asked All Might. For starters, the person underneath was a boy, not more than 14 years old, explained Aizawa. Nezu was surprised. So young and with such a dangerous power. Aizawa nodded. That's not all, this power, it's different somehow. At first I thought the boy was under someone's control, but it turns out he's not. What do you mean? Asked All Might. The black suit around him, it's almost as if it's sentient. Whatever it is, it has attached itself to the kid, said Aizawa. When Mike hit him with his sound blast, it temporarily debonded and it looked like it hurt him. Nezu hummed. So sound is its weakness. That could be difficult to exploit, but we'll find a way. Anything else you can tell us about the boy? He did say something before he mopped the floor with us. It seemed as if the kid thought he lost the suit and began to panic. I didn't hear much, but he said something about being useless without it, said Aizawa. Useless? But no one is useless. Why would he think that way? Asked Nezu. Regardless, All Might, with the others down, I'm calling on you to stop him. All Might nodded. Leave it to me. I'll bring in the boy. I'm going with you. Once my shoulder is healed by recovery girl, I'll join you. She should be here in the afternoon, said Aizawa as he raised his bandaged up arm. Very well. I in the meantime will see if any other heroes can help, said Nezu. With Izuku. Izuku was getting stronger, and he started to notice. His shirts fit a bit tighter, especially around his arms. He also noticed that he grew a bit taller. Hey Venom, so what exactly are you? You're an alien, right? Asked Izuku as he did push-ups. You can call us that, but in my eyes you are the alien, responded Venom. So I guess we really aren't alone in this universe. Getting up, Izuku took off his shirt and wiped away the sweat. Man, 200 push-ups is no joke. But I can't argue with the results. It is for our benefit. The stronger you become, the stronger I become. Izuku rolled his eyes. Suddenly Venom sensed someone coming. Get ready, someone is coming. Izuku's head turned towards the land. He readied himself for whoever this was. Is it a hero? Asked Izuku. I don't know, be on your guard, ordered Venom. Standing firm, Izuku put his fists out. That's when the person turned the corner. Man, what is up with all this trash? Why do people do this? Said Jiro. Wait, Jiro, what are you doing here? Asked Izuku. Jiro dusted herself off. So you really are here? I figured since you told me you trained here, I'd come to see. That's when Jiro looked up to see Izuku shirtless. Turning red, Jiro covered her eyes. Why are you naked? Izuku relaxed, seeing it was someone he knew. I'm not naked, I have pants on, argued Izuku. Just put your shirt back on, said Jiro, still not looking at Izuku. Sighing, Izuku grabbed his shirt and began to put it on. Jiro could hear him rustling around, and through her hands she got a quick peek. Whoa, he's got a nice body. He looks small, but he has a lot of muscle. That's when Jiro noticed that she was staring and quickly shut her eyes. Come on, Kyoka. You barely know the guy and you're staring. All right, happy now? Asked Izuku. Jiro removed her hands to see that Izuku now had on a shirt. Better. So anyway, you really are training here. I thought you were joking, said Jiro as she looked around and noticed that she was in a large cleaned area that went down to the water. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm still nowhere done though. So what's up? I thought we had plans for tomorrow. During the week of the incident with the heroes, Izuku and Jiro had gotten closer. They weren't close, but they were friends. The two talked for hours on the phone, which pissed off Venom. I know, I was in the area and wanted to see if you were actually training here. Which I can see you are, said Jiro. I'm hurt, Jiro. You think I'd lie to you? Asked Izuku as he faked crying. Jiro rolled her eyes. Oh, shut up. Look, since I'm here, wanna hit up the mall? I heard they are having a special on some merchandise from a band I like. Sure, let me just wash off this sweat and change. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be right back. Jiro nodded. Izuku went over to the small building on the nicer beach and used the shower room. Conveniently, there was also a locker room, so Izuku threw his bag along with his dirty clothes in it to pick up later. 5 minutes later, Izuku got out all changed and ready to go. He had on a black shirt, blue jeans, and with his hair a mess. Jiro looked at Izuku and snickered. What? Asked Izuku, confused. It's your hair. You look like a damp piece of seaweed, said Jiro, holding back the urge to burst out laughing. Oh, that's the perfect nickname for you. Please don't, said Izuku. Jiro smirked. Nope. Too late. Let's go, seaweed. I swear, you secretly hate me, don't you? Asked Izuku. Nah, you're actually a really cool dude. Enough of that, let's go. The two then walked towards the station. After a few stops, the two got off and walked towards the mall. The two walked side by side talking about school until they reached the store Jiro was talking about. Once inside, Izuku was surprised to see so many guitars. Whoa, first time in this store? Asked Jiro. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I've always walked by it but never went inside. I didn't know there were so many types. Yeah, there are 3 main ones. You got your classical, acoustic, and electric. And those branch out into their own sub-varieties. Different body shape, string, and sound, explained Jiro. Izuku nodded. So which ones do you know how to play? Jiro rubbed the back of her head shyly. I actually know them all. My parents are musicians, so they have taught me since I was little. Not to mention the others. Izuku was surprised. Others? Okay, now you're just showing off. I can barely play the recorder, but I do perform a mean hot cross buns. Jiro laughed. I'd like to see that. I'd rather see you play though. Maybe sometime you can show me. Asked Izuku. Sure, heck, I'll even show you how to play. That is, if you're up for it? Asked Jiro with a smug look on her face. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is that a challenge, Jiro? Cause I never back away from a challenge. Let's let your actions do the talking for you. Get a guitar and I'll teach you, said Jiro. Izuku, there was one of those things at the beach, said Venom. There was. Huh, guess I missed it. I'll go get it later. Izuku and Jiro would spend the better part of that afternoon walking around the mall. After a while, the two got hungry and went to the food court to eat. Izuku ordered a hamburger and Jiro got some ramen. As the two waited for their food, they sat down at some tables. So how's the prep work for UA? asked Izuku. Fine, I guess. The entrance exam is in a few days, so there's that. I'm still a bit nervous. I'm confident in most things, but this is different. There's going to be a lot of people trying to get in, said Jiro, sighing. You'll do just fine, trust me. I've known you for a bit now and I can already tell you won't go down without a fight. Jiro smiled at Izuku's comment. Thanks, Midoriya. And yeah, you're right. I'll kick everyone's ass in the entrance exam. Izuku liked seeing Jiro happy. However, their happiness would quickly turn into shock when out of nowhere the ground began to shake violently. Izuku and Jiro held onto the table to keep themselves from falling. What's going on? An earthquake? Asked Jiro. Izuku looked around and noticed people running past the store. The shaking stopped. We should get out of here. That wasn't an earthquake. Something or someone caused this, and I'm not going to stick around to find out. The two then ran out of the store and headed towards the exit. But as they were just about to leave, they heard the clicking of guns. Appearing in front of them, two men with assault rifles appeared. Where do you guys think you're going? The mall doesn't close for another couple of hours. Stick around and follow us, said one of the men. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Should I eat their brains? Asked Venom. No, if we do anything right now they might hurt Jiro. For now let's do what they want. You'll get your chance, thought Izuku as he put up his hands. Jiro did the same. Good, now head towards the food court. The boss is waiting for us. Izuku and Jiro were then escorted to the food court where they found several dozen people and about 10 men with guns pointed at them. Shoving the weapon in Izuku's back, the two were forced to sit on the ground in a row near the wall. You all right, Jiro? Asked Izuku. Jiro nodded. Yeah, I'm good. Who are these guys? Terrorists most likely. And I think that guy is their boss. Izuku motioned towards the direction of a tall man. He wore black pants, a sleeveless shirt, and had markings on his arms that resembled ripples. The boss looked at the captive people. Good, now half of you guard the entrances. The rest of you stay here. If anyone moves, kill them. The hostages gasped as they heard the last part. Within 10 minutes, the police and heroes had the entire mall surrounded and were now waiting for the demands. Thanks to Jiro's enhanced hearing, she could hear everything and was repeating it to Izuku. It seems like they are part of some weird organization. Something about a mythological creature, the one with the 3 heads. Izuku thought about it. A hydra. What are their demands? Jiro nodded. Yeah, that one. They want to send a message. That's when Jiro heard something that shocked her. Jiro, what is it? What did they say? Asked Izuku. Jiro turned to Izuku. They're going to start shooting every third person. Izuku's eyes widened, and just as Jiro said that, the men began to grab every third person. Men, women, and children were all selected. As the minions were coming down the line, both Izuku and Venom noticed something. Izuku, the count. I know. Izuku then turned to Jiro. Do you trust me? Jiro raised an eyebrow. Now is not the time for this, Midoriya. Do you trust me? Asked Izuku once again. Jiro thought about it before ultimately nodding. Yes. Good. Sorry about this. Izuku then grabbed Jiro and switched spots with her. Before Jiro could say anything, one of the men pointed their gun at Izuku. Get up, and don't try anything stupid, ordered the man. Izuku stood up. Walk with the others. Jiro was shocked. Midoriya, wait. Jiro tried to grab Izuku, but as she did, the minion hit her with the butt of his rifle, knocking her back down to the floor. The minion then pointed his rifle to Jiro's head. Stay down, bitch, unless you want to die right here. That's when Izuku stepped in between the two. Hey, you already got me. Don't touch her. Blood ran down Jiro's face. Midoriya, you can't. It's going to be fine. Trust me. I still need those guitar lessons. With that, Izuku was taken away. Jiro watched in horror. Izuku, along with the others chosen, were taken into a storage room where they were lined up against a wall by 2 men. The room was small and the only source of light was a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Boss wants us back, so let's get this done. Both men then readied their weapons. Venom, you see the electrical outlet by my feet. Can you get inside and take out the lights? Easy. So, will I get to eat these guys? Asked Venom. Izuku smirked. Oh yeah. The men then pointed their guns at the first person in line. For our dreams, he yelled out. However, just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, the light bulb suddenly went black before breaking. The men looked up. Who turned out the lights? One of them asked. Go now, run, ordered a voice through the blackness. The hostages all quickly scampered towards the door. Bursting through the door, light from the outside shined through. That's when the men saw him. Towering above them was Venom. What the hell is that thing? Struck with fear, both men began to open fire. The bullets hit Venom in the chest but did nothing. After emptying their guns, Venom looked down at his torso, which was riddled with holes. That tickled. Flexing, Venom fixed all the damage on his chest. The men tried to scream, only to have their mouths covered by black goo. SHHHH, I don't like it when my food screams. I can't savor the flavors then. With tears running down their faces and muffled screams, the men could do nothing as Venom opened its mouth, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. Loud crunching noises were heard as Venom bit the heads off the men clean off and began to feast on their organs. Now this is a good appetizer. Let's get you the main course then. said Izuku. With blood dripping down its claws, Venom smiled. It's lunchtime. Outside in the food court, Jiro flinched when she heard the sound of gunfire. And no, Midoriya. Outside the mall, police and heroes were on edge. The demands of the leader were outrageous. How many hostages are we dealing with? Asked Eraserhead, standing around a large table which had a map of the mall. With the security cameras down, we can't be sure, but at least a couple dozen, maybe more, said the SWAT commander. Quirks? Asked All Might. Unknown. Reports say that the entire mall shook before the men took it over. We might be dealing with some sort of earthquake quirk. Luckily, we came up with a plan. The main entrances are guarded, but our radar suggests that the entrances on the roof are unguarded, here and here. So what's the plan? I can't exactly fit into a vent, said All Might. We have something for you. While we get in through the roof, you All Might will. However, as the commander was explaining his plan, another officer walked in. What do you want? Can't you see we are in the middle of a meeting? The officer was out of breath and could barely get the words out. Shots fired. Shots have been fired inside the mall. Casualties likely. Shit, alright, forget the plan. We are switching to search and destroy. Go in and take out any assailant you see. Our first priority is the civilians, heroes. Once we are inside, make your way towards them. They are locked in the food court. We'll deal with the rest, said the commander. Everyone nodded. Let's get to work then. All Might was the first one to run inside. With his fist pulled back, he knocked down the door to the mall. Go on ahead, All Might. We'll be right behind you, yelled out Aizawa. All Might nodded. Right. Be safe. Crouching down, All Might took off, leaving the rest behind. Zigzagging his way through the mall, he eventually found the hostages that Venom freed running away from the food court. Is everyone all right? We are fine, but the others? They have a lot more in the food court, said one of the hostages. Within seconds, All Might made it to the food court, where he found something that shocked him. Standing in front of all the hostages was Venom and several dead men with guns. Get away from them. Texas smash. Turning around, Venom was met by All Might's massive fist. The hit was so hard that it sent Venom across the food court and into one of the stores. Wait, All Might, he was helping us. That's the real villain, pointed out Jiro. All Might stopped. What? He was helping you? But he's a villain. All of the hostages agreed. She's right. Venom was helping us. He even saved us from getting shot. Now All Might was even more confused. Man, you hit hard. Next time try talking first. Looking up, All Might saw Venom crawling on the ceiling. Dropping down, he stared at the number one hero. What is your goal here, Venom? Asked All Might. Venom smiled. Easy, hero. I'm not here to fight you. I was just caught up in this. These guys took some hostages and I got rid of them. Well, all for that guy. He's the boss. I was about to take him down when you rudely interrupted me. Now tell me, do you really want to fight both of us or save these people? All Might narrowed his eyes. I want to save these people. Good, then let's get rid of him. The two then turned towards the villain. Why, you killed my men, ruined my plan. The villain looked at Venom with rage in his eyes. You took everything from me. Venom pointed at the villain. Tough luck. Now stay there while I eat you. Venom then ran towards the villain. All Might tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Clenching his fist, the markings around the villain's arm began to glow with power. Slamming his fists onto the floor, a massive shockwave shook the entire mall once again. The ground around the villain began to protrude outward, sending pieces of the very earth itself hurtling towards Venom. Venom easily punched the small rocks, but as he was punching the small ones, a rock the size of a large truck came in and hit Venom across the face. All Might shielded the civilians from the pieces that Venom missed. Venom, don't just go rushing in like that. You're putting everyone in danger. Venom jumped back. Damn it, what do you suggest we do then? Looking around, All Might noticed that the villain's power was coming from his arms. He then looked to his right and noticed a fire extinguisher. Picking it up, he tossed it to Venom. Throw this at him. Confused, Venom looked at the extinguisher. Just do it. Grabbing it like a football, Venom threw it right at the villain. At the same time, All Might pulled back his fist. Detroit smash. Throwing his fist forward, All Might created a large gust of wind. The wind pressure was so strong that once it hit the extinguisher, it popped, causing white smoke to fill the area. The villain stopped his quirk. What is this? Do it now, Venom, yelled out All Might. Without hesitation, Venom ran through the smoke. The villain looked around frantically. Where are you? That's when Venom dropped from the ceiling in front of the villain. Here. The markings on the villain began to glow. He tried to reach out to touch Venom, but Venom grabbed his arms and crushed the bones. Pieces of bone popped out of his skin as the villain fell to the floor, screaming out in agony. As the smoke cleared, All Might saw Venom standing over the villain. You didn't kill him? Good. We need him alive to answer questions. I would have killed him, but there's been enough of that already. I've had my fill, said Venom, turning away. Well, that's all you'll get from me. Remember, this was a one-time thing. Don't expect us to help you again. The next time we meet, you'll end up like him. As Venom was walking away, he felt someone grab his shoulder. Sorry, Venom, but you can't leave. You have your own crimes to pay for. You may have helped me now, but that doesn't excuse your actions. Venom turned his head. Do you really want to do this, hero? All Might nodded. I am a hero. I will do what I must. Venom smirked, and so will we. Turning around fast, Venom punched All Might across the face, sending him flying across the food court. Slamming against a pillar, All Might held his jaw. That ... hurt. Stay down, All Might. We don't want to hurt you, but we will if we must, threatened Venom. All Might stood up slowly. It's not a matter of if, but want. One way or another you are coming with me. And I already know your weakness. Shit, Venom, look out. He's going to throw a punch, warned Izuku. Venom jumped back to avoid the hit, but his eyes widened when he saw that All Might didn't clench his fist. That's when Izuku put 2 and 2 together. No. If he does that inside, the entire mall will come crumbling down. Don't do it. You'll bring this whole place down, yelled out Venom. But it was already too late. The number 1 hero brought his hands together. Thunder, clap. Clapping his hands together, All Might created a massive shock wave of pure sound. The sound wave hit Venom dead on. The symbiote screeched in pain as it began to peel off of Izuku. The attack was effective in taking down Venom, but it also kicked up a lot of dust. Falling to his knees, Izuku still had some of the symbiote on him, but it was just barely strength. Damn it. It's over, Venom. Your reign of terror ends now. Where are you? Yelled All Might through the smoke. As the hero walked through the smoke, he heard cracking coming from the ceiling. Looking up, he noticed that and recognized that he just messed up. Oh no, that's what Venom meant. Turning around, All Might saw the screaming hostages running for their lives as the ceiling began to come crashing down around them. Rushing into action, All Might grabbed as many people as he could. However, he still couldn't get them all. He had to drop the others off and come back for more. Jiro was one of the people who was running, but as she was running, she heard the sound of someone falling. Looking back, she noticed that it was a small child. Turning around, Jiro grabbed the child with her earphone jack. It's fine, I got you. With the child now in her arms, Jiro ran towards the exit as debris fell around her. However, just as she was about to be in the clear, a giant piece of the ceiling came crashing down. Jiro's eyes widened as she looked up and saw the piece come down. We are going to get crushed. No, I won't let this kid die like this. With all the strength she had, Jiro tossed the child forward just as the piece fell on top of her. Jiro expected to feel a lot of pain, but to her surprise, she didn't. Opening her eyes, Jiro was surprised to see someone standing in front of her. That was really brave of you. Jiro could only see the person's back but noticed black strings on their body. Grunting, the person lifted and threw the large ceiling piece. That voice, it couldn't be right. She questioned as the person turned around. Thanks to the smoke, she couldn't see their face but saw a gleam of green in their eyes. Now go, grab the kid and go. It's not safe for you here. Without saying a word, Jiro nodded and got to safety. Izuku watched as Jiro left. Either Venom. That was loud. We can't take another hit like that. If we do, we'll die. I suggest we leave. I agree. But we can't just leave unscratched. We have to make it seem like we were injured somehow, argued Izuku. Venom thought about it. I have an idea, but it's going to hurt. Don't worry, I can heal you later. You up for it? What do you have in mind? Asked Izuku. By the end of it all, a majority of the mall was either collapsed or damaged. Heroes from all over Japan came in to help with the damage. They found people still trapped under rocks, which included Izuku, who had to make it seem that he was hurt, so Venom's bright idea was to slam a rock on Izuku's head just enough to draw blood and make it seem that he was knocked out. Izuku would be rescued a short while later. They took Izuku to where the other hostages were being treated. Once there, we awoke and had his arm and head bandaged up. All right, you should be all healed up in a few days. Your mother has already been contacted. Please wait for her here, instructed one of the paramedics. Izuku nodded as they put his arm in a sling. Getting up, he began to look around at the people being treated. Man, those guys did a lot of damage. It could have been worse. We saved more people than we hurt. Remember that. Izuku smiled. But you should really take care of the other thing for now. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What other thing? That's when Venom turned Izuku's head. Oh. Looking right at him was a very angry Jiro. Wait, Jiro, let me explain. However, before he could, Jiro wrapped him in a hug. You idiot. Why did you switch places? She then stabbed one of her jacks into his sides. I thought I lost you. When they took you, I heard a gunshot and I thought. Izuku smiled and wrapped his good arm around the girl. Sorry, Jiro, I didn't mean to worry you. Can you please remove that jack? It kind of hurts. Jiro tightened her grip on Izuku. Not yet. I just want to hear your heartbeat for a bit longer. Izuku felt his heart flutter. You hear it right. It's still beating. I'm fine. Jiro felt her emotions calm with every beat of Izuku's heart. He was alive. He wasn't a ghost. Or a zombie. It was him. Izuku, your oxytocin levels are spiking again, teased Venom. Shut up and let me have this, growled Izuku inside his mind. After a minute, Jiro finally let go of Izuku. Better? Jiro nodded. Yeah, better. Good. So that was an eventful day, wasn't it? Asked Izuku. Jiro laughed. Yeah, it was. Let's not do that again anytime soon. Izuku shrugged. No promises. As the two were waiting around for their parents to show up, someone called out to Izuku. Excuse me, young man, but can I have a word? Izuku turned around to find Naomasa standing in front of him. What do you need, officer? Asked Izuku. Well, we are getting everyone's statements on what happened. From what the others have told us, you along with a few others were taken to the back to be killed, and yet here you are. What happened? Asked Naomasa. Jiro was also curious about that. Oh, that. Well, when they took us to the back room, that Venom guy showed up and saved us. Naomasa wrote that down. Really? Izuku nodded. The lights went out and out of nowhere Venom appeared and killed the men. We are lucky he showed up. If he would have showed up even a second later, we would have died. I see. I assume you didn't get a good look at who it was. Naomasa then activated his quirk. No, it was too dark, responded Izuku. Half-truth. Naomasa then closed his notebook. Thank you for your testimony. If we need anything else, we will contact you. Izuku nodded. Anytime. How long until your arms heals? Asked Jiro. The medic said it should be fine in a few days. But I get the feeling it will be fine sooner than that, explained Izuku. Oh, that's good. I actually wanted to ask you something, said Jiro as she nervously played with her earphone jacks. Oh, sure, what's up? Asked Izuku. Are you? However, before Jiro could finish the question, someone called out to her. Kyoka, my baby girl, where are you? Turning around, Jiro looked through the crowd to see her parents. I should go, those are my parents, said Jiro. Izuku nodded. I get it. Now go, they must be worried sick. I'll call you tomorrow, all right. Jiro was about to turn and leave when she stopped. Oh right, I almost forgot. Leaning in, Jiro planted a kiss on Izuku's cheek. Izuku blushed. Jiro. That's when one of her earphone jacks stopped in front of Izuku's face. Don't say a word. That was for saving me. With her head down, Jiro turned around and ran towards her parents. Izuku couldn't see it, but her face was red as well. Jiro's heart was beating out of her chest. What the hell did I just do? He must think I'm weird now. I really hope I didn't mess up by doing that. Minutes later, Inko would show up and take Izuku home. Inko hugged her son and cried when she knew that he was all right. Sorry I made you worried, Mom. It's fine, dear. The important part is that you're safe. Now come on, let's go home. The car ride was slow and it gave Izuku time to reflect on today's events. Izuku felt good helping people and wanted to do it more often. However, Venom only craved one thing, the taste of flesh once again. Soon Izuku would have to choose a path, and for everyone's sake, he better choose right. Tell me the truth. The heroes were once again called for a meeting concerning Venom. It just doesn't make sense, said Midnight as they sat around a table. First he attacks cops, then he saves a girl from being mugged, bites people's heads off, and now saves hostages. Does this guy want to help or make things worse? That is a difficult question to answer, said Nezu. Unless we actually talk to the kid, we won't know his motives. I almost had him too. If I'd just looked around at my surroundings and seen that the ceiling was unstable, I could have caught him, said All Might, voicing his frustration. An entire mall was completely taken over by terrorists, and all the hostages walked out alive. We should be thanking this guy if I'm being honest, said Aizawa. While at the end of the day he did manage to save everyone, he still killed to achieve it. We only kill when it's the only option. Even then, the repercussions for doing so can ruin a hero, explained Nezu. So what now? Asked Present Mike. All Might, if it was just you and him, no interference, would you be able to win? Asked Nezu. All Might thought about it. I don't know, the boy underneath is smart and his quirk is strong. He may be a difficult opponent, but I should be able to take him. Nezu nodded. Good, he usually shows up at night. I'll have the local heroes on the lookout. Once he's spotted, you'll go in. If you can, try to convince him to surrender. If not, you may use force. Everyone else is on standby. Once All Might engaged Venom, we surround them both. Leave no opportunity for him to escape. Every hero in the room nodded. This will end tonight one way or another. Aizawa then walked over to All Might. Hey All Might, you should know I'm still not sure if that's actually the boy's quirk. I tried to use my quirk on him, but it didn't seem to affect him, so be careful. All Might nodded. Thanks for the heads up, Aizawa. I'll keep it in mind. Elsewhere, put your back into it, Jiro, yelled out Izuku. Jiro was currently struggling to push a large desk across the sand. What do you think I'm doing? Try as she might, the large desk wouldn't move an inch. Jiro's feet dug into the sand as she gritted her teeth. Come on, watch your footing. If your feet aren't set, you'll... Izuku then watched as Jiro slipped and fell face first into the sand. Slip. Izuku could hear a loud groaning noise as Jiro slammed her hands into the sand. Lifting her head, Jiro had sand completely covering her face. Stupid sand. She then felt something hit her face. Grabbing whatever was on her face, she noticed that it was a towel. You all right? Asked Izuku. Wiping away the sand, Jiro nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. My pride hurts a bit, but that's all. Izuku laughed. Well, come on, Sandman. Let's stop here for today. Wouldn't want you to get hurt right before the UA entrance exams. Jiro rolled her eyes. Gee, thanks, Seaweed. And maybe it wasn't a good idea to start working out just before the exam. But seeing you doing push-ups with one arm made me think it would be a good idea. Well, I have been working out for a while now, said Izuku. Clearly, so, how's your arm? asked Jiro. Izuku moved his bandaged up arm. It should be fine tomorrow. Jiro nodded. That's good. Still can't believe you cleaned so much. Izuku jumped off the fridge he was standing on. Yeah, I even surprised myself. Speaking of surprised, I'm surprised you even showed up to work out. Standing up, Jiro wiped the sweat off of her. Izuku got a good view. Jiro wore a black crop tank top and black workout yoga pants. As she stretched, Izuku couldn't help but look. Wow, I've never really paid attention, but Jiro has a nice figure. Izuku could see the sweat around Jiro's midriff gleaming in the setting sun. You find her attractive, don't you? Asked Venom. Shut up. This is none of your business. Oh, but it is my business. So, are you going to make a move? Asked Venom. What? No, but you find her attractive, so why not go for it? Well, yes, but there are steps you have to take. I can't just rush things. Besides, she might not even like me. But she kissed you. Izuku then thought back to the day of the mall incident and how Jiro had kissed him on the cheek. That's different. She was just repaying me for saving her. You really are a useless Deku, aren't you? You don't have the bowels to do it. Don't push your luck, Venom. I will find a way to separate us. As Izuku and Venom were arguing, Jiro spoke. Midoriya, are you eyeing me? Izuku stopped his arguing with Venom and noticed that he didn't take his eyes off of Jiro. Sorry, just kind of zoned out there. You were checking me out just now, weren't you? Asked Jiro with a smug look on her face. Jiro expected Izuku to start mumbling or even blushed, but to her surprise, he didn't. Maybe. Blinking a couple of times, a small blush formed around Jiro's cheeks. There's not much to check out though. I mean, look at me. Jiro was self-conscious about her body. She didn't have the huge boobs that all the boys liked, or the hourglass figure. In comparison, Jiro thought she was unattractive and it bothered her. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? You're pretty cute if you ask me. Jiro turned to Izuku with a blank look on her face. You serious? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I mean, every person has their type, right? So it just comes down to personal preference. I wish I met you earlier then. All the guys in my school always made fun of me. As you can see, I don't have the best body, said Jiro, as she thought back to all the teasing she had to endure. Well, F those guys. They clearly don't have good taste then. I for one think you're pretty cute. You're a bit of a tomboy, but that's another good thing about you. You don't take anyone's shit and will fight for yourself and others, said Izuku. Wow, no one's ever told me that. Thank you, Midoriya. It means a lot to hear that. Izuku nodded. Now how about helping me up? I think it's time to go home. Reaching out, Izuku offered Jiro a helping hand. Grabbing his hand, Izuku pulled Jiro up. I'll walk you to the station. The two then walked towards the station. They had a few minutes before Jiro's train arrived, so they spent most of that time talking. So Midoriya, I've been meaning to ask you. That day at the mall, that Venom guy saved us, right? Why is she asking that? Thought Izuku. Yeah, he did. Why do you ask? Well, it's just, I think I gotta look at him, said Jiro. Izuku's eyes widened. Shit, does she know? If she does know, we will do something about it. Izuku could feel Venom was getting ready to strike. No, you won't. Jiro is my friend. If she does know, we'll work something out. Izuku swallowed nervously. Did you see what he looked like? As Jiro was about to answer, Venom began to appear behind Izuku's back. The appendage then sharpened into a spike. Venom was ready to kill Jiro to keep their secret. Well, not really. All I saw was his eyes. I think they were green. But with so much going on, I'm not so sure. He looked young, maybe about our age, but that's not what caught my attention. It was the look in his eyes. They looked conflicted. What do you mean? Asked Izuku, like he was thinking about something. Maybe. I don't really get it, but he looked kind of lost. His voice too, it kind of reminded me of. However, before Jiro could finish the sentence, the train pulled into the station. At the same time, Venom put away the spike. Jiro got up from her seat. Looks like my train is here. I'll call you after the UA entrance exam tomorrow. Oh right. Izuku watched as Jiro walked towards the train. Hey Jiro. She looked back. Good luck. Jiro smiled. Thanks. Izuku waved as the train pulled out of the station. Izuku, she knows. You don't know that, answered Izuku. Don't be stupid, Izuku. We cannot risk her finding out about us. If she does, what's stopping her from turning us in? Izuku stayed silent. We should take care of this before it becomes a problem. Izuku turned and walked away from the station. No, we don't know for a fact that she knows. For now, we'll just keep things the way they are. What Izuku didn't know was that Jiro had actually plugged her earphone jacks into the seat and heard Izuku's heartbeat during the conversation. Looking outside the window, Jiro sighed. His heart rate rose when I started to ask him about Venom. Could he really be Venom, or was I just imagining things? After getting off at her stop, Jiro walked home. Walking in, Jiro announced her presence. I'm home. Popping out from the kitchen, a slender woman who wore glasses and had the same short purple hair as Jiro appeared. This was Mika, her mother. Oh, Kyoka, you're back. How was the workout? Jiro slumped her shoulders. Terrible. Even with one good arm, Midoriya was still able to run circles around me. I need a shower. You've been talking a lot about this Midoriya kid. Is he your boyfriend or something? Teased her mother. Jiro blushed. And no, he's just a friend. Mika smirked. But I've been hearing you talking to someone almost every night. Jiro was shocked. You listen in on my conversations? Yes, I got curious as to who you were talking to at 1 in the morning, said Mika. So when do we meet him? He's just a friend. Jiro had enough of her mother's teasing. Without saying another word, Jiro went upstairs to go take a shower. The water flowed off of Jiro as she stood underneath the shower head. She couldn't help but look down at herself and think of what Izuku said. Does he really think I'm cute? I don't see it. Later that night, Izuku had gone out that night to see if there was something he could do. It didn't take long for him to find a robbery in progress. 3 men were attempting to rob a small family restaurant. One of the men was stuffing a bag with money as he emptied the cash register. The other man was holding the 2 owners at gunpoint. The last one was guarding the door, making sure no one came in. The entire entrance was basically all made of glass so the robbers could see if someone came in. Come on, hurry it up, one of the men yelled. I almost have it all, give me a second, yelled out the man taking the cash. The man guarding the door looked out the glass. We should be in the clear, let's hurry up and get out of here. They're got it, let's go. Zipping up the bag, the man jumped over the counter. Pleasure doing business with you too. Have a beautiful night. However, just as they were about to leave, the man at the door stopped. Wait, I think I saw something. The other 2 men then ran over to the glass. I don't see anything. I'm telling you I saw something, repeated the man. You're just nervous. Come on, let's go. The man with the cash opened the door to leave, but as soon as he did, a black hand grabbed him by the head. The man yelled out in horror as he was pulled out into the dark street. The 2 remaining men then heard a large crunching sound. What the F was that? A hero? No, there's no way that was a hero. I think the rumors are true, said the man, pointing his gun towards the glass. Who are you talking about? Asked the man. That's when one of the owners spoke. The man in the black suit, Venom. But he's just a myth, right? Asked one of the robbers nervously. However, that was when something came crashing through the glass. Shards of glass scattered in every direction as Venom landed in the store. I can assure you, we are very real. Panicked, the men began to open fire. Shots rang out in the shop as Venom, unfazed, began to stand up. Turning, he faced one of the men and roared in their face. Spit covered the man's face as he stood still in fear. The second man then began to fire the remaining of his bullets into Venom's back, but with the same effect as before. That's when Venom opened his mouth and bit the head of one of the men. The other could do nothing as he heard a loud crunching sound, followed by the body of his friend falling to the floor, now headless. Why, you monster! Venom turned around as blood stained his teeth. We are not a monster, we are Venom. Throwing his hand forward, Venom's claws pierced the man's torso, completely disemboweling him. Venom then turned to the store owners. If anyone harms you, tell them Venom will come for them. The store owners nodded. With that, Venom then left the store and jumped onto the roof of the nearby building. The night is still young and there are more criminals to punish. Shall we keep looking? Asked Venom. Yeah, but can you turn down the amount of blood you spill? I'm still not used to it and it's making me sick. Venom scoffed as he jumped onto the next building. As Venom was midair, a black portal opened up in front of him. Venom, look out. Izuku tried to warn him, but it was already too late. Venom fell into the portal. Venom was surrounded by nothing but darkness. After a second, he suddenly landed on the ground. Looking around, he noticed that he was in a bar. What is this? That's when a voice was heard coming from a doorway. Welcome, Venom. Venom turned to find a slim man with red eyes and very chapped lips appear. But the thing that struck Venom was that this guy was covered in hands. Who are you? My name is Shigaraki, and my master wishes to speak to you, said Shigaraki, sitting down on a stool. I don't appreciate being forced into this, so tell your master if he wants to talk. He'll have to do it later. However, as Venom was about to bust down a wall, someone wearing a suit stopped his path. Venom noticed that this person was made of the same stuff the portal was. Move, unless you want to die. Sorry, but we have to insist that you stay, said Shigaraki. That's when Venom turned around, and faster than Shigaraki could react, a tentacle grabbed him and pinned him against the wall. Do you really think you have the strength to stop me? Asked Venom. Shigaraki could feel the tentacle begin to squeeze him. I thought it would end up like this. If you won't talk this out, then we'll have to use more direct measures. Reaching out, Shigaraki managed to touch the tentacle. Venom watched as it began to turn gray and decompose. Venom, cut off your tentacle now. He has some sort of weird quirk. With his other arm, Venom raised it high and turned it into a blade. Throwing his arm down, he sliced off the piece that was deteriorating. Venom looked at his now severed arm. You're going to regret that. Shigaraki saw as the stub began to regrow into a hand. Shigaraki readied himself, but just as the two were about to run at each other, a voice suddenly was heard from a monitor. Now, why don't we all just sit around and relax? Venom turned to the monitor. So you're the boss, huh? You have 10 seconds to explain who the heck you are and what you want. If we find your answer displeasing, your pet here is going to lose an arm. A small chuckle could be heard coming from the monitor. You're just like the reports say you are. In simple terms, we wish to hire you. You see, we work in extermination, and we would like your expertise on an upcoming job. We will pay handsomely. Venom scoffed. You think money is going to sway us? Sorry, but no. Go find some random person on the street. Venom then turned around to leave. But as he did, the person on the other side of the monitor spoke. Really, that's too bad. Here I was going to offer you something you want. Venom stopped. How would you know what we want? An individual like you doesn't just go around biting the heads off of people for no reason. There's a reason behind these killings. You have a goal, and I can help you achieve your goal. My reach is far and woven into every aspect of society. Join us for this one job and you will have access to it all. Now the person had Venom's attention. So what's this job exactly? Asked Venom. That, we cannot say. We just need your assurance that you will help us. I can even pay you up front. Kurajiri, if you will. Just then a small portal opened up in front of Venom. Something then fell into his hand. What is this? Venom looked at the flash drive. That, my friend, is the list of all the pro heroes that are hunting you. It includes names, addresses, and most important, their quirks. I assume that information will come in handy to you. Asked the man. Venom smiled. All right, you got yourself a deal. So when is this job? We'll call you the night before the job, so be this. Shigaraki then tossed a phone at Venom. Keep that nearby. Venom nodded. Then that concludes our negotiations then. Pleasure doing business with you. Good. Kurajiri here will drop you off where you were. Venom nodded as a portal opened up behind him. One more thing before we go. You should really teach your pet here to know when you shouldn't F with someone. It just might get him killed one day, said Venom. Shigaraki's blood boiled. What did you say? I'll turn you to ash. Lunging at Venom, Shigaraki was just inches away from touching him when the voice boomed through the speaker. That's enough, Shigaraki. Back away now. Shigaraki stopped. But master, I said that's enough, said the voice. You heard your owner, get to it, said Venom, mocking Shigaraki. Frustration filled Shigaraki's face as he reluctantly retracted his hand. Venom smirked, like a bitch. With that, Venom walked into the portal and disappeared. Shigaraki turned to the monitor. Master, was that really wise? We can't trust Venom. We should just eliminate him. We can't do that, Shigaraki, not yet at least. Right now Venom is of use to us. That is, if he can pass the test, said the voice with a small laugh. Shigaraki looked at the monitor. Test. What test? To see if he can take on a specific hero. That only confused Shigaraki even more. With Venom re-emerged from the portal. Now standing atop a building, he looked around. Who are those guys? And can we really trust them? Asked Izuku. I do not know, but they did give us some valuable information, said Venom. As Venom stood atop the building, Izuku noticed something. Hey Venom, do you hear that? I don't hear anything, said Venom. That's exactly my point. We are in the middle of a city. There should be at least the sound of car engines. Venom walked over to the edge and looked down. There's no cars, no people, no nothing. What's going on? Asked Venom. That's when Izuku put it together. Venom, move. It's a trap. However, before Venom could even move, he was punched in the back of the head. Venom's body hit the street so hard that it shattered on impact, causing a crater. Only one person has been able to hit us like that. All of a sudden something landed in front of Venom. All Might. Standing before him was the #1 hero. Give it up, Venom. This time you won't get away. Why? Because I am here. Venom stood up. Get out of our way, All Might. We don't wish to fight. But if you continue to hinder us. Just then Venom's arm transformed into a black spiked ball. We just might. Why are you doing this? I've heard you help people from time to time. Why kill them? Asked All Might. Why? Because we can. If you just throw them in jail, you don't stop the problem, you just pause it. In order to end a problem, we make sure they won't do it again, said Venom as his long tongue lashed out. Is that you talking or the boy underneath? Asked All Might. It's both. We are one, we are Venom. All Might balled his fist. I don't know how you got this way, but let me help you. All Might then took a step forward. We can work something out with the police and heroes, but you have to come with me. Will you do that? Asked All Might with his hand extended out, just waiting for Venom to take it. Venom looked at All Might's hand. What kind of trick are you trying to pull? All Might shook his head. No tricks, no nothing. I'm just giving you the chance to end this peacefully. We can help you if you'd just let us. Venom then let the spike ball in his hand revert back. Well, maybe we can try that. Much to All Might's surprise, Venom actually took his hand and shook it. However, that's when Venom smiled. Just kidding. That's when Venom's hand turned to mush and completely engulfed All Might's hand up to his forearm. All Might's eyes widened as he suddenly felt himself being lifted off the ground, only to be slammed back down face first. The street underneath them shattered as a result of the impact. Venom then flung All Might towards a building. Slamming against it, All Might coughed out a bit of blood. Venom, I don't think this is a good idea, said Izuku. No, if we don't get rid of him now, then we won't be able to move freely. This is our chance. Looking to his left, Venom found a car. Transforming his hand, he sliced the vehicle in two and then grabbed each piece in each of his fists. All Might groaned in pain as he tried to pull himself free from the wall. So that's your answer? Fine. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. But as the #1 hero looked up, he saw Venom come flying at him. With a loud doom, Venom hit All Might across the face with one half of the car. The car broke into pieces from the hit, so Venom then raised his other fist and once again punched All Might with the other half of the car. All Might hung his head. Seeing this, Venom thought he had won. You lost, hero. Seems like talking won't work on you. If words won't work, then I'll just have to use force. Faster than Venom could react, All Might punched the symbiote under the chin. A loud boom was heard as Venom's body was thrown several meters into the sky. I told you, we can't take on All Might one-on-one, said Izuku. Shut up. Let us think. I got it. Once we land, we'll hide, said Venom. However, that's when All Might appeared in midair. A good plan, but unfortunately for you, you won't get the chance. Venom's eyes widened as he saw All Might's arms outstretched. Oh a crap. Thunderclap. Far above the city, All Might clapped his hands together, causing a massive shock wave of pure sound. The resulting sound wave was enough to shatter windows for several blocks, and Venom got the worst of it. Venom screeched out in pain as he peeled off of Izuku. But that wasn't the worst of it. Now without the symbiote, Izuku was powerless, which meant he had no way of stopping himself from falling. Falling to the ground, Izuku began to panic. Venom, come on, I need you right now. But Venom didn't reappear. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the floor quickly approaching. Izuku put his arms out in front of him, but before he could hit the floor, All Might caught him. Landing on an empty, dark roof, All Might dropped Izuku, causing him to roll to a stop. Izuku looked up to the hero towering over him. It's over, kid, you lost. Now come with me. Getting up, Izuku grabbed his injured shoulder. What is with you and roofs? This is just like last time. All Might raised an eyebrow. Have we met before? Izuku couldn't help but laugh. Guess you wouldn't remember. I mean, why would you? Everyone else does. Thanks to the darkness, All Might couldn't get a good look at Izuku's face, but he did see the gleam of green in his eyes. As All Might approached, a helicopter suddenly appeared behind Izuku and shined a bright light behind him. That's when a man appeared from the door of the helicopter with a minigun pointed right at Izuku. It's over, Venom. Surrender or we will shoot. All Might then heard clicking behind him. Turning around, he saw that it was several soldiers, but instead of the Japanese flag, they wore the symbol of YTC on their arms. Who the hell are you guys? Izuku smirked. Well, isn't this just great? Oh well, I guess we'll have to finish our conversation another day, All Might. Later, Izuku then turned and ran towards the edge of the roof. Wait, kid, don't, yelled out All Might as he watched Izuku jump from the roof. The soldiers quickly ran to the edge of the building, only to have two soldiers impaled in the face by black tentacles. Shit, open fire, one of them yelled out. The remaining soldiers all began to fire. The helicopter moved into position and fired down the side of the building. Venom is on the move. I repeat, Venom is on the move. With bullets whizzing by, Venom once again surrounded Izuku. Good to have you back, Venom. I was starting to get worried, said Izuku. Landing atop a car, Venom smiled. It's good to be back, but that blast almost killed us. Right now we are weak. If we don't get out of here, I fear even those bullets will finish us off. Then let's get the hell out of here. But first we have to take care of that helicopter, said Izuku. Leave that to us. I know how we can kill two birds with one stone. Turning his attention to the helicopter, Venom jumped towards the side of the building and began to scale it. The minigun operator tried to aim the gun, but Venom was moving too much and too fast. Making it to the roof, Venom jumped towards the cockpit. Shit, target is at 12 o'clock. The pilot tried to turn the chopper, but it was too late. Raising his fists, Venom transformed them into hardened slabs and slammed them down. The cockpit was flattened. This sent it in a dangerous spin. The soldiers on the roof looked at the helicopter, which was now heading towards them. All Might's eyes widened. Damn you, Venom. Jumping forward, the hero managed to grab all of the soldiers and pulled them to safety. The helicopter crashed onto the roof, causing a massive explosion. By the time All Might looked for Venom, he was already long gone. We've met before, but where and who is he? Not to mention, who are these guys? Asked All Might. That's when one of the soldiers pulled out a radio. Sir, we lost him. The target escaped. YTC headquarters. Kenshin sat in his office with his chair turned around. I see. Did you learn anything? Sir, it seems the symbiote has taken over a young boy. We didn't get a good look at his face though, explained the soldier. I already knew, so you failed is what you're telling me. Kenshin sighed. I am very disappointed in you, Commander. Consider you and your team fired. Turning his chair around, Kenshin hung up the phone. Failures, all of them failures. They can't even find one little kid. Kenshin slammed his fist onto the desk in a fit of rage. However, that's when the phone beeped. Mr. Yaoyorozu, your daughter is here. Composing himself, Kenshin nodded. Send her in. A second later, the doors to Kenshin's office opened up and in walked a tall girl with long black hair that was tied up in a ponytail. Father, Momo, my daughter, you are going to UA tomorrow, are you not? asked Kenshin. Momo nodded. Yes, father. Since I got in through recommendation, the school saw fit that I familiarize myself with the campus. Additionally, those who are taking the entrance exams will also be present. Good, good. I want you to do something for me. Do not disappoint me, daughter. I have spent too much money on getting you in for you to fail, said Kenshin. Momo bowed. Of course, father. I won't let you down. Very well then. That is all. You may go. With that, Momo began to walk towards the door, but as she reached out to open it, Kenshin spoke. There is one more thing. I'd like for you to report any quirks that have to do with transformation. I assume you know what I'm talking about. I do, and I will look out for it. I'll take my leave now. Having gotten her assignment from her father, Momo walked out of his office. As she walked down the long hallway, she breathed a sigh of relief. He only calls for me when he wants something. And now that he lost the alien thing, his demands are becoming more outlandish. At least in UA I'll finally have some alone time. And maybe make some real friends. Jiro was nervous. Right now she stood in front of UAS gates. Alright Kyoka, you got this. There's no reason for you to be nervous. You studied. You kind of worked out. All you have to do is not F it up and you're good. Taking a deep breath, Jiro walked through the gates of UA for the hero entrance exams. After checking in, she was instructed to go into the testing area, where they would be taking a written test. Jiro wouldn't consider herself a genius, but she was by no means dumb or lazy. In her middle school, she often ranked pretty high up. They had 1 hour to complete a 50-question exam on hero rules and basic high school entry subjects. By the end of it, Jiro finished about 10 minutes early and used the remaining time to check over her answers. Once the hour was done, everyone turned in their test and was taken to an auditorium for the second part of the exam. Finding a seat, she sat down next to a girl with short brown hair. So how was the written exam for you? She asked. The question caught Jiro by surprise. Oh, it was all right, I guess. There were some difficult questions. The girl nodded. Yeah, I should have studied more. I'm Achako Uraraka, by the way. Kyoka. Jiro. Nice to meet you, replied Jiro. All right, everybody. Who's ready to party? Yelled out someone appearing behind the podium. No one said a word. Wow, tough crowd. Anyway, I'm Present Mike and welcome to the second part of the UA entrance exam. As some of you know or not know, depending if you read the paper, the second part will be a practical. That's when behind the podium an image of 3 robot outlines were seen, each with their own distinct number value. The exam will have you running around a city destroying robots. Each robot has their own point value. That's when Jiro saw a hand shoot up just a few rows down. Excuse me, but the pamphlet says there are 4 robots. Present Mike pointed at a tall boy with blue hair. I was getting to that. The 4th and final robot will be worth 0 points, so avoid it if you can. The boy bowed. Excuse me for my rudeness. Jiro smirked. He looks really uptight. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, he does. So back to what I was saying. Avoid the 0 pinter at all costs. The rules are simple. Destroy as many robots as you can. The more you destroy, the more points you'll get. Feel free to use your quirks however you please. But you can't directly or indirectly use your quirk on others. So that means no sabotaging. You'll now be separated into groups. Good luck, everyone. With that, Present Mike walked away from the podium as staff handed out papers with a group number. Well, Jiro, let's hope we both pass, said Uraraka. Jiro nodded. Seems straightforward enough. Good luck. The students were then given an arena to report to. Jiro would go to Arena 2. UA allowed everyone to change into more comfortable clothing for this portion of the exam. All right, is everyone ready? Asked Present Mike as he stood atop a watchtower. A few more rules before we begin. You will have exactly 10 minutes to destroy as many robots as you can. There are more than enough for everyone, so have at it. Also remember, no attacking each other. Got it? Good. Jiro and the rest of the students suddenly saw the doors to the massive city open up. But instead of going in, everyone just looked at each other. Well, everyone but Jiro. Pushing her way to the front, she quickly ran into the city. What are you guys waiting for? Get going. There's no start indicator in real life, said Mike. The students then looked into the city to see Jiro running at a 2-pointer. Extending her earphone jacks forward, she stabbed them into the robots. Channeling her heartbeat through them, she managed to destroy the inner circuits, which caused the robot to spark, effectively destroying it. Midoriya switched places with me during the mall incident and nearly lost his life. I'll be a hero and make sure that doesn't happen again, said Jiro as she made her way to another robot. The other students quickly followed Jiro's lead and ran into the city. Each student was doing their best, racking up points, and everything was being watched by several individuals in the observation room. We have a lot of potential this year, said Nezu. Midnight nodded. True, we have students with speed, power, skill, and stealth. While it is true we look for power, that's not all we want in our hero students. You need guts and heart. You need to be able to make quick decisions under pressure, said Aizawa as he looked at the monitors. Looking to his left, Aizawa saw All Might sitting in a chair not saying a word. Are you still thinking about Venom? Asked Aizawa. All Might looked up, revealing that he was in his skinny form. Huh. Oh yeah, I still can't believe he's so young. He might be as old as these exam takers. Any chance he's here? Nezu shook his head. Unfortunately not. It seems Venom, or rather the kid, doesn't have an interest in being a hero. Have you remembered who he was yet? Asked Midnight. No, not yet. He said we've met before, but what if he was lying? Maybe he said that to get under my skin. Thought All Might. That's a possibility. But he doesn't strike me as the one to play mind games, explained Nezu. Venom is straightforward. He does what he wants, when he wants. There's no reason for him to play games. Speaking of playing games, I think it's time for the final boss. No. Midnight nodded, and turning to the control panel, she pressed a giant red button. Back in the city, Jiro was exhausted. She had been running around the city trying to rack up the points, but after 8 minutes she managed to destroy a few robots for a total of 35 points. I still need more points. It might not be enough, said Jiro as she leaned against a pole. However, as she was resting, the ground beneath her began to shake violently. What's going on? That's when it appeared. From the center of the city, a massive robot, several stories tall, began to rise from the ground. At its max, the Titan dwarfed the buildings around it. It then swung its massive arm, destroying a building in the process, and sending pieces of said building flying at the student. Jiro's eyes widened as she noticed a piece of wall flying at her. Ducking down, it narrowly missed her as it slammed against the wall behind her. You know, maybe I shouldn't mess with that. Jiro was not alone in making that decision. Several other test takers quickly began to run away from the Titan as it made its way towards them. However, just as she was going to be in the clear, Jiro heard something. Help me. Turning around, Jiro looked through the crowd of people running to see a brown-haired girl stuck underneath a slab of the destroyed building. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Uraraka tried desperately to free herself, but nothing was working. Her quirk, zero gravity, allowed her to float anything she touched with all 5 fingertips, but she had overused it, causing nausea. Help me. She pleaded out as students ran past her, but no one came to her aid. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad. I wanted to become a hero for you guys, but now, I don't think I'll make it. Just as Uraraka was about to give up hope, a voice called out to her. Hey, you alright? Looking up, Uraraka noticed that it was Jiro. I am here to help. Anything hurting? My ankle, I think it's broken. Uraraka then looked behind her to see the Titan robot rumbling toward them, destroying everything in its path. Leave, the robot is almost here. It's going to flatten you, said Uraraka as Jiro tried to lift the slab off of her. And no way. I'm getting you out of here, said Jiro as she strained herself. Unable to lift the slab, Jiro got another idea. Cover your ears. This might get loud. Uraraka nodded and did as she was told. Jiro then stabbed her earphone jack into the slab and began to channel her heartbeat through them. With a loud thum, the slab split into tiny fragments, freeing Uraraka. Alright, let's go. Jiro then grabbed Uraraka and then threw her arm around Uraraka's shoulder. Thank you, said Uraraka as they made their way towards safety. Don't thank me yet, explained Jiro. That Titan is still on our asses. The massive robot rolled its way down the main road towards the 2 girls. Jiro's eyes widened as it suddenly began to reach out for them. All hell. Closing her eyes, Jiro braced for the impact. And in that second that she thought it would all be over, Jiro could only think of Izuku. The Titan reached out for the 2, but just as it was inches from grabbing them, a loud buzzer was heard. Time's up. I hope you all got enough points. Those who are injured, please stay where you are. We will bring someone over soon. Jiro sighed as she slowly lowered Uraraka onto the sidewalk. Man, that was close. Now sitting on the floor, Uraraka grabbed her ankle. Sorry for making you help me, and sorry if I was heavy. Jiro shook her head. It's fine, just glad we are both safe. She then looked at Uraraka. You were kind of heavy, must be because of that rack. Damn, I'm jealous. Jiro instinctively compared them to her own. And well, there was no competition. In the end, they are just lumps of fat, but still. Would Midoriya like me more if they were bigger? Jiro's face turned slightly red as she thought back to when Izuku said she was cute. Oh my, your face is a bit red. Are you alright, dear? Asked an old woman with a walking cane. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. It's her you should be worried about. I think her ankle is broken, said Jiro, motioning towards Uraraka. Let me see. The woman then checked Uraraka's ankle. It doesn't seem to be broken, but it is sprained. Don't worry though, I'll patch you right up. The woman then kissed Uraraka on the cheek. And almost instantly the injury healed. Wow, that's amazing. Wait, are you Recovery Girl? That's right. Here, have some gummy bears. My quirk uses your body's natural response to heal, but it also makes people really tired, explained Recovery Girl. Uraraka nodded. Thank you so much. With that, Recovery Girl walked away from the 2 to treat others. Stay here and rest. If we're lucky, we might see each other again in the hero course, said Jiro. Yeah, thanks again for all your help, said Uraraka, bowing slightly. Don't mention it. See ya. Jiro then walked away to go change. Going into the lockers, Jiro changed back into her middle school uniform. As she was walking out of the locker room, she pulled out her phone. Now I have to wait an entire week to find out if I got in or not. This is going to be nerve-wracking. Maybe I should call Midoriya. Now standing outside of UAS gates, Jiro began to dial Izuku's number. As it was ringing, Jiro watched as a long black limo drove by. Sitting in the very back with the windows down was a girl with her hair tied back in a ponytail. For a brief moment, Jiro and the girl's eyes met. I didn't see her during the exam. I wonder who she was. Hey Jiro, Earth to Jiro, you there? Asked Izuku through the phone. Jiro snapped back to reality. Oh, sorry about that, just got distracted. So anyway, I just finished up the entrance exam. Really? So how did you do? Asked Izuku excitedly. Honestly, I couldn't say. They didn't say much, but I have to wait for a week for the results to come through the mail. Jiro then suddenly heard a loud crashing sound. What was that? That was some junk I was cleaning up at the beach. Looks like I didn't stack it right and it almost crushed me, explained Izuku. You're working out already. Are you sure your arm is all healed up? Asked Jiro, concerned. Oh, is someone worried about me? Teased Izuku through the phone. Jiro blushed slightly. I'm kidding, but if you must know, yes, my arm is healed up. Good, so how about I join you? We can work out together, proposed Jiro. That's cool, but you should rest. You just took UAS entrance exam. Rest up for today. We'll train tomorrow, said Izuku. Jiro thought about it. Well, I am a bit tired from fighting the robots. Alright, fine, tomorrow it is then. Alright, see you there. Later, Jiro. With that, Izuku ended the call. As Jiro looked at her phone, she couldn't help but smile. He's such a dork. With Izuku. Izuku was at the beach and he was working out, kind of. Well, it was more Venom having fun than anything else. Venom wasn't happy. After his fight with All Might, he'd begun to be more aggressive. Currently, tentacles were sprouting from Izuku's back and grabbing every bit of trash around him and throwing it. This had been going on for about 45 minutes. After the phone call, Venom stopped. Better? Asked Izuku. Better, responded Venom. Good, let's head home for today. I want to get a look at that list of names and quirks. I don't want to get caught off guard by some random hero, said Izuku as he got up. Agreed, and next time we will kill All Might. Izuku sighed. He's already kicked our ass twice. Do you really think we can take him? Yes. Izuku raised an eyebrow. All we have to do is get in closer. For now we lay low. We can't risk running into All Might again. If we do, we might be separated, said Izuku. We will never let that happen. Good. Glad to hear we are on the same page. Come on, let's go home. I'll buy some chocolate on the way home. Seeing that Izuku would buy chocolate in large quantities, the store owner, who was a very old man, would special order some for Izuku and sell it to him at a slightly discounted rate. Walking into the store, Izuku went straight for the register. Hey, Mr. Lee. Appearing behind a comic book was a man with white hair, a well-trimmed mustache, and wearing signature Cartier Venom sunglasses. Midoriya, here for the chocolate I see. Izuku nodded. Yes, sir, Mr. Lee. Excelsior. It's in the back. Just let me grab them for you. With that, Mr. Lee went off to grab Izuku's order. As Izuku was waiting, the door chime suddenly rang, signaling someone's arrival. Heads up, we got company. Before Izuku could even turn around, something cold was pressed up against his head. Don't move, kid, unless you want to die. Now, give me your wallet. The man's hand turned into a blade and was now up against Izuku's neck. Can I eat this one? Asked Venom. Izuku sighed. You know what? Sure, you can eat this guy. He's trying to mug me, so that means he's done it before. Just try not to leave a mess. It will only cause problems for Mr. Lee. And if that happens, we might not be able to buy chocolate from him again. What? No more chocolate? Alright, fine. No mess, but I'll make this one suffer, explained Venom. Didn't you hear me? Give me your wallet. Now, demanded the robber. Today's not your day. You should have left when you had the chance, said Izuku. Can't you feel my quirk? I'm going to slice your head off if you don't give me your wallet, yelled out the robber, but Izuku wouldn't move. Fine, I'll just take it from your body. Raising his arm, the robber was about to slice off Izuku's head when a black hand appeared from his back, stopping the blade. What? Covering Izuku completely, Venom appeared. The mere sight of him made the robber tremble in fear. You have caught me in a bad mood. What the F are you? Yelled out the robber as he activated his quirk again on his other arm. The robber tried to slice Venom's face, but Venom simply opened his mouth and bit the blade, shattering it. That was rather rude. Now I will take my frustration out on you. Picking up the man, Venom began to slam him against the wall, floor, and shelves of the store. Venom, what did I say about a mess? Yelled out Izuku. Venom stopped. Looking around, he looked at the mess he created. Soda cans, candy, chips, and bento boxes scattered the floor. The shelves that once stood were now toppled along with their goods. Oh, right. He then raised the robber by one leg. At this point, the man was barely conscious and bleeding profusely from his body. See, this is your fault. Whatever, I'm going to eat you. Opening his mouth, Venom bit the head off the man before swallowing him whole, leaving no trace behind. Alright, Midoriya, here's your chocolate. Mr. Lee appeared from the back to see that his store was a mess and Izuku was still standing behind the counter. Raising his glasses, Mr. Lee looked at Izuku. Midoriya, what happened? Oh, you know. Izuku was trying to come up with a good excuse. An earthquake. Mr. Lee blinked a couple of times. Guess I didn't feel it. Must be my age. Izuku couldn't believe it. Holy shit, that worked. Come on, you're not that old. Here, let me help you with the cleanup. Getting to work, Izuku helped Mr. Lee pick up the mess he created. Now done. Izuku took out his wallet to pay for the chocolate, but before he could grab the money, Mr. Lee put his hand up. Nope, no charge. Not after you helped me. Are you sure? I can still pay you, offered Izuku. It was my fault anyway. I won't accept it. Please, Midoriya, take it. Seeing that Mr. Lee wasn't going to give it up, Izuku sighed. Since you put it that way, I accept. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Grabbing the big box of chocolates, Izuku bowed and left the store. 1 week later. All right, Jiro, you ready? Asked Izuku as he wore his workout clothes. Jiro nodded. Yes. Good, now go. Jiro then jumped at Izuku and tried to grab him. Izuku jumped back only to have Jiro's earphone jacks appear in front of his face. Izuku's eyes widened, but he soon leaned back, dodging the earphone jacks. Not bad, you're getting better, said Izuku as he put his hand on the floor and kicked his legs up. His target, Jiro's stomach. But as his feet were inches from hitting her, Jiro wrapped her jacks around his leg, stopping his momentum. Thanks, but you should really stop talking and hit me. Flinging her jacks, Jiro caused Izuku to flip in the air. Landing on his feet, Izuku stood up and looked at Jiro. I would hit you, but I don't want to hurt you. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Well, that's just sexist. Just because I'm a girl you think I can't take it? No, that's not what I meant. I know you can take it. You're strong, I know that, and so do you. But you lack one thing, explained Izuku. And what's that? Asked Jiro. Appearing suddenly in front of her, Jiro panicked and tried to stab her jacks into Izuku. But before she could, Izuku disappeared once again and reappeared behind her. Jiro tried to turn around, but before she could, Izuku swiped her legs, causing her to fall. As she fell, Izuku then grabbed her arm and twisted it back. With a thud, the two fell to the floor with Izuku on top of Jiro. You lack confidence. Jiro tried to break free of the arm lock, but found that Izuku was using his weight against her. All right, I give. Now can you please get off of me? This position is a bit. Izuku smirked as he leaned down and whispered into her ear. A bit what? Tell me. Blushing, Jiro began to squirm around. I mean people might get the wrong idea. Chuckling, Izuku got off of Jiro and offered her a hand up. You may act tough, but you have a sensitive side, don't you? Grabbing his hand, Jiro pulled herself up. Shut up. Izuku put his hands up. All right, I'll stop. So, any word from UA yet? Jiro walked over to her water bottle. No, not yet. It's been a week, so the notice should come any day now. That's when it happened. Jiro suddenly got a call on her cell phone. Digging into her bag, she found her phone. Hold on, it's my mom. Jiro then picked up the call. Hey mom, what's up? Kyoka, it's here, said Mika with excitement in her voice. What is? Asked Jiro. The results for UA. It just arrived. Jiro's eyes widened. Speak of the devil. All right, I'll be home soon. Don't open it, said Jiro as she hung up the phone. Looks like the results are in. Really? That's pretty convenient. So I guess you'll be heading home? Asked Izuku. Jiro nodded. Yeah, I need to see if I passed or not. Although, I'm really nervous. Hey, I'm sure you did amazing. Just be more confident in yourself, said Izuku with a smile. Seeing Izuku's smile actually calmed Jiro down. Thanks, Midoriya. I know this is going to be a bit weird, but I would rather open it with you there. For some reason you calm me down. And with you there I'd feel a lot better. Are you sure? I mean, I don't mind, but what about your parents? Asked Izuku. Jiro shrugged. They won't mind, I think. Well, if you're sure then I'll go, said Izuku. Awesome, let's go. With that, the two then began to pack up their stuff and head towards the station. After getting on in a 20-minute ride, they arrived at Jiro's stop and walked to her place. Now standing in front of a 2-story house, Izuku began to feel nervous. What's wrong? Asked Venom. You're nervous. Of course I'm nervous. A girl just invited me to her house. This is the first time this has happened, explained Izuku. Don't be a bitch and get inside already. This is just pathetic. All right, fine. Geez. For a weird alien you sure like to criticize. Are you coming, Midoriya? Asked Jiro as she stood at the door. Snapping out of it, Izuku nodded. Yeah, sorry about that. Fair warning, my parents can be a bit weird, so keep that in mind. Walking in, Jiro announced her presence. Mom, I'm home. Turning the corner, Mika appeared holding the envelope in her hands. It's about time you showed up. I was starting to. Mika stopped when she saw Izuku standing beside Jiro. Oh, Izuku bowed. It's nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Mika smiled. Well, aren't you well-mannered? My name is Mika Jiro. Nice to meet you too, Midoriya. All right, enough with the formalities. You got the letter, Mom? Asked Jiro. Mika raised the letter. Right here. Jiro grabbed the letter. Awesome, let's go, Midoriya. We'll open it in my room. Izuku followed, but as he passed Mika he quickly bowed. Sorry about this. Mika couldn't help but smile as the two went upstairs. Well, would you look at that? My little girl is growing up. I wonder what her father will say once he finds out she brought a boy over. Now in Jiro's room, Izuku looked around to find it filled with instruments, but mostly guitars. I see you really like guitars. Sitting down on her bed, Jiro sighed and turned to Izuku. I told you, remember, my parents are musicians. Also, don't just stand there, take a seat. Can you really play all of these? Asked Izuku as he pointed to a piano. Jiro wrapped the ends of her earphone jacks around her finger in a nervous fashion. I know the basics, yeah. Wow, okay, now you're just showing off, said Izuku as he sat on a desk chair. Yeah, whatever, that's not important right now. Jiro then lifted up the envelope. This is important. The two looked at the envelope for a minute. So are you going to open it? Asked Izuku. With her hands shaking, Jiro nodded. Eventually, just let me mentally prepare myself. Closing her eyes, she began to take deep breaths in an effort to calm herself. Izuku rolled his eyes. Oh, for God's sake. Getting up from the chair, Izuku walked over to Jiro and snatched the envelope out of her hands. Snapping her eyes open, Jiro looked at Izuku. Hey, give that back. As she tried to reach for it, Izuku moved the envelope out of the way. Let's open it now. The more you drag things along, the more anxious you'll get. No, wait, yelled out Jiro as she grabbed Izuku by the arm and pulled. Not expecting it, Izuku fell towards the bed and now was on top of Jiro. The two looked each other in the eyes. She hadn't really noticed, but Izuku's eyes were really green. So is this your plan all along? To get me in the same bed as you? Teased Izuku. Jiro blushed. And no, I wanted to get this. Jiro held up the envelope, showing that she managed to take it back. That surprised Izuku. When did you? Not important. Now can you get off before my mom shows up? Izuku nodded and sat beside Jiro. Thank you. With the envelope in her hands, Jiro still couldn't muster up the courage to open it. What if she failed? What if I didn't get enough points? What was she going to do if she didn't get into UA? All those questions and more kept popping into her mind, causing her heart rate to shoot up. Seeing that Jiro was nervous, Izuku placed a hand on hers. It's okay to be scared. But no matter what happens, no matter what that paper says, I'll be here with you. You understand? Jiro turned to Izuku and nodded. Yeah, thanks Midoriya, I really appreciate that. Now a little more relaxed, Jiro took a deep breath and ripped the envelope open. But instead of finding a letter, they found a metal disc. Izuku looked at the disc. What? That's it, a metal coaster. I was expecting more, said Jiro as she grabbed the disc. However, that's when it suddenly began to light up. Startled, Jiro dropped the disc. As it landed in between the two, a holographic projection of All Might appeared. All Might. Izuku narrowed his eyes. It's him. Easy, Venom. He's not here. This is just a projection, said Izuku. Is this thing on? Oh, it is. I am here as a projection. As you may or may not know, I am All Might. Now I know what you must be thinking. Why is the #1 hero making this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because you are looking at the newest UA faculty member. I will be teaching at UA this upcoming semester. I hope to teach the future heroes a thing or two. And that could be you, so let's find out, shall we? Jiro and Izuku both knew what was next. Clearing his throat, All Might grabbed a piece of paper off screen. Kyoka, Jiro. When it comes to the written part of the exam, I am pleased to say that you passed. Very good work. Jiro smiled at her accomplishment. See, I told you, nothing to worry about, said Izuku. However, as you know, that wasn't the only part of the entrance exam. You also had the practical. So let's see if you passed. You destroyed several robots, bringing your total to 38. Not bad, but sadly not enough. A frown fell over Jiro's face when All Might said that. But destroying robots wasn't the only way to earn points. We also had a secret category called Hero Points. As the name implies, you get points by doing heroic acts, and you, Jiro, did. You were the only one to jump into action when the other test taker was trapped. For your brave actions, you've earned an additional 40 points, bringing your grand total to 78, which is more than enough to earn you a spot in the hero course. With that being said, congratulations, Kyoka, Jiro, you passed. Welcome to UA. I hope to see you in a few weeks, so be ready and don't forget, plus Ultra. With that, the projection of All Might faded away. Izuku and Jiro sat in silence for a few seconds. Well, I think congratulations are in order. Right, Jiro? As Izuku turned, he was suddenly hugged by Jiro. It took a few seconds, but eventually Jiro noticed what she was doing and quickly broke the hug. Sorry, I didn't mean. It's fine. What's important is that you passed, said Izuku with a big smile on his face. Jiro nodded. Yeah, I still can't believe it. I'm actually going to UA. I'm proud of you, Jiro. Now, I think this calls for celebration. We'll do something later, but I think you should go tell your mom the good news, said Izuku. She probably already knows. She does have the same quirk as I do. But you're right, I should go tell them. But first, I do have one request. A sort of reward you can give me, said Jiro as she nervously played with her jacks. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Oh sure, whatever you want. Just tell me. Jiro turned to Izuku. Well, I want you to call me by my first name. Call me Kyoka. Izuku blinked a couple of times. Sure, if that's what you want. Alright Kyoka, but you have to call me Izuku. No more nicknames. Kyoka smirked. Not a chance, Jolly Green. Izuku sighed. It was worth a shot. Just you wait though, I'll think of a nickname for you. I will have my revenge. You are welcome to try Green Bean, but until then I'm going to keep calling you those nicknames, said Jiro as she got up from the bed. Izuku followed suit. Fine, whatever. Anyway, go tell your parents the good news. I'll see you later. Alright, right, come on, I'll walk you out. I wouldn't want my mom to start interrogating you, said Jiro. I will plead the fifth in any and all questions, and ask for my lawyer to be present, said Izuku in a joking manner. Jiro laughed. Yet that wouldn't work on my mom. She's like me but 10 times worse. Then I better not do anything dumb when she's around, said Izuku. A wise policy, Midoriya, said Mika as she appeared beside the stairs. Leaving so soon? Unfortunately, yeah. Jiro, I mean Kyoka here has something she would like to share. And it's better not to have someone who's not family here. Besides, my mom will freak out if I stay out too late, explained Izuku. Mika caught the fact that Izuku just called her daughter by her first name. I see. Well, it's best not to keep her waiting. It was a pleasure meeting you, Midoriya, even though our time was short. Izuku bowed. The pleasure was all mine. Thank you for having me. With that, Izuku opened the door and walked out of Kyoka's house. Kyoka stood there beside her mother. So, said Mika. Is he your? He's not my boyfriend, responded Kyoka before her mother could finish the question. Oh really? Then why did he call you by your first name? Questioned Mika. Kyoka looked away. Because I told him to, that's why. Remember the mall incident? Well, he's the one who saved me. Izuku switched spots with me and in doing so he almost died. Mika was a bit surprised. Kyoka was never this open. I see. Are you sure that's all? Kyoka turned to her mother. Yeah, why? Oh, nothing. It's just, you seem a bit different than usual, said Mika. Anyway, you should invite him over for dinner next time. If he saved you, we should thank him properly. Kyoka nodded. I'll ask him later. Good. So what was this news he was talking about? Asked Mika. Right. I actually got into UA, said Kyoka. Mika smiled as she hugged Kyoka. That's amazing, dear. I just knew you could do it. Thanks, Mom, answered Kyoka, slightly embarrassed. I'll make your favorite food tonight. I can just picture the look on your father's face when he finds out you got into UA. That and the fact that you have a boyfriend now, said Mika in a teasing manner. Kyoka blushed. He's not my boyfriend. Breaking away from the hug, she decided to go to her room until dinner was ready. Laying on the bed, Kyoka sighed. Well, at the very least, I'm not opposed to the idea. As Izuku got home, he had dinner with his mom and went to his room. Once there, he walked towards his desk and turned on his computer. Venom, the drive. A black tentacle then suddenly appeared behind Izuku holding the flash drive Shigaraki gave him. Plugging it in, and after a few clicks, Izuku pulled up the files on the heroes. We can use this, said Venom. Izuku smiled. Yes, we can. They won't even know what hit them. Once again, Kyoka stood at UAS gates, but this time not for the entrance exam. No, this time she was a student. Donning her UA uniform, she walked into the school. As she roamed the halls looking for Class 1A, she bumped into someone familiar. Oh hey, I remember you. Startled, Kyoka turned around to find Uraraka standing there. Oh, it's you. Ooh, I don't think I ever got your name, said Kyoka. Ochako Uraraka, it's nice to meet you, said Uraraka with a bright smile. Kyoka nodded. Likewise, the name's Kyoka Jiro. As the two walked inside the classroom, they were greeted by the sound of shouting. Please get your feet off of the desk, demanded a tall boy with blue hair and glasses. There with his feet kicked up on the desk and his chair leaning back was Bakugo. What are you, some stickler for the rules? Leave me alone. The boy in blue chopped his hand. We are in UA, one of the most prestigious schools in all of Japan. You should act with a bit more decency. Hey, isn't that the one boy that was uptight? Asked Uraraka. Kyoka nodded. Yeah, looks like he got into UA too. Looking around the room, Kyoka saw someone she recognized. There in the back, sitting alone, was the girl with the black hair. She's here, but I don't remember seeing her at the entrance exam. Strange. However, as the two girls stood at the doorway, a voice was heard behind them. If you are here to socialize, then you can leave now. Uraraka and Kyoka turned around slowly to find a sleeping bag on the floor. Suddenly the bag stood up, and turning around they saw the face of a very tired-looking man. Take your seats, class starts now. Kyoka quickly found her seat. As fate would have it, she sat beside the girl with the black hair. The sleeping bag then walked over to the podium in front of the glass. All right, welcome to UA. My name is Aizawa and I'll be your homeroom teacher. Now that introductions are out of the way, go get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me on the field. Everyone looked at each other confused. Did I stutter? Get moving, you have 10 minutes. Seeing that he was serious, everyone quickly went to get changed. As they changed, Kyoka couldn't help but look around at each of the girls and notice how much bigger they were. Clenching the uniform, Kyoka shook her head. Can't think about that now. Besides, it doesn't matter. Right? You all right, Jiro? Asked Uraraka. You look distracted. Kyoka snapped out of her trance. Huh, yeah, I'm fine. Just nervous, that's all. Hey, don't be, said a girl with pink skin, hair, and yellow horns on her head. We are in this together. Mina Ashido, by the way. Mina's right. It's the first day. I'm sure Mr. Aizawa won't do anything crazy. Ribbit, said a girl with long, straight, dark green hair. Suyu Asui, but call me Tsu. Well, since we are all introducing each other, my name is Toru Hagakure. It's nice to meet you, said a floating shirt. That's when the girl in black closed her locker. My name is Momoye Irazu. It's nice to meet all of you, and I do hope we get along. Now that they were all introduced, the girls looked over at the clock to see that they only had 2 minutes left. They quickly made it to the field to find all of the guys were already there, along with Aizawa. Good, now that everyone is here we can start. However, that's when Uraraka raised her hand. Mr. Aizawa, what about the orientation? We don't have time for that. If you are serious about becoming heroes, then you will spend all of your time here learning. Bakugo, think fast. Aizawa then threw a ball at Bakugo, to which he caught. What was your ball throwing score in middle school? About 50 meters, answered Bakugo. Aizawa nodded. Good, now throw it using your quirk. See that circle? Do whatever you want, just don't leave it. Bakugo smirked as he walked into the circle. Winding up, Bakugo flexed his arm, and throwing his arm forward, a large explosion rippled throughout his hand. Die, he yelled out as the ball was launched into the air. Kyoka blinked a couple of times. Why yell out die? Good, with this we can test your quirk's limits and see what you have to improve on. Turning around, Aizawa was holding a small device that displayed the distance Bakugo threw the ball, 705 meters. Whoa, this is awesome, said a boy with red hair. Right, we get to use our quirks as much as we want. This is going to be fun, said Mina, excited. That's when Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Fun, you say? Alright, how about this? Whoever gets last place will be kicked out of the hero course. 19 is a terrible number of students. I would rather have an even number. The class fell silent. What? You can't do that. It's barely the first day, said a tiny boy with purple balls as hair. I can and I will. UA gives teachers a lot of liberty when it comes to this. So now that you know what's at stake, let's get started, shall we? Kyoka's face turned serious. There's no way in hell I'm leaving this class, not after Izuku helped me get here. With eyes burning with determination, Kyoka took each challenge head on. Aizawa's little test consisted of sit-ups, push-ups, a 50-meter dash, a long-distance run, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, toe touches, and of course the ball throw. Safe to say Kyoka was exhausted by the end of it. She wasn't in the best of shape, but working out with Izuku did come in handy. She wouldn't be last at the very least. And now it was just down to her in the final test. Standing in the circle, Kyoka grabbed the ball. Normally she would throw it, but since she was allowed to use her quirk, she had a better idea. Jamming the ball into one of her earphone jacks, Kyoka channeled her heartbeat through the ball, causing it to launch into the sky. Turning around, Aizawa showed the screen. Not bad, nice work using your quirk in that way. Kyoka smiled at her score, 200 meters. Nice. Alright, everyone gather up. I am about to display the results of the test. Aizawa then pressed a button on the remote. A projection soon appeared that displayed everyone's position. Kyoka nodded. Hey, 10 out of 19 isn't too bad. At least I'm not last. However, that's when the short boy with purple balls as hair fell to his knees. This was Minta, and my dreams of becoming a hero for the ladies is over. Really? That's the only reason why you wanted to be a hero? Asked Kyoka with disgust. Minta gave Kyoka a glare but quickly went back to weeping. So that was all a bluff, said Aizawa. Everyone turned to Aizawa. What? Honestly, did you guys really think he would kick us out? Asked Momo. It was an obvious bluff to get us worked up. Aizawa nodded. Right you are. And now that you know what is at stake here or could be, I trust you will all be trying your best. The class nodded. Good. Go get changed and head to the orientation. The class quickly went off to change, but as Kyoka was changing, she let out a sigh of relief. If I did get kicked out and Izuku found out, he would have been upset. That's when one of the girls, Mina, threw an arm around Kyoka. Oh, who is this Izuku? A boyfriend, perhaps? Kyoka turned red. Did I say that out loud? And no, he's not my boyfriend. He's just a friend. Mina smirked. Right, a friend. Well, we just met, so I won't push this too much, but you best be prepared for later. Kyoka laughed nervously. I already get the feeling this is going to be a long year for me. With Izuku. Izuku was bored out of his mind. Currently he was sitting in class. He was after all going to high school. The school started 1 week earlier, so they were already in the swing of things. He really didn't want to be here, but he did promise Inko that he would go to high school. He was feeling a bit under the weather, but Izuku choked it up to the changing season. Sitting in history class, the teacher was going over something. He wasn't really paying attention. Instead, he tried to distract himself by looking out the window and thinking of ways he could use the information Shigaraki gave him against the villains. We shouldn't waste our time here, said Venom inside Izuku's mind. I know, but this is what normal people do. We go to school. So have you thought of ways to fight the heroes on the list? Asked Izuku as he twirled a pencil in his hand. Most are not a problem. The one called Eraserhead should be easy. Midnight, as she's called, is also easy prey. Her quirk is tricky, but if we stop her before she releases the toxin, we should be fine. Of those on the list, only 2 pose any real threat, explained Venom. Let me guess, Present Mike and All Might, right? We can deal with Mike, but All Might's power and speed is something we can't take on, said Izuku. I agree, but from the information in the notes, he does seem to have a weakness. Izuku stopped twirling his pencil. He does. What is it? Asked Izuku. From what I gathered, All Might has some sort of injury on his body that has made him considerably weaker these last couple of years. If we can find this weak spot, we can exploit it. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Easy, Izuku. We know you hate him, but we'll have our chance soon enough. Izuku closed his hand, causing the pencil to break in his hands. I'll make him pay for shattering my dreams like that. Midoriya, you with us? Asked his teacher. Izuku looked up. Yeah, I'm here. Good, so can you tell me when Constantinople fell? Asked the teacher. Izuku stood up. May 29th, 1453. The Ottomans took down the city after a 53-day siege. The teacher was surprised. He thought Izuku wasn't paying attention. Correct. Sitting back down, Izuku went right back to looking out the window. I wonder what Kyoka is up to. 1 week later, Izuku stood at the top of a building overlooking the city wearing a black hoodie. The heroes, they haven't gone after me lately. Why? It seems that our last encounter was different, explained Venom. You mean those men with guns? Those men were part of a group. YTC was it? Said Izuku, remembering back. The very same place where we formed our bond, said Venom. I'm glad you remember us. I think it's time we had a chat, Venom, said a voice behind Izuku. Startled, Izuku turned around. As he did, Venom covered Izuku completely. How did this guy get behind us? I do not know, but if he was able to do that, he must be dangerous. Shall we kill him? Asked Venom. Wait, if he wanted to attack us, he would have already. Let's see what he has to say first, said Izuku. Who are you, and what do you want? Asked Venom as he towered over the man. The man walked up to Venom and fixed his tie. Like I said, I'm here to talk. Venom growled. Then speak, but if we find what you have to say annoying, we will kill you. The man laughed. To think you became this violent. That's to be expected. You did kill all of our other test subjects. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kenshin Yaoyorozu, CEO of YTC. Izuku's eyes widened. It's really him, but why is he here? And why did he say that you killed the other test subjects? What is he talking about? Nothing, don't worry about that, answered Venom. We know who you are. You forced us to bond with the others. Treated us like a lab rat. Venom then reached out and grabbed Kenshin by the neck. Lifting him up, Kenshin struggled to breathe. Wait, I said I was here to talk. Let me do that. To the both of you. Venom narrowed his eyes. Venom, don't kill him. Throwing Kenshin to the ground, Venom stood over him. Get on with it already. Grabbing his neck, Kenshin began to cough. I'm here to offer the boy inside you a chance to give you up. Of course it won't be free. I am ready to offer you 1 billion yen. All the boy has to do is hand you over. Venom laughed. The boy would never trade us for money. If that's all you have to say, then I'm leaving. However, just as Venom was about to leave, Kenshin stood up. He doesn't know, does he? What's happening to him? Venom stopped. Oh, I see. You never told him what you do to your hosts. Venom, what the hell is he talking about? Asked Izuku nervously. It starts off small. Tiredness, loss of concentration, violent outbursts of anger, but soon the symptoms become worse. First the liver fails, then the kidneys, followed by the lungs, and finally the heart. Kenshin laughed. You kill every host, even those with a so-called perfect host. Venom roared, causing the split to splatter across Kenshin's face. Shut up. You know nothing. We can fix him. Kenshin smiled. We both know that's a lie, a farce you tell your host to gain their trust. In a fit of rage, Venom smacked Kenshin across the face, sending him flying back across the roof. Do not come near us anymore. If you do, your entire company will be burned to the ground. With that, Venom jumped from the roof. As he was, Izuku finally asked, is it true? What he said, is it true? Venom stopped atop a light pole. No, they are all lies. We would never do that to you. You cannot start doubting us, Izuku. Without us, remember, you are nothing. We gave you power, we gave you purpose, and we can be the ones to take it away. Remember that. Let's just go home. I'd rather stick around here any longer, said Izuku as they made their way back home. However, just as they were about to go home, Izuku got a call on the phone Shigaraki had given him. We are ready. Meet us at the location we are sending you at 12 p.m. We have a job for you, is all Shigaraki said before hanging up. Now at home, Izuku didn't say a word. Instead, he went straight to bed. Tomorrow he was finally going to pay back the debt he owed. Back on the roof, Kenshin was helped up by his men. Are you okay, sir? Kenshin nodded. Standing up, he straightened his tie. I'm fine. So, did the camera work? One of the men nodded. Yes, sir. The camera on your tie captured it all. Kenshin smiled. Good. Send everything to the lab and have them analyze it all. The next day, Venom was swinging from building to get to his designated point. A while later, he finally landed on top of a warehouse. Making his way inside, he noticed that it was empty. What is this, some sort of prank? Asked Izuku. However, as Venom looked around, a black portal opened up in the middle of the warehouse. From it appeared Kurogiri. Venom, good, you're here. Please follow me. I will take you to the hideout. Nodding, Venom walked into the portal and once again found himself in the bar. Shigaraki sat on a stool. I thought you wouldn't show up. A deal is a deal, and we don't break our word. Now tell us, what are we going to do? Asked Venom. We are going to take down All Might, said Kurogiri. Venom's eyes widened. Can you do it? Can you really kill him? We can and we will. Besides, we won't do it alone. Now as we speak, several dozen minions are assembling. They are pawns but useful. You, on the other hand, will take down All Might along with one of my master's creations. Snapping his fingers, a portal opened up behind the villain, revealing a tall, muscular, bird-faced monster. Venom, meet Namo. Created for the sole purpose of killing All Might. Still a bit taller than the creature, Venom could tell it was special. This thing, it was once human, was it not? I'm surprised you can tell. But yes, this thing was once human. But after some experiments, he lost all of his humanity and turned into this, explained Kurogiri. However, that's when Venom transformed his arm into a blade and sliced the Namu's arm off. The monster screeched out in pain. What the hell are you doing? Asked Shigaraki, furious. It cuts so easily. Can this thing really take down All Might? Asked Venom. But in that moment, Izuku noticed something. Venom, look, it's healing. Venom watched as the Namu began to regrow its arm, and in seconds he was as good as new. Perhaps I underestimated this thing. What else can it do? It has All Might's strength and speed, along with super regeneration, and one other quirk. But these quirks, not even All Might will be able to take him down, said Shigaraki with a smile. If it means we get to kill All Might, then let's go. It's about time we made him pay for what he did to us, said Venom as his tongue whipped around. Kurogiri, take us, ordered Shigaraki. Remember, All Might is our target. Everyone else you can do as you please. Or better yet, kill them. Nodding, Kurogiri focused and opened a portal for the several dozen minions, and then one for them. Walking through it, Venom was temporarily blinded by the light of the sun. When his eyes adjusted, he noticed he was inside a dome. Where are we? This is the USJ, one of UAS many facilities. Thanks to my sources, we found out that he would be here today along with the hero course, said Shigaraki. Kurogiri, make sure they don't leave. Disappearing in a black cloud, Kurogiri went off to do what he was told. Izuku couldn't believe it. The hero course, then that means. Looking towards the entrance, Izuku could see a group of scared kids, and in the crowd stood Kyoka. And no, we can't do this anymore. Kyoka is there. Venom surprisingly agreed. But if we attack Shigaraki, he might unleash that beast on us. I don't care. We have to stop Shigaraki. With Kyoka and her entire class now stood in fear as villains began to appear from the center plaza. There were attempts to call for help, but signals were being blocked. Standing in her hero costume, which consisted of a black jacket that ended at her waist and sleeves of her arms, she also wore a pale red shirt, a choker, and big boots that acted as speakers to plug her earphone jacks in. Man, I didn't think we would deal with real villains this early. Everyone stay back, ordered Aizawa as he lowered his goggles. 13, get the students out of here. 13, another hero accompanying them nodded. Right, Mr. Aizawa. What are you going to do? Asked Uraraka, worried. Don't worry about me. I got a few tricks up my sleeve for situations like this. Now go. Aizawa then jumped down the stairs and towards the villains. Aizawa was taking down several villains at a time thanks to his quirk that erased other quirks. That, and combined with his superior fighting style, he found himself taking on a large number of enemies and winning. As he fought, however, he caught a glimpse at Venom. Aizawa's eyes widened. What is he doing here? Did Venom join them? As he took down the few that remained in the plaza, he then turned his attention to Shigaraki. Wow, most impressive, Eraserhead. You managed to take down my pawns, but you won't be able to take down my secret weapon. Eraserhead, meet Namu, specifically designed to kill All Might. Namu, kill him. The Namu roared as it stomped its way towards Aizawa. He tried to use his quirk but found that it didn't even slow down. But that's when Venom grabbed Shigaraki by the arm. You didn't say we would be attacking students. What about All Might? He's supposed to be here. You will wait until he shows up, said Shigaraki. Venom growled. We don't take orders from you. Annoyed, Shigaraki tried to reach for Venom, but Venom quickly jumped back. You know, Master said you could be of use to us. But honestly, you're nothing but a nuisance, just like those kids. I wonder what would happen if you were to face some of them. That's when a portal opened up from underneath Venom, causing him to fall through it. Now that that's out of the way, we can finally focus on your Eraserhead. With Venom opened his eyes to find that he was several meters in the air and falling. Turning, he noticed that he was falling towards the direction of a mountainous area. Missing the edge of a cliff, Venom thought fast and dug his claws into the stone to slow his fall before completely stopping. Damn that Shigaraki. He's going to pay for what he's done. We'll get our chance, but for now let's get out of here. We can't afford to fight any of the students, said Izuku, as Venom began to climb up the cliff. Jumping up, Venom landed on a ledge. However, before he could even survey the area, 2 black balls hit him in the chest. Venom looked down. What? That's when the 2 balls suddenly began to flash red and beep. What followed was 2 quick explosions that caused Venom to screech out in pain. Venom's chest split open with black fibers wiggling around the wound. Who dares? That's when someone came out from behind one of the rocks with a metal bow staff in hand. Take this, they yelled out as they jumped into the air and kicked Venom in the face. Unfazed, Venom simply grabbed the person by the leg and tossed them aside. Sliding to a stop, Venom noticed that it was a girl with black hair, and who was wearing a rather revealing hero outfit. She must be one of the hero students. Don't hurt her, let's try to convince her we are not with them, suggested Izuku. Venom put up his hands. Wait, we don't want to fight. The girl looked at him weird. What? You came here to kill us, did you not? We came here against our will. We were forced here, explained Venom. I have nothing against you, so we'll just pretend we didn't see you. The girl thought about it, but before she could answer, a sound wave ripped through the ground. Don't fall for it, Momo. He's trying to lower your guard, yelled out Kyoka as she stuck her jacks into the ground. Kyoka, damn it, why now of all times, said Izuku as Venom jumped forward and avoided the rocks. Momo nodded. Right, I can't believe he almost got me with his tricks. Venom landed behind the 2 girls. We weren't tricking you. Just listen to us. But Momo was done talking. Jiro, I'll distract him once I do hit him with a sound blast. Kyoka nodded. Right. With sparks coming off her arm, Momo began to create something. Once she was done, it materialized as a container. Throwing it into the air, it exploded, causing a smoke screen. Stop, we don't want to hurt you. That's when from within the smoke, javelins appeared. Venom dodged out of the way, but everywhere he went the javelins would appear. How can she see us? As Venom pondered that question, a javelin came in and stabbed him in the shoulder. It did nothing, so Venom pulled it out and threw it back at Momo. The projectile landed centimeters from Momo's feet. I said no hurting them. That was too close, yelled out Izuku. Fine, we'll just knock her out then. Venom then heard beeping sounds. What? Looking on the cliff he was on, Venom noticed several little bombs stuck to the side. That's when Izuku put it together. She never wanted to hit us, she just wanted to distract us. Venom tried to jump out of the way, but just as he pushed off the wall, the bombs went off, sending him tumbling towards the ground. The explosions did some damage, but Venom was back on his feet in a matter of seconds. That's it. I warned you. Playtime is over, growled Venom as he reshaped his hand into a Morning Star weapon. But before anything else could happen, a massive sound wave hit Venom, forcing him to his knees. Venom screeched out in pain as the black suit began to vibrate. However, it wasn't enough to force Venom into Izuku like the other times. Venom slowly began to get up, and taking a step he managed to walk. It slowed him down, said Momo. Hit him again. Kyoka nodded and plugged in the other earphone jack into the speaker on her boot. The second sound wave hit Venom, and this was the one to force Venom to the floor. See, can't hold on. Don't you dare, Venom. Not right now. I need you, said Izuku as Venom began to peel itself off of Izuku. I'm going in, yelled out Kyoka as she made her way closer to Venom, which in turn just made things worse for him. The 2 girls watched as the black suit began to disappear, revealing Izuku underneath it. Now just a few feet away, the sound wave knocked Izuku seemingly unconscious. Kyoka stopped her quirk. Did we get him? Momo nodded. I think so. However, that's when she noticed that thing. It's just like what father was looking for. With his head on the ground, Momo and Kyoka looked at Izuku. His hair is really green, isn't it? Asked Momo. Kyoka's heart began to race. Why, yeah, he looks young too. Almost our age if I had to guess. Grabbing his shoulder, Momo flipped Izuku so they could get a good look at his face. So this is the face of the vigilante known as Venom. Kyoka's eyes widened. There on the floor laid Izuku. I knew it. I didn't want to believe it was you. Momo raised an eyebrow. Jiro, do you know him? But before Kyoka could answer, Izuku suddenly snapped his eyes open. Getting up fast, he grabbed Momo by the face and slammed her to the ground. Kyoka didn't even have time to react when Izuku grabbed her and pushed her to the ground. Now on top of her, Izuku looked Kyoka dead in the eyes. So what do you plan on doing now? Are you going to bite my head off? Asked Kyoka. Izuku's breathing was heavy. Why, you know I won't do that. Not to you. Really, cause I don't even know who you are anymore, said Kyoka. Why are you with the villains? Izuku looked away. I owed them a favor, and I didn't know they were going to attack you, or you. If I had known that, I wouldn't have agreed to join. Kyoka narrowed her eyes. How do I know you're not lying again? Izuku was about to respond when all of a sudden his heart rate began to increase. Grabbing his chest, Izuku got off of Kyoka and began to stumble backwards. Kyoka got up and immediately was worried. Izuku, what's wrong? I don't know. However, as he spoke, Izuku suddenly spit out blood. What Kenshin said was actually the truth. With blood running down the corner of his mouth, Izuku suddenly fell forward, hitting the dirt hard. Kyoka ran to his side. Izuku, what the hell is going on? Izuku struggled to speak. Venom. Kyoka didn't understand, but one thing she did understand was that her friend was hurt and she needed to help him. She then heard footsteps. Looking up, Kyoka noticed that Momo had gotten back up. Momo, help me get him up. Why are you helping him? He's a villain, leave him, said Momo, confused. He's not a villain. He's my friend. Please, Momo, I can't leave him, said Kyoka. Momo looked at Kyoka and knew that she wouldn't give it up. Sighing, Momo nodded and began to help Izuku up. Now leaning up against Kyoka, they slowly made their way towards the plaza. As they were walking, Izuku spoke. Why, your hero costume? I like it. Kyoka smiled. Shut up and save your strength. I'll get you out of here. Then we are going to have a nice long chat. Izuku chuckled. I'd rather die. Kyoka looked ahead. If you live, I might do it myself. Down at the plaza, Aizawa had lost. Even with his skills, he was no match for the Namu. This was apparent by the fact that he was lying face down in a pool of his own blood. Grabbing his head, Namu forced Aizawa's head up. Blood ran down the hero's face as he groaned in pain. Shigaraki smiled seeing this. The Namu is even better than Master said he was going to be. As Shigaraki boasted, Kurogiri appeared beside him. Kurogiri, I assume the children won't be a problem anymore. 13 is down, and most of the students are scattered. However, they managed to fight back and one even escaped, explained Kurogiri. Shigaraki began to scratch his neck. What? You are lucky, Kurogiri. If it weren't for the fact that you are our way out, I would have killed you by now. Taking a moment, Shigaraki calmed down. Oh well, seems like it's game over. Let's go. Suyuasui, a female student of Class 1A and mine to a small short boy, floated in the lake just behind the villain. They could do nothing and watch as their homeroom teacher was beaten. Thinking they were undetected, they began to swim along the edge of the lake to try to get to safety. However, as they were, Shigaraki turned to them. If we can't kill All Might, we'll just kill as many students as we can. Faster than either student could react, Shigaraki appeared in front of them with his arm outstretched. Sue's eyes widened. She had seen those very same hands disintegrate part of Aizawa's elbow. She could only imagine what it would do to her. But as Shigaraki grabbed her face, he noticed that nothing was happening. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Looking back, Shigaraki saw Aizawa looking at him with glowing red eyes. He had just erased his quirk. The Namu grabbed Aizawa by the hair and slammed him back into the pavement, breaking more bones. Sorry kids, not even your teacher will be able to save you now, said Shigaraki as he once again reached for Tsu and Mainta. This time, however, Tsu and Mainta suddenly felt something wrap around their costumes. They then suddenly felt themselves being pulled away. Shigaraki's hand missed. Now what? He yelled out, frustrated. Looking over to the left side of the lake, he noticed Momo had created 2 grapple guns. Handing one to Kyoka, they both managed to get their classmates out of harm's way. Pulling with all their might, the two managed to get them ashore. You two all right? Asked Kyoka. They both nodded. Thanks to you two, Ribbit, said Tsu as she untangled the wire around her chest. She then noticed Izuku leaning up against a rock. Who is he? Long story. Right now we need to head towards the exit, said Momo. However, as they turned to leave, their path was blocked by the Namu. Kyoka looked up. Horror filled her face. Aw crap. Namu, kill them, ordered Shigaraki. The Namu roared as it raised its massive fist. As it brought it down, Momo tried to create something to shield them, but she wouldn't make it in time. The 4 students braced for whatever was coming, but that's when Izuku sprung into action. Even though Venom wasn't surrounding him, Izuku jumped in front of the punch. He knew he couldn't stop it, but if he took the hit head on, Izuku would help them. With a loud boom, the Namu's massive fist slammed against Izuku's entire right side. The hit rocked Izuku's body, shattering bones on impact. With blood flying out of his mouth as he flew, Izuku then slammed against a tree, forcing him to a complete stop. Kyoka couldn't believe it. Izuku. Running over to him, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Laying on the floor motionless was Izuku, a broken, bleeding, and mangled mess. Some of the fingers of his hands were broken. His arm was snapped in 2, and his legs faced the wrong direction. Izuku, no, why the hell did you do that? Asked Kyoka as she panicked. I couldn't let him hurt you, said Izuku as he struggled to breathe. You have to run, go, run. But Kyoka shook her head. I'm not leaving you. How sweet, then you can both die together, said Shigaraki. Namu, kill them both. Nodding, the Namu began to walk towards Kyoka and Izuku. I'll leave now, repeated Izuku. But Kyoka refused to move. She was going to stay and fight. Moving her jacks towards her boots, she was about to plug them in when someone told her to stop. Don't. Sound is harmful to us. Do not let out another sonic attack. The Namu was now in front of Kyoka. With its massive claws ready, it brought them down towards Kyoka. She closed her eyes and got ready for the pain, but to her surprise there was none. Instead, she heard the screeches of the Namu as it roared in pain. Opening her eyes, Kyoka noticed that it had black tendrils stabbed into its torso. Looking back at Izuku, she noticed that he was partially covered in a black goo. Izuku, get behind me, said Izuku as he forced himself up. How are you standing? Asked Kyoka. Venom, he healed me, but not fully. Most of my body is still damaged, but I can move and that's what matters. With half his face covered in venom, Izuku lifted his arm and flung the monster away from them. You won't touch her. Shigaraki couldn't believe it. A kid. Venom is just a kid. We aren't just a kid. No, we are Venom, said Izuku as half of his voice distorted into Venom's. With venom dripping from his body, Izuku stared down the Namu. You stay away from her. The Namu roared. Shigaraki laughed. Do you honestly think you can fight us? You're barely able to stand. How do you expect to fight? But since you acted so heroically, I'll give you a hero's death. Namu, kill him. With loud thumps, the Namu ran towards Izuku. Izuku, we should leave. We can't take on his monster right now, said Venom. Izuku gritted his teeth. Shut up. You're no longer in control. I am. And you will do as I say. With his partially covered arm, Izuku created a tendril that grabbed a rock from the mountain zone. Bringing it back, he smashed it against the Namu, but it did very little to slow him down. Raising its massive hand, the Namu took a swipe at Izuku. Thinking fast, Izuku concentrated venom on his legs and jumped back. Namu punched the ground hard enough for it to crack, which sent pieces of rock flying all over the place. Shit, all I can do is dodge. I can't get close enough. He then looked over at Shigaraki. If I can't take this thing down, I'll just have to take you out. While in midair, Izuku threw his arm forward and created a razor-sharp spike that headed towards Shigaraki. However, just as it was feet away from hitting, Namu caught up to the spike and grabbed it. Pulling on it, the Namu caused Izuku to be lifted off the ground and towards the creature, plucking Izuku out of the air. The Namu now had a hand around his neck. Good, very good, Namu. Now, kill him, ordered Shigaraki. The Namu roared as it slowly began to squeeze Izuku. Feeling his internal organs smashing against each other, Izuku knew he needed to do something, and fast. Creating a spike, Izuku stabbed the creature, but it wasn't letting go. That's when Izuku heard a crack coming from his ribs. Kyoka watched in horror as the person she cared about was being squeezed to death. Damn it. Momo, I need those smoke bombs. Momo looked at her curiously. Why? No time. Just give me some, ordered Kyoka. With Izuku, he no longer had the necessary air to scream. With blood running down the side of his mouth, Izuku smiled. Well, at least it took something that was meant to kill All Might to kill me. The Namu roared as it was just about ready to finish Izuku off, when all of a sudden smoke bombs exploded around it. The monster looked around confused. Izuku was also confused, but it was clear what was going on when from the smoke a sonic blast hit them both. As the smoke cleared, Kyoka stood there with her jacks plugged into her boots. Sorry about this, Izuku, but this is going to hurt both of you. The sound wave was strong enough to cause the Namu to loosen his grip on Izuku. Feeling this, and in extreme pain, Izuku managed to free himself. Falling to the floor, he was still being bombarded with the sound blast when someone came flying at him. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed he was now being dragged in midair. Looking back, he noticed that it was someone with blonde hair. Landing on the ground, the person threw Izuku. You have a lot of explaining to do, Deku. Recognizing the voice, Izuku's eyes widened. F off, I don't need to explain anything to you. Getting up, Izuku was now face to face with Bakugo, his old bully. Looks like you grew a pair, huh, Deku? Asked Bakugo as a small explosion rippled in his hands. Looks like you're still a D, said Izuku. As he clenched his hand, venom began to appear. However, before either one of them could do anything, Kyoka stepped between them. Hey, I don't know what the hell is going on between you two, and right now I really don't care. Why? Because of that giant monster. You want to fight? Do it after we get out of here. That's when two other students joined them, Todoroki and Kirishima. Hey, who's the new kid? Asked Kirishima. Izuku blinked a couple of times. She's right. I don't have time to waste on you or your ego. If we want to live, we have to work together. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Fine, but after this you're going to explain everything. That's when the Namu roared, turning everyone's attention back to it. Namu, it's time to stop messing around. Kill the kids before the heroes arrive. And make it hurt. Venom is mine. With heavy steps, the Namu ran towards the group. The others couldn't react in time, but Izuku could. Seeing that it was aiming for Kirishima, Izuku activated Venom and wrapped a tendril around the student's waist, pulling him away. Don't get sloppy, I'll slow it down. Once I do, you guys attack. But just as he put Kirishima down, Izuku saw something appear from the corner of his eye. Leaning back, Izuku managed to dodge Shigaraki's hand. Impressive, but the students won't even last a minute without your help. Izuku jumped back as Shigaraki took another swipe at him. Damn it. Without Venom fully functional, Izuku was relying on only a fraction of its powers. He couldn't take on both Shigaraki and the Namu. Wake up, Venom. Wasting no time, Todoroki put a protective ice shield around them. His quirk gave him the ability to use ice and fire, but he rarely used his fire. Now what? Asked Kyoka, as the Namu began to hit the ice. We need to think of something, said Kirishima. That's when Momo had a plan. Todoroki, how much more can your ice hold out? Not long, it keeps breaking it, explained Todoroki as every time an ice wall would shatter he would put another up instantly. Let it in. We'll use this space to attack it. Once it gets inside Kirishima, Bakugo, use your quirks to distract it, said Momo as the Namu shattered the final ice wall. However, the plan they had quickly fell apart when the creature moved faster than any of them could react. Getting up close, the Namu grabbed Kirishima by the arm and flung him towards the ice. Kirishima already had his hardening quirk active, so he smashed right through and landed outside the ice shell. Todoroki tried to put another ice layer around them, but the Namu simply smacked him across the face. Todoroki, yelled Momo as she watched him slide to a stop. In a fit of rage, Momo activated her quirk. It would normally take some time to create something that was bigger than herself, but in that instance Momo created a large cannon. Pulling a string, she fired, which launched a massive cannonball at the monster. With a loud boom, the ice surrounding them shattered as smoke filled the air. Izuku was jumping around when the smoke finally cleared. He smiled when he saw what had happened. Seems like that monster isn't so tough after all. Shigaraki turned to find the Namu with his arm missing. No. Namu. Momo, who was exhausted due to her quirk, fell to her knees. We win. However, as the students enjoyed their victory, Shigaraki smirked. Is that what you thought I'd say? Please, no one, not even All Might, can stop the Namu. That's when Izuku saw it. The Namu was regrowing its arm at an accelerated rate. Within a few seconds it had already grown back a new one. Momo was horrified. That's not possible. The Namu roared as it ran towards the cannon, and with one swing of its arm it shattered it into pieces, which were then sent flying at Momo, hitting her. Momo, yelled Kyoka as she laid on the ground. Just then Bakugo appeared. Die, he yelled out as he fired a massive explosion above and at point-blank range. The area was filled with fire and smoke. Izuku shielded himself as he could feel the heat from the fireball from where he was. However, even before the smoke cleared, the Namu reached out and grabbed Bakugo out of the air before slamming him to the ground. Hitting the floor hard, Bakugo spit out a bit of blood when all of a sudden the Namu stomped down on Bakugo's chest. The ground underneath Bakugo began to crack from the impact of the Namu's foot. Izuku, who at the moment was barely able to dodge Shigaraki's hands, thanks to Kurogiri's portals, it was getting increasingly difficult, but that's when he saw what happened. Well, he deserved that. However, his tone of voice quickly changed when the Namu kicked Bakugo away and began to walk towards Kyoka. No, don't get distracted, said Shigaraki as a portal opened up underneath Izuku. Falling, Izuku looked down to see he was heading towards Shigaraki. Shit, leave me alone, Izuku yelled out as he created a black fist and extended it down, hitting Shigaraki in the face. Kyoka stood with her jacks at the ready as the massive beast rumbled towards her. Come Kyoka, you got this. She then looked around at her fallen classmates. Okay, maybe I don't got this. But before Kyoka could do anything, the Namu suddenly appeared in front of her. Taken by surprise, Kyoka tried to plug her jacks into her boots, but then the Namu grabbed her legs and picked her up. Now dangling upside down, the Namu reached out with his other hand and crushed the speakers. Kyoka screamed out in pain as the force was enough to reach her bones. Izuku's eyes widened. Kyoka, leave her alone. Shigaraki saw Izuku's reaction. You must really care for that one. I wonder what would happen if she were to die right in front of you. Namu. Nodding, the Namu flung Kyoka into the air. Seeing this, Izuku ignored Shigaraki, ignored Kurogiri, and ran towards Kyoka. Pulling Venom into his arm, Izuku used everything to create a tendril to get Kyoka out of harm's way. But it was too late. Throwing its razor-sharp claws forward, the Namu impaled Kyoka through the abdomen. "No!" yelled Izuku. With the tendril finally reaching Kyoka, Izuku pulled her towards him before reshaping his arm and punching the Namu across the face, which sent him flying several feet. Sliding to a stop, and with Kyoka in his arms, he looked at her to see blood running down 3 puncture wounds. No. Please, just hold on, said Izuku as he tried to place pressure on the wounds. Wincing in pain, Kyoka looked at Izuku. Man, this hurts. She then began to cough out blood. Don't talk, save your strength, said Izuku as he looked around in a panic. There has to be something here I can use to help you. With her strength fading away, Kyoka reached out and touched Izuku's face. Well, there is one thing. Come here. Leaning in, Izuku's eyes widened when all of a sudden Kyoka kissed him on the lips. After a few seconds, Kyoka pulled away. She laughed slightly. I never kissed a guy before ... It was nice. With those final words, Kyoka's hand fell to the floor. Kyoka, hey Kyoka, come on, please don't do this. Why, you still have to teach me to play the guitar right. Come on, wake up. Wake up, please, pleaded Izuku as tears ran down his face. As he grieved, Shigaraki's laugh filled the USJ. Ha. See, this is what happens when you cross me, kid. She may have been the first, but she won't be the last. And the irony of it all is that without you here, she might have just survived. Meaning, her death is on your hands. In the streets, people fear you, but in reality, you're just some kid in a black suit. Izuku put Kyoka down gently as he stood up as he stepped in a pool of her blood. You're wrong, said Izuku with his back turned. I'm not just some kid. That's when Shigaraki noticed something different about Izuku. What are you saying? As Izuku stood still, Venom began to appear throughout his body. But not in the normal way. Instead of covering his body all in one go, the Venom symbiote took a while and oozed his way up, starting from his chest. It then reached his arms when it began to drip off his skin like melted ice cream. Instead of his normal hands, once covered in venom, his hands turned to razor-sharp claws. Black sludge hit the floor underneath Izuku as Venom now covered his body, leaving only the face left. I am Venom, and I am going to kill you. Looking up into the sky, Izuku let out a blood-curdling scream before turning into an animalistic roar as Venom covered his face. That's when the Namu appeared, recovered from the hit Izuku landed. It too roared as the two now faced down each other, but only one had pure unfiltered rage fueling them. The two titans ran at each other, but just as Izuku got in close, black spikes began to appear from his body. The spikes launched towards Namu and stabbed into the monster's body. Then grabbing two of the tendrils, he pulled it towards him. Flying through the air, the Namu screeched in pain as Izuku transformed his arm into a spiked ball and hitting the Namu across the face. Staggering backwards, the Namu had no time to react when Izuku came in and began to punch the monster over and over again. With each hit, black sludge would splatter across the floor, along with the Namu's blood. I'll rip you to shreds, yelled Izuku as he slashed down the Namu's chest. However, with every cut Izuku made, the Namu would simply heal. You can't win, said Shigaraki. Namu has super regeneration and shock absorption. You'll get tired, Namu won't. Eventually you'll slow down, and when you do, Namu will kill you. The Namu then decided it was time to fight back. Faster than Izuku could react, a large hand smacked him across the face. A loud boom was heard as Izuku went flying through several trees. Izuku sat up, rubbing his cheek. I need to find a way to kill him, but my attacks on his body won't work. However, before Izuku could think of a plan, the Namu came in and drop-kicked Izuku to the ground. The cement floor caved in from the sheer impact. Now lying on the floor motionless, it seemed that the Namu had won. Good, very good, Namu. Now kill him. If we leave him alive, he could be a problem later, said Shigaraki. The Namu nodded, and then grabbed Izuku with one arm, lifting him off the ground. With his head hanging, the Namu then pulled back his claws. It was going to impale Izuku, just like it did with Kyoka. With a loud roar, the Namu thrusted his hand forward. But just as it was about to end Izuku, it stopped. Shigaraki was stunned. Namu, what are you doing? Kill him. But the creature did nothing. That's when Kurogiri noticed what was going on. Shigaraki, he's. Shigaraki moved to see what was going on. His eyes widened when he did. There, still in the monster's grip, Izuku was seen jamming his hand into the monster's mouth. If I can't attack you from the outside, I'll just do it from inside, said Izuku as he began to invade Namu's body with venom. Still, the monster wouldn't go down without a fight. Running towards a wall, the Namu smashed into it, hoping that Izuku would fall off. He didn't, but thanks to his body invading technique, the venom mask over his head was fading, which led to him being vulnerable. As they slammed through trees, walls, and buildings, Izuku began to bleed from his head, but he still hung on. Come on, die already. It was coming down to a test of endurance. Could Izuku kill Namu before he loses consciousness? Or would Namu kill Izuku before he destroys his insides? After a few seconds of struggling, the Namu stopped. Did the Namu do it? Asked Kurogiri. But the answer to that question would answer itself when all of a sudden the Namu began to shake violently. Then nothing, followed by the sound of popping. The Namu then fell to its knees as black venom began to spew out of every socket, crevice, ripping him all around his body. Now free from its grasp, Izuku too fell to one knee. That was exhausting, he said as his body was covered in bruises and cuts. Venom was now barely on Izuku's body. If it wasn't for that fact, he wouldn't be able to stand or stay conscious. Why, you bastard, yelled Shigaraki as he watched his master's creation defeated by the hands of his lowly street criminal. You'll pay for what you've done. Shigaraki was about to run at Izuku when all of a sudden the doors to the USJ exploded open. Fear not, students. Why? Because I am here. Standing at the door and ripping his tie out was All Might, the #1 hero. Shit, it's All Might. We can't win, Shigaraki. We have to retreat, suggested Kurogiri. No, not until this one is dead. Shigaraki ran at Izuku, but before he could even get close, Kurogiri opened up a portal underneath his feet. I'm sorry, but the master has entrusted me with your safety. I won't let him down, said Kurogiri. Kurogiri, let me go. I won't rest until Venom is dead. Do you hear me, kid? I'm going to find you and kill you with my own hands. Just you wait. With that, Shigaraki disappeared through the portal. With the danger now gone, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned towards Momo, who now had Kyoka's head on her lap, crying. Limping his way towards them, he stopped just short. Kyoka, I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you. The girl is still alive. There's still time to save her, said Venom inside Izuku's head. Izuku's eyes widened. Venom, what do you mean? We can heal her. You can use us, but if we do that, But before Venom could explain further, Izuku interrupted. Do it. I don't care what happens as long as it saves her, said Izuku, causing Momo to jump. Very well. Izuku then kneeled down and touched Kyoka's cheek. You might want to step away for a second, Izuku said, looking at Momo. Momo was confused but saw that Izuku's eyes were filled with sympathy. She nodded and backed away. Can you really do it? Can you save her? That's when Venom appeared around Izuku's hand and began to slowly wrap around Kyoka's body. Izuku winced in pain as he felt everything that Kyoka was feeling. I don't know, but I will try. Seconds passed and Venom now covered Kyoka's body except her face. With his other hand, Izuku felt her skin go cold. It's not working. Why isn't it working? We are still far too weak, explained Venom. Then do something, yelled Izuku. However, in that instance, he suddenly began to spit out blood. In order to save the girl, we must separate and fully bond with her. But to do that means you could die, said Venom. Izuku smirked. You are already killing me anyway. Do it. But Venom refused. Your life is much too important to throw it away for the girl. That's when Izuku snapped. Shut up. You will do what I tell you. Her life is important to me. Now do it. With no other recourse, Venom then shaped itself into what Momo could only describe as a violet-colored drape and covered Kyoka. But now that Venom left Izuku, the effects of battle and the damage Venom caused inside Izuku's body all began to hit him. With his vision blurry and his heart pounding, Izuku slumped over and got one last look at Kyoka before passing out with blood running down his injuries. Please, at least let her live. At the same time, All Might landed in the plaza to find Izuku on the floor passed out and his students limping out of where they were thrown but alive. What happened here, and who is this kid? He asked himself. Later, All Might in his buff form walked down the halls of a hospital. He then arrived at a door with armed guards outside. All Might, sir, they are waiting for you. Nodding, the hero was allowed in. Once inside, he was then met by more armed guards, all pointing their guns at a door. It's all right now, guys. You can lower the weapons, said All Might as he walked past them. All Might, the others are already inside, said one of the officers. Nodding, All Might went into the next room, where he found the pro-heroes, Midnight and Present Mike, along with Nezu sitting on the heroine's shoulder. All Might, how are the students? Asked Nezu. Some are hurt, but they'll live thanks to Recovery Girl, explained All Might. Nezu nodded. Good. Now what are we going to do with him? Everyone turned to find Izuku on a wall. Chains were strapped to his arms and legs to prevent him from leaving. But fortunately for them, Izuku was still asleep. First, we should find out who he is, Midnight said. Izuku Midoriya, age 14, quirk, none, said Recovery Girl as she read from her file. Just your normal high school kid. All Might narrowed his eyes. It really is him. He's the kid I met on the roof. I told him he couldn't be a hero. What about his parents? Have they been informed? Asked Midnight. His mother is on her way here. It won't be long before she arrives, said Nezu. Now the question is, how did the villains get a hold of him? If what the students say is true, then this boy is Venom. That is a very good question. Once he wakes up, he will have a lot of stuff to answer for, said Present Mike. However, in that moment, Izuku suddenly snapped his eyes open and began to thrash around violently. Kyoka, he yelled out as he pulled against the chains around his wrists. The heroes flinched but knew that the chains would hold him. However, their confidence wavered when black strings began to appear around Izuku's arms. Shit, hold him down, said Present Mike. The three heroes ran at Izuku, but before they could even get close, a black tendril appeared and knocked them all back. Damn it, said Midnight. Where's Kyoka? Yelled Izuku as cracks on the metal chains began to appear. He's going to break free, yelled out All Might as the chain around Izuku's left arm shattered. Thinking fast, All Might rushed Izuku, pinning his arm back onto the bed. Easy, kid, we aren't going to hurt you. But Izuku wasn't listening. Grunting and straining, venom appeared around Izuku's arm. That's when All Might could feel his arm being pushed back. He's strong. Just when Izuku was about to push All Might off, the hero pushed back, pushing Izuku back onto the bed. Young Midoriya, it's all right, you're safe. Young Jiro is also fine. She's in this hospital too. Hearing this, Izuku's eyes widened. He then began to calm down. I want to see her. Sorry, but that won't be possible, said Nezu as he walked towards Izuku. We have a few questions we want answered. Let's start with, how did you join the villains that attacked the USJ? Izuku relaxed. By chance, they gave me some useful information and I owed them. But I didn't know that they would be attacking UA students. Nezu looked up to see a green light flash. I see, so you were tricked. Alright, then answer this. How did you get this power? Your file says you are quirkless. Izuku stayed silent for a second. I suddenly manifested it. Once again, Nezu looked up, but this time a red light flashed. Want to try again? Thanks to your encounters with Eraserhead and All Might, we have a suspicion that your quirk is not actually a quirk. So I'll ask again, how did you get your powers? The heroes waited for a response, but instead they heard Izuku laughing. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I must thank you for telling me that Kyoka is here. Looking up, All Might was surprised to see that Izuku's face changed into that of Venom's. We can finally find her. Showing his teeth, Venom roared in the face of the #1 hero. Now with Venom completely covering his body, Izuku snapped the chains off of his arms and legs. All Might tried to hold him but suddenly felt something dig into his side. Looking down, All Might was surprised to see a spike going through his ribs, right where his weak point was. The hero staggered back as Venom pulled his spike free. "Sorry, All Might, but that one was personal." Knocking All Might over, Izuku jumped toward the other 2 heroes. Grabbing their faces, he slammed them against the floor, leaving only Nezu and Recovery Girl. "Where is Kyoka?" asked Izuku as he towered over the mouse bear. Being an animal, Nezu could tell when a predator was near him, and Venom was just that, a predator. "In the recovery wing, room 267, said Nezu. Izuku nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation." However, just as Izuku was about to go and take on the guard outside, he heard Recovery Girl's voice. "Wait, I don't know where or how you got those powers, but before I got here your organs were in tatters, almost as if they were being eaten from the inside out." Izuku stopped but didn't even turn around. "I know." With that, Izuku jumped toward the door, taking the officers by surprise. One by one, Izuku took them down, in non-lethal ways now that Venom was not in control, for now. Finally taking them all down, Izuku jumped on all 4s through the hospital, breaking the floor as he went. Izuku jumped from floor to ceiling, and even the sides of the wall. He then found himself in the recovery wing. Scanning the door numbers as he ran by, he finally came across room 267. Opening the door, he walked in to see Kyoka sitting up on the bed in a medical gown and looking out the window. "Kyoka," he said, happy to see her alive. Turning, Kyoka saw Venom standing there. "Izuku, or should I call you Venom instead?" Izuku let Venom retract into his body. "It's me, Kyoka, it's Izuku." Kyoka smiled. "I thought so." Without warning, Izuku went to hug Kyoka. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for all of that to happen." Kyoka, surprised, returned the hug. "You idiot." After a few more moments, the 2 finally let go of each other. "So when were you going to tell me that you are Venom?" asked Kyoka. Izuku chuckled. "I wasn't really planning on telling you." "I see, so I'll ask this." Kyoka's voice turned serious. "Are you a villain?" Izuku stopped and took a minute to think about that question. He then turned and looked Kyoka in the eyes. "I'm not, but I'm also not a hero. We are Venom." Kyoka sighed. "Why does it have to be complicated? Anyway, care to explain how I'm still alive?" "I was stabbed in the abdomen. I should be dead." That's when Izuku put up his hand, letting Venom cover it. "Honestly, I don't know. I just sort of trusted Venom on it. Though we did have to separate for a while to heal you." Kyoka thought back, and the last thing she could remember was pain. A pain on her abdomen. Then a strange warm feeling surrounded her. It almost felt like a kotatsu. And then a voice. "Kyoka, Jiro, you will not die today. If you do, he will be devastated." So live. When she woke up, she noticed that she was in a hospital bed. Kyoka touched her abdomen and felt no pain. What's going on?" "You're safe now, Miss Jiro," said Nezu, walking into the room with All Might. "What happened?" "The USJ, the class, is the class all right?" asked Kyoka, concerned. All Might smiled. "Everyone is fine, just a few broken bones and cuts, but nothing Recovery Girl can't fix." Kyoka nodded. "That's good. What about Venom? Where is he?" Nezu and All Might looked at each other. "He's here in a secure location of the hospital. He hasn't woken up yet." "I see," responded Kyoka with sadness in her voice. That's when All Might walked up to the bed. "We need to know, how do you know Venom?" I don't," answered Kyoka. "You don't have to lie. Your classmates have already told us everything. All we want to know is who and why Midoriya did what he did," said Nezu. Kyoka sighed. "All right, I'll tell you." Back in the present, Kyoka looked at Izuku. "And that's all I remember." "I see. Sorry for keeping it from you. I just thought if you knew, you'd just leave me," said Izuku. "Izuku, come here," said Jiro, motioning him to get closer. Confused, Izuku did what he was told. He was just within reach when Kyoka slapped him. Izuku's head whiplashed to the side. "Oh, that was for attacking my class. You may have not known who you were attacking, but you should have been better." Izuku looked away in shame, but just then he felt something else on his face. It wasn't another slap, but rather the calm, gentle hand of Kyoka. "And this is for saving me." Pulling on his face, Kyoka brought their lips together. Izuku's eyes widened for a second as he processed what just happened. A few more seconds passed and the two then pulled away. What followed was dead silence. Kyoka. But before Izuku could say anything else, Kyoka put her jacks to his face. "Shut up." Izuku smiled as he saw Kyoka blushing red. "You're cute when you blush." That only caused Kyoka to blush harder. "I told you to shut up." I know. Izuku then grabbed Kyoka's hand. But as they shared this moment, it was interrupted when Venom appeared from Izuku's back. "Sorry to break this up, but we have a problem." Kyoka jumped at the sight of Venom. "What the hell is that?" "Oh right, Kyoka, meet Venom," said Izuku. "Venom, meet Kyoka." Venom growled. "I know who she is. We were bonded for a short while, remember?" Kyoka blinked a few times. Wait, I thought you were Venom. And isn't that your quirk?" "Oh right, well yes and no. This little leech that is munching on me is named Venom." And technically I don't have a quirk. I wasn't born with one, explained Izuku. Hey, I am not a leech, said Venom angrily. If he's not a quirk, and you're not Venom, what is he? Asked Kyoka. I'll explain later, but first, Venom, what's the problem? Asked Izuku. There are several men with weapons headed this way. What are we going to do? Asked Venom. Can I eat them? No, not this time, said Izuku. He then turned to Kyoka. We are turning ourselves in. Let's see what they do with us. What? No, you cannot do this, yelled Venom. They will take you away from us. But that's when Izuku snapped. Shut up. Every second I spend with you is just another moment of my life that I suffer. Do you honestly believe that I would still want to be with you after I found out that you are eating me? Venom stayed silent. Right now I have control over you. And after we turn ourselves in, we are done forever. The door to the room suddenly burst open and armed men quickly all pointed their weapons at Izuku. Putting his hands up, Izuku sighed. I give up. Kyoka was surprised. Izuku, wait. But as one of the officers came in and put his hands behind his back, Izuku smiled. It's all right, Kyoka, I'll be fine. Sorry you had to fall in love with a terrible person. Goodbye. With that, Kyoka watched as they escorted Izuku out of the room. But she wouldn't let them. Barefoot Kyoka tried to go after him but was stopped right outside the door when someone placed a hand on her shoulder. Looking over, Kyoka noticed that it was All Might. I'm sorry, young Jiro, but you can't. Kyoka looked at the number 1 hero. But he saved me, saved the class. You can't let them just take him away. However, All Might could only shake his head. I'm sorry. But as they walked the halls of the hospital and towards an armored car, someone was watching him. The person pulled out their phone. We then got the image of a desk and a phone ringing. Kenshin turned his chair and picked up the phone. You better have a good reason for calling me, daughter. Standing in a corner of the hospital, Momo stood with her black eyes locked on Izuku. I found it. Kenshin stood up. Are you sure? Momo nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. The boy, he has it. In his office, Kenshin smiled. Very good, daughter. Where are they taking him? The police station, answered Momo. You've exceeded my expectations. I'll be there in an hour, said Kenshin. There's something else. Momo stopped mid-sentence. Yes, what is it? Asked Kenshin. Momo watched as Kyoka walked down the hall with All Might. It's nothing. With that, Kenshin hung up the phone and went to go down to the station, and Momo was left to think about what she just did. With several armed SWAT officers pointing their guns at Izuku's back and his hands cuffed with special handcuffs, the young boy was taken to an interrogation room. I don't see any logic in your actions, Izuku. We should just break out of here and deal with everything later, suggested Venom. But Izuku wouldn't have any of it. I told you to shut up, didn't I? I want you out of my body for good. Izuku was then seated on a chair and cuffed to the table. He was told to wait, and if he did anything that the guards would rush in and shoot him. Well, this is a fine mess I got myself into. Now everyone knows that I'm Venom. Izuku sighed as he waited for someone to walk in. After a few minutes, Naomasa, along with All Might. So this is Venom, huh? It looks like you were telling the truth, old friend, said Naomasa. I wish I was wrong, though. To think Venom would actually be this young, said All Might. Naomasa nodded and took a seat across Izuku. It's nice to finally meet you, Venom, or should I call you Izuku Midoriya? Izuku stayed silent. It says here that you are quirkless, but given your past encounters with All Might and most recently the USJ, it's safe to say that you do have a quirk. Izuku stayed silent again. He kept looking over at All Might, who couldn't even look at Izuku. What's wrong, All Might? Afraid to look at me? All Might turned and faced Izuku. Oh, I see, it's not fear that you have, rather it's shame, isn't? Now it was All Might's turn to stay silent. Do you even remember me? I do, responded All Might. And do you remember what you told me? Asked Izuku. All Might didn't want to respond. Izuku smirked at that. All I wanted was for at least some hope. After years of being called useless, if I could get the number 1 hero to believe in me, then there would still be hope. But no, you shattered that hope and told me I couldn't be a hero. That's when Izuku's face transformed into Venom, scaring both men. The clicking of guns were heard from the wall. Izuku calmed down and let Venom recede back. Sorry about that. I got a bit carried away. Naomasa fixed his hat. It's fine. So how did you come to possess this power? I found it, answered Izuku. Unknown to Izuku, Naomasa had a quirk that could tell if someone was lying. True, interesting. Are you and Venom 2 separate people? Asked Naomasa. No, unfortunately we are one and the same now, answered Izuku. Naomasa wrote everything down. Can you separate from each other? We can, but according to Venom our bond is strong and it would be a shame to separate, explained Izuku. Do you want to separate from Venom? Asked Naomasa. Izuku took a second and nodded. Yes, I recently found out that Venom is a leech. It's feeding off of me and killing me. No, I can fix you, said Venom. Let's leave and I can heal you. All Might then noticed how Izuku began to mutter. He's talking to you right now, isn't he? Izuku nodded. Yeah, every day, every minute, every second. I could even feel him moving around inside me sometimes. While it seems that you willingly didn't bond with Venom, You did go along with all the killings. While we sympathize, you must answer for your crimes, explained Naomasa. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter, I just want Venom out of me, said Izuku. The three then talked about Venom, who or rather what he was and why sound hurts him. But as Izuku was explaining, someone came in bursting through the doors. A tall man wearing a three-piece suit appeared holding a briefcase. Who the hell are you? Asked Naomasa. My name is not important. What is that? I am a YTC representative, and I am here to take this boy with us for immediate extraction of the symbiote, which, if I may add, belongs to us. The representative then reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. That is a court order stating that our property shall be returned and the boy will be placed under our custody. Thank you, gentlemen, but we'll take it from here. Izuku was surprised. Kenshin, you can't just take him. He just killed several people, protested All Might. We can and we will. Snapping his fingers, YTC tactical members appeared with guns. We will be going now. You may have the boy once we have taken the specimen from him. With that, Izuku was once again led out of the room and placed into a transport truck. A few minutes later, they arrived at one of YTC's warehouses. Going inside, Izuku looked around to find it was empty. Wow, do you guys have budget cuts or something? Mocked Izuku. However, that's when one of them came up to Izuku and hit him with the butt of his rifle so hard that he knocked Izuku out. Reawakening, Izuku found himself shackled from his arms and legs up against a wall. He also noticed that they were in a holding cell. What the? My. Hello again, Venom. Or should I say Midoriya. Walking towards him was Kenshin. Look at you. From what I heard, you took down several villains and one was strong enough to take down All Might. How did you do it? Izuku spat towards the direction of Kenshin. I see. Well, not like it matters anyway. Guess you should have taken my deal right. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Now to why we brought you here. Doctor. Yes, well you see we can't exactly remove Venom from his body. Kenshin's eyes bulged. At least not yet, sir. We are currently working on a chemical that will separate the two. How long will that take? Asked Kenshin. About a week, sir, explained the doctor. A week. Not good enough. We need to move faster. Everything is banking on if we can get Venom out of this kid, said Kenshin. You have 3 days. That's as long as we can keep him in our custody. I heard physical trauma will do the trick. See what you can do with that. Oh, and throw him in with the other one. This is not what Izuku wanted. He wanted to get rid of Venom but be tortured. On second thought, we are getting the hell out of here. However, just as he was about to activate Venom, a device was placed around his neck that emitted a high-pitched frequency. Izuku screamed out in pain as the sound coursed through his body. Oh, did I forget to mention? You won't be able to escape. Your first mistake was actually believing we would help you. With that, Kenshin walked out of the room as Izuku continued to scream. With Kyoka. After being fully healed, Kyoka was picked up by her parents and taken home. The car ride was silent. Her parents heard on the news that Venom was there and who he actually was. Once home, Kyoka went upstairs. Mika tried to talk to her, but Kyoka simply went upstairs. Let her go, she needs time to think, said Kyotoku. Mika nodded. I can only imagine what's going on through her head. To find out the person you like was lying to you. Throwing her stuff onto the floor, Kyoka went straight to her bed. Plopping onto it, she grabbed the pillow and held it tight. I don't know if I should be mad, happy, sad, or a combination of all three. She then thought back to when she kissed Izuku. Even thinking about it caused Kyoka to blush. Why did I do that? However, that's when it hit her. She quickly got up from her bed. No, now is not the time for this. Izuku is Venom, and he's killed people. But I already sort of knew. Ooh, I don't know what to think. Throwing the pillow at the wall, Kyoka laid down. I wonder if I could see him. As she laid in bed, something on her shirt suddenly began to move. Later that night, Izuku's screams still echoed throughout the area as they continued to activate the sound. After hours of this, the men working on him were tired. He's a tough son of a bitch, I'll give him that. Come on, let's put him in the cage. One of the men grabbed Izuku and began to drag him away. After a short walk, Izuku was thrown into a barred cell. The cell was squared and had metal iron bars on every side. The men walked away as Izuku slowly sat up. Man, that hurt, Izuku said. I get the feeling things are just going to get worse from here. Oh, you have no idea, said a voice from the other side of the bars. Izuku turned his head and could barely make out something in the darkness. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Who are you? That's when a pair of golden yellow eyes pierced the darkness. My name is Toga. Appearing from the dark was a girl with blonde hair and who had on a medical gown. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. That's when Izuku noticed the blood on Toga's body. What happened to you? Toga looked at herself as if she didn't know. She then gave a big smile, revealing the 2 fangs. Oh, don't worry about that. It's not my blood anyway. Not your blood. Izuku was now rightfully scared. Hey, you want to hear a secret? Come here and I'll tell you, said Toga as she signaled for Izuku to get closer. Every fiber of his being was telling him not, but somehow Izuku found himself being pulled in by her eyes. Now sitting on the floor and near enough to see each other, Izuku began to feel sick. Toga let out a giggle. You're pretty cute, much better than the last one. But if you want to know the secret, you'll have to come closer. Izuku inched his way closer. More, instructed Toga. More. Now almost touching the bars, Izuku was suddenly stabbed with a makeshift shiv across the top of his hand. F, yelled Izuku as blood now dripped from his hand. He tried to pull it away, but that's when Toga reached out and grabbed him. Pulling his arms, she managed to lick some of the blood from his hand. What the F? With all his might, Izuku yanked his hand free as Toga drank some of his blood. With blood around her lips, Toga blushed as her body quivered. Oh yes. Yes. This is what I've been looking for. Your blood is so sweet. Give me more. I want more. Toga tried to reach for Izuku again, but he was now far enough to where she couldn't reach him. You're one crazy beach, aren't you? I'm not crazy. I'm in love with you, Izuku. Oh, but you'll look so much better with more blood, said Toga as she pressed her face against the metal bars and smiled wide. The next day, Izuku wasn't able to sleep. Toga kept nagging him about getting his blood. Now morning, a group of Kenshin's men grabbed Izuku out of his cage and threw him onto a surgical chair. They strapped him in and tightened the restraints. That's when a man wearing a lab coat walked in. You know there are rules doctors have to follow. One of them is to never cause harm to a human being. Unfortunately for you, the thing living inside you isn't human, so that rule doesn't apply. So I am free to do what I want with you in order to get to it. Izuku's eyes widened as he watched the doctor reach for a scalpel. I'm going to cut you open until I find out where that thing is inside you, said the doctor as he walked over to Izuku. A few hours later, blood painted the floor as Izuku slumped forward on the chair. Blood dripped down his hands and legs as he sat there motionless. Well, that does it for the muscular system. Time to move on to the nervous system. Stop, please, begged Izuku as his breathing was heavy. Sorry, but I have orders. Unless you can give us Venom now, we can't let you go, said the doctor. He can't do it, said Kenshin, walking into the room. Once the perfect host is found, they can't separate under any circumstance. Izuku slowly raised his head to see Kenshin walking over to him. Never separate. He doesn't know I separated from Venom to save Kyoka. Any progress, doctor? Asked Kenshin. No, sorry. This one is troublesome, explained the doctor. I see. Kenshin then turned his attention to Izuku. Come now, kid. It's not too late to accept my offer. Tell you what, you can even work for me if you like. I'll pay you handsomely. Izuku stayed silent before ultimately spitting at Kenshin's face. Why, you little. Pulling his fist back, Kenshin punched Izuku in the stomach. That was just rude. Someone should teach you some manners. That's when Kenshin thought of something. You know, your cellmate has been talking a lot about your blood and how it tastes. And we do need blood samples. Let's have her do it. Izuku narrowed his eyes. F you. Kenshin smiled. Yes, let's do that. Take him away and throw him in with her. The guards nodded and began to drag Izuku away once again. Kenshin turned. Call me if there are any changes. The doctor nodded. Good, I'll be in my office. As Kenshin walked out of the facility, he looked around to see the area surrounded by buildings. They were in an industrial part of the city. After a drive, Kenshin arrived at HQ and went up to his floor. Now in his office, Kenshin went to sit down. What a nightmare. We need that symbiote in order to please the shareholders. As he swiveled on his chair, he suddenly got a call from the front desk. Mr. Yoarazu, your daughter is here to see you. Momo? Asked Kenshin, confused. Oh, that's right, I told her to arrive. Very well, send her in. The door to his office swung open as Momo walked in, taking a few steps before she stopped in front of Kenshin's desk. Father, daughter, I assume you thought of something you'd like. I did say you deserve a reward. So what will it be? Asked Kenshin. Momo thought about it. In the future, I would like to have some friends over to the house. Kenshin leaned on his desk, his elbows hitting the top. Oh, and for what purpose? To study, explained Momo. Working in groups can significantly improve my grades and help those who need it. Besides, they are my friends. Kenshin hummed. I see, very well. You and your friends may use the house to study at a later date. Momo bowed and nodded. Thank you, father. With that, Momo turned and began heading towards the door but stopped short. Actually, I have a question. The boy, the one with the symbiote, how is he doing? Kenshin smiled. He's being treated at one of our labs and we are actively trying to extract the parasite from him. That reminds me, Good woke up on telling us who it was. You did good, daughter, remember that. Yes, thank you, father. I will be taking my leave now. With that, Momo walked out of the room. Walking towards the elevator button, she clicked it and with a ding the doors opened up. Walking in, she felt the elevator moved. He's not helping him at all. Father must be torturing him in order to separate them. 2 days since the attack. It was now nighttime and Kyoka wasn't feeling well. Her body was on fire and it felt as if her heart was going to beat out of her chest. Laying in bed, she tossed and turned. What's happening to me? She asked herself. Kyoka tried to call out to her parents but no words came out. She then managed to get to her feet and stumble her way towards the door. Her vision was blurry and her equilibrium was off. Kyoka tried to reach out for the doorknob but instead found herself falling. With a thud, Kyoka hit the floor. Her breathing was now erratic and her chest rose in an uneven beat. I am scared. Izuku ... help ... However, as she closed her eyes, Kyoka suddenly heard a voice. "There's no need to panic. We are here." Snapping her eyes open, Kyoka couldn't believe it. There's no way. That's when a black substance appeared from Kyoka and began to cover her completely. The last part to be covered was her eyes. "We need your help, Kyoka." With that, a black goo completely surrounded her. Standing up and hitting the ceiling, Kyoka stood with Venom covering her. Looking at her hands, the two now bonded and let out a roar. Kyoka's parents, who were downstairs, felt as the entire house began to shake, followed by the roar. The two quickly ran up the stairs, but as they were, a loud boom was heard. Making it to Kyoka's room, they noticed that their daughter was gone. "Kyoka, where is she?" asked Mika. Kyotoku looked at the destroyed room. I don't know." Jumping from building to building was a dark shadow. Landing on the roof of one, the creature rolled before jumping once again. Latching itself to the side of a building, it began to climb until it reached the top. With one powerful jump, the creature jumped from said roof. That's when a spotlight passed them. There in the air was Kyoka, covered in venom. Her design was completely different from Izuku's. She still had the large, narrow white eyes, but she also had some extra stuff. 2 punk rock bracelets had appeared around her wrists with large black spikes coming out of them. She also had what appeared to be a belt and shoulder pads, also with black spikes around them. But the most surprising thing was her earphone jacks. They were also completely covered, but the ends were turned into small blades. As Kyoka dived off the roof, she had to ask, How are you with me and not Izuku?" "Izuku and I separated in order to save you. We were going to bond again, but that's when we noticed something. Your classmate, the one called Momo. She is the daughter of Kenshin. That man has been trying to get his hands on me since he lost me. That's when Izuku came up with a plan in order to get to him," explained Venom. Kyoka put 2 and 2 together. "You guys faked wanting to separate, and Izuku allowed himself to be taken into custody. He knew Momo would tell her father and come for him." "Yes," confirmed Venom. "Wait, but Izuku said you were killing him. You were eating him from the inside out, weren't you?" asked Kyoka. "Wait, are you doing that to me now?" "No, while it is true that I eat organs and such, I never once touched Izuku. Our bond was too great for that. Besides, I could heal him whenever I wanted. The same goes for you. While our bond isn't the best, I can control myself," explained Venom. "Izuku doesn't know that, does he?" Venom stayed quiet. "Why not tell him? He thinks you're killing him." "Control," said Venom. "The more he thought we were harming him, the more we could control him. I didn't want him to leave us, so we lied, making it seem that if he left us, he would die." Kyoka was surprised. "You manipulative piece of shit. Izuku trusted you. You gave him power after no one, not even All Might, believed in him." She then noticed something. "Wait, how do I know that?" "It's because we bonded. I retained my previous host's memories and emotions. What Izuku has seen and knows, you now know," explained Venom. Landing on top of a train station, Kyoka now had to ask, "Where are we going?" "To save Izuku. Right now he is being tortured by Kenshin in one of their warehouses," said Venom as he stood looking at the lights. "What? Let's go. And why did you take so long to bond with me?" "We could have saved Izuku yesterday," said Kyoka. "We couldn't. Thanks to your quirk, the bonding process was much more difficult. Besides, we were still weak from the USJ. But now we are healed up. Just don't use your quirk. It really is deadly to us," explained Venom. Kyoka agreed. "Fine. All right, let's go save Izuku." "Where to?" "His location is just a few miles from here. But we must hurry. Right now only a tiny bit of me is inside Izuku. Once they find out I am not with him." That's when Kyoka finished that sentence. "They will kill him." Kyoka steadied herself. "All right, let's go. Fair warning, things can get ugly," said Venom as they jumped onto a moving train. Underneath the Venom suit, Kyoka smiled. "I can handle ugly." With Izuku sitting in an empty room and chained to a chair, Izuku waited. Toga was being brought over to his location for another torture session. "Last chance, Izuku. Give me the symbiote and this can all end," said Kenshin over the intercom. Izuku smirked. "You want it? You'll have to try harder than this." "Don't worry, we will." "Come on, Izuku, don't be stupid. You don't have to go through this. Just give Venom up and we'll let you go," said Kenshin. "You want Venom? All right, fine, here, have him." That's when a black ooze leaked out of Izuku's mouth and hit the floor. The black blob thrashed around before falling over. "Oops, guess it died." Kenshin couldn't believe it. "You don't have the symbiote? Then who does?" That's when the door to the room opened up and in walked Toga. "Hey, don't be so rough on me." "Change of plans, Toga. You are free to do what you want with him, but make sure he tells you where the symbiote is," ordered Kenshin. "Symbiote? What the heck is that?" she asked. "Whatever, as long as I can get some blood, it doesn't matter." That's when from the ground a pedestal appeared with several knives and surgical scalpels. "Use those and make sure it hurts," said Kenshin. Toga smiled, showing off her fangs with pleasure. Grabbing one of the knives, Toga began to walk towards Izuku. Since he was tied to a chair, Toga sat on his lap. Toga then slid the knife across Izuku's cheek. "I'm going to love this." With a quick movement, Toga slashed across his face enough to draw blood. Toga's body shivered at the sight. Leaning in, she blushed as the aroma of his blood hit her. Yes, this is what I've been wanting for so long. Now Izuku, give it to me now, she yelled out, raising the knife high into the air. However, just as she was about to stab into Izuku, a loud siren was heard blaring through the building. Kenshin looked around. What is going on? Sir, someone has breached the perimeter. One of his men came over the intercom. Oh God, they are killing us all. Kenshin slammed the desk. Who is it? The man on the line fired his gun. Die already. Sir, it's V. That's when a loud crunching noise was heard, followed by radio static. Alpha 1, do you copy? Asked Kenshin. Alpha 2. Anyone? What the hell is going on? In the room, Izuku began to laugh. Man, this is really great. To think you all fell for that. What do you mean? Asked Kenshin. Izuku turned towards the glass. You still haven't figured it out. If Venom isn't with me, where do you think he is? Kenshin stood upright. And no. Yes, said Izuku as the entire room began to shake violently. Toga looked around, but before she could even move, the wall to the room imploded. Izuku ducked as pieces of the wall flew past him. Toga, however, wasn't that lucky. The force of the wall being knocked down was enough to send her flying. Slamming against the wall, Toga struggled to get up. What was that? Smoke and dust filled the room. The wall in front of Izuku was now destroyed. From it, a tall figure appeared. Hey Izuku, miss me? Izuku smiled at the sight of Kyoka. I am both very happy to see you and slightly turned on by the sight of you. Is that weird? I think that's weird. Walking towards Izuku, Kyoka's earphone spikes launched themselves towards the glass. With little effort, the glass shattered and went through, stabbing into Kenshin's shoulders. As they dug into him, his body was picked up and pinned against the wall. It turned out that Kenshin was about to press a button that activated a high-pitched screech in the room. You stay right where you are. We'll deal with you later. Pulling her jacks free, Kyoka then turned her attention back to Izuku, but as he looked his way, a knife suddenly appeared and slashed her neck. Kyoka's head whipped back as her symbiote opened up on her neck. Toga landed on the ground with her knife in front of her. Izuku is mine. I won't let you take him. Pulling her head back, Toga watched the wound on Kyoka heal. Yours. Izuku isn't yours. He's mine. Throwing her arm forward, Kyoka grabbed Toga tight. She tried to break free, but right now Kyoka was too strong. Let me go. Kyoka then smiled, showing her razor-sharp teeth. Okay. Kyoka then threw Toga towards the wall. With a loud thud, Toga smacked into the wall near the hole, causing part of the wall to fall on top of her. Blood then ran out from underneath the pile. Now that there are no more interruptions, I believe it's time to leave. Reaching down, Kyoka grabbed the restraints and snapped them with ease. Thanks, Kyoka. Izuku tried to stand up but found that his body was too damaged. Izuku fell forward, but before he could hit the ground, Kyoka caught him. I got you. Guess it's my turn now to save you. I guess it is, said Izuku as Kyoka picked him up and carried him princess style. Okay, this is embarrassing. They walked towards the hole in the wall, but as Kyoka walked past a piece of metal rebar that was sticking out, managed to snag and rip a piece off the symbiote. The black sludge then landed onto the pool of blood that belonged to Toga. With alarms and lights blaring out in the compound, the black sludge suddenly twitched. Outside, Kyoka had taken Izuku away from that god-awful place. After a good while of running, they found themselves back on the beach, the one covered in trash. Finding an old sofa that was on an incline, Kyoka gently put Izuku on it. Izuku groaned in pain as he finally relaxed. Thanks, Kyoka. That's when Venom retracted from Kyoka's face. You idiot. I thought I wasn't ever going to see you again. Sorry for making you worry, Kyoka. And sorry for lying to you. But Kenshin needs to be stopped, said Izuku. Don't worry, he won't be able to come after you for a while. That goes for you too, Venom, said Kyoka. Really? Why? Asked Izuku, confused. Kyoka smirked. We sort of destroyed all of his hard drives and erased all mentions of you or Venom from his servers. Izuku smiled. That's my girl. If you two are done, I'd like to go back into a more compatible person, said Venom, appearing behind Kyoka. He's really annoying, isn't he? Joked Kyoka. Izuku laughed. Tell me about it. So you ready? Nodding, Kyoka then leaned in and kissed Izuku on the lips. As their lips met, Venom began to move from Kyoka back to Izuku. After a few seconds, the transfer was complete and the two pulled away. Was kissing the only way of doing that? Asked Izuku. No, but it was the option I chose. So deal with it, said Kyoka. Now back with Izuku. Venom went to work on healing his wounds. Kenshin really did a number on you, huh? Not to mention that crazy girl, said Venom. Izuku shivered. Don't remind me, that girl was crazy. She was all about blood. She even drank some of mine. Apparently she fell in love with me. Kyoka's eyes widened. What? Man, I should have done more to her. Kyoka, relax. There's no need to go around killing her, explained Izuku. Besides, I doubt we'll see her again. In the meantime, we should get you home. Kyoka then watched as Izuku got up from the bed, now fully healed. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Venom sort of destroyed my wall when we bonded. He did what now? Asked Izuku. Venom, is this true? Appearing from his shoulder, Venom looked like a sad puppy. Yes, but it wasn't on purpose. The bonding process was much more difficult. It was painful for her, but I tried to make it not so. Izuku sighed. I don't really get it, but you should apologize. And don't worry about the organ eating. I know you can heal me. Nodding, Venom turned to Kyoka. Sorry, it won't happen again. Yeah, and let's keep it that way. It felt kind of wrong having you inside me, said Kyoka. Well, what's done is done. Let's go home. With that, Venom appeared around Izuku. Let's go. Nodding, Kyoka jumped into Izuku's arms and the two took off into the night. A few minutes later, the two arrived at Kyoka's house. Retracting Venom, Izuku landed in front of the house, and here we are. He then saw the pile of debris on the side of the house. I see what you meant. Yeah, man, after tonight I'll sleep like a log, said Kyoka as she yawned. But as they walked towards the door, Venom and Izuku suddenly sensed something. Izuku. Quickly turning around, Izuku transformed and outstretched his arm in front of Kyoka. Kyoka, get behind me. Not knowing what was going on, Kyoka looked around frantically. What, is it Kenshin? Izuku shook his head. It's worse. That's when something suddenly came crashing down in front of them. As the smoke cleared, a man similar size to Venom appeared. Easy, kid, we don't want to fight, said a loud booming voice. Then what do you want? All Might, asked Izuku. The dust settled, revealing the number 1 hero standing there. Izuku flexed his arms, causing spikes to appear, ready to fight. Like All Might said, we want to talk, said a small voice. There, sitting on All Might's shoulder, was Nezu. So what do you say? Want to talk, or do you want to punch your way out? Izuku knew he could defeat All Might if he played his cards right. But with Kyoka next to him and the fact that they were inside a neighborhood, Izuku ultimately decided to talk things out. Okay then, tell me. Nezu hopped off All Might's shoulders. Well, it's more of a proposition. How would you like not spending a day in jail? Izuku now stood in front of Yue with All Might standing behind him. It was your dream to come here, right? Asked All Might. Izuku turned to All Might. It was. But that was before you crushed my dreams. All Might frowned. I know what I did to you was terrible and I shouldn't have said it. But please let me make it up to you. If you feel bad now, then you shouldn't have said it before. The only reason why I'm here and not leaving is because of Kyoka, so be thankful for her, said Izuku. The night before, Izuku was able to go back home much to the police's protests. That is until they found out that Nezu talked to the police chief to work out a deal. Izuku would be able to leave but was now under UAS jurisdiction. It was unknown at the time what the police got out of that deal. Walking into the school, Izuku was shown to Nezu's office. They walked in to find him behind his desk. Ah, Midoriya, it's good to see you. Glad you can make it. Izuku scoffed. Not like I had much of a choice, seeing as you sent All Might to my house, not to mention the other heroes looking at me from afar. Nezu smiled. Yes, well, you can't expect us not to have someone watching you. Can I offer you some tea? No thanks, but some chocolate would be nice. The other one gets rather angry if he's not fed, explained Izuku. Right, All Might, if you will, bring us some chocolate, instructed Nezu. But sir, if I go you'll be left alone with him. That's something I can't allow, protested All Might. But Nezu simply put up his paw. I'll be fine. I trust you won't do anything, Midoriya. Izuku sat back in his chair. That depends on you, Nezu. I won't do anything if you won't. That means clearing out your other guy too, said Izuku, looking up to the roof. Well, I'm surprised you could tell. Mike, if you will. Jumping down from the ceiling was present Mike. That's better. You have my word, no harm will come to you, said Izuku. With his insurance, All Might and Mike were ordered to leave. All right, cut to the chase, Nezu. Why am I here? Nezu put his elbows to the desk. It's simple, really. I'd like for you to become a student here at UA. The hero course, to be exact. Izuku was shocked. What? I'd like you to join the hero course here at UA, repeated Nezu. It took a few moments to process what Nezu was saying, and after getting his head on straight, Izuku just had one question. Why? Nezu jumped off of his chair and walked around the desk. I know what All Might said to you. I also know what happened during middle school and with Bakugo. Let me assure you that type of behavior is not allowed in my school. Yet he's here and I'm the one being called a criminal, retorted Izuku. Bakugo will be dealt with, believe me, but I do believe he has potential to grow, to mature, and to become a hero, said Nezu. That being said, I also believe that of you. They asked Izuku, confused. Do you know how many people I've killed? No, but I know the type of people they were. Thieves, drug dealers, violent offenders, violators, arsonists, basically those with nothing to contribute to society. Honestly, you've eliminated a problem and struck fear into the hearts of criminals. We take them down with the ideals of justice and heroes. But you take them down because they deserve it, explained Nezu. Get to the point, Nezu, said Izuku. I know all of this. I bet you do. I'm also willing to bet that you even have followers that believe what you think was right. Why don't you show them that once again, but here, as a hero student? I want you to join my school and become a hero, said Nezu. Izuku, there has to be a catch to this. He wouldn't just ask us to join, said Venom. Izuku agreed. While this sounds all good on paper, there has to be a catch. So what do you want in exchange? Nezu smiled. We want you to stop the killings. You are no longer allowed to kill. Follow that simple rule and you will have UAS backing. that will keep you safe from the police and others that might want to harm you. This is too good to be true. Stop killing and I get immunity from the cops. What do you say, Venom? Asked Izuku. Venom growled. I don't like it. This rodent is still not telling us something. But his deal does seem enticing. I will leave the decision up to you, Izuku. Nezu noticed the hesitation in Izuku's face. How about as an extra perk I put you in the same hero class as Jiro? That piqued Izuku's interest. What about Bakugo? Once he sees me he will most likely want to attack me. If he does, I will fight back. Let us handle him. I assure you he won't hurt you, said Nezu. But I want to hurt him. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, said Izuku. The problem with that is eventually both will end up blind. Do you honestly want that? Asked Nezu. Izuku smirked. I heal. But Bakugo doesn't. I wonder which one of us goes blind first. Look, I'll be honest with you. This deal is the best we can do. It's either this, or you spend the rest of your days in a jail cell. For your sake, and the sake of others I hope you choose wisely, said Nezu staring down Izuku. Izuku sighed. Fine, you got yourself a deal. However, if I find out you are doing anything weird to me, let's just say. Venom then appeared and covered half of Izuku's face. I always wanted to try rat brains. Nezu felt a shiver run down his spine. Stealing his nerves, Nezu reached out his paw. Good to see we both came to an understanding. Izuku reached down and shook Nezu's hand as Venom retreated back inside him. Pleasure doing business. Oh right, there's just one thing I'd like to add to this deal. Just then All Might returned with the chocolate. I didn't know which one you liked so I got them all. However, as he looked up, All Might was met by Venom's massive fist to his face. Taken off guard, All Might was sent flying through the door he came in from and slammed against the wall down the hall. In the process of that, All Might had let go of the chocolate, which Izuku grabbed before they hit the ground. That felt good. Down the hall, All Might was surprised to say the least. Picking himself up, All Might watched as Nezu and Izuku shook hands again and went their own ways. Izuku turned and gave All Might one final smirk as he walked by. All Might grabbed his chin. That actually hurt. Just how strong is he? A few days later, after the USJ incident, the students were given time off. But now that it ended, as it was time to go back to class, Kyoka had lost contact with Izuku over these last couple of days and she was starting to get worried. She went to class and sat in her usual spot as the class got noisy. Jiro, are you all right? Asked someone, startling her to focus. Kyoka turned to find Momo. Oh yeah, I'm fine, just tired. I see. Would you like me to make you a sports drink? Asked Momo. Kyoka shook her head. I'm fine really, but thank you. I was just thinking about who's going to teach homeroom while Aizawa is away. I mean, he did get pretty messed up. I don't know, said Momo. I assume it's going to be another teacher. But as she was saying that, the doors to the class slid open and in walked Aizawa, his face and arms covered in bandages. All right class, take your seats, I have a few announcements, he said in a muffled voice. The class was stunned. Mr. Aizawa, should you be moving around so soon? Asked Momo. A hero's work is never ending. And if you want to become a hero, then I don't have time to waste, explained Aizawa. Besides, you have other stuff to worry about, like UAS Sports Festival that is coming up. The class all erupted in cheer. Hell yeah, I can't wait, said Kirishima. As the class celebrated, they suddenly felt a cold stare looking at them. They turned to find Aizawa's eyes beaming at them through the bandages. The class quickly quieted down. Good, as I was saying. UAS Sports Festival will be the perfect place to show off and maybe even get internship offers. Uraraka then raised her hand. Are you sure this is a good idea? The school was just attacked. While we understand your concern, this year UA will be upping up their defenses. We'll bring in heroes from across Japan to help. We will show Japan and the world that we can and will protect our students, explained Aizawa. Now on to the second announcement. Kyoka rested her elbow on her desk. I wonder what else he has to tell us. I know this is sudden, but I'd like for you to meet your newest classmate. Come on in, kid, instructed Aizawa. The class was surprised to see the door to the room slide open and in walk Izuku wearing the UA uniform. Both Kyoka and Bakugo's eyes widened. Hey everyone, it's nice to meet you. The name's Izuku Midoriya, or you can call us by our other name, Venom. What the hell? Yelled Bakugo, standing up from his seat. What the hell are you doing, Deku? You don't belong here. Izuku smirked. I'd be careful how you talk to me, Bakugo. I wouldn't want to hurt you. Bakugo's eyes began to twitch. Say that again, you useless nerd. I'll blow you to pieces. Getting around his desk, Bakugo rushed Izuku. But just as he reached out an arm, a black sludge slammed against him. Bakugo was then slammed against the wall with so much force that it cracked. I'm sorry, what was that about blowing me up? Asked Izuku in a condescending tone. That's when Venom reshaped itself and forced Bakugo to point the palm of his own hands towards his own face. Aizawa was just about to say something when Kyoka stood up. Izuku, is that really you? Izuku turned to Kyoka and smiled. Hey Kyoka, told you we'd see each other again. Kyoka then ran up to Izuku and hugged him. Idiot, you made me worry. Retracting Venom, Izuku let Bakugo fall to the floor so he could hug Kyoka back. Sorry, but I'm fine now. Besides, Venom wouldn't stop nagging me. When are we going to see the girl? You should go find her. Seems to me like he missed you. That's when Venom appeared behind Izuku, causing the class to flinch. You said you wouldn't talk about that. I only wanted to see her because of you, Izuku. All you kept thinking about was her. Kyoka laughed. Seems to me that both of you missed me. If you three are done, I'd like to explain to the rest of the class what is going on, said Aizawa. That means no more attacking him, Bakugo. Do I make myself clear? Said Aizawa. Bakugo didn't say a word as he walked to his seat. Izuku nodded and let go of Kyoka. We'll talk later. Walking back to her seat, the class watched in disbelief. They all heard of Venom and all of the people he's killed. So how did Kyoka know this guy and why were they so close? Standing in front once again, Izuku waited for Aizawa. As I was saying, Midoriya here will be joining us for this year as a sort of rehabilitation program. While we know how dangerous he is, we've already come up with countermeasures in case he does something. Izuku laughed and lifted up his sleeve to show a small watch-like device around his wrist. This is more like a shock collar if you ask me. That device sends a sound signal through his body that will temporarily incapacitate him. It won't kill you, kid, but it will sure hurt like hell, explained Aizawa. I know. Besides, I won't do anything as long as Kyoka is here, said Izuku, winking at her. Kyoka blushed, causing her to turn away from him. Right, anyway, go sit down. If you have any questions, ask the class president, Ida. That's when a tall boy who wore glasses stood up. My name is Tenya Ida. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya. I do hope we get along, said Ida, bowing rapidly. All right, let's get along, said Izuku, taken aback by his attitude. Looking into the class, he noticed an empty seat in the back row and deduced that it was his. Walking over to the seat, he passed Momo, who didn't even look at him. Izuku, yeah, I know. That girl is his daughter, thought Izuku, thinking back to Kenshin. We'll have to be careful around her, especially if she's anything like her father. The morning classes went on as usual. Well, kind of. Every time a new teacher would come in, they would pass along a small device. That might be what controls the device around my wrist. Noted. It was now lunchtime, and as expected, the class was wary of Izuku, for good reason. Should we go talk to him? Asked a guy with red hair. Are you crazy? Do you want to end up like that bird thing at the USJ? Asked a small boy with purple balls on his head. But he saved us, didn't he? He did defeat it to save Jiro. So he can't be all bad, right? Asked a girl with short brown hair. As Izuku stood up, the class all began to walk out of the class. This is bringing back some bad memories. Then try to make some new ones, said a voice in front of Izuku. Looking up, Izuku found Kyoka standing there with Momo behind her. What are you just standing around there for? You're hungry, right? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I could eat just about anything right now. Does that include your liver? Because it's looking really tasty right about now, said Venom. No, I like my organs where they are. Let's go to eat before this guy eats me from the inside out, said Izuku. Kyoka nodded. Let's go. But are you sure your friend doesn't mind? Kyoka looked back at Momo, who shook her head. I don't mind, rather I'd quite enjoy it. You did save us from the villains at the USJ. With that, the three of them walked towards the cafeteria. They got their food, and Izuku made sure to get 3 servings of chocolate cake for Venom. They looked around and eventually found an empty table. Taking a seat, they began to eat. It was only until Momo broke the silence. So Midoriya, I saw that you were rather close with Jiro here. Something going on between you two. Kyoka nearly spit out her food. Izuku laughed when he saw that. Well, I'd like to think we are more than friends. What do you say, Kyoka? Well, I'm not saying we aren't. I mean we are together, right? Asked Kyoka, still unsure about their relationship. Izuku smiled. If you're willing to put up with me, then I'll gladly be with you. I've been putting up with you for a while now. Dummy, said Kyoka, jabbing her jacks into Izuku's side. Well, I guess that settles it. Me and Kyoka are together, said Izuku as her jacks wrapped around his arm. Momo laughed. Well, I guess it does. Regarding your status here, Midoriya, aren't you going to be far behind in terms of classwork? Normally, yes, but that's to Venom I'm able to access some memories of its precious host. Since it bonded with Kyoka, I now know what she knows, explained Izuku. Kyoka stopped. What? How much do you know? Izuku smirked. Just about your classes and the material. Kyoka breathed a sigh of relief. And the fact that you dressed up as Raven from the Teen Titans one year for Halloween when you were little. Kyoka turned red, before bringing her jack centimeters from Izuku's eye. Don't say another word. Izuku put up his hands. All right, I won't. The three then talked about random things and even seemed to get along, much to everyone's surprise. But Izuku secretly didn't trust Momo. How could he? But since Kyoka and Momo seemed to be close friends, Izuku played along. Lunch was over and it was now time for hero study. Izuku wasn't looking forward to this, since the class was taught by All Might. But eventually All Might appeared with a bruise on his face. Izuku smirked, knowing that he was the one who did it. Now that I am here, let's get started with the class. As you may know by now, Midoriya, aka Venom, has joined us. Now some of you may be thinking, does he have what it takes to save people? Short answer, yes, but only when he controls himself. Think you can do it, Midoriya? Asked All Might. Izuku stepped forward. I can probably take down everyone in this class if I wanted to. So yeah, saving people would be easy. The class all glared at Izuku. What did you say? Does he really think he can take us? He's strong, but there's no way he can beat all of us. Izuku smirked as he heard everyone. Well, All Might, I think a demonstration is in order. What do you say? All Might sighed. Very well. Everyone get changed and meet us at Ground Omega. The class all got up and went for the lockers to change. Kyoka walked past Izuku with a worried look on her face. But Izuku was unfazed. Aren't you going to change too? Asked All Might. Izuku turned to All Might. I already have my suit. That's when Venom appeared around Izuku's face and covered half of it. Time to hunt. Try not to hurt them. They are still my students, said All Might. Ground Omega. Class 1A now stood in the middle of an empty open arena, all of them wearing their hero costumes. Any plans on how to take him? Asked a girl with pink skin. No idea. He took on that monster at the USJ and won, said Kirishima. You seem to be friendly with him, Jiro. Any tips? Asked an invisible girl. Kyoka nodded. Yeah, just one sound. The other guy hates it. But knowing Izuku, he would probably aim for me first. Use me as bait, and once you see a chance, take it. Don't hold back, cause he won't. That's when Izuku walked into the gym wearing military-style pants and just a muscle shirt that stuck to his skin, revealing the outline of his six-pack. The girls slightly blushed at the sight of him. Well, you can't say he's not hot, said Mina. The girls all nodded, much to the guys' dismay. Sorry to keep you guys waiting, said Izuku as he now stood in front of the class. All Might was explaining a few things. I'm not allowed to kill you, obviously. And that's about it. He'll be watching from down here and will stop me if I go too far. So how do we do this? Teams of 2 or what? Asked Kaminari. Izuku laughed. Wow, I didn't know the famous Class 1A were so lame. There will only be 2 teams, me and all of you guys. You actually believe you can take us all, Ribbit? Asked Sue. Izuku nodded. Easily. Bakugo clenched his fists. Why you? Cocky little sheet. I'll blow you to pieces, yelled Bakugo as he launched his way towards Izuku. Standing still, Izuku smiled. If you're all like him, then. Appearing from his back, black tendrils managed to catch Bakugo in midair. They wrapped around his arm and crushed one of his gauntlets into pieces. Izuku then flung Bakugo towards the wall. Slamming against it, Bakugo sunk into the wall, cracking it. You'll end up like him. The class watched as one of their strongest was thrown around like it was nothing. Damn, maybe we shouldn't have provoked him, said Jiro. Too late to back down, said Momo. We either take him down or he takes us down. Work together and we might have a chance. The class agreed and readied themselves. Izuku smiled. That's more like it. Venom then began to appear around Izuku. Soon it completely covered him. Now standing as tall as All Might, Izuku looked down at the class. Who's next? The class all looked at Izuku with fear in their eyes. Attack, yelled Kyoka as she plunged her earphone jacks into the ground. The class all followed her order and jumped into battle. 2 minutes later, Izuku stood face to face with Kyoka as Venom retracted into his body. Give up. Kyoka nodded as her breathing was heavy. Did I even stand a chance? Out of everyone, you and that ice guy had the best chance of beating me, said Izuku. That's when we saw that Izuku had a hand around her waist. Still, I don't know why Swirl over there didn't use his fire. What a waste. Hey, be nice. Maybe he doesn't have full control of it, said Kyoka. Now, can you please let me go? This is getting embarrassing, said Kyoka, blushing. Izuku smirked. It's fine. However, as the two smiled at each other, Bakugo finally managed to pull himself together. Why, you bastard. No one does this to me. I'll kill you. Using his explosions, Bakugo launched himself towards Izuku. But to get to him, Bakugo had to get through Kyoka. Move, he yelled out, raising his hand. Izuku's eyes widened when he noticed Bakugo, but by then he was already so close to Kyoka. With no time to think, Izuku turned Kyoka around and took the blast head on. The entire arena was blanketed in smoke. All Might quickly rushed in. Is everyone all right? But as the smoke cleared, his eyes widened when he saw Izuku's chest charcoaled black and Kyoka knocked out by the shockwave. His surprise, however, soon turned to worry when Izuku lifted his head and saw the look on his face that sent a shiver down the #1 hero's spine. Midoriya, calm down. Don't do anything rash. But it was far too late for that. Faster than Bakugo could react, Izuku threw his hand forward. That's when tendrils appeared from his hand that pierced Bakugo in both his shoulders, his sides, and lower abdomen. The impact was enough to send Bakugo flying towards the wall. Slamming against it, Bakugo gritted his teeth as pain shot through his body. Why, you bastard. Bakugo then tried to blast the tendrils away, but before he could, Izuku came in and kneed him against the wall. The wall behind him broke as a result, causing it to cave atop Bakugo. You F it up this time, said Izuku, now fully covered in venom. All Might, seeing what had happened, finally approached Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. That's enough, Midoriya, now stand down. But Izuku said nothing as he quickly turned around and smacked All Might away. Sliding to a stop in the middle of the arena, All Might felt blood running down his lip. And much to his horror, he saw as Izuku picked Bakugo up from the rubble and opened his mouth. Quickly reaching into his pocket, All Might pulled out a small controller with a big red button. Sorry about this, Midoriya, said All Might as he clicked the button. With Izuku, he now had Bakugo hanging upside down by his leg. You should have never messed with me, Kachin. The school said they would take care of you, but I think that pleasure should be mine. Izuku opened his massive mouth, but before he could even take a bite, a loud high-pitched sound began to emit from the device around his wrist. The sound caused Venom to screech out in pain as its body began to twist and morph. Before long, Venom tried to remove the device, but to no success. Finally succumbing to the sound, Venom retreated back into Izuku. Seeing that Venom was now gone, All Might stopped the sound. Getting up, he walked over to Izuku to find him on his knees, his breathing heavy and erratic. "Gee, that hurt. It was supposed to. Now you know what we can do. Step out of line, hurt another student, or even threaten another student. I will rip that thing out of you with my own hands," said All Might, towering over the boy. Izuku smirked as sweat dripped down his forehead. "F you, All Might." With that, Izuku collapsed to the floor unconscious. Calling in help, All Might made sure Kyoka and Bakugo were taken to the nurse's office. Now it was Izuku's turn. However, by the time Recovery Girl went over the wounds on Izuku's chest healed thanks to Venom. Now in the nurse's office, Izuku was secured. That thing inside him helped him. If it wasn't for that, or just dumb luck, kid would have been dead, explained Recovery Girl. "It's dangerous, that's what it is," said All Might, standing beside the bed. "Dangerous, yes, but only when provoked or when I want to do something," said Venom, appearing from Izuku. All Might flinched as the black goo raised up and shaped into Venom's face. "It's good to finally meet the so-called #1 hero." All Might narrowed his eyes. "Venom, so this is what you really look like." Venom smiled, showing his razor-sharp teeth. "Are you afraid? I've seen quirks scarier than you, so no," explained All Might. "Good." As he was speaking, Venom suddenly sniffed the air. What's this? You're dying, aren't you, hero?" All Might said nothing. "That injury on you is pretty bad. It would be a shame if someone made it worse." All Might said nothing as Venom smirked. "You're no fun. Oh well, ask your question now." Taking a deep breath, All Might steadied himself. "Why did you bond with Midoriya?" Venom looked at Izuku. The boy was lost, distraught, and broken. "Can you guess from what?" Venom laughed as he looked at All Might with a look of despair on his face. "It is as you are thinking. The reason is you, All Might. What you said to the boy on the roof broke him. And there I was, picking up the broken pieces. But I didn't just fix him, no, I made him stronger. At first it was all bloodlust with a sense of justice that drove us. Now only 3 things drive him: his family, the girl called Kyoka, and his hatred for you." All Might hung his head. I am truly sorry for what I said that day." "If you were sorry, then you wouldn't have stopped us from cleaning up the streets," said Venom. "You were just killing people," argued All Might. "But do you know who we were killing?" asked Venom. "We were killing drug dealers who sold to kids, murderers, thugs who robbed and assaulted people for the fun of it. That's who we're killing. Now everything that they do is on you. The heroes will catch them," said All Might. "And then what? Put them in jail?" "No, you can't just lock away evil. You have to destroy it, or in my case, eat it," said Venom, licking his face. All Might's expression turned stern. "What about you? Some would call you evil." Venom laughed. "I prefer anti-hero. I just do what you won't." With nothing else to say, All Might left the room, leaving Recovery Girl to tend to Izuku. It was an hour later until Izuku woke up. "Man, that sound really hurts." "It's supposed to, remember," said Recovery Girl. "Yeah, but couldn't they just lower the pitch? I could die from that frequency," explained Izuku. "No, you won't. The device also has a monitor that keeps track of your vitals. It will hurt a lot, but it won't kill you," said Recovery Girl. "Yeah, whatever. Can I go now? I'd like to go home," said Izuku, sitting up on the bed. That's when he noticed he was shirtless. "Didn't know you liked young guys, RC." Recovery Girl smacked Izuku on the head. "Don't be an idiot. Your shirt was burned when you got hit by the blast." Izuku rubbed the top of his head. "Right, forgot about that. So, how's Bakugo?" "He's alive." That's when Recovery Girl heard Izuku click his tongue. "As I was saying, he's already been discharged. Couple of cuts and a few broken bones, but nothing I can't fix. Shame, really." That's when Recovery Girl noticed Izuku's demeanor change. "What about Kyoka? Is she all right?" Recovery Girl smiled. "She's fine. The explosion managed to knock her out, but no injuries. You took the worst of it." Izuku nodded. Good. I was getting worried." "You really care for her, don't you?" asked Recovery Girl. Again Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I do. She's one of the few people who don't hate me. Even after finding out everything I've done, she's still with me." Izuku laughed. "It's funny, actually. All my life I've been alone, but in such a short amount of time she's become the most important person in my life." Recovery girl smiled, but before she could say anything, Venom appeared. What about me? Aren't I important to you? Izuku looked away. No, you're annoying. What? You take that back, yelled Venom as he began to headbutt Izuku. That hurt you little. The two then began to fight, with Izuku pulling on Venom, and Venom repeatedly hitting Izuku. After a while the two calmed down and were allowed to leave. The rest of the day was uneventful. Izuku and Kyoka were now walking to the train station. Normally they would talk, but this time around Kyoka wasn't speaking to Izuku. Suo, are you mad at me? Asked Izuku. Kyoka kept walking. Come on Kyoka, I said I was sorry. Kyoka suddenly stopped, turned around and pointed her jacks at Izuku. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. You almost got yourself kicked out of the school. And for what? Bakugo. He isn't worth it. I know he's done some terrible things to you and I get you want some payback, but don't do it so publicly. Izuku sighed. Alright, I won't. So please don't be mad at me. Removing her jacks, Kyoka smiled. I'll forgive you, but first you have to buy me something. Anything, said Izuku. Perfect. My favorite band just dropped a new album, so that will do, said Kyoka. As they walked to the station, Izuku smiled as he watched Kyoka happy. But that's when Izuku and Venom felt an overwhelming sense of bloodlust looking right at them. Izuku quickly turned around, his eyes wide open, and Venom appeared around his arm. Izuku looked at the people walking by and the roofs of the buildings but saw nothing. What the hell was that? I do not know, but whoever it was, that bloodlust was directed towards us, said Venom. Whoever that was, they're gone. Stay alert, Izuku. I get the feeling they wanted us to know they were looking at us. Izuku agreed. Yeah, I'll be careful. As Izuku and Kyoka got on the train, the mystery person ran down a dark alley. Stop, said a hero appearing from the other end. The mystery person stopped. I saw you looking at people from the wall. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you some questions. The hero then approached the mystery person, but as they did, the hero was suddenly stabbed in the back. Blood stained the hero's costume as they looked back to see what appeared to be a tendril. What the hell? Who are you? But as the hero turned to face the mystery person, a slicing sound was heard, followed by the thump of the hero's body hitting the floor and his head rolling to a stop in front of the mystery person. A laugh was then heard as the mystery person began to giggle. Just someone who's in love. It was now the following day, and Izuku sat silently in Nezu's office with his eyes closed as the principal looked at him with a stern look on his face. Are you going to say something, or are you just wasting my time here? Asked Izuku. Nezu sighed. Do you think what you did was wrong? You have to be more specific, said Izuku, trying Nezu's patience. Bakugo, I said we would take care of him, said Nezu. Izuku scoffed. Yeah, well, I just sped up the process. Besides, he attacked me first, something you said he wouldn't do. Yet you allowed Aizawa, the hero who got FN wrecked by the villains, back into class. Where was the logic in that? Seems to me we both broke our agreement. Nezu sighed. You don't understand, Midoriya. We have a way of doing things here at UA. Sometimes it takes a while. Izuku then stood up. Well, figure it out, or I will. If you're looking for an apology, you won't get one. Suspend me, kick me out, I really don't care. But do you really want everyone to know you allowed a dangerous villain on campus and failed to keep him in line? That sounds like a PR nightmare to me. You're on thin ice, Midoriya. Another outburst like that and we will hand you over to the police. Is that understood? Asked Nezu, staring down Izuku. You do what you have to do, and so will I. With that, Izuku walked out of the office. As he walked the halls, he suddenly heard Venom scream. This is bullshit. Does that rat think he can just threaten us like that? I'll kill him. Izuku grabbed his head. Easy, Venom. We can't do anything to him right now. And what's with you? You've been pissy all day today. What gives? It's the hunger, Izuku. We hunger. I need to hunt, to eat. We shouldn't be wasting our time here. There are plenty of criminals we can eat out there, said Venom. Venom wasn't wrong, thought Izuku, but he couldn't just let him loose again. If he did that, Izuku would once again be a wanted man and his time with Kyoka would be over. Look, I get it, but we have to take it easy. I'll get you some more chocolate, but that's all we can do at the moment. No, we need to hunt, yelled Venom into Izuku's head. Using the wall to suppress him, Izuku struggled to keep Venom at bay. Shut up. You really want to get out? Then figure out a way to get that device off of us. We can't do anything while that is on us. Venom stayed quiet after that. Izuku went back to his class. During lunch, Kyoka tried to ask him about what Nezu had to say, but Izuku simply said that it was nothing. It had been a few days since Izuku had joined up with UA and things started to calm down in class. He wasn't fighting as much with Bakugo but did occasionally bump heads, without anyone losing their heads. However, there was another problem. Every day Venom was getting harder and harder for Izuku to control. The urges were just getting too strong, and since Izuku and Venom were one, he too felt it. Izuku would often find himself blacking out for an unknown amount of time and waking up in his bed. He asked Venom about it, but he just said that it was fine and normal. But one person could see something was wrong, Kyoka. Something about the way Izuku looked struck her as weird. Day of the sports festival. Izuku and the rest of Class 1A were sitting around talking with each other in a waiting area. Kyoka was talking with some of the girls, while Izuku sat alone on a bench. "Why are you feeling nervous?" asked Venom. "I'm not," answered Izuku. "Bullshit. Your heart rate is increasing and your palms are starting to sweat." "Why are you nervous?" asked Venom again. Izuku sighed. "I don't know, just a feeling I suppose. I can't tell if it's the sports festival or something else." "The person with the enormous killing intent," answered Venom. Izuku nodded. "Yeah. They were directing it towards me, but Kyoka was right there too. What if they go after her, or worse? You cannot think that way. If something does try to harm her, we will deal with them. Besides, no one short of All Might or that fire hero can beat us. Speaking of which, heads up, we got company," said Venom. "Midoriya." Izuku turned around to see Shoto Todoroki standing behind him. Standing up, Izuku turned to his classmate. "Can I help you?" The class fell silent as the two stared at each other. "Whoa, what's going on here?" asked Kirishima. "I want you to know that you'll lose today. No matter what you do, or what power you have. I will beat you, simply because I'm stronger," said Todoroki, with a cold expression on his face. Izuku was taken aback at first, but that feeling soon turned to laughter. "That was a good one, Todoroki. I didn't think you were a jokester," said Izuku, smacking Todoroki on the shoulder. Todoroki looked down at his shoulder. "I wasn't joking." Izuku suddenly stopped laughing. "So you're serious?" Todoroki nodded. "I see. Well, that's a shame. It's good to have dreams, Todoroki, but at least make them achievable. You'll never be stronger than me. I mean, you couldn't even help the class at the USJ. Where was your strength then?" "I'm happy to show it to you, if you like," said Todoroki as the air around him began to chill. "You second-rate villain." Izuku glare pierced Todoroki as they both looked like they were about to throw down. Venom then appeared around Izuku's fist as ice appeared on Todoroki's hand. But before either of them could do anything, Kyoka stepped in front of them. "What the hell is this about? You two want to relax or what? We're in the same class, for God's sake." Both students deactivated their powers, just having a bit of fun is all. "Right, Todoroki?" asked Izuku. Todoroki nodded. "Yeah, just a bit of friendly competition, that's all." Kyoka wasn't convinced. "Right. So if you two are done sizing each other up, they are just about to call us up. So how about we save that energy for the sports festival?" Without saying a word, Todoroki turned and left. Kyoka breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, now you," Kyoka said, pointing her jacks at Izuku. "What's up with you? You've been acting strange these last couple of days." "What's up?" Izuku moved the jacks from his face. "It's nothing, just tired, that's all." But Kyoka wasn't convinced. "No, it's something else. Now tell me, what's bothering you?" Izuku stayed silent. Kyoka thought about it. "It's Venom, isn't it? If something's wrong, we can go to Recovery Girl." But as Kyoka was speaking, Izuku interrupted her. "It's nothing I can't handle, at least. Stop worrying about me and focus on the sports festival." With that, Izuku went back to sitting down. Kyoka was about to say something when there was an announcement that Class 1A should start heading down to the arena. Getting up, Izuku waited in the back with his head down. As they exited the tunnel, the class were met by the cheer of thousands of people. "And here they are, the world-famous hero course, Class 1A, yelled Present Mike from his booth. "So Eraserhead, this is your class. Who has the best shot at winning?" Aizawa, who was still wrapped in bandages, sighed. "They all have great potential, so it's hard to say who. But this year we have a wild card joining the class." "That's right. Many of you may have noticed by now, but we recently worked with the police to help a young troubled youth. You may also know him as Venom." The cameras all turned to Izuku as he walked onto the field. Some in the crowd went silent, while others, mostly women, cheered for him. Kyoka suddenly felt angry. "What the hell? He has a fan base." "Jiro, are you all right?" asked Momo, standing next to her. "Yeah, I'm good," answered Kyoka with ice in her voice. "We are fully aware of what he could do and have already put measures into place in case something does happen. Here at UA, we believe everyone deserves a second chance, especially those who are misguided," announced Mike. "Misguided? What the hell is he talking about?" thought Izuku as he looked up to the booth. On the field, the rest of the first-year classes began to show up. Once they were all on the field, a loud cracking sound was heard. "All right, kids, that's enough talk. Now it's time to play." The students looked up to see the pro hero Midnight walking onto a stage wearing her hero costume, which left little to the imagination. The boys all blushed, while the girls all glared at the hero. Izuku was unfazed by the hero but felt the daggers Kyoka was shooting his way. "Looks like you're in trouble," said Venom. Izuku laughed nervously. "I didn't even do anything wrong though. Welcome everyone to UAS Sports Festival. Now I know you're all eager to get the show on the road. But first, let's hear some words of encouragement from Class 1A's President Momoye Irazu." Izuku narrowed his eyes as Momo walked onto the stage. Clearing her throat, Momo looked at the crowd. "As many of you know, the hero course was attacked not too long ago. It was a difficult time for us, but it also proved to be a difficult time for the school. It showed that no matter what we do, we should always be prepared for the worst. Luckily for us, the brave work of our teachers saved us from the villains, and for that we are forever grateful. But we will use this tragedy and make it into something amazing. We will show all of Japan, no, the world, that we will become heroes, and that even the most unexpected of people," Momo then looked down at Izuku, "can have an impact on others. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the festival." The crowd cheered as Momo walked off the stage. Izuku smirked, "I think she's mocking me. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, that was very touching. Now let's get the game started, shall we?" Midnight then pointed to the Jumbotron. A wheel then appeared with several events, and our first event will be. The wheel then began to spin, and before long it slowed down before stopping. Midnight smiled. "Our first event is the obstacle race. This course will go around the entire stadium and will have several obstacles, so be careful. You are allowed to use your quirks freely, just try not to hurt each other." Midnight pointed the whip at Izuku when she said that. "Now everyone please line up at the starting line." "Oh, this might actually be fun," said Izuku as he walked with the rest of the class. Now in the tunnel, the entire first-year classes were packed closely together. "Man, they really didn't give us much room, huh?" said Kyoka as she was being pushed. However, that's when someone grabbed her waist and pulled her. Stopping, Kyoka looked up to see Izuku. "You good?" Kyoka nodded. "Yeah, thanks for that. Don't mention it. So, you got a plan?" asked Izuku. "Run, I guess," said Kyoka. "Why would I need a plan?" Izuku then motioned to the front. "Because of him." Looking at the front of the line, Kyoka noticed Todoroki. "He's planning something. My guess is he'll try to block us with some ice. That shouldn't be a problem. I can just blast my way through it," said Kyoka, waving around her jacks. "You could, but I would appreciate it if you wouldn't," said Izuku. "Weak to sound, remember, right? So what do you have in mind?" asked Kyoka. Izuku smirked as he leaned in and whispered into Kyoka's ear. "That might actually work," said Kyoka. "All right, and the students are set. Let's get this started." In 3, 2, 1, go, yelled Present Mike as a loud horn was heard. But the race officially started. Everyone took off. But since there were so many people, there was little room to move. But as people were pushing and shoving, Todoroki escaped and was now in the lead. "Sorry about this, everyone, but there's someone here that I have to prove wrong." Turning around, Todoroki created a massive wall of ice in front of the starting line. "Whoa, look at that. Todoroki is sabotaging his class. What will they do to get past this?" Aizawa looked up. "They won't get past it. They'll go through it." The camera then switched over to the ice, where out of nowhere it shattered, creating a hole through it. "Did you really think this would slow me down?" asked Izuku, with Venom completely surrounding him. And much to everyone's surprise, Kyoka in his arms. This was quickly followed by more shattering of ice. "What the hell, half and half? I'll effing blow you up," yelled Bakugo as he blasted through the ice. Todoroki ignored them as he continued to run. But he himself was stopped when robots appeared in front of him. "Did you think we'd make it that easy?" asked Mike. "Welcome to the first stage, the Robo Battle. These are the robots we used during the entrance exam, so be careful. We even added some of the zero-pointers for good measure." Standing before the massive robots, Todoroki was about to destroy them when Izuku and Kyoka zoomed past them. "Don't just stand there, do something." Izuku then jumped into the air and began to climb up the zero-pointer's arm. "You ready?" Kyoka nodded. "Let's do this." Pulling his arm back, Izuku suddenly threw Kyoka high into the air. Everyone watched as she landed on the Titan's head. "Your armor is strong, but the wires inside you aren't." Jamming her jacks into the robot, Kyoka sent sound waves through it. The robot then began to spark and crumble as its internal wiring was now destroyed. That's when the Titan began to lean. Kyoka quickly got up and ran towards the edge. With a powerful leap, Kyoka jumped off the Titan. The arena thought she was crazy, or at the very least was going to get hurt. But now halfway down the robot, Izuku appeared and snatched her out of the air. "I got you. You better. Let's go. Time to win this thing." With that, Izuku flung Kyoka onto his shoulders and began to run. Bulldozing through the smaller robots, Izuku and Kyoka made it to the second obstacle. The second obstacle consisted of a long open section of the ground that had been hollowed out and now had pillars sticking out from the ground. "Now what?" asked Kyoka. Izuku smiled. "Hold on." Taking a few steps back, Izuku then ran towards the edge and jumped off. He aimed for one of the pillars but unfortunately didn't make it. The two then fell into the dark abyss below. However, that's when a black tendril dug into the pillar near the top. Appearing out from the dark was Izuku and Kyoka. Kyoka was screaming as she held onto Izuku tightly. "I hate you." Izuku smiled. "We both know that's not true." Going from pillar to pillar, the two of them made it to the other side while the others were just making it to the second obstacle. The two of them were having the time of their lives winning, but not everything was fun in the stadium. In the maintenance halls of the stadium, the worker was pushing a cart filled with cleaning supplies. "Man, I should have stayed at that office job. This place is more labor-intensive, but it does pay better. Guess that's what happens when you work for UA." As the man walked, he passed by an air duct. As he did, a red liquid began to ooze from it. It splattered on the ground, which made a sound. The man heard it and turned around. "Huh, I didn't see that." Going back, the man grabbed a mop, but just as he was about to clean it up, a red tendril came down and grabbed the man by the neck. The man struggled against the tendril as it began to lift him off the ground. Gasps for air were heard throughout the halls, followed by a loud cracking sound. With a thump, the man's body hit the floor, his eyes bulging and his face purple. He was dead. That's when more of the red ooze dropped down beside the man. At first it was a puddle, but it soon reshaped itself in a tall, red, skinny monstrosity. So, what do we do with this one? The creature was slender in size but tall in height. They also had the same white eyes as Venom had and the same razor-sharp teeth. Retracting part of the face, it was revealed that Toga was underneath. Do what you want. I only have one person I want. Izuku Midoriya. I'll make him mine. Covering her up again, the creature picked the man up and bit down on the man's head. Blood splattered across the walls and floor. Yummy. Hey, I won't be able to get close to Izuku like this. Let me take over for a bit. You'll have your fun again, remember what I promised, said Toga. The creature smiled. The girl. With its body folding and shrinking, the creature retracted inside of Toga. Now free to move around, Toga looked down at the pool of blood and sniffed the air. Now this is what I call a good time. Let's go make Izuku mine. But in order to do that, I need the girl out of the way. Back with Izuku. And just like that, Midoriya and Jiro are in the final obstacle. Midoriya may be strong, but he'll need more than brute strength to get past the minefield, yelled Present Mike. Stopping in front of the last obstacle, Izuku put Kyoka down. Any ideas on how to get past this? Kyoka noticed several circles on the ground. Those must be where the mines are, but we can't just walk across. Some of them are overlapping and there's no telling if all are visible. Thinking, Kyoka got an idea. I'll use my quirk. If I send out a small vibration through the ground, I should be able to feel where they are. Izuku nodded. Go for it. Venom. Think we can do the same with our tendrils? Huh. That's too easy, Izuku, said Venom. Izuku rolled his eyes as his tendrils began to appear from his back and dig into the ground. Slowly but surely the two were making it across. But by the time they took to find and get rid of the mines, the others were quickly approaching. Izuku turned around to find Bakugo and Todoroki had passed the second obstacle. They're coming, yelled Izuku. I know, but if we mess up here we'll be blown back, said Kyoka. The two of them were about halfway through the final obstacle when the runner-ups reached the third obstacle. Izuku looked at Kyoka and got an idea. Keep going, I'll slow them down. Underneath the ground, Izuku began to grab the mines that he found. One by one he ripped them out of the ground and launched them into the air. Todoroki and Bakugo looked up towards the sky to see mines raining down from the sky. You think this will stop me? Yelled Bakugo as he used his explosions to dodge the mines. Todoroki raised his hands and froze the mines in midair. Child's play. Izuku flung the last of the mines he had around him. Great, that only slowed them down slightly. Now what? Now, we make sure they don't get past us, said Venom. I like the way you think, Venom. Izuku then ran at the two at full speed. The two students didn't even have time to react when Izuku appeared in front of them. Hello guys, sorry but this is as far as you go. Grabbing their faces, Venom used his strength and buried them into the ground. With a loud thud, the skulls of Todoroki and Bakugo smacked against the ground. Thinking he had knocked them out, Izuku stood up. Too easy. Turning back around, Izuku was about to go back to help Kyoka when out of nowhere an ice spike came from the ground and pierced Izuku through the shoulder. What? Izuku turned around, but as he did he was met by Bakugo's hand. Throwing his arm forward, Bakugo let out a massive explosion. The blast managed to push Izuku back with the piece of ice still in his shoulder. Sliding to a stop a few feet away, Izuku turned around. Now this is unexpected. I never thought the two of you would team up. The two Hero Corps students now stood side by side with blood running down their faces. This is only temporary. Once we get past you, it's business as usual, said Bakugo. Frozen mist appeared around Todoroki's arm. Now get out of our way. Izuku smiled underneath the symbiote. So that's how you want to play it. Alright, I'll bite. But fair warning, Venom likes to play with his food before he eats it. Grabbing the piece of ice in his shoulder, Izuku pulled it out by punching it out. Picking up the spike, he threw it at Bakugo. Bakugo reacted fast enough and managed to blow it up. But as the ice shards fell around him, Bakugo's eyes widened when a black tendril attached itself onto his chest. Pulling on the tendril, Izuku yanked Bakugo towards him. With his other arm, Izuku transformed it into a massive hammer and brought it down. Thinking fast, Bakugo blew up the tendril and jumped back just as the hammer was brought down. Seeing his chance, Todoroki threw his arm onto the ground and activated his quirk. Seeing the floor ice up, Izuku instinctively jumped up. As he did, several ice spikes appeared from the ground. Using them to his advantage, Izuku swung from spike to spike. You idiot. You just gave him more room to move, yelled Bakugo as he rocketed towards him. Seeing this, Izuku once again threw down a tendril, but this time Bakugo dodged. Huh, missed, now you're mine, yelled Bakugo. Oh, I wasn't aiming for you, said Izuku, pulling on the tendril. Bakugo then put it together. Looking down, he noticed Todoroki trying to freeze over the tendril. but he wasn't fast enough. Colliding in midair, the two became an intertwined mess. "Get off me," yelled Bakugo. However, as the two struggled, Izuku flew in with his arm pulled back. Todoroki saw this and created an ice shield, but Izuku was too strong and shattered the ice, sending the both crashing onto the ground. As they laid there discombobulated, Izuku wrapped them in a tendril. "You guys put up a good fight, I'll give you that. But you two suck at teamwork. If you fought me one-on-one, you may have stood a better chance." With that, Izuku once again ran towards Kyoka, who was still finding the mines. "Kyoka, jump," yelled Izuku. Looking back, Kyoka saw Izuku running towards her. Knowing that he had a plan, Kyoka did what Izuku told her and jumped. Coming in, Izuku snagged her out of the air and jumped. With a powerful leap, Izuku managed to clear the last of the mines. Landing, Izuku put her down. "So who's going to cross the finish line first?" Kyoka thought about it. "You can go, I'll be fine with second." "Are you sure?" "I don't mind being second place," said Izuku. Kyoka nodded. "I'm sure, now go." "Well, alright then." Izuku then took a step forward, but as he did, something stuck onto his back. Turning around, he noticed what it was. "Oh hell." With a mid-level sound blast, Kyoka managed to partially get Venom off of Izuku. Screeching in pain, Izuku fell to his knees. "Sorry about that, Izuku. You just made it too easy." Izuku watched as Kyoka crossed the finish line. "She got us." Izuku smiled. "She sure did." "Oh well, that's what I like about her. Always unpredictable." Crossing the line shortly after, Izuku came in second. "Sorry about that, Izuku, but I really wanted to take first. But I also didn't want it to be handed to me," explained Kyoka. Now with Venom fully retracted, Izuku put up his hand. "Nah, don't worry about it. I let my guard down. You deserved it." "Thanks," said Kyoka. "But don't think you'll get off scot-free," said Izuku, getting close to Kyoka. Kyoka took a step back. What do you mean?" Izuku smirked. "I mean this." Lifting her chin, Izuku leaned in and planted a kiss on Kyoka's lips. The whole stadium and everyone watching at home watched as the two kissed. Kyoka's eyes widened, and after a few seconds they pulled away. "Now we're even," said Izuku. Kyoka was blushing but also had a very angry-looking expression on her face. "Why you? I'll get you for this." Izuku quickly ran away as Kyoka ran behind him, trying to stab him with her jacks. But that's when someone came out of one of the tunnels in the stands. It was the worker from before. But in reality it was Toga using her quirk. "So, that's him? The boy you're after?" Toga nodded. "Yes, and that girl is the one we have to get rid of." "She looks tasty," said the monster inside Toga. "She'll pay for touching my Izuku," said Toga as her eyes turned bloodshot red. "But we must first wait for the perfect opportunity. Once we do, we strike." Toga watched from the stands as Izuku and the remaining students were all told the next game, a cavalry battle. She watched as Izuku teamed up with Kyoka again, along with another two of his classmates. She watched as everyone else targeted Kyoka's points as she was worth 10 million. Toga watched as Izuku did everything in his power to protect Kyoka, which only served to piss her off. Every second of every moment Izuku spent with Kyoka just made Toga's blood boil. She was itching to just go down there and kill Kyoka right now and make Izuku hers. But Toga knew if she did, the heroes in attendance would spring into action and then she could never be with Izuku. Now it was time for the final event of the sports festival. Izuku, having survived the cavalry battle, knew that it was out of luck, for the actions of one of his classmates, or rather inactions, most likely helped them win. The person in question was Todoroki. During the battle he used his ice, but that did nothing but slow Venom down for a second. But both Izuku and Venom knew that if Todoroki wanted to, he could have killed them, for he had access to a fire quirk. However, Todoroki refused to use it. Why is unknown. So he almost used it, right? Asked Venom. Izuku nodded. Yeah, during the last seconds of the fight he could have easily used his fire to push us back, but didn't. The real question is why. As Izuku thought about it, Kyoka suddenly put a hand on his shoulder. "Izuku, you alright?" Midnight already announced the rules. "We are going into the stands to wait for our match." Oh right, yeah, let's go," said Izuku, trying to play it off. They then walked towards the tunnel, but as they did, Todoroki appeared. "Midoriya, we need to talk," said Todoroki. "Oh, what about?" asked Izuku. "Not here, let's go somewhere else. Just you and me," said Todoroki. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. "Why can't you say it in front of me?" Todoroki turned to Kyoka. "This only concerns Midoriya and I." Kyoka was about to say something when Izuku stopped her. "It's fine, Kyoka, meet me in the stands. I won't keep you waiting." Reluctantly, Kyoka agreed. "Fine, just don't do anything stupid." "When have I done anything stupid?" asked Izuku. Kyoka smiled as she went up towards the stands. The two boys then went off to another section of the arena. "Alright, you brought me here, now talk," ordered Izuku. Izuku and Todoroki now stood face to face. "So, are you going to say something?" "I'm starving over here and the other guy gets angry when he's hungry," said Izuku. Todoroki nodded. "Fine, I'll be frank with you. I need to defeat you. You are a well-known and powerful villain. If I take you down, prove to him that I can, Then that will finally shut him up. I'll show him that I don't need his side. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Okay, what the hell are you talking about? Am I supposed to know where this is coming from? I need some context here. Have you heard of quirk marriages? Asked Todoroki. Yeah, I have, answered Izuku. Well, you see, my father is the number 2 hero endeavor. He forced my mother to marry him and have kids. He wanted someone that could one day defeat him, someone who can become stronger than him. That's when I was born, said Todoroki. Every day he tells me to use his fire. But I refuse. I will never use his fire. I thought I would stick to that, but you came along and almost forced me to use it. Izuku laughed. Oh yeah, good thing you didn't. You could have killed Venom. But seriously, that's your reason for not using your fire quirk? That's just pathetic. I mean, come on. What are you, a 5-year-old kid? Todoroki was stunned. If you're just going to half-ass it here, then you might as well leave. I may not have been here for long, but I know everyone in our class is giving it their all. So take your little family drama somewhere else. I really don't care. With that, Izuku walked away, but just as he was about to turn the corner, he stopped. Besides, if you really want to stick it to your old man, wouldn't it be better to beat him with your flames? As Izuku walked away, Todoroki stood there thinking about what Izuku just said. Making his way towards the stands, Izuku found Kyoka waiting for him. He then took a seat next to her. Have the fight started yet? Kyoka shook her head. Not yet, but looks like Ida is up first. Have you seen who you're fighting? Izuku looked up at the bracket and noticed who it was. Shinso. Who the heck is that? It's someone from the general course, said Jiro sitting behind Izuku. I'll warn you now, since you're a classmate, be careful with him. During the cavalry battle while everyone was having fun, I remember nothing. The only thing I remember is that he came up to me, but that's it. Is that why you dropped out of this event? Asked Kyoka. Jiro nodded. Yeah, his quirk is dangerous, so watch out for it. But confidence was the downfall of any person. In this case, both Venom and Izuku chose to ignore their classmates' warnings. As the fight with Ida went on, Izuku took a laid-back approach to everything. While his classmates were all nervous about their fights, Izuku wasn't. Why would he worry? He was strong enough to punch out All Might. After Ida won his fight, it was now time for Izuku to head down to the arena. Standing up, he turned and looked at Kyoka. Well, I'll be right back. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. Feeling a bit cocky, Izuku smiled. Well, yeah, with Venom I'm borderline unstoppable. You are literally the only one who can hurt me. There is another, but he's too scared to do anything. That overconfidence is going to bite you in the ass, Izuku, warned Kyoka. I know, but not today. With that, Izuku walked down towards the arena. The rest of the class would only grumble at what Izuku said. They knew that what he said was true to a point. Down at the arena, Izuku now appeared. The crowd cheered as he walked. Looks like they love us. Izuku smirked. Right, they like the goo alien from another world. Regardless, we have fans, so let's give them a show. Looking across the arena, Izuku found Shinso. You guys know the rules, so are we ready? Asked Midnight. Shinso nodded, as did Izuku. Then let's get this show on the road. Fight. The entire arena was surprised when both fighters didn't move. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. Oh, come on, is he really going to do it? Do what? Asked Momo. He's going to fight Shinso without Venom, said Kyoka. Down in the arena, Izuku waited for Shinso to move. Suo, are you going to attack? Asked Izuku. Shinso didn't respond. Are you just going to stand there? Come on, let's get this over with. But still Shinso refused to move. Rolling his eyes, Izuku sighed. Fine, guess we're doing this the hard way. Izuku walked towards Shinso, but before he could reach him, the general ed student spoke. So how does it feel to cheat your way in? Izuku stopped and narrowed his eyes at Shinso. Come now, do you really think the rest of us don't know how you got here? A B-grade villain who was pitied by those in this school. Or maybe it was fear for what you did. You killed several people, yet you're in the hero course. Don't you find that a bit weird? Can we kill this guy? Asked Venom. No, as much as I want to, we can't. If we hurt another student from this school, we'll be thrown in jail. Let him talk, thought Izuku as he resumed walking towards Shinso. Seeing that his provocations weren't working, Shinso still had more to say. I heard a rumor about you. People are saying that you are quirkless. Hearing that, Izuku began to walk faster. Seems like the rumors are true, so that leaves only one thing left to say. Now in a full sprint, Izuku was ready to take Shinso down, but right before he could, Shinso smirked. You're a worthless nobody who only relies on others. With his fist pulled back, Izuku gritted his teeth. Shut the hell up. Wait, kid. I've got a bad feeling about this, warned Venom, but it was far too late. Idiot. That's when Shinso activated his quirk, causing Izuku to lower his hand. Now that you're under my control, walk out of the arena. Everyone watched as Izuku turned and, with a blank look on his face, began to walk towards the edge. What's this? Midoriya is walking away from Shinso, yelled Mike from the booth. In the stands, Kyoka was stunned. Izuku, what the hell is going on? That's when Jiro spoke up. I tried to warn him. Shinso seems to have some sort of mind control quirk. Kyoka's face turned to worry. Damn it. Come on, Izuku. wake up. Inside Izuku's mind, Venom was frantically trying to snap his host back to reality. Hey kid, wake the F up. You can't lose like this. I can't stop myself. Can you do anything? Asked Izuku. Venom thought about it. There might be one way ... Give control to me. All of it, set me free. Izuku thought about it. If he let Venom take control, there was no telling what he would do. But as Izuku was thinking, he noticed how close he was to losing. His pride wouldn't allow himself to lose to someone like Shinso. Do it. I can't lose here. Venom smiled, with pleasure. Outside in the real world, Izuku was just 3 steps from leaving the arena, but just before he could step out of bounds, he stopped. Shinso was surprised. Hey, didn't you hear me? Walk off the edge. However, instead of following his orders, a deep laugh was heard. Sorry, but Izuku can't come to the phone right now. Care to leave a message? Turning his face, Shinso flinched when Izuku brandished his razor-sharp teeth and half of his face covered in black goo. The crowd all fell silent as Venom appeared and now towered over Shinso. Stop and walk off, ordered Shinso. But Venom simply smiled. Sorry, Charles, but that won't work on me. Now, how about I have some fun? With loud thumps, Venom approached Shinso. In the stands, the teachers all stood up from their seats. This isn't good, said Nezu. If he does anything, take him down. We can't let the world know that he... But as Nezu was explaining what to do, a loud roar was heard. Everyone in the stadium covered their ears as Venom charged Shinso. Seeing this, Midnight activated the takedown device on Izuku. A loud high-pitched sound coursed into Venom, causing the symbiote to fall to his knees in pain. Thinking Venom was no longer a danger, Midnight jumped off of her podium and onto the ring. Sorry, sweetie, but you can't rampage here. Just then a black tendril shot out of Venom, hitting the hero in the chest and sending her flying towards the podium. Now tangled within the metal, Midnight groaned in pain as another tendril grabbed the remote and smashed it onto the ground, destroying it. The high-pitched sound stopped, which allowed Venom to stand back up. That hurt. Grabbing the remains of the podium, Venom began to fling them into the stands. The people screamed and ran in an effort to dodge, but they wouldn't make it. But just as the debris could hit them, a sudden gust of wind knocked them away. The crowd watched as All Might appeared. Venom turned to All Might. Hero, I have a bone to pick with you. Get down here, demanded Venom. All Might obliged and with a loud boom, landed onto the arena. If you wanted me, why involve the others? Venom smiled. Because I knew that would get your attention. Midoriya, stop this. This is your last warning, cautioned All Might as he clenched his fist. Don't make me hurt you, Midoriya. No, not Midoriya. Only Venom. Throwing his arm forward, Venom created several tendrils that launched at the hero. All Might jumped back, but as he did, a shadow washed over him. Looking up, All Might found Venom in midair and his arms turned into spikes. Stabbing downward, Venom aimed for All Might, but the hero was once again too fast. Only hitting the ground, Venom's spikes broke the earth. It's been a while since I've been able to let loose. Midoriya has always kept me in check, but now I can have some fun. Besides, this is the perfect opportunity for me. Pulling his spikes free, Venom looked up at All Might and let out a roar, but was surprised when the hero charged him. Enough. Detroit Smash. Throwing his arm forward, the entire area was hit with a massive shockwave, sending dust into the air. As the arena cleared, the crowd and heroes in attendance were stunned to find black webbing attached to the top of the stadium. They were even more surprised when they found All Might wrapped up in the same black webbing like a spider that just caught its prey. You're slow, All Might. When we fought before, you were faster. What gives? Asked Venom. Oh, I see. It's the people, isn't it? What a hero, risking your life to save others. Quite noble. Unfortunately for you, I really don't care about them. Well, all but one. Just then Venom sensed something. Thinking fast, he managed to jump into the air and land on the webbing. Looking down, a wall of fire appeared where he stood. Great, I forgot he was here. Crashing down onto the arena was Endeavor, the number 2 hero, his quirk, Fire. Nimble one, let's see how long you can dodge my flames. Throwing his arm up, the number 2 hero launched fire blasts as Venom. But each time Venom would dodge, jumping from web to web. He knew that if any one of those hit, it could be fatal. One person who watched from the stands looked at what was going on in pure surprise. Kyoka stood watching as her class hid. WY. Venom, stop this. Jiro, we have to go. This place isn't safe anymore, said Momo as she grabbed her classmate's arm, pulling on her. The two got into the tunnels, but the two were pushed up against the other students trying to flee. In the confusion, Kyoka got separated from Momo. Damn it. Why can't people relax? However, that's when someone bumped into Kyoka and grabbed her arm. Hey. Kyoka turned to look at the person only to feel something press up against her side. Maybe you're the one who should relax, said the person wearing a red hooded jacket. Feeling whatever it was making its way to her neck, Kyoka noticed that it was a red tendril that was sharpened at the tip. You're coming with me. Make a sound and everyone in this tunnel dies. What? That looks like Venom. Swallowing nervously, Kyoka nodded and was then quickly led away from the rest of the crowd. Back in the arena, All Might had broken free of his bonds and was now trying to reach Venom. But with the people still evacuating, he couldn't use his full strength, and Venom saw this. Taking advantage of this, Venom would use his tendrils to cut the hero across various places of his body. All the while, Venom was still dodging Endeavor's fire blasts. "Come now, heroes, is this all you got? I'm so disappointed." Endeavor gritted his teeth. "He's mocking us. I'm done playing games. I'm ending this now." Bringing his arms to his chest, Endeavor began to radiate heat. All Might turned to the hero. "No, you can't. You'll take out the entire stadium. People are still evacuating." But Endeavor didn't care. "They'll be fine. The others are helping. But we won't be unless he's down." With the air around the hero now sizzling, Venom looked down from above. "This heat is dangerous. I better get out of here." But as Venom turned to leave, he suddenly heard a scream. Looking up, Venom was shocked to see Kyoka on the roof being held by someone over the arena by a red tendril. Kyoka, the person holding her, laughed. Well, looks like you really do care for her. Give her back," yelled Venom as he jumped towards the roof. But before he could even get close, a red spike came flying at him. It was so fast that Venom didn't even see it coming. But he felt it. He felt the spike pierce his chest and come out his back. Grabbing the tendril, Venom groaned in pain. "You think this is enough to stop me?" However, that's when 2 more spikes came flying and hitting Venom's abdomen. "You're staying right where you are, Izuku dear. I wouldn't want to ruin this moment," said the mystery person. "Besides, you'll soon be mine anyway." Kyoka struggled against the tendril. She couldn't use her quirk since her jacks were being held in place. Who the hell do you think you are? Izuku is mine." That's when another tendril slapped Kyoka across the face, hard enough to draw blood from her nose. "Shut up. Izuku is mine. Besides, I love him." Pulling her hood back, Kyoka was surprised to find Toga with a wide, creepy smile on her face. "Why you? My name is Toga, and I have something to ask of you, Kyoka." With a small blush forming on her face, Toga looked at Kyoka. "Die." Letting go of Kyoka, Toga watched as the hero course student fell to the ground. Venom saw this and was in shock. "No," he yelled, trying to break free from the tendril. Inside, Izuku was now fighting Venom for control, but Venom was fighting back. "Venom, we have to save her." "No, we take these 2 down right here, right now. They'll just delay our future plans," argued Venom. "Damn it, listen to me. You are in my body, so that means you follow my rules." Fighting for control of his own body, Izuku, with his desire to save Kyoka, would overpower Venom and regain control. Grabbing his head, Izuku looked as Kyoka was meters from hitting the ground, but he couldn't move yet. With the red tendril still stabbed into his chest, Izuku raised his arm and reshaped it into a sword. Bringing it down, he managed to slice the tendril off, followed by the other 2 in his abdomen. Grabbing all 3 spikes, Izuku threw them back at Toga. The tendrils coming out of Toga quickly moved to smack 2 of them away. With the third aiming for her head, the tendril grabbed it an inch before it hit. Using his webs, Izuku created a makeshift slingshot and launched himself at Kyoka. Coming in and grabbing her mere feet from the cement floor, Izuku pulled half of the symbiote from his face. "I got you." Kyoka breathed a sigh of relief. "What took you so long?" "I had to keep Venom from taking over my body. But I'm fine now, I have control," explained Izuku. Just then a screeching roar was heard through the stadium. Looking up, Izuku and Kyoka found Toga being covered with a red symbiote suit with small black veins crawling around her body. Now fully transformed, Toga stared down Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya, you will be ours. And that black suit of yours will die." Covering his face with Venom, Izuku pointed at Toga. "F you. If you want me or Venom, you'll have to kill me first." Toga smiled. "I'm fine with a corpse too, a lot more blood. But not before I kill that girl right before your eyes. You won't get the chance. I'll kill you right here, right now." Izuku narrowed his eyes, but as he was just about to jump up towards Toga, a wall of flames stopped him. Izuku turned to find Endeavor. "You idiot, take her down. We can't let her." But as Izuku was speaking, he suddenly felt something behind him. He turned, only to find All Might's fist centimeters from his face. A loud boom echoed throughout the arena as All Might landed his punch. When all was said and done, Izuku laid on the floor, his symbiote no longer on his body, and Toga nowhere to be found. The school soon announced that due to unforeseen circumstances, the UA Sports Festival was postponed until further notice. Izuku was quickly taken to a containment cell in UA as they waited for him to wake up. After a while, Izuku began to wake up, slowly at first, but eventually he looked around to find himself locked up, bound by his arms and legs in a cocoon-like device. What happened?" "Good, you're awake," said Venom. "Venom, where are we?" asked Izuku. "I do not know. From what I can tell, we are in a containment chamber, built for someone strong," explained Venom. "Huh, so can you break free?" "I really don't like being here," said Izuku. But before he could try to get out, a voice was heard through the intercom. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. There are sensors in that chamber that detect movement. If it senses you even trying to escape, you'll be hit with an electrical charge, and trust me, it will hurt." Izuku recognized the voice. "Aizawa. What the hell am I doing here? Don't play dumb with us, Midoriya. We warned you, didn't we? You just ruined your chances. Izuku was surprised. Now hold on, that was Venom, not me, argued Midoriya. But the matter of the fact is that you Midoriya are bonded to Venom, which means you are just as guilty of his actions, explained Naomasa. I already told you, it wasn't me. If it wasn't for that Shinso kid, I wouldn't have been forced to give Venom control, said Izuku. He then sighed. Was anyone hurt? Fortunately, no, everyone got out. And yes, that includes Kyoka. There is another thing we have to talk about. Who is that person on the roof, and why did she have a suit like yours? Asked Aizawa. The girl is named Toga. She's someone who tortured me when I was captured. She's a real piece of work. As to how she got that suit, I don't know, explained Izuku. Actually, that may have been my fault, said Venom. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You see, my race we reproduce asexually once every generation. But that time comes later in my life cycle. However, since coming to Earth, my internal biology has been altered. When we escaped, a part of me must have entered her bloodstream, henceforth creating the thing we saw today. Izuku was stunned. What, you were pregnant? Did you know and not tell me? Asked Izuku, causing the heroes that were watching him to flinch. I didn't. It just happens, all right. But that's not what's important. What is that thing might be stronger than me. If we let it loose on this world, it will wreak havoc. We need to find her and kill it, said Venom. Izuku's expression turned to one of anger. So what you're telling me is that this thing is potentially stronger than you, and if we don't kill it, it will most likely kill everyone. Venom didn't say anything, which only served to confirm Izuku's words. Great, so did you guys get all that or what? Turning off the comms, Aizawa turned to the group. If what Midoriya said is true, then we are in trouble. We got lucky with Midoriya, and that he has some sort of control over Venom, but with this new one out there, things are going to get messy. Emiko Toga, I've read the reports on her. She's a psychopathic killer who will do anything just to watch someone bleed. The worst possible person to have a symbiote like Midoriya's. So what do we do? Asked Naomasa. We find her. With any luck, we can capture her without anyone getting hurt, said Aizawa. We need all eyes and ears on the ground. Naomasa, tell your men to look out for a girl with blonde hair, and if they find her, do not engage. But there was one man in that room that was really quiet about all this. All Might stood leaning up against the wall looking at the image of Izuku. He could have killed so many people, but didn't. He knew I would stop the debris from hitting. All he wanted was to hurt me. I think it's time we have a chat. Another city. The night was young, but those in this city were living in fear, for they had someone to fear. The man who was dubbed the hero killer was on the loose and looking for his next victim. The hero killer perched up against the ledge of a building looking down at a certain hero with engines on his arms. That's my next target. This world will be purged of the fakes and their blood will pave the road for the new. Like a lion stalking its prey, the hero killer followed and waited. He had to be patient or the hero would know they were there. That's when it happened, a chance. The hero had walked into an alley. Reaching behind his back, the hero killer pulled out an old rusty sword. Half down through the alley, the pro hero Ingenium walked looking at his phone. Man, it sucks that Ida won't be able to show off what he could do. As his older brother, I really wanted to see him succeed. Well, isn't that nice? Said a voice from behind Ingenium. As if it was instinct, the hero used his engines to propel himself forward and narrowly dodged a sword. Turning, Ingenium was now face to face with the hero killer. He wore ragged red and black clothes and appeared to have several knives at his side, with his main weapon being an old katana. The hero killer, your Nights of Terror ends here, yelled Ingenium as he revved his engines. But before he could even start running, a red tendril stabbed into his back. The hero groaned in pain as he felt the tendril crawling inside him. The hero killer watched in surprise and shock when he suddenly heard a loud crunching sound. Spitting out blood, Ingenium fell to his knees before collapsing to the floor. His entire spinal cord had just been shattered. Hello, hero killer. Or should I call you Stain instead? Said a voice from the shadows. Stain raised his sword. Who the hell are you? That's not important. What is that I've come to propose something. A deal, if you will. Stain looked all around but still couldn't find the source of the voice. Show yourself so we can talk, said Stain. Very well. How about now? Said the voice, now behind Stain. Taken by surprise, the hero killer quickly turned and sliced his sword up, and managed to slice Toga's arm off. Looking at the stubble of an arm, Toga smiled underneath the symbiote. You're just like the rumors say. Just then red veins appeared and quickly regrew a new arm for Toga. That wasn't very nice, and to think I was a fan. Stain held his sword up ready to attack again, but before he could even swing his sword, Toga appeared in front of him. Nice sword. Opening her mouth and showing off her razor-sharp teeth, Toga bit down on the sword, shattering it. Seeing that his weapon was done, and with Toga in close range, Stain reached behind his back and took out 2 hunter's knives. Eat this. Stabbing both knives into the side of Toga's head, Stain thought he got her. But much to his horror, Toga smiled. Tickles. That's when 2 tendrils came out from behind her and pulled the knives free. Are you ready to hear me out? With no other option, Stain narrowed his eyes and nodded. Fine. You win. You said you had a deal. Yes, from what I heard you want to rid the world of these so-called fake heroes. Well, let me help you with that. You might have heard there was an attack yesterday at the sports festival. Well, that was me. That makes me target number 1 for the heroes. We'll use that to draw out the fakes. But there's a boy, Izuku Midoriya. If by the off chance you encounter him, do not touch him. He is mine and mine alone. Follow that rule and you have my support. So, do we have terms? Asked Toga. Stain thought about it, but ultimately nodded. We have terms. What's your name anyway? Toga hummed. Let's go with Havoc. Izuku was silent as he was held in confinement. He already told the heroes and the police what he knew. It was now just a matter of time before they dragged his ass out of his cell and into one down at the prison. Izuku, shut up, Venom. I don't want to talk to you right now, said Izuku. You knew we were already on thin ice. Yet you ruined the sports festival, nearly got us killed, and most likely got me kicked out of the school. I know what I did was bad, Izuku, but you also have some blame in all this, said Venom, much to Izuku's surprise. What? How the hell is this my fault? Asked Izuku. We tried to warn you, but you refused to listen. We are living organisms, and as such we need to eat. Your insistence on feeding us chocolate has left us starving. You yourself have felt the effects of this, yet you ignored it. We have to eat. We are meant to hunt, to kill. This is also your fault, yelled Venom inside Izuku's mind. Hearing this, Izuku's eye twitched. Why, you son of a beach? You are living in my body, so that means you follow my rules. You know what? Maybe you're right, and maybe I could have worked something out with you, But now you effed everything up. Now you won't get to eat anyone. They'll probably throw us in a cell, alone. As the two were arguing, on the other side of the reflective glass, Aizawa and All Might watched as the two went back and forth. You know, seeing him yelling at no one ... Are we sure Midoriya isn't crazy? Asked All Might. Aizawa sighed. Pretty sure. So now what? What happens to Midoriya? Asked All Might. Now, he gets what's coming to him, said Naomasa, entering the room. I just got off the phone with the chief of police. He wants Midoriya moved out of here and down in one of our cells. We already have Nezu's approval. What's the hold-up then? Asked Aizawa. 2 holds up actually. One of them being Midoriya's mom. She is at the front office demanding to see her son. Nezu and the teachers are trying to explain that she can't see him until he's down at the station, explained Naomasa. All Might tilted his head. And the second hold-up? Naomasa looked through the glass. One of your students has actually joined her. A girl with purple hair. The girlfriend. Right. Aizawa once again sighed. If we don't let them see him, they'll just cause a scene down at the station. Let them in. Midoriya won't try anything with them here. Nodding, Naomasa went to get the 2. In the meantime, Izuku was still yelling at Venom. You really went there, didn't you? Well, I'll have you know that I was doing just fine before you bonded with me. Sure, I wasn't the most confident, but I wasn't a bit. Just then the door to his holding cell opened up and in walked Inko and Jiro. Oh, and crap, said both Izuku and Venom. Inko was the first to speak. Izuku, swallowing nervously. Izuku steeled himself. Mother, look, before you say anything. Inko then narrowed her eyes. Izuku, quiet. Feeling his mother's anger, Izuku quickly shut up. I want you to give me just one good reason why I saw you and Venom thrash the sports festival. Feeling sweat drip down his forehead, Izuku spoke. Mom, it wasn't my fault. It was Venom, and... But before he could explain, Inko stepped in. That is not an excuse. The 2 of you are one, so one messes up, you either fix it or take the fall together. As your mother, I absolutely hate seeing you like this. People think you are a monster. Izuku hung his head when he heard that. Ouch, hearing that even hurts me. Inko then approached Izuku. Reaching out, she touched his face. But they don't know you like I do. I believe my son is a good person, and I'll keep believing that for the rest of my life. Besides, how else did you manage to snag this one? Said Inko, motioning to Kyoka. Kyoka blushed slightly. Hi, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Kyoka Jiro. Sorry we had to meet like this. Inko smiled. Don't worry about it, dear. I should be the one apologizing to you. I saw what that creature almost did to you. Are you all right? Kyoka nodded. Yes, ma'am. And it's thanks to Izuku. He saved me. Even more proof that he is a good person. Maybe once this is over you can tell me all about it back at our place, said Inko. Kyoka smiled. I'd like that. Just then the door to the room opened up. Sorry to interrupt, but the police are here to take him away, said Aizawa. Is he being arrested? Asked Kyoka. Officially, yes. Now he is, said Naomasa. Izuku Midoriya, you are being arrested for assaulting heroes, destroying school property, endangering lives, and the illegal use of quirk. But that's not all, said Nezu, appearing from the door. You are, as of this moment, expelled from UA. You are no longer welcomed back to this school, and the deal we had with the police is now void, so more charges are yet to come, including murder. Izuku's eyes widened. What? I already told you guys it was Venom. I didn't do any of this. That's when Izuku realized something. This whole thing, it was a setup, wasn't it? Nezu stayed silent. You guys wanted me to lose control. You never wanted me at this school. This was just so the cops could gather evidence in the meantime. Kyoka and Inko were stunned. Is this true? Asked Inko. Nezu stayed silent for a bit before nodding. Yes, your acceptance here was just a cover-up to get you off the streets and away from the investigation. We got what we wanted, and now it's time for you to face the consequences. Izuku's veins began to pop. You rat F. Are you guys really going to take him away? After all he's done for us, Izuku saved us from the villains at the USJ, something that not even Aizawa could do. If it wasn't for him, we'd probably be dead, protested Kyoka. While we are grateful for what he did, that does not excuse or erase his past actions. When his trial comes, that point will be brought up, explained Naomasa. In the meantime, he's coming with us. Izuku, now? Asked Venom. Izuku thought about it and nodded. Do it. Just then Venom began to appear around Izuku's body, but before it could cover him completely, Nezu pressed a button. That's when a recording of Kyoka's sound attack blasted through the room. Inko and Kyoka, along with everyone else, covered their ears, but for Izuku it was as if his body was being ripped apart. Both Venom and Izuku screamed out in agonizing pain as the black suit retreated back into him. With her ears still covered, Kyoka managed to open one eye and see Izuku in pain. Stop. You're killing them both, she yelled out. That's when Nezu pressed another button, stopping the recording. Izuku fell silent and hung his head as he was now knocked out. A few hours later, Izuku woke up again, but this time in a much more secure place. He tried to use Venom but couldn't due to a high-pitched sound constantly playing in his cell. You're awake, good, said a voice, coming from an intercom. Izuku didn't recognize the voice. Who the hell are you, and where am I? My name is Dr. Shield. Right now you are at Tartarus, a supermax prison built to house dangerous villains, explained Shield. A doctor, huh? So what are you going to do? Check my blood pressure or something? Asked Izuku. Dr. Shield laughed. No, I've been tasked by the heroes to find a way to remove that parasite you have in you. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, if you manage to remove Venom, what will you do with him? Study it, of course. Its shape-shifting ability seems to be only limited to its host. In the right hands it can be used for the greater good, explained Shield. Izuku scoffed. Greater good? You call locking up a kid in one of the most secure places on this planet for the greater good? Sorry, Doc, but that's a load of shit. What you did was awful, Midoriya. You do know that, right? Asked Dr. Shield. Not to mention what you did before getting into UA. They were scum, thieves, rapists, murderers, and drug dealers. What I did was for greater good, which is more than I can say about these heroes. Sorry, so-called heroes. Can't really call them that after they lied and tricked me into believing I could trust them. Izuku then smirked and looked up to the camera in the corner of the cell. And mark my words, when I get out, and I will get out, I'll see each and every single one of them. You won't be able to leave, kid. This cell was meant for someone much stronger than you. And trust me when I say, even All Might would have trouble breaking out of them, explained Dr. Shield. Oh, Doctor, you don't know what I'm truly capable of. Which reminds me, it seems to me that girl that attacked us is still out there. You'll come to me, all I have to do is bide my time. With that, Shield ended the voice transmission. So what do you think? Can you remove that thing from him? Asked All Might. Dr. Shield sighed. I don't know. Maybe if I were able to get my hands on its genetic makeup I could invent something. Midoriya is too wary of us. He won't talk or give you an opportunity to get a sample. Besides, that cell is making it so that Venom doesn't show up, explained Aizawa. Has anyone ever bonded with Venom? I mean, besides Midoriya? Asked a girl behind Dr. Shield. Aizawa thought about it. There was one person. Why? Got an idea. The girl nodded. Yes, if my theory is correct, that thing inside Midoriya is bonded to his DNA. So that means the other it bonded with might have it still inside them. Not enough to materialize it, but at least some trace. The sample would be small, but we can use it to make up some sort of debonding serum, said Dr. Shield. As expected of my daughter, you've got your mother's brain, Melissa. We may have another problem. Kenshin from YTC is already asking for Midoriya to be handed over to him again, explained Aizawa. However, this time he won't be able to take him. Once Midoriya was placed here, he turned into a hero-controlled entity. Still, we should make sure he can't do anything from the outside. From what I heard, Kenshin was wounded by Midoriya last time, and he is still insisting that Venom is his property, said All Might. Kenshin, great, not him again, said Dr. Shield. He and the entire Avi Island have been at odds. Don't worry, once he finds out I'm here, he'll back down. Monday. It had now been 2 days since the sports festival incident, and Kyoka was making her way to class. Looking at the floor, Kyoka was upset that she had no way of contacting Izuku, and even more upset that Nezu was just playing with him. But as she was walking to class, Midnight and Aizawa stopped her. Jiro, we would like to have a word with you, said Midnight. Kyoka sighed. If this is about Izuku, I already told you everything I knew. I guess taking 8 hours out of my day wasn't enough. This is another matter, actually. We can't discuss it here. But if you agree to what we are going to ask, you might be able to see Midoriya again, said Aizawa. Kyoka's eyes widened. You mean it? Wait, how do I know this isn't some sort of trap, like the one you pulled on Izuku? You have my word that's not the case. We just want you to hear us out. That's all, explained Midnight. Still unsure, Kyoka thought about it and eventually nodded. Fine, I'll hear what you have to say. Aizawa nodded. Then follow us. The three then went over to the teacher's lounge. Taking a seat, Kyoka found someone standing by the desk. A rather tall girl with blue eyes, blonde hair, and who wore glasses. Jiro, this is Melissa Shield, the daughter of Dr. Shield, who as of Saturday is the head researcher on finding a way to remove Venom from Midoriya. Okay, why is she here? Asked Kyoka, confused. It's not like the two can't be separated. Well, there might actually be a way, said Melissa. How? Asked Kyoka. There may be a way to create a serum, kind of like an antivenom, in order to separate the two. But in order to do that, we need a sample of Venom. We can't use Izuku's blood since the cell he's sitting in prevents him from activating it. That's where you come in, explained Melissa. The request took Kyoka by surprise. But I don't have Venom. No, but you had the symbiote before, right? And you were able to separate, said Midnight. Jiro nodded. Yes, that's true, but Venom and I didn't fully bond. I was only used as a food source so he wouldn't die while finding Izuku. But you bonded with him, he's still in your blood. And that's what I need, said Melissa. So you want my blood for what exactly? To experiment on it and try to find a way to separate the two. What if this little experiment kills them? Besides, Izuku and Venom don't want to be separated. I won't be giving you my blood. Kyoka then got up to leave, but just as she was about to open the door, Melissa spoke. But it's what you want, isn't it? Asked Melissa. Kyoka stopped. As we speak, Izuku is sitting in a cell, with charges of murder looming over his head. You're supposed to be his girlfriend, right? Don't you want to help him, to save him? You have the perfect chance right now. If we manage to separate the two, Izuku will no longer be a wanted man. Kyoka thought about Izuku, but then he'll have no power. From what Izuku has told me, before they met he was in a bad spot. People treated him terribly. Someone even in Class 1A even told him to kill himself. Midnight's eyes widened. Who do you think? Tatsuki Bakugo. Seems to me like UA doesn't care about a student's past conduct as long as they go to this school, argued Kyoka. That is not true, answered Midnight. UA does care. Do you think if we knew about it we'd let him in? This school is meant to shape the next generation of heroes. Nezu wouldn't do that. No one knew. I knew, said Aizawa, much to everyone's surprise. And so does Nezu and All Might. We thought if Bakugo enrolled here he would change. Kyoka scoffed. He hasn't changed, and I don't think he ever will. But Izuku, he tried to change. Yet you tricked him, used him, and finally threw him out like he was a piece of trash. Some school. Getting up, Kyoka stared down Melissa. You want my blood, but you can forget about it. As long as Bakugo is still at this school, unpunished, you'll never get anything from me. The only reason why I'm not transferring out of this school is because of Izuku. He wants me to become a hero here at UA. Turning her back on her teachers, Kyoka walked towards the exit. Wait, we aren't done talking, said Midnight. Kyoka stopped at the door frame. Well, I am. I'll see you in class. With the slam of the door, Kyoka left the room, leaving Aizawa, Midnight, and Melissa surprised. Well, that went well, said Melissa. She's pissed, said Midnight. Which is a bit odd when she's the quiet one in class. Aizawa sighed. Well, she does make some good points. I'll talk to Nezu about what to do next, and about Bakugo. For now, let's just hope Dr. Shield can extract the symbiote from Midoriya. But we need her blood in order to do that, argued Melissa. Without it, it might take months if not years to do. She refused and made it pretty clear that she didn't want to help. We need to make our argument more convincing. And I might know a way to do that, said Aizawa. But as Aizawa was thinking of a way to enact his plan, he suddenly got an alert on his phone. Reaching into his pocket, Aizawa pulled it out and read the message. Oh shit. Meanwhile, with Nezu sitting in his office, Nezu had All Might across his desk. Are we sure this is accurate? Asked Nezu, with a worried look on his face. All Might nodded. Yes, each account has an eyewitness to back it up. The hero killer and Toga are working together. Putting down the file he was reading, Nezu sighed. This is just terrible. An image of a man wearing a suit of armor and a helmet was shown inside the file with his hero name. Ingenium, he was a good hero. We need to find these two and fast. The sheer brutality of these murders is scaring the people. Heroes are dropping, and the public is scared. If nothing is done and soon, we'll have panic spreading, then comes chaos, said All Might. We are partially to blame here. If we didn't stop Midoriya when we did, this might not have happened, said Nezu. Regardless, we need to act fast. Have the heroes double their patrol. They seem to attack only at night so no one goes out alone. And if by chance a hero encounters them, run. Under no circumstances are they to engage without backup. Make sure the police know this too. Is there any evidence of them being linked to them? All Might nodded. Right, I'll make sure they know. And as of now, no, they shouldn't be. But if they do manage to meet and join, it will spell disaster. But as the two talked, President Mike suddenly burst through the door. Mike, what's wrong? Asked Nezu. You need to turn on the news, now, yelled Mike, his voice trembling. All Might quickly grabbed the remote and turned on the TV inside the office. What he saw made even the number one hero step back in shock. My God. The news helicopter was above a building. Bodies of dead heroes littered the roof. And with their blood a message was written. Come out to play, Midoriya. Gee, this sight is almost unbelievable. I can only estimate, but it seems that there are at least 15 heroes on the roof. And that message, Midoriya is the boy that went on a rampage during the sports festival. Could this be the work of the hero killer? Or was it the red one that was there as well? We are unsure, said the news announcer. But one thing's for sure, whoever this was clearly wants to provoke the boy. Nezu gripped his paws. I expected them to do something but this fast. All of those heroes. What do we do now, Nezu? Asked All Might. We can't allow Midoriya to leave no matter what. Bring every hero you can. We are going out and finding those two. We won't stop until both of them are brought in, said Nezu. Unknown location. Stain walked into an old abandoned house. Dropping his sword, he walked over to the living room. There he found Toga looking at the TV. Look, Stain. We are all over the news. Yes, we are. Thanks to your help, we have been able to get rid of more fake heroes, said Stain as he walked towards the TV. Toga nodded. Yup. But why hasn't Izuku come and stopped us? Stain thought about it. He might be in jail right now. Think about it. He attacked the sports festival and nearly killed a student. Toga was about to say something when from in front of the TV a black portal opened up. Stain quickly jumped back and grabbed his sword from the floor. Toga in turn transformed her arm into a red spike. Good evening, you two. Please, do not be alarmed. I wish you no harm, said a man made of mist and wearing a suit. Who are you? Asked Stain, pointing his sword at him. My name is Kurogiri, and I'm here to invite you two to speak with our leader, explained Kurogiri as he stepped aside. Please, all we ask is for your time. Toga looked at Stain. We got nothing to lose. Besides, this might be fun. Lowering his sword, Stain stood up. I've heard about your league before. Let's see if it's worth joining. Going into the portal, Toga and Stain found themselves in a bar. The hero killer and Havoc. You two are quite the team. Looking over to the front, they found Shigaraki. Who the hell are you? Asked Toga. The name is Shigaraki. Let's get straight to the point. I want you two to join the league. Stain and Toga flinched. With your powers, we will be able to kill All Might once and for all. Join me and I can promise you more money than you can possibly imagine. If not money, we can come to another arrangement. So what do you say? Will you join? The room was silent as Toga looked at Stain. Suddenly Toga began to laugh. Man, you really crack me up. You sure do have some funny jokes. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. I wasn't joking. Toga stopped laughing. Wait, you were serious? Oh, in that case, hell no. I don't want to kill All Might right now. All I want is Izuku. He is all I'm after. Ah yes, the boy with the black creature. Well, it's unfortunate, but he's going to die as well, explained Shigaraki. What did you say? Asked Toga, feeling her blood begin to boil. The boy, Izuku Midoriya, he is also a target of ours. And now that he is in prison, we can't get rid of him. Actually, this is. But as Shigaraki was explaining, a red tendril hit him in the chest. The impact was so hard that it forced the villain into a wall where he was then pinned. Now unable to move, Shigaraki looked to see a very angry Toga. Red veins from the symbiote crawled around her body. You won't touch him. Izuku is mine and mine alone. If you even dare touch him, I'll cut you up and watch all of your insides become outsides. But not before my friend here gets pieces of your flesh. Appearing behind Toga was the red symbiote, brandishing its razor-sharp teeth. Kurogiri tried to move, but Stain appeared behind him with his knife. Don't move. You think you can threaten me? Yelled Shigaraki, touching the red tendril. Watching it disintegrate, Toga backed off and let Shigaraki fall. Touching the ground, Shigaraki ran at Toga. I'll kill you. Transforming, Toga smiled as she reshaped her hand into that of a knife. You first. Swiping up, Toga aimed for Shigaraki's arm, but just as she was about to slice it off, a voice was heard. Enough, both of you. Stopping inches from each other, both turned to find the monitor in the room on and with the words AFO displayed on it. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Master, son, you shouldn't let your emotions control you. And Toga, was it? I would appreciate it if you don't slice his arm off. I'd rather see him with both of them, said AFO. Toga hummed. Leave Izuku alone and I'll consider it. As you wish, no harm will come to the boy, said AFO. But the thing was, Toga had no reason to trust AFO. She didn't even know who he was. However, something told her to believe him. Shall we kill him too? Asked Havoc. Not yet. I don't know why, but something tells me this guy will keep his word. Let's back down for a bit. We'll let things play out. Toga then retracted Havoc back into her. Fascinating, said AFO. That thing never fails to impress me. So Toga, Stain, will you two not join us? Stain put his sword away. No, I already made a deal with Toga. I will honor our agreement with her first. On the other side of the screen, AFO lost his smile. I see, that's unfortunate but understandable. Kurogiri will return you from where you came from. If you do change your mind, don't bother finding us, we'll find you. Kurogiri, if you will, Nodding, Kurogiri activated his quirk and opened up a portal. Stain went in, but as Toga did, she turned around and stuck out her tongue at Shigaraki. Once through, Kurogiri closed the portal. "How could you just let them leave like that, master?" asked Shigaraki. "They are still of some use to us, my son. They will keep the heroes off our back for a while. This will give us the time we need for the next phase," explained AFO. "Which reminds me, the new patch of medium-tier Nomas are almost ready. Take them. They aren't as strong as the one used at the USJ, but they will get the job done. As for the boy, well, he can't infringe on us currently, so let him be." Shigaraki nodded. "Thank you, master. I know just what to do with them." But that FO ended the transmission. "Shigaraki, what are you planning on using the Nomas for?" asked Kurogiri. "Stain and the girl are becoming too popular for my liking. I think it's time for the League of Villains to retake the spotlight," said Shigaraki. "With any luck, the world will forget about those two." It had been a full 3 days since Izuku was in jail and the horror-filled show Toga and Havoc put on display on the roof. Currently sitting in his cell, Izuku was working out. A bench press was allowed inside his cell. Looking through the one-way glass was Naomasa and Aizawa. "How much is that again?" asked the detective. 4 plates on each side, plus the bar, so in total 405 pounds or 184 kilograms, answered Aizawa, watching the bar go up and down with little effort. "And that's without Venom. What we are watching, this is all Midoriya. Scary to think a 14-year-old kid has this much strength. He would have been an amazing hero," commented Naomasa. Izuku then racked the weights and moved on to pull-ups on the ceiling. "He sure as hell could have been," said Aizawa. Just then All Might walked into the room. "Any luck with young Jiro?" asked All Might. Aizawa unfortunately shook his head. "She flat out refused us, and I don't think there's anything we can do to convince her otherwise." "Figures. So what now?" asked All Might. Now we hope that Dr. Shield and Melissa can find a way to separate the two without killing him," explained Naomasa. "That or we keep trying to convince the girl. Jiro is stubborn, but can change her viewpoints. I'll talk to her again after the internship," said Aizawa. "Keep it up then." "And what about the other problem?" asked Naomasa. "There is still no sign of Toga or Stain," said All Might. "We have everyone looking for them, but still nothing. They'll show up, but what will they do when they actually show is the big question. They killed several heroes just to send Izuku a message. There's no telling what they might do," said Naomasa, worried. "And there might be more if we don't find them soon." Aizawa then turned. "We also have to make sure they don't target any of Midoriya's family or friends." "You are talking about Jiro?" Aizawa nodded. "She is interning with Death Arms. Assign her another hero, but make sure they are stealthy. We don't want Jiro getting the wrong idea." "I'll talk to Nezu about that. For now we should wait and keep an eye out for those two," said Aizawa. In the containment cell, Izuku finally finished his set. Racking the weights, Izuku sat up on the bench and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "How are you holding up, Venom?" "Barely," answered Venom. "It does help that I'm slowly getting used to it, but it hurts nonetheless. But I'm also worried. Just hang in there a bit longer. We'll soon leave this place." Izuku then looked at the one-sided glass, "And they'll be the ones opening the door." "That's not what has me worried, Izuku." Closing his eyes, Izuku knew what, or rather who Venom was talking about. "She knows how to take care of herself. For now we just have to hope they don't go after her." Aizawa narrowed his eyes. "Midoriya will not be leaving this cell. We'll catch those two before it gets to that point." 3 days later, Kyoka was nervous. This was the first time she and her class would be working under real heroes. Currently, Kyoka was unpacking her things as per Death Arms' instructions. This was also the time they would finally be called their hero names. They picked their own names the day before they left for internships, and Kyoka went with one that matched her quirk, the hearing hero, Earphone Jack. If only Izuku could have heard it. Kyoka sighed as she closed her suitcase. "I sure hope Izuku is doing all right in that cell." "Hey Jiro, you almost done in there?" asked a voice through the door. Kyoka jumped when she suddenly heard Death Arms' voice. "Huh? Oh yeah, I'm done," she answered back. "Good. I know you just got here, but this isn't meant to be a walk in the park. Change into your costume. We are starting with some light exercise," said Death Arms. "Right, I'll be there soon." With that, Kyoka heard Death Arms walking down the hall. How did I not hear him? I am getting too distracted. Izuku will be fine, but if I don't improve myself, I won't be able to help him. Grabbing her hero costume, Kyoka changed and headed down to meet up with Death Arms. And boy did she get an introduction. For the rest of the day, Kyoka underwent a grueling workout. Arms, chest, legs, endurance, and strength were all targeted or tested to see how much she could handle. Kyoka knew she wasn't the most athletic person, but she wasn't a pushover either. By the end of the day, Kyoka found herself laying on her back, her breathing heavy and sweat dripping down her forehead. "Tea that sucked." Death Arms laughed. "You're a pretty tough kid. Not many can go through what you just went through." "I had some prior training," explained Kyoka, grabbing a bottle of water. "You're talking about that guy who went crazy at the sports festival?" "Boyfriend, right?" asked Death Arms. Kyoka's face turned stiff when she heard that. Slowly a blush began to cover her face. And no ... well ... yes ... That must have been some training. I saw what he did at the sports festival. It was brutal but calculated. Every move he made wasn't without reason. DeathArms then looked at Kyoka. He was trying to save you, wasn't he? Kyoka nodded. Yeah, but Endeavor got in the way, as did All Might. If they didn't interfere, Izuku would have taken down that monster. So you don't see anything wrong in his actions? Asked DeathArms. I never said that. I saw what he did, or rather what Venom did. It was a cheap, cowardly act putting people's lives at risk. But that wasn't Izuku. The Izuku I know is kind and caring. Even after all the crap he got for being quirkless, he still deep down wants to help people. Kyoka sighed. Killing is bad, there's no denying that. But if killing one person saves hundreds, if not thousands of people, maybe taking one isn't that bad. DeathArms was surprised. I see. Well, enough about this. Hit the shower and rest for a bit. Dinner should be ready in about an hour. Helping Kyoka up, DeathArms watched as she left the training area. Once she was out of sight, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Hey, it's me. Yeah, quick question. Kyoka went up to her room and grabbed a change of clothes. Fortunately for her, each room had their own private shower and restroom. Taking off her clothes, Kyoka adjusted the water temperature, and once she found that sweet spot, she hopped in. The cold water felt nice as it hit her bare skin and trailed down her body. Exhaling, Kyoka allowed the water to wash over her head. This is going to be a long week. Back with Izuku, afternoon. It was early in the morning. Izuku was doing push-ups, 498, 499, and 500. Pushing himself off the ground, Izuku flew into the air and landed with both feet. I was wondering how long it would take for you to come here. Izuku turned to the see-through glass and found All Might. Sorry I kept you waiting. Don't worry about it, Hiro, you've been busy. Still haven't found them yet, have you? Asked Izuku. All Might took a seat in front of the glass. No, but we will. Let's just worry about what I'm about to ask you. Izuku sat down on his bed. That's fine with me. Go ahead, ask away. Why did you lie to me? Asked All Might. The last we spoke you said you wished to unbond yourself from Venom. Why? Simple really, because I could. If you thought that I wanted to leave Venom, you'd probably pity me. And for a time you did, explained Izuku. You tricked us, used our sympathy, and for what? Look at you. That's when Izuku slammed his fists into the glass, separating them. With his head hanging down, Izuku began to laugh. Don't you dare talk about being tricked or being used. You and that rat did the same to me. Looking up, the rage in Izuku's eyes scared the hero. All Might stepped back. I tried to change, I really did. Kyoka helped me calm down, but I can't fight what Venom is. A hunter in need of prey. Do you have any idea where the other one could have gone? Asked All Might, ignoring Izuku. Smirking, Izuku turned and sat down on the bed. No, but I heard what happened. So many heroes dead. It's only a matter of time before they'll kill again. You could prevent that. You could set me free. But once again All Might ignored Izuku. Where did the red one come from? Izuku sighed, still not budging. The red one is a byproduct of Venom. A child of sorts, but these things reproduce asexually, so a clone. So does that mean the other one will spawn another one? Asked All Might. No, answered Izuku. They only reproduce once in their lifetime and only under special circumstances. Which are? Instead of answering, Izuku smiled. Why are you so confident that we'll set you free? Izuku stood up and walked towards All Might. That thing out there is a monster. It will kill anything and anyone that gets in its way. Be that villains, heroes, civilians, women, children. It won't matter. But you guys are so hung up on doing the right thing that you are blinded. Blinded by the hypocrisy in your actions. You fight a villain, you win, they are put in jail. After a while and some good behavior they are set free, and lo and behold they do it again and people suffer. And that's when the cycle starts over again. It goes and goes and goes without ever stopping. Endless pain, endless suffering. But I on the other hand stopped that cycle. So you think you are saving people by killing? Asked All Might. Precisely. You become heroes to save people, but you don't get rid of the problem. This world is rotten, All Might. What you do is fine and all, but I've learned that sometimes in order to save a life one must first take one. Izuku then looked at All Might in the eyes. And Yue is somehow fine with having one at the school. You're talking about Bakugo. We have investigated your claims and did find cover-ups from teachers. We also found false testimonies from students that confirm what you said. Answered All Might. And what is Yue going to do about it? Asked Izuku. We've already spoken to him and placed him in a suspension watch. Izuku rolled his eyes and he pushed off the glass. If he does anything, it would mean immediate suspension and most likely expulsion from Yue. Izuku walked around his cell, laughing. Oh, so nothing? Great. Yet another day where Bakugo gets a slap on the wrist. Shouldn't surprise me really, considering it happened to a quirkless loser. Neither you or that rat F give a single shit about those with no power. That's not what I said. I've already told you what we did. Bakugo's actions are awful, but we believe he can change given time. But as All Might was speaking, something suddenly came flying at him. Whatever it was, it hit the glass with enough force to crack it. Looking down, All Might saw that it was one of the 45-pound plates for the bench press. Do you have any idea what he did to me? Asked Izuku, stopping behind the bench press. And don't give me that shit from your reports. Age 5. Bakugo throws an apple at my head during lunch. Nothing happens. Last day of primary school. Bakugo thought it would be funny if I tripped and fell on stage while graduating. Middle school. First day. He decides that for his first act he should burn part of my clothes. 2 weeks later, he found some friends and jumped me after school. Later he uses his quirk. Burn marks are visible on my arms and face that burn when exposed to oxygen. That goes on for months. Teachers do nothing. Then it came. Last weeks of school he comes up to me, takes my stuff, blows it up and throws it out of a window, and then tells me to kill myself. All Might's eyes widened, and I tried to ignore him. I really did, but he just kept coming after me. Eventually I decided to try for the support program at UA, but that somehow pissed him off too. So I gave up, stopped caring. That is, until I met you, All Might. The hero flinched. There you were, the #1 hero. You saved me from some sludge guy, but all I really wanted was to ask you one simple question. So I'll ask again, can someone quirkless be a hero? Izuku waited for a reply but got none. Answer me, yelled Izuku, slamming his fist onto the glass, but All Might refused. Still can't give me an answer. Coward. He won't change and neither will you. But you'll need me soon enough, just you wait. You'll be begging me to get rid of your problems soon enough. We'll stop them our way, said All Might. Once we do, there will be one less monster on the streets. Well, All Might, sometimes it takes a monster to kill one. But that All Might left the cell. Izuku laid back down, but a few minutes later someone else entered the cell. Leave, All Might. I don't care for what else you have to say. Oh, then you're in luck. I'm not All Might, said a female voice. Getting up, Izuku was surprised to find a girl with blue eyes and blonde hair. McDonald's is down the street, sweetheart. The girl laughed. Stereotypes. Love it. The name is Melissa Shield, and I'm the one who will be running some tests on your little friend. First things first, blood. Though, you'll have to come in here to get it, Melissa. Izuku then motioned with his finger for Melissa to get closer. Don't worry, I won't bite. The other guy, on the other hand, he might. Melissa smiled. You aren't going to make this easy like your girlfriend, huh? Good, I love a challenge. That same day, night time. Kyoka was currently resting after being involved with a real hero situation. Good work out there, kid. How was your first taste of heroism? Asked Death Arms. It was awesome. I felt the adrenaline running through me. And the feeling you get when saving people, it's almost unbelievable, explained Kyoka. But there seems to be a lot more heroes around lately. Glad to hear it. And yeah, there are. Another 2 heroes were killed last night in the next city over. Brutal too, said Death Arms. Rumors are spreading that it was the work of Stain and the other thing. That makes 6 heroes dead. It's a message. And if it really is them, then it's a message for Izuku, deduced Kyoka. Could be, but we should be safe. How about we grab something to eat? The sun is almost down and I think it's time to call it for today. Getting up, Kyoka nodded. Good, how does BBQ sound? As the 2 left the scene, 2 figures watched them from the shadows. Are sure this is good to work? Asked Stain, his hand on his sword. Coming down and grabbing onto the railing were several of Toga's tendrils. If this doesn't get their attention, then nothing will. And don't worry, there will be plenty of heroes to go around. The sun had gone down and Kyoka had her fill. Walking outside of the restaurant, Kyoka waited for Death Arms to finish paying. She watched as couples walked by holding hands and locking arms. I wonder if Izuku and I could ever do that. But as she was thinking about that, someone bumped into her. The person fell to the ground as a result. Are you all right? Kyoka asked. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Let me help you up. Kyoka outstretched her arm. The person did the same. But as they grabbed her hand, red tendrils appeared and wrapped themselves around and up her arm, eventually stopping around her neck. Hello again. Miss me. Raising their head, Kyoka was surprised to find Toga. Why you? Kyoka tried to use her quirk, but before she could, Toga tightened her grip. I wouldn't do that if I were you. See that guy over there? The one in the raggedy gray jacket in the middle of all those people? Well, that's Stain, and he's ready to kill everyone around him if you do anything stupid. So I suggest you do as you are told. Why are you doing this? Asked Kyoka as the tendril cut off her air. Toga smiled. Simple, if I take you, Izuku would have to come. Once he does, I'll make him mine. Not being able to hold on, Kyoka passed out. Going limp, Toga caught her. After that, you no longer have a place. Turning, Toga nodded at Stain. Transforming, the red symbiote appeared, growling like an animal. People in the streets screamed as Havoc was unleashed. Putting down Kyoka, Havoc went to work. Brandishing its razor-sharp teeth, Havoc watched as the people ran. Can I really kill all of these people? No, not them. We'll save them for later. But those guys you can eat, said Toga. Havoc smiled as running out of the restaurant was Death Arms, earphone jack. I wouldn't worry about her hero, said Havoc, reshaping its arm into blades. Death Arms readied himself. Give her back, he yelled, jumping at Havoc with his fist pulled back. But Havoc appeared to be standing still, but just as the hero's fist was about to land, a slicing sound was heard. Death Arms' vision was solely focused on Havoc. But much to his surprise, the villain began to tilt. Havoc was now upside down. What's going on? Why is he upside down? But it wasn't Havoc that was upside down, but rather Death Arms. A thumping sound was heard as the villain grabbed Death Arms' head out of the air. Coming into view was Death Arms' own body, his head missing from the rest of his body, blood pooling underneath. Nice try, hero, but you failed. Don't worry, I'll send more of your hero friends to join you soon enough. The final thing Death Arms saw was Havoc opening up his mouth. The crowd was horrified. A loud crunching noise was heard as Havoc devoured the severed hero's head. Police then arrived and immediately began to open fire on Havoc. However, their bullets did nothing. The bullets seeped into the symbiote. Once each officer emptied their magazines and the smoke cleared, Havoc was still standing. My turn. Flexing his torso, Havoc pushed each bullet that the cops had fired into his mouth and began to spit them right back. Bullets pierced into each officer multiple times as Havoc spit the bullets back. By the end of it, dozens of officers were dead and Havoc remained, smoke rising from his mouth. As much as I want to kill more, we have to leave. This has definitely attracted the attention of the #1 hero. Havoc was getting to leave when a radio inside of the patrol cars came on. We need backup. I repeat, we need backup. They are ripping this place apart. Oh God. Help anyone. We are in Hasu City. Suddenly the radio cut off as screams of pain were heard. Looks like someone wants all the limelight, thought Toga. This is definitely Shigaraki. Whatever, we have the girl and soon Izuku will be mine. Grabbing Kyoka, Havoc jumped towards the roof of a building. There she found Stain. Did you hear? It seems like our friend wants to shine. Havoc growled. Let him, we got what we came for. But his attack will bring more heroes to his location. Stain then pulled out his sword. I'm going to go and do what I was meant to do. Do what you like. Our partnership ends here. It was nice working with you, Stain. Nodding, Stain disappeared into the night. Now, let's leave a message for Izuku. Yue. Nezu sat in his chair and looked out into the courtyard of his school. To think this would happen. Multiple heroes dead. Killed by that monster. Namus are attacking Hasu, and worst of all, one of my students was kidnapped. Just then the door to his office opened and in walked All Might in his skinny form. Sorry sir, this is all my fault. I can't believe I stayed in my buff form longer than I should have just to talk to Midoriya. If only I'd just. But Nezu stopped him there. That's enough, All Might. While your power would have been useful, I'm sure the others will be able to handle this. We just have to believe. Any news on Jiro's location? What about the second hero we put on her? All Might shook his head. No, Death Arms is dead and the second hero we put was found dead as well on a rooftop. That thing from the sports festival must have taken her. If your theory is right, then this must be another message for Midoriya. But as Nezu was speaking, something suddenly came flying through the window, shattering it. Nezu and All Might ducked as glass shards fell over them. What the hell was that? Asked All Might, looking around. Nezu then jumped off of his chair and saw that there was a trail of red on the floor. Following it, the two came upon a choker. That's part of young Jiro's costume. Reaching, the hero grabbed it. That's when he noticed that it was covered in something red. Blood. Inspecting it more closely, All Might noticed something attached to the inside. Grabbing it, he saw that it was a USB. Giving it to Nezu, the principal plugged it into his computer. On it was one video file. Slowly Nezu hovered over it and clicked on it. The video began to play, showing Kyoka bound and gagged on what appeared to be a medieval torture table. But instead of straps on her arms and legs, they were red tendrils. The two watched as Kyoka moved around trying to get out but failing. Easy now, we wouldn't want you to get hurt, said a voice off screen. Appearing suddenly from the left was Toga's face. Hey there, I don't know who is watching, but I have a very important message for Izuku. Walking over to Kyoka, it was shown that Toga had tendrils coming out of her back. Hey Izuku, look who I have. Running her hand on Kyoka's cheek, Toga smiled. I have your little girlfriend, and after looking at her she's not much. Kyoka's expression turned to anger. Anyway, she's no good for you. You should be with me instead. The two of us going on dates. That just sounds amazing. But she is standing in our way. If only there was something I could. Smirking, Toga transformed her arm into a red blade. I could kill her, right here, right now. Pressing the blade to Kyoka's neck. Blood began to run down from a small cut. Thankfully, Toga pulled her arm back. But that would be too easy. I want you to be here when I kill her. That way when you break, I'll be there to pick up all of those little pieces. That, and this one wants to kill the alien inside you, said Toga, pointing to her back. Boo what? Since you are in a cell, I suppose I should give you some time. Or rather give the heroes time. So this part is for the heroes at UA. Let Izuku go in 2 hours or she dies. Good luck finding us. The video then cut as Toga waved at the camera. Nezu and All Might were horrified. She's insane, commented All Might. All those heroes died just for Midoriya. But still, we can't let him free. If we don't, an innocent student dies, said Nezu. Do we let her die because of our own ego? Or do we set loose a monster in order to fight one? Damn it, I've never been faced with this kind of choice before. What do we do, Nezu? Asked All Might. The principal closed his eyes and thought about that. People are not going to like this. It's time to make a deal with the devil. Prison. Asleep on his bed, Izuku was suddenly awoken by the sound of someone tapping the glass. Getting up, Izuku lazily looked around and found All Might with several officers in full riot gear behind him. What the hell? It's like 1 a.m., don't you ever sleep? Do it, commanded All Might. That's when the glass door began to slide up, allowing the hero to enter the cell. Izuku couldn't believe it. You must be stupider than I thought if you're coming here not at full power. Getting ready to attack, All Might stopped a few meters away. Catch. He then threw something at Izuku. Catching it, Izuku looked at the object. His expression turned to one of pure horror. This is Kyoka's. It is blood. Izuku then looked at All Might. Is she? No, answered All Might, much to Izuku's relief. But she is in danger. We received a message from Toga. She captured Jiro and is currently holding her, and she wants you. Toga has given us 2 hours to release you and to save the girl. That was an hour ago. Where is she? Asked Izuku, clenching the choker. We don't know. The heroes we had protecting her are all dead, so there's no trace of her or Toga, explained All Might. So you guys allowed this to happen? Lifting his head, All Might could see the pure, unfiltered, raw anger in Izuku's eyes. That doesn't matter right now. What is that we have an hour to find Jiro and take down that monster or she dies, said All Might. Reaching into his pocket, All Might pulled out a remote and pressed the button, deactivating the Venom countermeasures. We need your help. Izuku could feel Venom finally being able to relax. Breathing in, Izuku activated Venom, the black symbiote covering him from head to toe. The clicking of guns was heard as each officer raised their guns. Now towering over the hero, Venom spoke. Much better. His white eyes then turned to All Might. You are lucky we don't kill you where you stand. All Might nodded. I know. So will you help Jiro? Or will you let her die? Venom leaned down and got right in All Might's face and roared. Spit then hit the hero's face as Venom's sharp teeth were inches from taking a bite. Once done, Venom flicked his tongue around. If she dies, it will be on you, and I will come for you and all of you, Mark my words. Back to Jiro. There must have been someone helping Toga. There was one, Stain the hero killer, said All Might. And where can we find this hero killer? Asked Venom. Hasu City. He's fighting the heroes while they try to fight Nomus that appeared. Izuku nodded. Then I'm leaving. You guys will only get in my way. Venom then walked past the hero. It's like I said, begging. With loud thumps, Venom walked out of his cell, ripping the doorknobs off each door he passed. Finally reaching the outside, Venom began to run. Reaching the edge, the symbiote jumped. Venom, we aren't going that far by jumping. We need to get there faster. Faster. I can go faster. Climbing his way to the top of the watchtower, Izuku grabbed the pole. Reaching behind his back, Venom grabbed part of himself and pulled hard. In an instant, demon-shaped wings appeared from his back. Flapping his wings, Venom took off into the night sky. I didn't know you could fly. The benefits of being able to shapeshift. But enough about that, let's go to Hasu. In Hasu, the city was in chaos. Fire rages in the streets, buildings collapsed, and people ran for their lives. Ida, who was in the city, chased someone into an alley. Stopping midway, Ida looked around. I know you're here, Stain. Show yourself. But as Ida looked around, slicing from behind, the student screamed out in pain as a rusty blade hit his arm. Landing in front of Ida was Stain, his blade soaked in blood. A hero student. I am Ida, brother of Ingenium, the hero you crippled, said Ida, and I will have my revenge. Stain smiled. Revenge? Your brother was one of many fake heroes, and now you want revenge? You aren't a real hero. I am a hero, and I will take you down. Using his quirk, Ida rushed the hero killer. Ida went in for a kick to the head, but the hero killer saw it from miles away and jumped into the air before it even got close. Now above Ida, Stain smiled as he looked down. Now die. Stain swung his blade, but just as it was about to slice Ada's face, a loud boom was heard. Something then came crashing down on top of Stain so hard that Ida was thrown to the nearby wall. Slowly getting up, Ida's eyes widened at what was before him. Found you. Like a lion that just caught its prey, Venom was on top of Stain. Cracking sounds were heard coming from Stain's back as Venom tightened his grip. Now I'm going to ask you one simple question. Stain, where is Toga? The villain groaned in pain as his spine was crushed. But even in pain, Stain spoke. It's you. Toga always knew you'd come. As to where she is, I have no idea. Wrong answer. Jumping off, Venom lifted Stain off the ground and threw him towards a wall. Stain slammed against it so hard that the concrete wall broke. But before the villain could fall to the ground, Venom grabbed him by the neck and pinned him against the wall. One more time, Stain, where is Toga? Blood now ran down Stain's mouth. His lungs were rapidly filling up with blood thanks to his rib piercing his lung. Why you should be just like me. You only hurt the bad ones. I don't have time for this. Frustrated and now getting desperate, Venom transformed his hand into a knife and stabbed into Stain's thigh. Tell me. Stain gritted his teeth as blood dripped down his leg and onto the floor. Answer me, yelled Venom, stabbing into his other thigh. But Stain refused to answer. Tell me where she took her, demanded Venom as he moved up and pierced his arms. Over and over Venom would stab and slash all over Stain's body, always making sure to miss the vitals. Now a dripping body of blood, Stain could barely speak. As Stain opened his mouth to talk, a large amount of blood dropped down from the side. There's an old apartment building ... we stayed at. Venom closed the distance between himself and Stain. Which direction? Slowly moving his arm up, Stain pointed towards the west. That way. Thank you for your cooperation. Now suffer and die. Grabbing Stain by both of his arms, Venom began to pull. Stain screamed out in pain as he could tell his arms were literally being pulled apart. First was the muscle, strong but easily ripped. Then came the blood vessels, and finally came the nerves. In one rapid movement, Venom ripped off one of Stain's arms. Blood splattered across the wall and onto the floor. Dropping Stain, Venom held the arm up and proceeded to eat it in front of the villain. You taste horrible. Ada, you can do what you like with him. He won't resist. Sprouting his wings once again, Venom took off towards the direction Stain pointed at, leaving Ada with a dismembered and bloody Stain. Ada just stared at the broken villain. He saw the blood and thought that this was the perfect chance to get his revenge. But why couldn't he do it? Was it because of the sorry state Stain was in, or was it because of what he saw? Whatever it may have been, one thing was for certain: Venom, no rather Izuku, was out for blood. Unknown building. Toga hummed a tone as she patiently waited for the 2 hours to be up. Just 5 more minutes and you'll be dead. And Izuku will be all mine. I just got the best idea. Why don't I cut off one of those things dangling from your ears and send it to your parents? I'm sure they'll be happy to have at least some part of you back. Kyoka's eyes widened. She then began to squirm and scream in a muffled voice as Toga walked towards her, transforming one of the tendrils into a pair of scissors. Toga was just about to clip Kyoka's jacks clean off when the building they were in began to shake. Toga stopped and looked up at the ceiling. He's here. Crashing through the ceiling was Venom, his teeth showing, his claws sharpened, and his anger boiling. Toga was transforming when Venom came in and fell on top of her, kicking her through the floor. The two were now falling. Havoc, having now fully emerged, was currently in a fight with Venom. Tendrils tangled into each other and both symbiotes roared as they fell through the floor. A tear out of relief ran down Kyoka's face as she saw Izuku. The two symbiotes roared as they fell through the floor. Pulling his fist back, Venom managed to punch Havoc across the face. But all that did was piss it off even more. Eventually the two would hit the ground floor. The two separated. Taking the girl was the worst mistake of your life, warned Venom. Havoc roared. No, the mistake was not killing her on sight. But now that you're here. Half of Havoc's face peeled off, revealing Toga underneath. Her twisted smile and blush on her cheek would scare even the hardest of heroes. We can finally be together. Sorry, but Kyoka is the one for us, said Venom. With a sad expression on her face, Toga let Havoc cover her face. You'll learn to love us. But first, let's see if you can protect her while trying to kill me. Looking up, Havoc suddenly jumped back up. Venom's eyes widened. No. Jumping towards him, Venom managed to grab onto Havoc's leg and pull down. Slamming against the floor, Havoc screeched out in pain. You are staying right here. Havoc turned and created a spear. Thrusting it forward, he impaled Venom through the chest. Pushing forward, Havoc managed to pin Venom against the wall. Your host is weak, father, just like you. With Venom still attached to the end of the spear, Havoc lifted him up into the air before slamming him back down. Pulling the spear free, Venom grunted in pain. I expected more from you. Venom growled. I'm only getting warmed up, son. Extending out his arms, Venom shot out black webbing, which then attached themselves to furniture. Pulling hard, Venom caused a sofa and fridge to come flying at Havoc. Turning to his right, Havoc sliced through the sofa with ease. He then turned to his left and did the same to the fridge. That was your plan. I can catch bullets with my teeth. Did you honestly think I couldn't react in time? That wasn't the point, answered Venom. I just needed you to be distracted. With Havoc still looking to his left, Venom took this chance and grabbed Havoc's head and began to headbutt it. The impact forced Havoc back, to which Venom managed to get back up and charge towards him. Pulling his arm, Venom reshaped it into a spiked iron ball and proceeded to punch Havoc across the face. He then transformed the other hand and began to pummel the symbiote. Not letting up, Venom backed Havoc into a corner where he prepared to end this. But as Venom threw his fist forward, Havoc caught it. All right, I think that's enough. You've had your fun, now it's my turn. Kneeing Venom in the chest, Havoc forced him back. Staggering, Venom looked up only to find several spikes come flying at him. Venom didn't have time to react when they all hit. Venom roared out in pain, but that's when Havoc screeched and managed to get behind him. Grabbing him by the head, Venom tried to elbow him off, but every time Havoc would just smile and laugh, as if he enjoyed the pain. We don't need to kill the both of you, only half will do. Grabbing Venom's head with both hands, sinking his claws in, Havoc began to pull. Venom screamed out in pain as Havoc began to forcefully separate the two. Inch by inch, Izuku's head was being exposed until finally 2 screams could be heard, one from Venom and the other from Izuku. Izuku could now see Venom, and vice versa. How does it feel, Izuku, to have your only source of strength peel itself away? Soon you'll be nothing but the girl's plaything, taunted Havoc as he pulled even harder. Grunting in pain, Izuku narrowed his eyes. Screw you. I'd rather die than become her plaything. Retracting back, Toga's face then appeared. Izuku, I'm hurt, but don't worry, I'll make you forget everything. That way me and you can stay forever and ever. Doesn't that sound nice? But just before Izuku could answer, a chair came down and hit Toga on the head, breaking on impact. Owa, who did that? She yelled out. Toga looked up not only to find another chair falling, but it was actually Kyoka throwing them down. Hey ugly, get away from my man. Blocking the chair with her arm, Toga became enraged. Why won't you die? Covering Toga's face, Havoc roared, you're dead. Tossing Izuku aside, Havoc began to climb up the broken floors. Laying on the floor and with Venom trying to reattach itself to Izuku, he could do nothing but watch. Kyoka watched as Havoc climbed and climbed. That's it, get up here. Shooting up from the hole in the floor, Havoc extended out his tendrils, knocking Kyoka to the floor. Once on the floor, a red tendril wrapped itself around her waist. You should have just left Izuku. Now you die, said Havoc as he picked Kyoka up and held her in midair. Kyoka felt the tendril around her waist tighten. Izuku isn't yours. Havoc roared in Kyoka's face before Toga's face appeared. He is mine. The moment I saw him, I knew we were destined to be together. I've seen what this world has done to him. Havoc was part of Venom and Venom is part of Izuku. I saw the pain, the tears, the fear, the hate. Deep down, Izuku wasn't meant to be a hero. He's meant to be by my side doing whatever we feel like. But you won't let him. You are the one who's getting in his way. That little outburst at the sports festival, caused by Venom and his lust for food. And the only reason why Izuku didn't let him eat was you. I bet you didn't even know that holding back these urges hurt him. Every second of every day was hell, yet he endured because of you. You caused him to suffer, you caused the outburst, you caused him to go to jail, everything is your fault. Kyoka's eyes widened. Why, you're wrong. Toga smirked. Am I? Or deep down, do you know what I just said was true? Kyoka stayed silent. That's what I thought. You are nothing but a poison to him. And I have the antidote right here. The symbiote once again covered Toga's face. Death. Opening its mouth, Kyoka saw her end coming. Maybe you're right. Maybe I haven't been the best with him. But I know there's good in him. Quickly, Kyoka extended out her earphone jacks and plunged them into Havoc's chest. And I'll be the one who shows him. Activating her quirk, Kyoka channeled her heartbeat directly into Havoc. The sound wave pulsated through the villain, forcing both it and Toga to their knees. The tendril around Kyoka let go, but the sound kept going. Screeching in pain, Havoc began to melt off Toga. No, you're killing it, yelled Toga, half of her face now free of the symbiote. Good, said Kyoka, standing over the villain. Once I get rid of it, you're next. Pieces of Havoc began to melt off of Toga like ice cream off a cone. But just as all of it was gone, Toga managed to reach for something attached to her thigh. With all her strength, Toga pulled out a knife, then pulled on Kyoka's own earphone jack. She forced Kyoka close. Now in range, Toga plunged the knife into Kyoka's shoulder. The pain forced Kyoka to pull her jacks back. Toga lunged at Kyoka, pulling out another knife and trying to stab her again. Kyoka saw this and managed to grab Toga's wrist. The two were now in a power struggle. Toga couldn't muster the strength to overpower Kyoka thanks to the sound. And Kyoka couldn't either thanks to the knife in her shoulder. Blood dripped down the wound as Kyoka was slowly losing. Kyoka looked up to see Toga smiling and her eyes glowing red. Die, 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 she yelled, growing more insane by the second. Kyoka tried her best, but her chances of escaping grew smaller when red veins appeared from Toga. This caused the knife to come down, this time aimed for her chest. Now inches away, Kyoka couldn't hold on anymore. Her strength weakened and the knife was now touching her. This was it. However, just as the knife was about to pierce her, a black tendril wrapped itself around Toga's neck. Didn't I say you wouldn't touch her? Said Venom, appearing. Toga gritted her teeth. You. Rapidly, Havoc appeared and protected Toga. We are ending this, father. The two symbiotes then lunged at each other. Meeting in the middle, they fought. Fists went flying. Tendrils sprung out in every direction. Falling once again, the two continued their fight. Outside, several dozen police officers surrounded the building Izuku and Kyoka were in. Assisting them were several heroes, but one officer and hero stood out. Aizawa and Naomasa were present. So this is where they are? Asked the detective. A loud boom was heard from inside the building. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. So what's the game plan? Asked Naomasa. SWAT is on their way, but we can't wait for them. We need to get Jiro out of there and secure both Venom and Toga, explained Aizawa. We have no advantages here. We need to go in fast and hard. Once SWAT is here, we move in. But as Aizawa was explaining, the wall on the third floor suddenly exploded. Debris went flying at the police cars parked outside. One massive piece landed atop of one of the cars, forcing the officers to flee. As the debris stopped, the officers went to see what had just crashed into the car, only to find that it was Havoc. "Shit, it's the red one," the officer yelled out. He tried to reach for his weapon, but before he could, a hand grabbed him by the neck. "A midnight snack, don't mind if I do." Pulling the officer in, Havoc opened its mouth and bit down. A loud crunch was heard as Havoc bit the man's head off. Tossing the rest aside, Havoc reshaped its hand. "No," yelled Venom from the hole in the wall. "More will die if you don't let us kill you, father," said Havoc as he grabbed another officer. But this time, instead of eating them, he threw them at the building. Reacting fast enough, Venom caught the officer. "I got you." Gently putting them down, Venom looked back at Havoc, only to find a tendril attach itself to his chest. Venom was then pulled out of the building and right into Havoc's fist. Falling to the ground, Venom was then picked up by the leg and slammed down onto a patrol car. Over and over, Havoc slammed his father down to the point that the car split in two. Now laying on the ground, Venom reached out and grabbed one of the two halves and used it as a boxing glove. Punching Havoc away, Venom got up and grabbed the other half. Now armed with both halves, he charged. Havoc was barely getting his bearings back when Venom came in and punched him across the face. Pieces of the car went flying as Havoc screeched in pain. Punch after punch, Venom beat the symbiote down. Eaten to the ground, Venom now stood over Havoc and continued his attack, the ground underneath Havoc's face breaking from the impact. After a few more hits, the two halves the car deteriorated, leaving nothing behind. But even then, Venom now used his fists. With a loud boom, Havoc stopped moving. Thinking that he'd won, Venom stopped. Taking a deep breath, Venom relaxed. "Good work, Venom," said Izuku. "It wasn't easy, but it's over now," answered Venom. But in that moment, Havoc opened his eyes. And who decided that? Venom looked down, but as he did, it was already too late. Kicking Venom in the chest, the symbiote went flying back towards the building. Crashing through the bottom floor, Venom broke all of the support beams that held up the building. Near the top, Kyoka was making her way down floor by floor when the building suddenly began to shake. "Oh, come on, now what?" That's when the floor underneath her gave out about 5 feet, causing her to fall. The building was now unstable. She needed to get out before the building came crashing down. Back down on the ground level, Venom was holding up the apartment building. "We can't hold on forever," said Izuku as the building began to crack even more. Venom looked around. "I got an idea." Using his tendrils, Venom began to repair the areas that had cracks on them. He then used some webbing to create a makeshift slanted beam, taking off some of the load. But even with this, the building came down another 6 inches as it was collapsing under its own weight. "Not working. Not working. You have to hold this up, Venom. Kyoka is still in there," warned Izuku as the building kept inching down. Now straining to hold up the building, Venom fell to a knee. "I am trying." "Listen, Izuku, you have to save Kyoka. I won't be able to put Havoc down and save her." "What are you saying?" asked Izuku. "Unbond. It will be temporary, but once you are outside, you have to save Kyoka. But know that you'll do it without any power." Izuku stayed silent. "Man, this is going to suck. But it has to be done." Izuku sighed. "Alright, let's do this." Jumping out from Venom's back was Izuku. Landing, the boy looked back at Venom. "What about Havoc?" "Let me worry about that. Focus on Kyoka," said Venom as he heard roaring from the outside. "Oh, Venom ... come out and play," said Havoc in a creepy tone. "I didn't kick you that hard. Don't die, Venom. I still need you." With that, Izuku took off towards the stairs. Venom smirked. "I don't plan to." With all his strength, Venom managed to lift the building slightly. Taking this chance, Venom fired off black webbing from his hands and quickly stopped the building from falling. This should hold long enough for Izuku to get Kyoka out of here. Now then, time to discipline a misbehaving child. Running back outside, Venom jumped out and lunged at Havoc. Immediately, Havoc noticed something was different. The form Venom was taking wasn't the same. He was much larger, and the almost human shape was gone. Venom now looked like a giant black goo with razor-sharp teeth and claws. "What happened to you? Where is your host?" asked Havoc, punching Venom in the face. Eating the punches, Venom grabbed Havoc by the shoulders. "None of your concern." Picking Havoc up, Venom threw him over his shoulder and suplexed them right into the ground. "Your fight is with me." That's when Toga put it together. He's going after the girl. "Hurry up and kill this one already. Don't tell me what to do," yelled Havoc, twisting his body around and jumping back into action. But now with his body not in a solid form, all strikes from Havoc passed right through Venom, while Venom could still physically attack Havoc. "Ugh, this isn't getting us anywhere. I'm getting out and killing that girl." From inside, Toga began to force herself free. First it was her arm, followed by her legs, and finally from the red flesh Toga appeared. "Kill this thing before I get back," Havoc growled. "I already told you, don't tell me what to do." Growing to roughly Venom's size, the two alien creatures faced off. All the while the officers and Aizawa looked on in shock. "We need a big gun," said Naomasa. Aizawa knew that Naomasa was right. His quirk was useless against these two. "Wait, I have an idea." Back inside, Izuku was on the 8th floor. "Kyoka," he yelled down the hallway. Getting no response, he moved on to the next floor. Now on the 9th floor, Izuku yelled, "Kyoka!" "Here," answered Kyoka. Izuku's eyes widened as he ran down the hall and jumped over the hole in the ground that led to the floor. Making it to the other side, he kept running. Eventually, he found her sitting down on the floor and against a wall. "Oh, thank goodness. How are you feeling?" Izuku asked, kneeling down in front of her. As he did, Izuku noticed a lot of blood. "Where's this all coming from? The wound on your shoulder shouldn't be bleeding this much." Kyoka groaned in pain as she removed her hand from her side abdomen. Blood gushed out of a deep slash wound. "One of her tendrils got me when you two fell the second time. God, this hurts." Ripping off his sleeve, Izuku pressed it up against the wound, causing Kyoka to wince in pain. "Sorry, but this should slow down the blood. Can you walk?" Kyoka nodded. "I just want to get out of here." Pushing herself up, Kyoka looked at Izuku. "Let's go." Throwing his arm around her shoulder, Izuku made sure she wouldn't fall over. The two walked and walked until they came upon the broken part of the floor. "Shit, can't you just carry me across?" questioned Kyoka. "No, Venom isn't with me right now," answered Izuku. "He isn't with you. Where is he?" Before Izuku could answer, the building began to shake. "You know, I guess that was him. Any ideas on how we can get across?" Izuku looked around and thought he could rip the door off and use it as a bridge. But the gap was too wide for that. After thinking for a few seconds, he came up with one option. "All right, I have to jump over it with you in my arms." Kyoka blinked a couple of times. "I know I'm light, but that light. Sure you can make it?" "Yeah, pretty sure. It's either then or I throw you across," said Izuku. "You know, your legs are pretty strong. Let's jump this thing." Izuku smiled, repositioning Kyoka. Izuku now carried her like a princess with her arms around his neck. Backing up a bit, Izuku wanted a running start. "You ready?" Kyoka nodded. "Let's do this." Running, Izuku jumped at the very edge of the floor. Kyoka closed her eyes as they jumped, but much to her relief, they had made it. "Ha! I did it. I actually did it." As Izuku was speaking, the floor beneath his feet suddenly broke off. Feeling himself fall, Izuku thought fast and tossed Kyoka forward. Landing on her butt, Kyoka watched as Izuku fell. "No." Kyoka rushed over and put out her arm. Just as Izuku was about to disappear, she felt him grab her hand. Kyoka screamed out in pain as the weight opened her wound. Izuku looked down. "Kyoka, whatever you do, don't let me go." Kyoka gritted her teeth. "That's easy for you to say. You weigh like a ton." "No, it's all muscle," said Izuku. "Can you pull me up?" Kyoka tried, but the pain forced her to stop as blood dripped. "See, can't." "Damn it." "All right, let's see." Izuku looked around and noticed that the floor beneath him was just a bit away. If he could somehow reach it, he should be in the clear. "All right, Kyoka, I'm going to try and swing to the other side." "Think he could hold on?" Kyoka's grip on Izuku slipped. "No, just do it." With no other choice, Izuku began to rock his body back and forth. But every time he did, Kyoka's grip loosened and her pain increased. Finally, after a few seconds, Izuku jumped towards the edge, just as Kyoka lost her grip. Landing hard on the floor, Izuku sighed. "Hey Kyoka, I made it." "Good," she said weakly. "Now hurry up and get me up. I can't move anymore." Izuku quickly rushed back up and found Kyoka laying on her back. "You owe me big time for this." Izuku smiled as he bent down and picked her up again. "Yeah, I know. Now up we go. Look at you, my little princess." Kyoka blushed. "If I wasn't in so much pain, I would have kicked your ass by now." "Next time then." With that, Izuku went down the stairs and made it to the ground floor. There he could see what Venom did to hold up the building and how some of the black tendrils were starting to rip. "Not the best job, but it's done. I wonder how Venom is doing against Havoc." "Hey Midoriya, are you in here?" asked someone on the ground floor. "That voice, it's Mr. Aizawa," said Kyoka, recognizing the voice. Appearing behind one of the pillars of Venom, Aizawa appeared. "Oh, thank goodness you're safe. How's Jiro?" "Hurt. We need to get her medical attention fast," said Izuku. Aizawa nodded. "Yeah, of course, we have medics standing by outside." "What about Venom? What happened to him?" asked Izuku. "They're still fighting, but forget about that now. Let's get you out." Nodding, Izuku walked towards Aizawa. But just as he was about 4 feet away, Aizawa suddenly lunged at Kyoka with a knife. Izuku's eyes widened as the knife went forward, aiming for Kyoka. But just as it was about to pierce her, Izuku put his hand out. The knife pierced the palm of Izuku's hand. The blade stopped just inches from hitting Kyoka. "I know you don't like kids, Aizawa, but to kill your own students, that's pretty unexpected," said Izuku as blood ran down his hand. Backing up, Aizawa began to laugh. "You knew all along, didn't you?" asked Aizawa as half of his face melted off. "What gave me away?" "The real Aizawa would be outside helping the heroes and Venom fight Havoc," explained Izuku. "Yeah, well, he might have some trouble with that. I kind of stabbed him in the arm," said Toga. "I'll give you one more chance, Izuku. Leave her and come to me." Izuku tightened his grip on Kyoka. "Not a chance." Toga sighed, now standing naked in front of Izuku. "Well, that's too bad. I really wanted you, Izuku. But if I can't have you, no one can." Pulling out a small device, Toga clicked the button on it. Instantly, several small explosions hit every one of the tendrils holding up the building. The fire burned through them rapidly, causing the building to come crashing down. "Oh, you crazy beach." Izuku watched as Toga ran towards the exit. Izuku quickly followed as the building crumbled around him. Kyoka tried to shield herself from the falling pieces. Looking up, Izuku could see the final floor falling. With no other choice, he jumped towards the exit. By the skin of his teeth he made it out, but dropped Kyoka in the process. Dust and debris littered the floor. Kyoka, where are you?" asked Izuku, pushing a piece of wood off of himself. Getting up, Izuku walked through the thick dust cloud. But before he could find Kyoka, something grabbed him by the head and pulled him back. Coming to a stop, Izuku was now face to face with Havoc. "So you're the one who Toga is obsessed with? You don't look like much." Izuku moved around trying to break free. This coming from a pile of slime. "Where's Venom?" "You shouldn't worry about him. He's just taking a quick rest," said Havoc, brandishing his teeth. Toga said she wanted you. But if we let you live, then Venom won't have a perfect host." Opening its mouth, Havoc was just about to bite down on Izuku's head when Venom came in and kicked him away. Izuku, reaching out. Izuku rebonded with Venom. "Did you get Kyoka?" "Yeah, but I lost her after the building collapsed," explained Izuku. "Oh, Izuku ... It isn't fair if you bond again," said Toga, her voice coming from where Venom kicked Havoc. "So let's even the odds, shall we?" Appearing out from the night was Havoc, his arms reshaping into knives. Slashing down, Venom managed to dodge out of the way. But Havoc kept pressing him, so in response, Venom created a shield and blocked her attack. Pushing her back, Venom then charged in, slamming Havoc into the ground. Havoc sprung back up and grabbed Venom by the head. Creating a hammer with his other hand, he hit Venom so hard that he went flying across the street. Digging his claws into the ground, Venom slid to a stop. But as he lifted his head, red tendrils stabbed into his body. 2 in each of his hands, and 2 on each of his legs. Venom roared in pain as he was lifted off the ground. "To think you were this weak," said Havoc, appearing face to face with Venom. "It's hard to believe I came from you. How disappointing." "That makes 2 of us," snarled Venom. Havoc smirked. "Well then, I guess there's nothing more to say now, is there? You can't beat me." "Maybe, but who said I couldn't bring back up?" Havoc was confused by this. Now Aizawa. Jumping off one of the buildings above was Aizawa. "I sure hope you know what you're doing, kid." Havoc narrowed his eyes as he watched Aizawa throw something. Whatever it was now in between the 2 symbiotes when it beeped twice, resulting in a massive fireball. The 2 screeched as the fire hurt both symbiotes. Crashing down into the ground, both Izuku and Toga now laid on the ground without their other halves. Using his capture weapon, Aizawa landed on a lamppost. "Do it now," he yelled out to the officers below. Down on the ground, the officers were pouring the last drops of gasoline when one of them threw a matchstick down. The gasoline lit up. Going around the area, it encircled both Izuku and Toga, preventing them from using their symbiotes. But this also prevented both Aizawa and the officers from helping. "Aizawa, find Kyoka. She's hurt, so make sure to take care of her," yelled Izuku from inside the flames. Aizawa nodded. "Just make sure you take her down." Getting to his feet, Izuku smirked. "Oh, I will." Turning, he found Toga getting up as well. Well, this was a surprise to say the least. "To think you would make sure none of us could use the symbiotes. That was ballsy, Izuku." Turning, Izuku flinched when he saw Toga's face. Her eyes were wide. Blood ran down from her forehead and dripped to the floor. "That just makes me want you even more." "You want me? Come and get me," said Izuku, putting up his fists. Tilting her head, Toga gave a wide smile. "Gladly." The flames burned around Izuku as he stared at Toga. He could feel his arm getting heavy. Maybe he heard it when he grabbed Kyoka. No, that didn't matter. The only thing that did was making sure Toga was put down for good. Without a second thought, Izuku ran at Toga. She smiled as he got closer. "Now this is what I wanted. You're running to me." Pulling his fist back, Izuku tried to punch Toga across the face, but she ducked under. Toga then swiped his legs, causing him to fall back. Izuku tried to keep himself upright, but Toga pounced on him like a lioness that just caught its prey. Pinning his arms, Toga straddled him. "You see, this is all I want. You, me, together doing whatever it is we want." Toga then leaned down and whispered into his ear. "And we can do other stuff if you want to as well. Things you only imagine doing to that wooden plank of a girl." Izuku smirked. "You'd do that? For me?" he asked as Toga looked at him. "For you, Izuku. I would do anything you ask. All you have to do is leave with me," said Toga, blushing. "All right then, how about a kiss to seal the deal?" proposed Izuku. Delighted, Toga smiled. "Sure, just you wait. I'll make you forget about that girl in no time." Leaning in, Toga was just about to kiss Izuku on the lips when all of a sudden he jerked up, slamming his head against Toga's nose. Izuku felt the grip on his arms loosen. Breaking her grip, Izuku grabbed her by the shoulders and threw her over himself. Hitting the ground hard, Toga rolled to a stop, while Izuku got to his feet. "I can't believe you actually fell for that," he said. On the floor, Toga got on all fours and could see blood dropping down. Izuku had just broken her nose. Why you lied to me? What do you expect? Asked Izuku. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have feelings for me. I already have someone I like. I don't need you. Don't need me. You don't care. Toga slowly began to get to her feet. You don't get it, do you, Izuku? The heroes are doing the same thing to you. Do you really think they'll let you go after all this? Look around you. This place is ruined and you helped in its destruction. The heroes only needed a tool to get rid of me. And what good is a tool when the job is done? It's only good for storage, or in your case they'll use a cell. They don't care about you, Izuku. You don't need them, they need you. What will you do after this is over? Now on her feet, Toga turned as more blood ran down her broken nose. Answer me, demanded Toga. Izuku flinched. I don't know, he said, knowing that everything she just said was true. Izuku knew that once this was over the heroes would want him back in a cell. But more than anything he wanted to be with his Kyoka. However, even that was looking like a far-fetched dream. See, you're just like me, Izuku. That's why I want you. No, I need you. Together we can make a life worth living. No one would ever tell us what we could do or not do, said Toga, almost begging him. Thinking about it for a moment, Izuku shook his head. You may be right. After this the world may want my head, but I won't let them take it, and I especially won't let you get what you want. Toga closed her eyes and sighed. Well, I guess that's it then. Opening her eyes, she suddenly pulled out a knife from her skirt. I will take you with me, even if that's in a million pieces. Running at Izuku, Toga slashed down. Dodging out of the way, Izuku countered and kicked Toga in the ribs. The kick did nothing. Toga smiled as she twisted her body and slashed up. This time, however, Izuku saw it at the last second. He leaned his head back, but the tip of the knife managed to graze his cheek. Falling back a bit, Toga twirled the knife into the air before catching it and licking Izuku's blood off. Now that's a flavor anyone could get addicted to. With blood running down his cheek, Izuku wiped it off. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. I hold the strength advantage, but her agility is a problem. Do not worry, Izuku. I am here to help, said Venom inside Izuku's head. Venom, it's good to hear from you, friend. So can you come out or not? Asked Izuku, as he stepped back, dodging Toga's slashes. I cannot. This fire is keeping me from completely covering you, and even if I could come out, the flames would burn, said Venom, his voice weak. But I do have a way to help you. What's wrong, Izuku? Is dodging the only thing you're good for? Taunted Toga. She raised her knife, but as she did, Izuku took a swing. But as he did, his hand suddenly grew in size as Venom partially engulfed it. The hit landed straight to Toga's ribs. A loud crunching noise was heard as she was thrown to the side. But as quickly as he appeared, Venom would too disappear. That is the best I can do, Izuku. I can only appear for a second, so choose your opportunities wisely. But be warned, if you can do it, Toga can as well. Izuku nodded. I'll keep that in mind. He then heard grunting noises. Turning, he found Toga trying to get up. Blood splattered down onto the floor as Toga bled from her mouth. Why you? Getting to her feet, Toga wobbled for a second before standing up straight. I'll rip your heart out, said Havoc, appearing on half of Toga's face before going back. Shut up, yelled Toga, regaining control. I'm the one in control. Breathing heavily, Toga looked at the ground and began to laugh. All right, fine, you win. Finding a sharp piece of wood, she picked it up. I'll just take what's left behind. Putting it up to her forearm, Toga smiled as she slashed herself open. Izuku flinched as blood ran down Toga's arm. Even if it's just a drop of blood. With the blood reaching her hand, Toga lifted it as the blood began to boil. From the red, thin black tendrils that merged with that red to make claws. Using her claws, Toga cut her other arm and created the same claws. Crossing her arms, Toga showed them to Izuku. Please don't hate me, Izuku. You know I love you. It's just that when I get like this, there's no stopping me. Izuku smirked. Funny, I was going to say the same to you. Digging her claws into the ground, Toga ripped a piece of the earth out. Lifting it above her head, she hurled the piece towards Izuku. Seeing it coming, Izuku moved Venom to his legs and jumped out of the way. The boulder shattered on impact, but as Izuku slid to a stop, he was suddenly met by Toga's claws to his neck. Appearing in time, Venom blocked the claws, but Toga wasn't done. With her other hand, she slashed down at Izuku and managed to cut him across the chest. 3 slash marks were seen as Izuku held his bleeding chest. His chest burned, but Izuku somehow managed to push through the pain and was able to hit Toga underneath the chin. The two went back and forth, and both of their symbiotes gave them an extra kick to their blows. Each blow would hit hard enough to draw blood. Soon the flaming arena turned into one of blood. Each strike was targeted, each trying to land a fatal blow and kill the other. Outside, Aizawa couldn't see what was going on. Anything. He yelled out. No, I can't keep these flames up forever, yelled another hero, keeping the flames going. She could control the fire and make it so that the gas doesn't end. Damn it, even from up here I can barely see inside, said Aizawa, posted up atop of a light pole. But as he scanned the area, he came across something that caught his eye. Is that? Jumping down, he rushed towards what he saw, only to find an earphone jack sticking out from underneath some debris. Grabbing the wood, Aizawa threw it off and found Kyoka laying on the ground. Reaching down, he checked for a pulse and found one. Jiro. Jiro, can you hear me? He asked. Groaning, Kyoka nodded. Why, yeah. Good. Izuku would kill me if something happened to you, he said, trying to figure out his next move. Upon hearing his name, Kyoka quickly sat up. Izuku. But getting up that fast caused the wound on her side to open up more. Damn it. Aizawa put a hand on her shoulder. Easy, Izuku is inside of that fire pit right now. He's taking on Toga as we speak. Come on, let's get you some help. Picking her up, Aizawa threw her arm over his shoulder. As they slowly walked, Kyoka would look back towards the firewall. Izuku. But as she watched, she noticed that the flames were dying down. Can't hold on much longer, said the hero, keeping the flames up. Exhausted, the hero fell to their knees, causing them to deactivate their quirk. The flames slowly dissipated. In the middle of their fight, Toga saw this and knew that this was her chance to take a hostage or escape. Sorry about this, Izuku, but we'll have to finish this another day. Toga then swung around, kicking Izuku away. Running towards an opening, Toga was just about to escape when the flames suddenly erupted again, even bigger than before. What? Outside, Aizawa turned to find Todoroki. What? How did you get here? Todoroki, who was holding out his arm, looked at Aizawa. Ada, I found him next to the now dead hero killer Stain. He said Midoriya was the one who killed him. After that, he pointed in this direction and said to hurry. I can't condone you running away from your hero, but that doesn't matter now. Keep those flames up. Midoriya is inside fighting that other one. Todoroki nodded. Come on, kid, you need to finish this. Back inside the flames, Toga looked on in despair. Damn it, why does everything go wrong? Going somewhere? Asked Izuku as he grabbed the back of her head. Pushing her head forward, Izuku placed Toga into the flames. Toga screamed out in pain as her face burned. Seconds passed, but just as Toga was about to stop moving, a red tendril came out from her back. The spike pierced into Izuku's abdomen before flailing around and smacking him across the face. Pushed back, Izuku held onto his abdomen as blood dripped down. Looking up, Izuku watched as Toga pulled herself away from the fire. With her face still smoking, she turned around. What he saw would haunt him for the rest of his days. Half of Toga's face black and red as the cells melted off of her. Tell me, Izuku, you are going to a school for heroes. Is this heroic? Izuku flinched but stood his ground. For you, that's the least you deserve. Appearing on the burn, havoc covered it up. Toga laughed. Maybe so, but I'll make sure you end up worse. With one of her hands still shaped into claws, Toga ran at Izuku. Throwing her hand, Toga smiled as she aimed for his abdomen but was blocked by Venom. Seeing this, Toga turned and aimed her claws up, desperately trying to dodge. Izuku leaned back, but in that moment Toga tripped him up. But this time, instead of straddling him, she flipped him over on his back. The other one is inside of you, right? I'll just rip him out of you. Using her claws, Toga began to slash Izuku's back over and over again. Blood splattered over the floor as Izuku screamed out in pain. You make such a cute noise when I cut you. I wonder if that girl would do the same. Well, it doesn't matter, she's probably dead anyway. In just a few seconds, Toga reached deep into his skin. But before she could do any more damage, Izuku let out a battle cry. You're pissing me off, he yelled out, dislocating his arm. With Venom controlling his arm, they managed to grab Toga and throw her. A loud popping sound was heard as Venom set Izuku's shoulder back into place. Getting up, Izuku had the look of a crazy dog. I'll kill you. With blood dripping down her claw, Toga smiled. Looks like you've finally gotten serious. Did mentioning your little girlfriend piss you off? Izuku clenched his fist. Shut up. I've wasted enough of my time with you. I'll make sure you never hurt anyone again. Running at Toga, Izuku transformed his arm into a sword. Toga smiled as she blocked the sword with her claws. So slow, she yelled out, parrying the blade and stabbing into Izuku's chest. But this was exactly what Izuku wanted. With her arm outstretched, Izuku grabbed it, preventing her from moving. Got you, you beach. Raising his elbow, Izuku brought it down right on her arm, snapping it. Toga tried to scream out in pain, but Izuku covered her mouth. No one gets to hear you scream. Raising her into the air, Toga's eyes filled with horror as she looked at Izuku. Havoc, do something. But there was no response. Havoc, you bastard, come out right now. But once again, Havoc never appeared. However, Toga had little time to think of anything else when she felt something go into her chest. Looking down, Toga saw that it was Izuku. He'd just punched a hole through her chest. Behind her, Venom's arm appeared holding something in its grasp. Pulling his arm out, Izuku dropped Toga. Walking over, he bent down and held out the object. If she is dead, then I guess you don't need this. Toga noticed that it was her heart, her own heart, that was in his grasp. Her body began to go cold. She tried to reach out for it, but Izuku pulled it back out of her reach. Gee, give it back. Standing up, Izuku looked down on Toga. You want it? Go get it, he said, tossing it a few feet away. Slowly and painfully, Toga turned and began to crawl her way towards her heart. Using her non-broken hand, she pulled herself through the dirt but left a trail of blood behind. Her breathing was becoming shallow. Her vision began to blur, but she was now in range. Reaching out, Toga tried to grab her heart, but before she could, Izuku calmly walked over. Lifting her head, Toga watched as Izuku lifted his foot and proceeded to stomp on the heart. Splat! Toga let out a small wheeze as she watched it all go down. Now you know how it feels to have something you care about taken from you. Now unable to move her arms, Toga laid on her back and smiled as blood pooled underneath her. I'll see you soon, Izuku. With that, Toga closed her eyes, dead. It was over, for now at least. Falling to his knees, Izuku could feel the warm blood running down his back, face, chest, and arms. We did it, Venom. Exhausted, Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. Where is Havoc? I don't know. I don't sense him inside of Toga, answered Venom. Izuku chuckled. Doesn't matter, it's over, he said, falling over. But much to his surprise, someone caught him. Easy, kid, I got you. Barely able to keep his eyes open, Izuku saw that it was Aizawa. God, you need help and you need it now. Kyoka is all he could get out before falling unconscious. Sometime later, it was dark. Izuku couldn't see a thing. Where am I? He asked. Izuku called out a voice. Izuku turned. Venom, is that you? You need to wake, Izuku. Things are about to go against us. Forcing Izuku awake, he snapped his eyes open. He looked around to see that he was surrounded by police, heroes, doctors, and nurses. I'm telling you, we are taking him with us, yelled an officer. Not until he is medically cleared. Besides, his mother hasn't been able to see him since, yelled back the doctor. He is a wanted criminal that has killed dozens of people, said a hero trying to push his way forward. As they argued back and forth, the lead nurse looked at Izuku. Doctor, he's awake. The room fell silent. The doctors stood frozen. The heroes readied their quirks, and the officers reached for their guns. What's going on? Asked Izuku. It's good to see you awake, Midoriya, said a voice through the crowd. Making their way to the front, Izuku was surprised to find Aizawa with Nezu over his shoulder. Aizawa. What's going on? Asked Izuku. He tried to move but found that his arms and legs were bound. Slow down, Midoriya. Your condition is still unstable. Nezu then turned to everyone. Please, everyone leave. They all looked at each other confused. Don't worry, he's too weak to escape and he won't hurt us, will he? Izuku narrowed his eyes. Depends on what you have to say. We wish to talk to him privately. If you want to wait in the halls that way, if he does try something, you all can rush in, proposed Aizawa. The heroes nodded, and with that they left the rooms followed by the hospital staff. Before you start, I want to ask you something, said Izuku. How's Kyoka? The two looked at each other before answering. Jiro is also here at this hospital. Recovery girl is taking care of her. She's in critical but stable condition, but unlike you, she hasn't woken up yet, said Aizawa. Can I see her? Izuku asked. I'm sorry, but you can't, said Nezu. You are still a criminal, Midoriya. The reason why All Might let you out was because it was an emergency. That deal is over and you are to return to the prison tonight. Izuku sighed. Yeah, that much I guessed. Can I at least see my mom before I go back? Once you are secured and off to the prison, we will accommodate you, said Aizawa. However, anything other than that and I fear that we have to reject it. While it is true that you saved Ida from being killed by Stain, we also found him dead from blood loss. Work of yours, I assume. Izuku nodded. I wasn't even trying to save Ida. All I could think about was finding Kyoka. And what of Toga? Her body was recovered and is being taken to another secure prison where she will be processed, explained Aizawa. Her death was also brutal. To think you would rip out her heart. I did what I had to do. If I didn't kill her, she would have killed someone else, said Izuku, defending himself. Even so, we can't overlook this. Your hearing has been pushed up and I'm sorry to say that the court is now seeking the death penalty, said Nezu, hanging his head. We are going to fight this, Midoriya. All Might has already started advocating so you can get a lighter sentence. And what good would that do? Izuku asked. Even if he somehow convinces them, I still get locked up forever. This is the best we can do, Midoriya. I get that you hate us, but please try to understand. We are trying to help, said Aizawa. Izuku scoffed. Help? You're trying to help me now? After the shit you pulled last time? No thanks, I would rather not. Nezu stood up straight. Midoriya, please. Not another word, rat, growled Izuku. If I needed your help, I would have asked for it. Just leave. I want to see my mom. But Aizawa tried to say something but was cut off by Nezu. We'll return when it's time to send you back. With that, Nezu and Aizawa walked out of the room. Izuku laid in bed thinking about his next action. I can't go back to that cell. I won't. Nighttime. After a tearful conversation with his mom, Izuku was once again chained by his arms and legs and was led out to an armored car. Izuku was thrown into the back where there were several cops holding flamethrowers. Pushed in, Izuku had the doors slammed on him. As he sat down, he could see outside the window, and much to his surprise, he saw Kyoka. She had crutches and her arms and legs were bandaged up, but for the most part she seemed okay. Kyoka tried to run after the truck, but it was already too late. They were on the move. Izuku got up from his seat and watched as Kyoka tripped and fell thanks to the crutches she had. No, Kyoka, sit your ass down. ordered one of the officers. Pulling him back down hard, Izuku once again took a seat. It's a long way to the prison, so I suggest you shut up and stay still. We've been given orders to kill you if you act out. Izuku growled, but he ultimately obeyed and sat back down. The ride was quiet, but Izuku wasn't alone. He had Venom to talk to. So what's your brilliant plan, Izuku? They wanted a monster. Guess I'll give it to them, thought Izuku as he needed to distract the officers. Why not use the time-tested method of pissing them off? Suggested Venom. Izuku thought about it. That could work. Are you at full strength yet? Not fully, but we should be able to take on these ones here, explained Venom. Good, we wait for the perfect chance. I get the feeling they have heroes outside following the truck. The only thing that was left to do was wait. And the time came when he looked out the window to see that they were going over a bridge. Venom, it's time. Taking a deep breath, Izuku looked over at the officer to his right. Sorry about this, guys, but I'll make sure I don't kill you. The officers looked at Izuku confused, but that's when he transformed. Venom covered his body. The officers tried to raise their flamethrowers, but Venom was too fast. Using several black tendrils, he managed to disarm them all before using their own weapons as bats and cracking them across the face. The commotion in the back alerted the driver and passenger. Hey, what's going on over there? But as the passenger turned around, Venom's hands ripped through the metal and grabbed the man by the face. The driver screamed out in fear as he saw his partner being pulled away. Unable to control himself, the driver swerved and eventually lost control, causing the armored truck to crash into one of the bridge pillars. The engine smoked and the driver was knocked out. The back of the vehicle was then kicked off by Venom as he appeared. As soon as he stepped out, gunfire erupted by the other officers from the leading and tailing vehicles. Venom roared towards their direction, but before he could take them out, Izuku spoke. Leave them, we need to leave. Nodding, Venom turned and walked towards the railing. Looking down, he noticed that he was over a river. Hope you know how to swim. Jumping over, Venom dove into the water. The officers quickly ran over and watched as he left. Call in the big gun, one of them said. Disappearing into the dark river, Venom jumped out a few dozen blocks away and quickly jumped on top of a building. So Izuku, what do we do now? I don't know. I want to see my mom and Kyoka, but after word gets out we've escaped, they'll send heroes to guard them. We should go into hiding, suggested Izuku, to which Venom agreed. You could go back into your cell, said another voice behind the two. Turning around, Venom and Izuku were surprised to find All Might. How did you find us so quickly? Venom asked. I was following the convoy to the prison. When you jumped into the river, I followed you, explained All Might. So what's your next move, Izuku? Will you fight me, kill me? Izuku exposed his face. I will if I have to. I won't go back into that cell. You know I can't let you go, said All Might, walking towards him. I know, so I guess we have to fight then, Izuku asked. I don't want to fight. I know you don't, and I don't want to fight you either. Truth be told, even in your weakened state, this fight would end in a draw or me losing, said All Might. A few feet away, All Might deflated and exposed his skinny form. Izuku was surprised. All Might was now helpless. Here, take this. Reaching out, All Might gave Izuku a yellow envelope. Grabbing it, Izuku looked inside and found several thousand yen wrapped up. Venom retracted back inside Izuku. Money? You're going on the run, right? You need a place to stay a couple nights, explained Izuku. But why? You're helping a villain, said Izuku. You can get in trouble if people find out about this. All Might shrugged. I have my reasons. Please just take the money. Izuku was reluctant at first, but he ultimately accepted. All right, All Might, thank you for this. Pocketing the money, Izuku then extended his hand. Smiling, All Might reached out and shook his hand. Anytime, you take care, all right? I will. With that, Venom reappeared. You earn my respect, hero. Glad to hear that. Now go. Nodding, Venom was about to jump off the room when All Might remembered something. Oh right, the police think I'm still chasing you. Go see her. Venom said nothing as he jumped down and disappeared into the night. Jiro residence. Kyoka was exhausted. The hospital had barely left her out once Izuku was out. Her wounds were healed enough to the point that she could go home with her crutches. Her parents got her up to her room where she laid down on her bed and finally relaxed. But thoughts of Izuku ran through her mind. I wanted to see you, Izuku, at least one more time. I won't be able to visit him in prison. I didn't even get the chance to thank him. She tried to shift positions, but the injuries to her side still hurt. Oh, man, this sucks, and it's going to leave a scar too. As Kyoka laid in bed, she suddenly heard a thump from outside. Getting up, she limped her way towards the window and opened it. What the hell was that? She asked, looking around. Kyoka, said a voice. Kyoka looked at the tree in front of her house and noticed a large silhouette. From the darkness, Venom's big white eyes appeared. Izuku, she yelled out, forgetting that it was late at night. Shit, get in here, she said now in a much quieter tone. Jumping from the tree, Venom landed inside her room and began to retreat, letting Izuku take over. Looking around, Izuku noticed that she had a lot of musical instruments, but mostly guitars. You really are a punk rock girl, aren't you? But Kyoka didn't answer. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him and hugged him from behind. Izuku's eyes softened as he felt her warmth. You idiot. Smiling, Izuku turned around and hugged Kyoka. Yeah, well, I'm your idiot. Tightening her grip, Kyoka sniffled. You better believe it. And now that you're here, promise me you won't leave again. His heart sank. Reluctantly, Izuku pulled away from the hug and lifted her head by the chin. God, you're so beautiful. But we both know I can't promise you that. Then why are you here? She asked, wiping away the tears. I'm here to say goodbye. This might be the last time we see each other in a long time, explained Izuku with sadness on his face. Kyoka couldn't believe it. What? I'm a wanted man, Kyoka, more than before. If I went back to prison, there's a real chance they would execute me. I won't let you or my mom go through that. That's why I'll leave and be constantly on the move, Izuku explained. And no, we can work something out with the police, with the heroes. You saved Ada, you saved me last night. Kyoka was then stopped by Izuku. I know, I've tried to look for another way, but it all ends up with me behind bars or dead. At least this way I can live. And hey, maybe one day I'll get to see you again, said Izuku with a half smile. I don't want this. I want you to stay with me, begged Kyoka. But Izuku shook his head. You know I would if I could, but just being here is putting you at risk. You saw what happened with Toga. That happened because of me. And worse yet, what if that happens again? I won't be the reason why you get killed. But Kyoka tried to protest, but Izuku silenced her by kissing her on the lips. After a few seconds, Izuku pulled away. I love you, Kyoka. Kyoka stood there blushing in silence. But as Izuku walked over to the window, she spoke. Venom. The symbiote then appeared on his back, his face visible. Take care of him, okay? The small Venom head nodded. You can count on me. Thanks, and Izuku, I love you too. I promise I'll see you again. Venom then began to cover Izuku completely. I sure hope so, Kyoka. I sure hope so. With that, Venom covered Izuku. Climbing through the window, they jumped out and swung through the residential streets before disappearing into the night. Kyoka watched through the window as tears ran down her face. Villain hideout. Damn it. That bastard one-upped us again, yelled Shigaraki, furious that the news was showing images of Izuku and Venom. Kurogiri just stood there letting the raging toddler wear themselves out. Shigaraki, I believe that's enough, said AFO from a monitor. Shigaraki stopped his rampage. Master, I'm sorry, but I lost the nomus you gave me. And to make things worse, both Stain and Toga are dead. Do not fret, my son. While it is true that you failed, you will learn from this. And hopefully this teaches you a great lesson. But in case you didn't get it, I would rethink my position of going through with this alone. After all, friends could be great allies, said AFO. Think about it and rest. I will contact you at a later time. With that, AFO disappeared from the screen and left Shigaraki to think about what his next step should be. Elsewhere, deep underneath a secure location, Toga's body laid atop of a metal bed with a white sheet over her body, leaving her head exposed. There were also two men present going over some records. So what are they going to do with this one? Asked a man wearing a lab coat. She has no family or anyone to claim her. The other man who wore glasses shrugged, figured as much. Apparently this one was a villain, so if no one claims her in a week, we cremate her. Shame too, she wasn't bad looking. As the two men talked, however, the door to the lab opened up. Not expecting any visitors, the two turned to find what appeared to be a random person off the street. Who the hell are you and how did you get down here? There should be guards all over this place, the man in the lab coat said, walking over to this person. But that's when the other man looked through the doors that were wide open to find someone laying on the ground with a pool of blood underneath them. What the hell? Panicked, the man turned and reached for a phone on a desk. However, just as he was about to reach it, a red tendril shot through the back of his head and came out of the front. Blood splattered across the floor as the man fell dead. The first man saw this and was horrified to see that red tendril came out from this random person's back. F is all he could say before having his head sliced off. With both of them dead, the random person walked over to Toga. Placing their hand on the white sheet, they examined her. Suddenly, red ooze then came out of the person's mouth, eyes, hands, and legs. With a life of its own, the ooze began to wrap itself around Toga's body. It covered her arms, followed by her legs. It then seeped into the open chest wound before making its way up to her face. Just as it was going to cover her, a voice was heard. It's too soon for you to die, partner. The ooze had almost completely covered her, and just as it was crawling over her eye, the last part needed to finish encircling Toga's eye snapped open. It had now been 2 weeks since Izuku had escaped, since he had to leave Kyoka behind. Nighttime had fallen over the city as it began to rain. Everyone ran for cover so as to not get wet, but one person remained walking unaffected. They wore a black jacket with a hood that covered their head. Izuku, we should really head back home. There is nothing else for us to do. Izuku sighed, his warm breath visible thanks to the cold air around him. Yeah, maybe you're right. Adjusting his jacket, Izuku continued to walk. As he walked past an alley, there was a sudden scream. Stopping, Izuku didn't look but kept hearing the scream. Help me, anyone. Izuku smirked. I guess there is something we can do. he said as Venom began to cover his face. In the alley, a woman was desperately trying to fight off a villain who was trying to pin her against the wall. Hey, easy, the more you struggle, the more it will hurt, he said as he fought against her. Someone, anyone, hero, please, she cried out. The villain laughed. No hero is going to save you. They're all looking for that Venom guy. They don't have time to waste on me. Licking his lips, the man ogled the woman's body. You know, maybe I should have a bit of fun before I kill you, managing to pin her hand above her head with one hand. The villain began to reach out with his other hand, but before he could touch her, a black tendril slashed down. The villain didn't see it or feel it at first, but everything was apparent when the man's hand fell off and hit the ground. Hey, said the man as he looked down at his hand. Blood then began to pour onto the floor. That's when the pain hit him. Going white, the man screamed out in pain. F, my hand, my effing hand. The woman, now free from his grasp, looked on in shock as the villain fell to the floor. You should leave, said a voice above her. Looking up and across the wall, the woman saw Venom crawling on the wall. Unless you want to get some payback yourself. The woman looked at Venom before looking back at the villain. This piece of trash isn't worth my time. I know him. He's killed some of his victims. He's been arrested and released several times before, all because of his lawyer friends. And each time he comes back, there are more victims, said the woman, balling her fist. But you, she said, looking up at Izuku. You can stop him permanently, can't you? Venom stayed silent for a few moments. I can. That is, if you want me to. The woman looked at the villain. He's ruined too many families. She then looked at Venom. Do it. Venom nodded. Very well. Coming down from the wall, Venom now towered over the villain. Leave and tell the heroes where his body can be found. The villain yelped as he scurried back and hit the wall. And no, please. The woman grabbed her belongings and quickly left the alley. As she exited, a loud crunching noise was heard. For a split second, the woman turned and found the villain without a head. Venom held him high before dropping him. Blinking, the woman then suddenly saw that Venom was no longer there. Now atop the building, Venom made sure the woman wasn't followed. Guess we can add one more to the list. How many does that make now? Asked Izuku. 22, answered Venom. Come, let's get out of this rain. Going rooftop to rooftop, Venom made it to an apartment building. Making it to the fire escape on the 8th floor, Venom carefully opened the window and crawled in. Once inside, Izuku took over. The place was old and didn't have the luxuries of a modern apartment, but it would do. Izuku paid with the cash All Might gave him. That covered rent for 5 months. After that, Izuku planned to leave. Exhaling loudly, Izuku threw himself onto the old sofa. I miss my old bed. That is not the only thing, or rather, person you miss, isn't it? Asked Venom, appearing from Izuku's back. Yeah, I miss Mom and Kyoka. I wonder how they are doing. Izuku asked himself as his eyes drifted to sleep. A few hours had passed when there was suddenly a knock on his door. Izuku shot up and looked at the door. What the hell? Getting up, Izuku slowly made his way towards the door. Venom. Putting out his arm, Venom covered it and was ready for anything. Looking through the peephole, Izuku saw who was knocking. False alarm. Retracting back, Izuku unlocked the door. It's about time you opened up. I was starting to get worried. Standing before him was an older man. He had on a white polo with a black jacket thrown over it. He also had on khaki-colored pants and wore sunglasses. Is it rent day already, Mr. Lee? Asked Izuku, jokingly. Mr. Lee smacked Izuku over the head. That's not why I'm here. Did you forget? Sheesh, and I thought I was the old one. You said you would help me fix some of those old roof tiles. Oh yeah, guess I did forget, said Izuku, rubbing the back of his head. You young people forget so easily. Well, come on. The tiles are not going to install themselves. Reaching beside the door, Mr. Lee grabbed a box of tile and handed it to Izuku. Here. Izuku grabbed it and noticed that they were pretty heavy. How did you get these up here? These weigh about 45 pounds. And you're like 70 years old. Mr. Lee grabbed another box and walked in. It's all in the legs, kid. The two got to work and began removing and replacing the tiles. As they worked, Mr. Lee could tell something was on Izuku's mind. What's wrong, kid? Turning, Izuku looked at Mr. Lee. You've been spacing out every 2 minutes. Not to mention you've had a strange look on you since I've rented this place out to you. Izuku sighed. Just regrets, that's all. Mr. Lee nodded. Ah, regret, one of life's worst things to experience. Have you ever regretted something in your life? Asked Izuku. Oh yes, many things, answered Mr. Lee. But here's a word of advice. Try not to cling to it too much. Regret is like poison. And if you're not careful, it will take you over. Mr. Lee then placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm sure you'll be fine, kid. You're young and have your entire life ahead of you. Izuku nodded. Thanks, Mr. Lee. I'll take what you said to heart. Good. Now hand me some more tiles. We are just about finished here. With that, the two went back to work. Yue, Kyoka was tired. She and her class had just finished their end of the semester exams. They had to team up with someone random and defeat one of their own teachers in a fight. Fortunately for Kyoka, she and her partner managed to take down Present Mike and pass. Slumped over her desk, Kyoka let out a sigh of relief. Man, that was exhausting. One day of rest wasn't enough. Tell me about it, said Mina. But at least you passed. Kyoka chuckled. Right, I forget you failed. Better luck next time. As they spoke amongst each other, Aizawa walked in and towards the podium. All right, let's get this over with. Regarding your final exams, I am pleased to see that most of you passed. However, those who didn't will have to face my wrath later. Now on to what's next. In 1 week time you will all be going on a trip, a field trip if you will, to the forest to train up your quirks. The class all immediately got excited, but be warned there will be no time to play. All you will be doing is improving your quirks. We are also going to have heroes join us as backup instructors. The training camp will take place 3 days from now and will be a week long, so pack accordingly. Aizawa then yawned. That's all, free period. With that, Aizawa walked back out of the class, and as soon as he did, the class erupted in cheer. Finally, a vacation, yelled Kirishima. It's like a camping trip, said Momo. I've never been camping. We should go buy the stuff we need, said Mina, who's up for a class shopping spree. Almost everyone agreed with what Mina suggested, all but Bakugo. Kyoka saw this and noticed that he was rather quiet. Well, not like she cared anyway. How does Sen sound? Asked Mina. She didn't even let the class agree when she sat up. Perfect, we meet at 10 at the mall, don't be late. Saturday rolled around and Class 1A was now standing inside the mall. All right everyone, let's get what we need and meet back here in 2 hours, said Ida. Agreeing, the class went their separate ways. Kyoka decided to stick with Momo and showed her the ways of the common folk. So Jiro, how are you holding up? Asked Momo as she changed outfits in the dressing room. What do you mean? Asked Kyoka. I mean about Midoriya. You haven't seen him since the incident, right? Have you tried looking for him? Asked Momo. Kyoka leaned against the wall. I have, but he's covering his tracks. I've even asked All Might to help me find him, but no luck. Momo slipped on her shirt. I see ... If you like, I could help you find him. My family has connections. You'd do that. Kyoka then thought about it. Momo is nice and all, but can I trust her after what her father did to Izuku? Of course. We are friends after all. And besides, sliding the curtain, Momo revealed her new outfit. I hate seeing you all down like this. Kyoka smiled. I appreciate it, Momo, really. But no, Izuku made it clear that he didn't want to put me in harm's way. I'll see him again. I'm sure you will, said Momo, giving a half smile. What do you think? Kyoka took one look at Momo and shook her head. Momo, dear, you know I care about you, but that is not your style. Momo had on ripped-up jeans, a loose shirt and an oversized belt on. You're more of a prim and proper lady, but keep trying. Momo looked at herself. Yeah, you're right. Oh, maybe I'll pick some clothes for you. After being almost forced into a dress, Kyoka and Momo walked out of the store. But as they did, someone called out to Kyoka, "Hey jukebox." Turning, both of the girls saw Bakugo walking over to them. Oh Bakugo, what's wrong? I thought you were with Kirishima. Bakugo stopped in front of Kyoka. I want to talk to you. Alone. Kyoka stared down Bakugo. Fine, let's go. She then turned to Momo. Sorry about this, go on without me. I'll meet you down at the food court. Momo reluctantly agreed to meet her down there. Now it was just the two of them, so what do you want to talk about? Asked Kyoka, crossing her arms. You know why, said Bakugo. What did the useless nerd say? The teachers have been on my ass about my behavior. One slip up and I'm gone, and it all happened after he talked. So what did he say? He told them what happened. How you bullied him, beat him, ridiculed him, and drove him to the edge, said Kyoka, raising her voice. I know what you did to him. And not just what he's told me, no. When I was with Venom I saw it all, felt it all. What you did to him. You're lucky I don't beat you the same way you did to him. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. You got some nerve talking to me like that. And what are you going to do about it? Asked Kyoka, daring Bakugo to do something. Bakugo clenched his fist but knew he couldn't do anything. That's what I thought. Now get the hell out of my face. Just looking at you pisses me off. Bakugo angrily stepped forward, but ultimately walked by Kyoka. If you're expecting me to apologize, don't. What I said to that damn Deku, I meant it. And once I see him again I'll make sure that he never forgets it. You bastard. Turning, Kyoka took a swing at Bakugo. Not expecting it, Kyoka managed to get a solid hit across his face. Grabbing at his face, Bakugo turned. I let you get that hit. It won't happen again. We'll see, said Kyoka. I'll be seeing you, if not me, Izuku. With that, Bakugo walked away, leaving Kyoka trembling with rage. Wanting to cool off before returning with Momo, Kyoka thought it would be best if she sat down for a bit. Getting to a bench, Kyoka took a seat inside. That bastard, I hope he falls and breaks his arms. My, that doesn't sound so heroic, said a voice behind Kyoka. She tried to turn around to see who it was, but before she could, a hand grabbed her neck. Why don't you just relax? Kyoka then felt the hand around her neck tighten, sending fear through her body. What do you want? The person behind her laughed. It's simple really. I'm looking for Venom and the boy. And seeing that you are his girlfriend, you should know where they are. Kyoka recognized this voice. It wasn't Toga but someone she thought would just disappear. Shigaraki ... Why do you even want Izuku for? You already have all the power you need. Shigaraki smiled as he placed a fourth finger around her neck. Perhaps, but if there's one thing I hate, is leaving things unfinished. So tell me, where are they? You know what my quirk does, don't you? Your cells start to decay slowly at first, but just fast enough so you can feel it. Feeling her throat being crushed, Kyoka struggled to breathe. I'll never tell you. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. I see, so you don't know. Shame, really. I could kill you now if I wanted to, but where would be the fun in that? No, once I find him I'll make sure to kill you. And make no mistake, unlike Toga I will get the job done. Letting go of Kyoka, Shigaraki got up. Wait. Stopping the villain didn't even turn around. Why are you doing this? There has to be a reason for this madness. What you call madness, I call necessary, said Shigaraki. The world will watch heroes fall and fail. And it all starts with one person, All Might. Once he's out of the picture everyone is fair game, including that boyfriend of yours. And I see how the heroes treated him. You never know, he may join my side. Then what would you do? He will never join you, said Kyoka. Shigaraki smiled. We'll see. I'll be seeing you and your boyfriend soon. With that, Shigaraki disappeared into the crowd and was soon gone from sight. Kyoka immediately went to find Momo. After telling her what happened, she found it necessary to inform the staff and mall security. After speaking to an officer, the mall soon closed down for the remainder of the day. The heroes came to the mall and escorted Kyoka to the police station where she was questioned and then later released to her parents. While waiting in the lobby, Kyoka thought back to what Shigaraki said. Izuku wouldn't turn against us. I know he won't. Is everything all right? Asked someone in front of Kyoka. She looked up, only to find All Might. All Might, why are you here? She asked as he took a seat. Well, I am still a teacher at UA. I came to check up on you, he said, glancing over. What's on your mind? Nothing really. It's just, I've been thinking about Izuku and where he might be, said Kyoka, lowering her head. I half expected him to show up and kick Shigaraki's ass. Guess it was just wishful thinking. It's normal to miss him, and I bet he misses you too. But things have changed. Midoriya is a wanted fugitive now. I tried to keep him from being imprisoned, but I just couldn't. All Might paused. I'm sure he's fine. How could you be so sure? Asked Kyoka. What if he's just sleeping on the streets? Or worse, I'm his girlfriend, for God's sake. I should be helping him. And all I did was get captured by Toga. All Might raised an eyebrow. Really? That's not what I heard. Kyoka turned to the hero. From what Midoriya told us, you helped him distract Toga long enough for him to recover. You even managed to hurt her. Midoriya would be dead if it wasn't for you. You helped him as much as he helped you. Izuku said that. Kyoka took a moment to breathe and relaxed a bit. Maybe ... but I still have a long way to go. I'll see Izuku again, and when I do, I'll be tougher than I am now. Getting up, All Might smiled. That's the spirit. Now come, your parents are waiting. Escorting her outside, All Might watched as the family hugged and got into their vehicle. But as they drove off, All Might looked at the roof of a building across the road. He could faintly see the outline of a tall person. All Might narrowed his eyes and saw the white of someone's eyes, big and slim. It couldn't be Midoriya. All Might took a step forward and was about to jump towards the building when the figure disappeared into the darkness. Knowing that there was no way Midoriya would stay, All Might decided to not chase him. Instead, he smiled. Well, Jiro, looks like you'll be just fine. Day of trip. The class was currently taking a bus to their new training grounds deep inside the forest. Kyoka was talking with Mina and Momo, while others were napping or listening to music. Man, I can't wait until we get to camp. I'm so excited, said Mina, bouncing in her seat. It better be, said Kyoka. Some light training and we should be good to go. Speaking of good to go, how are you holding up, Jiro? Asked Momo. Kyoka rubbed her neck. I'm fine now, still a bit shaken up but never better. Crazy to think that he grabbed you out of everyone in the mall, said Mina. What did he say? Something about wanting to kill All Might. I was too scared to focus on what he was saying, said Kyoka, lying. She remembered everything Shigaraki said, but as she said that, the bus they were on suddenly slowed to a stop. All right, everyone, get out, ordered Aizawa from the front of the bus. Confused, the class began to walk out of the bus and onto the side of the road. Sir, what are we doing here? Asked Uraraka. I thought base camp was still a bit away. It is, but you guys are starting camp from here, explained Aizawa. Kirishima tilted his head. I don't get it. He means that you students better be ready for anything, said a voice from behind the bus. Jumping from behind the bus were two figures. They landed and struck a pose in front of the class. We are the Wild Pussycats. In front of the class were two female heroes, Pixie Bob and Mandalay. See, they are too impressed to speak, said Pixie Bob, the woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, who also wore a blue top with matching skirt. Yeah, I don't think they are impressed, said Mandalay. She had reddish hair and brown eyes, and also wore a matching red top and skirt. Hey, Eraser, it's been a while. Aizawa nodded. It has. He then turned to the class. These heroes will be helping you during this trip. So listen up. Clapping her cat mittens together, Pixie Bob got the attention of the class. Right, so first off, welcome to our humble abode. All this land you see we own, and there is our base camp, right at the foot of those 2 hills. Your task is to reach that camp in 3 hours. The class looked at the foot of the hills. That's got to be like 75 kilometers away, said Kirishima. Pixie Bob smiled. Like I said, 3 hours. The class then slowly began to back up. You know, that bus is looking really nice right about now, said Mina, picking up her pace. Right, maybe we should just. Suddenly turning, Kaminari began to run for the bus. The others quickly followed, but before they could even get on, Pixie Bob appeared and blocked their way. Sorry kids, but training camp has already started. Putting his paws onto the ground, Pixie Bob activated her quirk. The ground beneath her hands suddenly began to move before turning into a massive wave of earth. Sending the wave forward, it crashed into the students. No one could keep their feet on the ground and were all soon thrown over the cliff's edge. Oh yeah, we forgot to mention, the forest is full of monsters, so be careful. You can use your quirks as much as you want. Good luck, said Mandalay, watching everyone fall. With the students now out of sight, Mandalay turned to Aizawa. So that girl with the dark purple hair, she's the one that Venom guy is close to, right? Aizawa nodded. Yup. And she's a fighter. She survived being bonded to that parasite, and survived being taken by the red symbiote. Interesting. Very interesting, said Mandalay. Well, whatever, let's go down to the base camp. Come on, Kota, let's go. Standing at the ledge of the cliff was a boy who had on a red cap. He scornfully looked down at Class 1A. Stupid wannabe heroes. Kyoka was surprised, to say the least. She was just thrown off a cliff with no prior warning. This is ridiculous, she yelled out as they crashed into the treetops. As Kyoka fell, she looked around and noticed some branches. Thinking fast, Kyoka stabbed her jacks into them, hoping to stop her fall. As she reached the limit to her jacks, they suddenly snapped off the branches. Unable to reattach them to anything else, Kyoka fell to the floor. Fortunately, the impact was less thanks to her quick thinking. Oh, she said, rubbing the back of her head. That hurt, but at least I slowed myself down. Didn't think my jacks would hold on for that long. Jiro, are you all right? Asked Momo, appearing from behind a tree. Kyoka nodded. Hurting, but I'll be fine. Where is everyone else? Don't know. But as Momo was speaking, an explosion rocked the forest. Probably that way. Come on, let's go. Running through the forest, the two eventually found the class attacking a stone beast. What the hell is that? Asked Kyoka, but no one could answer as they were too busy attacking and dodging. This thing won't go down, said Mina, using her acid to melt down the stone. That's when Kyoka got another idea. We need to bring it down. Running at the monster, she slammed her jacks into the ground and channeled her heartbeat into it. The sound upended the ground, causing the monster to lose their footing and fall. Now, Bakugo and Todoroki both jumped into the air, and using their quirks they destroyed the monster. Nice going, Jiro, said Uraraka. Thanks, but we aren't out of the woods yet. Literally, I have 7, 9, no, 15 more incoming from every direction, said Kyoka, using her jacks to listen to the sounds in the forest. Get ready, they're close. Sunset. So do you think they'll make it in time for dinner? Asked Mandalay. They will be here, and One Piece is another story, said Aizawa as he scanned the forest. I expected them to be here by now. Mandalay sighed. They're kids, Eraser. Well, I guess we should go out looking for them. But as Mandalay was speaking, she suddenly heard leaves ruffling. Turning, she found Class 1A spilling out of the forest. Most of the students were bruised and had slight cuts, but overall they were fine. Guess you should cancel that search party, Aizawa said, walking to his exhausted class. Good work, everyone. A bit later than we wanted you to arrive, but you got here all the same. And never again, said Momo, catching her breath. I know you're all tired, so grab your stuff from the bus and head inside. Once you're all settled in, come back outside and eat, said Mandalay. The class sluggishly walked over to the bus and grabbed their stuff. As Kyoka walked into the facility, she noticed the boy, his eyes following them as they walked in. What's up with him? After enjoying some dinner provided by the Pussycats, the class were told to take a bath and relax for the night. Separated by gender, Kyoka, along with the other girls, undressed and submerged themselves in the water. So this is what heaven feels like, said Toru. If this is heaven, then I don't want to leave, said Uraraka, resting up against the outer rim of the bath. Kyoka sighed in relief and closed her eyes. This feels amazing. I know something else that would feel amazing, said Mina, with a bit of devilish intent. Suddenly snapping her eyes open, Kyoka outstretched her jacks. Don't you dare, she said, holding Mina back. Her hands were out and ready to cop a feel. Awa, you're no fun, said Mina, pouting. But I guess that luxury should only go to your boyfriend. Hearing that, Kyoka instantly turned red. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, don't play dumb with me. We all know you and that Midoriya guy had a thing going, explained Mina. Everyone knows. Kyoka looked around and saw all of the girls nodding. While his is a little unhinged, he seemed a bit calmer with you around. said Sue. Exactly. Now tell us, how far did you two go? Asked Mina, smirking. Blushing even harder. Kyoka submerged half of her head under the water. That's a bit. But Mina kept pushing. Come on, tell us. Do you know where he is? Do you two secretly meet up? Kyoka was about to respond to Mina but stopped when she noticed something. SHHHH. Hey, no fair, said Toru. We want to know. Kyoka put a finger to her lips, making the girls quiet. With their attention now on her, Kyoka pointed up at the wall separating the genders. The pervert is climbing the wall. The girls' eyes narrowed as they turned to rage. How do you want to handle this? Asked Uraraka. Kyoka thought about it. Momo, think you can create something? On the other side of the wall, Minta was climbing, even after his classmates warned him not to do it. But as he reached the top and was just about to peer in every teenage boy's dream, lifting his head over the edge, he didn't get to see anything when a football was launched in his direction. Hitting him square in the face, Minta was dazed. But before he could recover from the first strike, another ball came flying in. In total, 10 balls were thrown at him at high speeds thanks in part to Momo's cannon she created. Nice shooting, Momo, Mina said as Minta was knocked back over his side. Stupid little pervert. If Izuku was here, he would have lost an arm, said Kyoka, balling her fist. The rest of the night was uneventful, apart from Mina trying to squeeze more information about Izuku out of her. It was now morning as the class had just been woken up just as the sun rose. Good you're all here, said Aizawa. Today is the official start of your training camp. Here you will do one thing and one thing only, improve your quirks. While it is true some of you have seen and participated in hero versus villain fights, you are still too inexperienced. That's why you will do that single task. And I hope you weren't expecting something easy, because if you did, you're in for a world of pain. The class got nervous. Let's see how much you've improved. Izuku, unknown city. Laying down on this bed, Izuku was watching some TV, bored out of his mind. He couldn't really leave during the day, so he waited for night to move. Izuku, we are bored, said Venom appearing from Izuku's back. I know, I am too. But there's nothing much we can do, not until night time, explained Izuku. Just hold on for a bit longer, you'll get your meals. Good, I was just seeing that your liver was looking quite tasty today. Licking his lips, Venom smiled. Hey, don't you dare. If you even dare touch my organs, I will feed you to the sharks, yelled back Izuku. Hey, so I've been thinking, you said you were some sort of alien, right? So are there more of you? Venom nodded. Of course, there are thousands if not tens of thousands of us scattered across the universe, and we are all connected by a hive mind. Izuku was surprised. Really? Can you show me something from across the galaxy? In theory, I should. Would you like to? Asked Venom. Izuku sat up on the bed. You serious? Of course I want to. Very well, but I'll warn you. The amount of information you are about to receive could overload your brain and kill you. Izuku blinked rapidly. Now that you understand, let's get started. Hold on for a second, Venom. If this could kill me, then I would rather not. But as Izuku was speaking, Venom placed a tendril on his lips. Izuku narrowed his eyes. What is it? SHHH, someone is coming, said Venom. Izuku got up from the bed. Heroes. No, someone else. Covering Izuku completely, Venom jumped onto the ceiling and hung from it. A second later, a portal opened up right in front of his door. Stepping out was Shigaraki. Walking inside, he looked around and found the TV was still on. I know you're still here, Venom. Show yourself. You are so easy to kill, said Venom, appearing behind Shigaraki. The villain turned, but as he did, Venom grabbed him by the neck and slammed him against a wall, pinning both of his arms with tendrils to restrict the use of his quirk. Venom growled. I was thinking of killing you eventually. I guess today is that day. Opening his mouth, Venom was about to bite down on Shigaraki. You could kill me, or you can save your girlfriend and her friends. Venom stopped. What do you mean? Shigaraki smiled. The girl, along with Class 1A, are on a trip right now deep in the mountains, and we are planning on attacking them tonight. Venom narrowed his eyes. Easy now, you don't know where they are, do you? If you kill me, you'll never find out. Growling, Venom tightened his grip on Shigaraki. Why tell me this? There has to be a reason why. There is another option, one where the girl lives, said Shigaraki. I'm listening, answered Venom, loosening his grip. Join us and attack your former classmates. The girl lives, but kill the rest, said Shigaraki. Or refuse, and we kill them all, starting with your girlfriend. Venom roared in Shigaraki's face. Coward. Shigaraki smiled. Call me what you want, but my deal is good only for the next minute. Venom thought about it. And those are the only two options. Shigaraki nodded. Think about it. Why does it matter? Those kids, they don't care about you. They only see a killer, a monster. You don't owe them anything. Remember, they shunned you, betrayed you. And after all you did for them, shame really. And all that just so they could kick you out of UA and throw you in a cell. You hate them, don't you? Venom looked away. This is your chance for revenge. Against the ones who labeled you a villain. Together we can show them what it means to fear. So, what do you say? Venom put Shigaraki down. Good, good. Now come, we have work to do. Turning his back, Shigaraki was about to call for a portal back when he heard the sound. It was a loud crunching noise, letting out a loud gasp. Shigaraki looked down to find a black tendril sticking out of him. "Sorry, but I won't choose either of your options," said Venom, pulling his tendril free. Transforming his arm, Venom turned it into a sword and swung. The blade sliced right through Shigaraki. Falling to the ground in 2 pieces, Venom noticed that there was no blood. "What is this?" The lower half of Shigaraki's body began to melt and turn into mush. "You should have taken my offer, Venom. Now everyone on that trip will die, including the girl." Stepping on Shigaraki's head, Venom roared. "Not if I get to them first." Venom quickly ran towards the window and was just about to jump out when another voice was heard. "Hey kid." He turned to find Mr. Lee standing at the doorway. Retracting around the head, Izuku's face was now seen. "Mr. Lee, sorry but I have to go." Mr. Lee looked around the room and sighed. "No regrets, remember what I told you?" Izuku nodded. "No regrets. Oh, right, I left this month and next month's rent on the bed." With that, Venom once again covered Izuku's face and out they jumped. As they jumped from building to building, Venom thought of something. "Izuku, how are we supposed to save them if we don't know where exactly they are?" "Shit, you're right. He said they were in a forest, but there are so many. We need to find someone who knows where they went," said Izuku. "Guess we are heading back there. You do know that there is a chance they might just put us in a cell again," explained Venom as he swung through the city. "I know, but if we want a chance of saving Kyoka, we have to go," said Izuku. Venom didn't like this one bit, but Izuku was right. Yue, resting in the teacher's lounge, All Might laid down on a sofa. "Long day, past midnight." Sitting up, All Might nodded. So much paperwork. Who knew being a teacher was hard work? Midnight smiled. "Well, if you filled out the right papers on time, you could have gone with Aizawa at the camp." Yeah. Anyway, what are you still doing here?" asked All Might. "I was going over plans for the dorms with Nezu," explained Midnight. "That's right. The school is thinking of having the students live on campus," said All Might. "That would be a good idea," said Venom, appearing from the shadow. Immediately, All Might and Midnight got up and into battle stances. "Venom, what are you doing here?" asked Midnight, grabbing her costume and preparing to rip it off. "We are not here to fight, but rather, we need your help," explained Venom. All Might was confused. Help with that. "Shigaraki visited us and told us about their plan to attack the students at the training camp," said Venom. "You need to tell us where they are." "How do we know you aren't going to attack them yourself? Better yet, how can we trust you?" said Midnight. "You're still a wanted villain," Venom snarled. But eventually he slowly began to retract back into Izuku. Seconds later, Izuku now stood in front of the 2 heroes. "If I wanted to attack you or anyone else, I would have done it by now. Please, I need to save Kyoka." Izuku was now vulnerable. The heroes saw this and knew that he wasn't messing around. To completely expose yourself to your enemies was suicide. All Might dropped his guard. "All right, kid, I'll trust you, for now at least. If the class really is in trouble, then there's no time to waste. They are in the mountains owned by the hero group Wild Pussycats. If we hurry, we should get there in 30 minutes. "You can't be serious," protested Midnight. "He's a villain." "That may be so, but right now Midoriya wants to save Jiro along with the rest of the class," said All Might. "Besides, his look tells me he isn't bluffing." Izuku nodded. "Thank you, All Might. Think nothing of it. For now, come, we have to reach the class before Shigaraki does." With that, All Might and Venom ran out of UA. Running through the streets of Japan, Venom and All Might were neck and neck. "Where are they, All Might?" asked Venom. "How much time before we get there?" "At this speed, we still have at least 30 minutes to go," explained All Might. "They are in the mountains a few kilometers outside the city. 30 minutes is too long. They could be under attack now," Venom said as he kept up with the hero. But as they jumped through the city, All Might's communication device began to ring. "All Might here. All Might, it's Nezu. Turn back around," instructed Nezu. "Turn around? Why?" questioned the hero. "You're too late. We have already established contact with Aizawa. All but one student is accounted for. Katsuki Bakugo. He was taken by the villains," said Nezu. But All Might could feel something was wrong. "Something else happened, didn't it?" the hero asked. All Might stopped on a rooftop. "Bastards." Venom stopped as well. "What's wrong?" "The camp, it's already been attacked." Venom's eyes widened. "Kyoka, what about Kyoka? Shigaraki said he was going to kill her. Is she all right?" asked Venom in a panic. All Might clenched his fists. Venom saw this and began to worry. "All Might, is Kyoka okay?" "I'm so sorry, Midoriya ... but Jiro is..." All Might couldn't even get the words out. "Hospital." With a trench coat over his head, Izuku walked past the hospital guards, making it to the stairway. He climbed and reached the 4th floor. He then walked towards room 471. Making his way inside, he closed the door as softly as he could. Now inside the room, he walked over to the bed. He could hear machines beeping, air pumping, and IV dripping. Stopping beside the bed, Izuku bit his lip hard, enough to draw blood. There, laying down and with tubes, wires, and machines all hooked up to her, was Kyoka. Her arms and legs were bandaged up. Her face was cut in various places, and from what Izuku could tell, she was hit by something big on her stomach. Reaching out, Izuku touched her hand that had the IV drip on the back. Venom. Damage is extensive. Her organs have been crushed. She's lost over a quarter of her blood volume. Her lungs have collapsed. The superior vena cava has been lacerated. Broken ribs, cracked skull. Both femurs have been fractured. Her spine has been snapped, and she's on the verge of falling into a coma. Venom explained. It's a miracle she's still alive. Can you do anything? Izuku asked. Heal her like you've healed me. Normally I would, but when I bond to someone I use their body as fuel. If I were to bond with her now ... she may die, explained Venom. I see, said Izuku, still holding Kyoka's hand. Tell me, All Might, do you know what happened? According to the other students, Jiro, along with Yaoyorozu, were attacked by a Namo along with a man with a muscle quirk. They fought back but ultimately fell fighting against it. However, Yaoyorozu claims that the Namo was targeting Jiro more, explained All Might. By the time Aizawa and the other heroes there found them, it was already too late. Yaoyorozu carried Jiro on a backboard as far as she could. What do the doctors say? And what about Recovery Girl? Asked Izuku. Doctor says she is in critical condition. Normally we would call Recovery Girl, but if she were to use her quirk now in Jiro's weakened state it may prove to be fatal, said All Might. All we can do is hope her condition gets better. And if she doesn't? Izuku asked, his voice trembling. All Might looked away. If her condition deteriorates then there would be nothing we can do. All Might then heard Izuku take a deep breath. Thank you, All Might, I have to go. Izuku took one step but was stopped when All Might touched his shoulder. Where are you going? She needs you here. Just then a nurse came into the room. All Might, sir, her parents are here to see her, the nurse said. All Might turned to find Mr. and Mrs. Jiro. I'm sorry we had to meet like this, said All Might, turning towards the family. But as he did he suddenly felt the shoulder he was holding on to disappear. He quickly glanced back and saw that Izuku was gone. We are too, All Might, said Mika, rushing to her daughter's side. The doctors already filled us in on her condition, explained Kyotoku. I promise we are doing everything we can to find who did this to her, said All Might, trying to comfort the family. Mika nodded. Thank you, All Might. Would you mind giving us some time with our daughter? Of course, if you need anything just press the call button. With that, All Might walked out of the room, leaving both parents alone. Kyotoku clenched his fists. I'm such a useless father. I couldn't even protect my own daughter. Mika turned to her husband with tears in her eyes. I know how you feel. I feel the same. But we can't go around blaming ourselves. Right now what Kyoka needs is us by her side. Kyotoku nodded as he fought back the urge to cry. Yeah, you're right. She's pulled through before, she could do it again. The heroes will deal with the ones responsible. That's if they catch them first. I get the feeling someone else might try to get to them before they can. Mika then looked at the wall. Isn't that right, Izuku? Appearing from the wall itself was Venom. He was camouflaged into the background. Kyotoku flinched as he saw Venom appear, but soon the symbiote retracted back and revealed Izuku. How did you know I was here? Mika raised her earphone jacks. Kyoka has my quirk. I heard your heartbeat. Izuku's face filled with sadness. I'm sorry, this is my fault. Mika raised an eyebrow. If Kyoka never met me then maybe she wouldn't be here right now. If just stayed away, then maybe. You're an idiot, you know that. Izuku looked up to Kyotoku. Do you think Kyoka would want you talking like that? He then walked over to Izuku. If you never met her then we wouldn't have ever seen her so happy. Izuku was confused. What? It's true, said Mika. Every time she'd talk or think of you Kyoka would have the biggest smile on her face. The time you spent with her was some of the best of her life. So don't you dare say you wish you never met. Izuku now was the one fighting back tears. I don't know what to do. I'm scared. Scared that I might lose her. Scared that this will happen again. What should I do? Mika got up and walked over to Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. You already know the answer to that, don't you? Izuku looked Mika in the eyes. They were like Kyoka's. Are you sure this is what she would want? I'm not sure, said Mika. But it's what we want. It goes without saying that it's what you want too. And I think you already know who did this to her. Nodding, Izuku's eyes sharpened. I do. Good, then you give them hell, said Kyotoku. But not tonight. My husband is right, said Mika. Right now your place is with us, beside her. We don't know if she'll hold on through the night, so please, stay here. Izuku nodded. Thank you. For 24 long hours Izuku stayed by Kyoka's parents' side. There were some close calls where they all thought that it was over, but fortunately Venom stepped in and helped stabilize her, if only for a moment, but as soon as Venom let the doctors take over her condition worsened. But now it was the worst case scenario. Izuku and Kyoka's parents were waiting outside in the hallway. The doctors and nurses took Kyoka away to try and repair some of her damaged organs with the help of a doctor with a special quirk. Suddenly the door to the operating room opened up and out walked the doctor. The trio all quickly got up. Doctor, how's our daughter? Asked Mika, removing her mask. The doctor's expression turned one to sadness. We managed to repair most of her broken bones, but her organs are another problem. Everything else is damaged beyond repair. Her organs are starting to fail. The trio's heart broke. She can't even breathe properly on her own. Machines are doing the work for her. I know this may sound terrible, but I think it's best if you start saying your goodbyes. Hearing that news, Mika fell to her knees, her hands covering her face as she cried. Izuku clenched his fist hard before throwing it against the wall, breaking it. Venom, appearing from his hand, Venom formed his head. What if you bonded with Kyoka and used me as a fuel source? Would you be able to heal her then? Venom thought about it. It might be possible ... but if I were to do that, your life will be in danger. I will be eating you from the inside out in order to save her. I don't care. Izuku looked at Venom. Do it. Venom's head then reshaped itself and turned into a blob before falling down on Kyoka. Covering her, Venom then created a tendril that stabbed into Izuku's vein. This is going to take a while. I'd say 12 hours if I rush, but I will try to work as fast as I can so as to not put your life at risk. Now separated from Venom, Izuku fell to his knees. Midoriya, are you all right? Asked Mika, making sure he was all right. I'm fine. I can already feel myself being drained, Izuku explained. But I don't matter right now. Kyoka does. Kyotoku helped Izuku up. You're doing this family a great service. No, don't thank me, Izuku said. Not until she's back on her feet. But as Venom healed Kyoka, All Might suddenly walked into the room. Izuku, we found them. Izuku's eyes widened when he heard the news, turning, his eyes burning with rage. Where? Kamino Ward. Aizawa's underground contacts were able to trace them to the city, explained All Might. But you don't have an exact location yet, said Izuku. Let me handle that. But that's when Izuku stopped. Kyoka, I can't leave her. Venom is healing her. But that's when Mika approached Izuku. Let us do that. What? You heard what Venom said. He will be using you two as fuel source, said Izuku. We know, said Kyotoku. But we are her parents, and will gladly die if it means she gets to live. There is a compromise, said Venom, appearing from the sludge covering Kyoka. I can leave a part of me with them. Use both of them as a fuel source, and minimize the effects on their bodies. Healing will be much slower and may not be as effective. But it's worth a try. Izuku thought about it. Can you do that? Can you actually split up into different yous? I've never tried it before, but I'm certain that whatever I leave behind will die a short while later, explained Venom. And you will also not be able to draw out my full power. Doesn't matter, as long as you can help us both, then it's worth doing, said Izuku. Venom nodded and quickly jumped at Izuku, now fully covered in venom. Mika and Kyotoku looked at Kyoka to see that a part of Venom was still attached to her chest, with the tendril now attached to both parents. This part of me should last for about 3 hours. We have to return before then. Then go, you don't have much time, said Mika. Izuku nodded and covered his face with Venom. Let's go, All Might. Nodding, All Might motioned for him to follow. We have several heroes already en route, along with the police. Venom growled. The police? This better not be a trap, All Might, or I'll take your head. No traps, no gimmicks, no tricks, All Might said. We want to get these guys just as much as you do. Venom scoffed. I seriously doubt that. But go on. Making it to the outside of the building, All Might stopped. Technically speaking, you shouldn't be informed about this since you are still an outlaw. Venom growled. Let's just go. Spending more time here is less time I spend healing Kyoka. Right, sorry. If we hurry, we can make it to Kamino Ward in 30 minutes. Follow me. All Might then jumped into the air. Venom sprouted his wings and took off, following above the hero. 30 minutes later, Kamino Ward. Arriving at the outskirts of the city, All Might jumped up to Venom. I have to rendezvous with the police and the other heroes. You said you had a way to find them. Venom nodded. I do. How will you contact us when you find them? Asked All Might. Smiling, Venom looked ahead. Don't worry, you'll know. Give us 10 minutes and we'll find where they are. Breaking off from All Might, Venom headed straight for the tallest building in the city. A few minutes later, Venom landed atop the building. Retracting his wings, he held onto the radio pole and looked around at the city. The insects are here somewhere, so how are we supposed to find them? Asked Izuku. Showing his teeth, Venom smiled. Like this. Creating 4 tendrils from his back, Venom growled as he extended them, with each heading north, south, east, and west. Normally they would only extend a few meters at best, but not this time. Using everything he had, Venom pushed past his limit. 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters, 160 meters. Making it to the ground, they then headed down the streets. Soon the 4 tendrils began to split up into smaller versions, small enough to get through doors, windows, cars, you name somewhere you can get into. Venom got through. Kamino Ward was, on estimate, a small 4 miles wide, or 6.4 kilometers, and Venom's tendrils had to cover every inch of it. People on the street were shocked to see black tendrils appear from out of nowhere and go into every building, house, and car. Even All Might, who was with the other heroes, were shocked to see them enter their conference room. What is this? Asked Naomasa. It's Venom. He's helping us find the villains as we speak. All Might explained. Endeavor turned to the hero. Venom, But he's a criminal as well, how can you trust him? All Might simply closed his eyes. He has a strong motive to help us. Revenge. Back atop the rooftop, Venom grunted in pain as he pushed himself. Nothing yet. No, but I did find something else. Nomus, in a warehouse on the edge of the city. Wait, I think we found them, said Venom, slithering its way underneath the door frame. The black tendril hugged the wall, staying out of sight. At the very tip of the tendril, Venom created another eye, along with another ear to listen. It looks like they are in a bar. What are they saying? Izuku asked. Inside the room were several people. Magni, a villain who could control someone magnetically based on their gender. Dabai, he had a fire quirk, but instead of the normal red and yellow flame, he created blue flame. Spinner, a lizard-looking person who had on a costume that resembled Stains and who wielded a massive sword. There was also a man in a mask, who wore compress, and last but not least, a tall man with short blonde hair. He had a bulky figure, and had one of his eyes missing, replaced with a prosthetic one. Has the boy cracked yet? Asked Dabai. Appearing from another room was Shigaraki himself. Not yet. The boy's will is stronger than I expected, but he'll break soon. Any word on our vigilante friend? Not yet. Reports say he is visiting the girl in the hospital, Spinner explained. And as it turns out, she's still alive. For now at least. The tall man began to laugh. She was a lot tougher than I thought. After hearing those screams of pain, I thought she was dead for sure. Both Venom and Izuku flinched when he said that. The tendril in the room then reshaped itself into a spike, and no, ordered Izuku. But he is the one who hurt Kyoka. We have to kill him now, shouted Venom. I know we do, but we can't. If we kill him now, Shigaraki will escape. We have to take them by surprise. We know where they are. Let's go and kill these bastards. Pulling back the spike, Venom calmed down. Let's get the others here as well. As Izuku was planning everything out, Venom got another hit on his tendrils. Izuku, you should see this. This could be a problem. Izuku then saw what Venom's seeing. Oh shit. 30 minutes later, landing on the street in front of where the villains were hiding, Venom and Izuku could barely hold back their rage. The others should be here in 5 minutes. They will try to stop us if we wait. Then let's not wait. For Kyoka. Raising his hands, Venom threw out 2 tendrils that split up and covered every inch of the outer edge of the wall. For Kyoka. Inside, villains. What do you mean, Master? Shigaraki asked, as he spoke to a monitor with the words AFO on it. I mean you need to leave. The heroes are already on their way, said AFO through the screen. How did they find us? Asked Dabai. Venom. He used his tendrils to find you. He did it with the Namu safe house. But I already knew he would do this, said AFO. Be prepared. He could show up at any second. But as AFO was speaking, the entire building suddenly began to shake. What the hell is going on? Yelled Spinner as the walls and ceiling began to crack. They all then turned and faced the wall closest to the street and watched as it was ripped out. Bricks and dust filled the air as it created a smoke screen. Seconds later, the dust began to settle and visibility returned. But that's when the villains saw a tall shadow rise from the dust cloud. I found you. Spinner tried to reach for his sword, but as he did, a spiked tendril suddenly came in and stabbed him through the palm of his hand. Now that we're done playing around, I think it's time we have a talk, said Venom as he appeared towering over everyone. Took the words right out of my mouth, yelled the tall man, said as he transformed his body. Suddenly muscle fibers began to appear from the man's arms, legs, body, and completely covered him, increasing his strength, along with speed. This was Muscular, a crazy villain who killed heroes before. Now die. Muscular threw his fist forward, but just as he was about to punch Venom, a piercing sound was heard. Muscular grunted a bit before suddenly stopping in his tracks. What? The villain looked down to see a tendril go through his abdomen. Turning around, Venom then grabbed Muscular by the head with both hands. You hurt my Kyoka. You said you found pleasure hearing her cry, so I wonder what kind of noise you'll make when I pop you from the inside out. Forcing Muscular's mouth open, Venom then shoved his entire hand down his mouth. Muscular's eyes widened as he felt Venom go inside and take over. Stop him, yelled Shigaraki as he watched this happen. Magni tried to use her quirk but was hit by another tendril in her midsection. Loud cracking noises were heard as her body was flung into the wall. Dabai tried to use his flames but was interrupted by a table that was flung in his direction by Venom. Turning his attention back on Muscular, he could see the villain physically changing. Black ooze began to come out of the muscle fibers on his body, indicating that Venom now had full control. First were his organs that were smashed up against his rib cage and then exploded from the pressure. Then Venom filled up the space between his body, eating away at his muscles and filling them with venom. The once muscular man was now a bloated man with black ooze coming out of him. But Venom made sure to keep his brain and eyes untouched just so he could see him. You should have never touched the girl. Now die. A loud crunch was heard as Venom finished Muscular by biting his head clean off. Pulling his hand out and dropping the body, Venom then turned, blood dripping down onto the ground from his mouth, and pointed at Shigaraki. You're next. I would appreciate it if you didn't, answered the TV with AFO on it. Venom was it. Or should I call you Izuku Midoriya? You, I take it you're the boss of this little book club? Venom asked. I take you're the one who told the heroes about the other location, the one they are currently raiding? Asked AFO. What of it? They should be arriving here shortly as well. Venom explained. And when they do get there, there will be 2 dead bodies. The heroes are coming here too. Good. Venom flinched when AFO said that. Ah, speak of the devil. From the opening in the wall, the wood hero Kamui Woods appeared and wrapped everyone up in branches, preventing them from leaving. Venom felt the branches tighten around his arms. Idiots. Wood, really? I can burn through this like nothing, said Dabai as he tried to use his fire. But that's when something yellow flew into the room and proceeded to knock him out. You're too slow, boy, said a small hero wearing a yellow and white suit. Izuku recognized the hero. That's Gran Torino, an old-school hero. I don't care who he is. Release me, yelled Venom as he struggled against the wood. Easy, kid. We just need you out of our way for a bit, explained Gran Torino. Out of your way? Who do you think brought you here? Flexing his muscles, Venom began to crack the wood holding him. Soon audible breaking was heard before the wood finally shattered, splintering in different places. But I guess we should thank you. You wrapped up my prey. Now this won't take long. Venom began to walk towards Shigaraki, but Gran Torino came flying in. Sorry, but you already killed enough. The old hero tried to kick Venom across the face but was stopped by Venom's hand around his neck. You're a slow old man. You aren't fit to be a hero anymore. Tossing Gran Torino aside, the hero slammed against the wall. Retirement suits you better. Now where were we? Ah yes, time to die. Walking over to the wood holding Shigaraki, Venom snapped the branch just far enough as to not set him free, but enough that he was still held in place. Grabbing him, Venom then picked him up and opened his mouth. Fitting Shigaraki's entire head in his mouth, Venom was about to bite down when someone grabbed his arm. That's quite enough, Izuku. Venom turned to find All Might. All Might, maybe 5 minutes was too generous. Let me go now. I need to kill this piece of trash. Sorry, but no. As much as he deserves to die, I won't let you. We'll do this our way, the right way, said All Might. Venom was surprised. Do you have any idea how many people he's hurt? How many he will kill? If we don't kill him here and now, he'll just come back. No, he won't, said All Might. You have my word. He won't see the outside of a cell again. Venom looked like he was putting Shigaraki down, but instead he smacked All Might across the face. No, not good enough. The only way to solve a problem is to eliminate it. The boy is right, All Might, said AFO from the TV. All for one ... So you finally come. Fight me and end this, said All Might, getting up. And while you're at it, give us back Bakugo. AFO then began to laugh. Well, since it has been a while since our last reunion. Here, appearing from the back room and with chains around his body, was Bakugo. My gift to you. Bakugo, it's good to see you, my boy. All Might then walked towards Bakugo. Come, let's get out of here. Venom scoffed at the sight. Whatever, Bakugo wasn't even a priority for me. He was. Oh right, sorry about this, Venom. But you'll have to get your revenge another time. While he is inexperienced, Shigaraki is important, so I can't let him die just yet. Just then black sludge suddenly appeared in front of Venom, as well as several places inside the bar. What is this? Asked All Might. But his question was answered as a screech was heard. Everyone turned to find a Namu tackle Venom to the ground. These Nomas, they were the ones at the other place. Soon several dozen Nomas appeared. Right you are, so have fun dealing with these. Until we meet again, heroes. Slicing the head off of a Namu, Venom saw the villains were teleporting away through the black sludge. No, ripping another Namu in two. Venom lunged at Shigaraki just as his face was disappearing through the portal. Reaching out, Venom managed to grab the portal and hold it open. Using everything he had, Venom forced open the portal even wider and managed to slip through. He saw nothing but darkness for a second before seeing the ground quickly approaching. With nothing to grab onto, he landed headfirst into the ground below. That hurt, said Venom as he tried to push himself up. But as he did, blue flames circled him, trapping him in a small area. Venom screeched out in pain as the flames would occasionally burn him. Izuku, we have to get out of this flame. If we take enough damage, the sliver of myself keeping Kyoka alive will die. Izuku's eyes widened, then jump. We need to get clear of these flames. Agreeing, Venom jumped into the air, but before he could even land, he was hit by a sound blast. In mid-air, Venom's body scrunched in pain as parts of himself began to peel away. It was only after he hit the ground that the sound blast stopped. With more than half of Venom melting off of him, Izuku was trying to hold the two together. Venom. Kyoka, I know, I'm trying to keep the link going, but I can't, said Venom as a black puddle of slime formed underneath him. Izuku then began to drag himself towards safety, but was suddenly grabbed from behind and picked up off the floor. So this is the real you. Bringing the boy up to his face was AFO. To think someone so strong was bonded with someone so weak. AFO and Izuku's eyes met, and instantly the boy knew that he was on death's door. One wrong move and AFO would snap him in two. So tell me, are you willing to hand it over to me? In exchange, I'll let you live. Izuku smirked. Sure, give me Shigaraki and you have yourself a deal. AFO couldn't help but smile. Nice try, but no. It's as I said, he is still important. Worth a try. Quickly moving his arm, Izuku created a spike with the little bit of venom left around his arm. Aiming for the villain's head, Izuku managed to make contact, but the spike snapped. I applaud your efforts, but in the end you amount to nothing. As Izuku was held in place, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Looking down, Izuku's eyes widened as he saw that it was a black tendril with red lines running through it that had just pierced his abdomen. You will be the first of many in my crusade of taking over all of Japan. AFO deactivated his quirk and was about to move his hand when Izuku suddenly grabbed it. Where do you think you're going? Asked Izuku as he held on with all his might. AFO simply looked at Izuku before pulling his hand free and punching Izuku across the face. The hit sent him flying down towards the ground. Falling to the ground, Venom tried to shield his partner and heal the wound, but as he did, AFO reached down and peeled the symbiote off of him. You are quite the specimen. I wonder what would happen if you were to be forced bonded onto me. Pushing the symbiote into his chest, AFO tried to force Venom to bond with him. Venom fought back against the villain, but in his weakened state it partially bonded. But just as Venom could bond completely, something came flying from the sky. Raising his hand to block, AFO caught All Might's fist. There you are, I was wondering when you would show up. All Might gritted his teeth. This ends today all for one. And you can start by giving the boy back his suit. Grabbing Venom off of AFO's chest, it temporarily bonded with All Might while still being attached to AFO. The two fought for control over Venom, but in the end the symbiote mustered enough strength to free itself. The two titans then began to fight one-on-one. As they did, Venom crawled along the ground trying to make it to a dying Izuku. With pieces of buildings and rocks flying off in every direction, Venom eventually made it to Izuku and noticed that he was barely alive. Seeing his host struggling, flipped a switch inside Venom. He had finally found a host that was perfect for him. Normally he wouldn't have these feelings for a host, it was just unnatural. But with Izuku, he was different. Those bastards. Attaching itself once again to Izuku, Venom appeared. However, something was different. Getting to his knees, Venom let out a blood-curdling screech that echoed through the battlefield. Everyone, including All Might and All for One, stopped. Turning, they both were surprised at what they saw. Standing taller than he had ever had before was Venom. His body now bulged with spikes coming out of his forearms, shoulders, and razor-sharp tendrils wiggling around, erratically destroying anything that got near. Getting to his feet, Venom looked at Shigaraki. Why you? I'll kill you. That's when a Namu suddenly appeared and jumped at Venom. Without even turning, Venom grabbed it by the head in midair. With little effort, Venom crushed its skull and splattering it like a watermelon. The heroes and villains all stood in place as Venom let out his roar. All Might felt his strength give out underneath him. AFO, on the other hand, smiled. Yes, that's it, lose control. This is your natural state. Venom, Midoriya, you have to calm down. All Might yelled, but his words couldn't reach him. All Might was about to say something else, but a fist came flying in, connecting with his face. Your fight is with me, All Might. Shigaraki will escape, and I will kill you. But before all that, I want you to see what he does. Step for step, Venom slowly approached Shigaraki. Nomas tried to get in his way, but they were swatted aside, ripped in two, or had their heads bitten off. And all the while Shigaraki watched on in horror. What do we do? Shirajiri is still down. We can't teleport away. Now only a few feet away, Shigaraki had no choice but to use his quirk. Touching the ground, he turned it to dust, causing Venom to fall into a ravine. This gave Shigaraki a few seconds, but before he could even run away, a black tendril attached itself to his back. Shigaraki struggled, but it was all in vain. Yanking him back, Shigaraki was then dragged into the ravine. Falling in, the darkness enveloped him. He looked around but could see nothing. You freak, let me go, Shigaraki yelled. Are you afraid? Asked Venom from within the darkness. Shigaraki looked in every direction but couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. You should be. The villain reached out to touch Venom, but as he did, black spikes impaled themselves into his forearms. Venom then pushed Shigaraki into the wall, forcing the spikes to go through his arms. Shigaraki screamed out in pain, and Venom laughed. That's what I wanted to hear. Give me more. On the surface, All for One was still fighting All Might when he heard his students' cries. Turning towards the ravine in the ground, he raised his arm. Nomas, help Shigaraki and kill the other one. In that moment, every single Namu on the battlefield stopped what they were doing and leapt into the ravine. Back inside, Venom was now torturing Shigaraki when he heard the growls of the Nomas from above. Look, more snacks. Dropping Shigaraki for a moment, Venom roared at the incoming Namus. They each had different quirks, but none of that mattered now to Venom. Jumping towards them, he grabbed the head of one and crushed it, causing blood to splatter. Dropping it, Venom then grabbed another by both its arms and ripped them right off before biting down on its head with a loud crunch. Using the body, Venom picked it up and threw it at another three that were coming down. Shigaraki watched from below as Venom dismembered, bit, slashed, and stabbed his way into the horde of Nomas. What to think Venom is this strong. Is it the boy that makes it so strong? Or is it that parasite itself? Regardless, to let this thing live any longer would only endanger the master and his plans. Clenching his fists, Shigaraki got up. You have to die. Using the pile of corpses, Shigaraki jumped towards Venom. Whilst in the air, he lifted his left hand and opened it to use his quirk. Venom had his back turned as Shigaraki inched closer, but just as the villain was a few inches away, Venom's entire back shifted. His back was now his front, and Shigaraki was now looking right into Venom's eyes. With a big smile and blood dripping down his teeth, Venom reached down and grabbed Shigaraki's forearm. You wanted to take away a part of me. It's only fair that I do the same. Tightening his grip on his arm, Venom growled as he began to pull. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he felt pain from his shoulder. He's going to rip my arm off. I have to kill him before he does. With his free arm, Shigaraki aimed for Venom. For Shigaraki, it was as if time had slowed down. He could see his arm getting closer to Venom, but he could also feel the pain increasing. However, his arm wouldn't even get close as Venom ripped the arm clean off its socket. Blood splattered in Venom's face, but instead of wiping it off, he used his tongue and cleaned it off. Shigaraki screamed out in pain as blood poured from the open wound. Shut up, Venom said as he covered Shigaraki's mouth, muffling the screams. Come on now, all I did was take your arm. It's a fraction of what you took from me. You know what? I'm done playing with my food. Die knowing that once I'm done with you, I'll go for your master. Bringing Shigaraki to his mouth, Venom opened wide and started to bite down, but as he did, a portal opened up behind him. Suddenly, black and red tendrils wrapped themselves around Venom's head and jaw, preventing him from biting down. No, I will not be denied this kill, Venom yelled as he was pulled into the portal. Coming out from the other side, Venom was thrown to the floor. Getting angry, Venom noticed that he was in front of a FO. You hurt my student. Venom then raised Shigaraki's severed arm, and I'll take more from him. Piece by piece, I'll rip him apart. And then, you're next. As Venom was speaking, a blast of wind hit him square in the chest, knocking Izuku out of him. Now with no host, Venom became a pile of black goo. No, I don't think so, AFO said, walking over to Venom. You see, you and I aren't so different, Venom. We use others to get what we want. We take what we want, do what we want. You're hunters, killers, they call us by different names, but we can't deny what we really are. Monsters. AFO then walked past Venom and stopped beside Izuku. Look at him, look around you. Venom was crawling its way towards Izuku but could see that the buildings around were gone, pushed aside to create a bare wasteland. There's nothing here that could stop me. Not even All Might stood a chance. What makes you think this kid could have done anything? Because he's special. Please, he's nothing. Now you're going to watch as I kill him. AFO raised his hand into the air and activated every quirk he had onto that arm. Bulging and with what appeared to be drills coming out, he brought it down towards Izuku. The ground shook as his hand impacted the floor, which kicked up dust. Venom screeched as he saw Izuku crushed underneath. Now then, you're coming with me, AFO said as he turned back to Venom. The boy had no value, but you sure as hell do. Maybe I'll use you to rebuild Shigaraki's arm. Or maybe I'll see how many people you can bond with at a time. As AFO walked towards Venom, a red tendril suddenly pierced the villain's shoulder. What? AFO turned, but as he did, more red tendrils appeared and pierced the villain in his arms and legs. Unforgivable, a voice yelled from the dust. No one gets to kill Izuku or Venom. AFO narrowed his eyes as the dust began to settle. Appearing from the dust was a tall, thin figure. No one but me, said Toga as havoc covered half of her face, and Izuku in her arms. AFO chuckled. Toga, I should have known you were still alive. Well, in any event, I'll forgive you, so hand Midoriya over to me now. Let me think about that. No, said Toga as havoc covered the remaining half of her face. Izuku is mine and mine alone. Havoc then looked over at a pile of rubble. Hey All Might, get your sorry ass up and kick this guy's ass. Slowly appearing from the rubble was All Might, but not in his buff form. Standing before everyone was the tall, skinny, weak version of All Might. Bruised and bleeding, All Might managed to stand up straight. Why you? I saw your body. Havoc scoffed. Death means nothing to someone like me. But enough about me, focus on him. Midoriya. What happened to Midoriya? Questioned All Might. I have him, I'm also healing him, answered Havoc. All I need is to kill Venom and he'll be mine forever. The symbiote then walked over to the blob that was Venom. Oh, how easy it would be to kill you, father. Picking Venom up, Havoc brought him to eye level. But right now your host needs you. Allowing Venom to bond with Izuku, Havoc watched as the two became whole again. Venom, is that you? Questioned Izuku. Yeah, it's me, said Venom as he stood up, no longer in his rage state. It's good to see you're still alive. What happened? I remember being pulled apart from you and being stabbed. Izuku then looked around at his surroundings and saw Havoc. What the hell? Is that Toga? How is she still alive? But before Venom could answer his question, the two symbiotes jumped into the air. Questions for another time. For now, we need to work with Havoc and All Might to take this guy down. That's where you're wrong, Venom, said Havoc as he landed. I refuse to help you. Then how the hell are we supposed to take him down? Questioned Venom as he got All Might out of the way. Leave that to me, All Might said as he held his arm. I still have one more good shot left in me. If you two can hold him in place for long enough, I should be able to take him down. AFO fired off the black tendrils from his hands, slicing their way through. Havoc grunted, I will not help you, Venom. But that doesn't mean Toga won't. Both Izuku and Venom were confused. What do you mean by that? Venom asked. As Venom asked, AFO came in and smacked Venom, sending him crashing into a building. Havoc quickly followed, but not before firing red tendrils at FO and slowing him down. Tossing pieces of the building off of him, Venom looked up to see Havoc. Did you know, Father, that our species can not only bond with others, but we can actually bond with one another? Venom's eyes widened. Bond with each other? Would that even be possible? I don't see why not. Havoc then receded back into Toga. But this has to be a mutual understanding. Venom did the same and allowed Izuku to stand before Toga. So which one of us will merge with both? Toga smiled. I'll admit my symbiote is stronger, but you have more experience. And it did spawn from yours in the first place. So I'll let you borrow him, for now at least. She then extended her arm out. Izuku stopped for a moment and looked at Toga. Why are you helping me? Blushing, Toga stepped closer to Izuku. Because I like you. I like you when you bleed, when you fight. Seeing you kill brings me nothing but joy. But if I want to keep seeing it, I need you alive. AFO, he's a threat to me and my plans. Killing him will benefit us both. Wouldn't you agree? I do agree. Izuku slowly lifted his hand and hesitated, but in the end he took Toga's hand. Don't make me regret this. Izuku's arm was then pulled towards Toga. His eyes widened as Toga kissed him on the lips. A few seconds later, Toga pulled away, her cheeks blushing, and her smile wide. I'll give you everything, Izuku. Still holding Izuku's hand, red goo began to appear from Toga's arm and slowly made its way to Izuku. AFO saw this and began to panic. No. One was bad enough to deal with, but if they merge, Shigaraki will die. Snapping the red tendrils holding him back, he ran at Izuku and Toga. But before he could get close, he felt someone tackle him. Did you forget about me? Said All Might as he appeared to have only half of his buff form. Stupid hero, don't you see what they are doing? The boy had no control over that symbiote, and now he's going to have two. Yelled AFO as he punched All Might away. Back with Izuku, he could feel it. He could feel havoc enter his body. His mind, every fiber of his being. But that's not all he saw. Since Havoc was bonded with Toga, Izuku got to see her life, her story. He could see glimpses of her childhood. Toga ... So that's what you wanted. I'll admit, it's not a bad dream. Let's do this, yelled Venom as he and Havoc began to cover Izuku. This new combined symbiote had Venom's build, with sharp red fingertips and red streaks going up and around the black of Venom's arm. They also had black and red tendrils sprouting from their back, which were sharpened at the ends. We are no longer Venom or Havoc. We are Ruin. Stomping his foot into the ground, Ruin looked up at FO and then to his right only to see Shigaraki. Time for round 2. Pushing off, Ruin ran at Shigaraki. His speed was greater than before. Even AFO had a hard time tracking him. Raising his hand, Ruin transformed it into a spiked ball and brought it down atop Shigaraki. But as it was about to hit, a portal opened up underneath Shigaraki and swallowed him in before closing right as Ruin's attack hit. Reappearing behind AFO, Shigaraki grunted in pain. It's time for you to get out of here. Shigaraki got to his feet. And no, I won't leave you here to fight that. We can still win. AFO looked at Shigaraki. We can, but only if you stay alive. Leave and make sure my dreams live on. But before Shigaraki could say anything else, AFO lifted his arm as dark red tendrils wrapped around his entire forearm. Are you FS done talking? I'd like to get back to killing the both of you. Pulling his arm back, Ruin tried to pull AFO towards him, but the villain dug his feet into the ground. You may have 2 of those things now, but you're still the useless human host underneath. Oh really? Tightening his grip on the tendril, Ruin's muscles began to grow. AFO noticed and was about to use a quirk when he felt his feet leave the ground. Shigaraki watched as his master flew through the air. Ruin then reshaped his other hand into a spike before driving AFO through the chest with it. Ruin smiled, but before he could celebrate, AFO grabbed him by the head. Killing me will take much more than that, boy. Suddenly, purple light began to shine from the villain's hands. The light then traveled to Ruin's head and made a pattern. Trying to pull his arm free, Ruin tried to back away, but it was already too late. From the light, pain began to increase. Ruin screeched out in pain. Forcing it to its knees, Ruin grabbed AFO's wrists. Through the pain, Ruin smiled. So a test of strength then? Fine. Using more of his strength, Ruin began to forcefully push back AFO's hands from his face. Slowly but surely, Ruin got AFO's hands off and began to stand. Ruin now towered over the villain. What's wrong, villain? Am I too much for you? Feeling himself being pushed back, AFO knew he had to do something. No, not too much, just annoying. Maybe burning you away will do the trick. Snapping his fingers, AFO activated another one of his quirks. This one caused a flame to appear from his body and engulf a radius of 3 meters. Pushing the symbiote, AFO laughed. One of your weaknesses is fire, right? Tell me, how does it feel having your body melted away? You tell me. Coming out of the flames was Ruin, parts of his body covered in flame, his claws sharp, and his teeth out and ready. Slashing down, he managed to cut AFO from the chest down to his waist. Not giving him any chance to recover, Ruin continued his attack, hacking and slashing at AFO in various places. Soon blood splattered onto the floor. Out of desperation, AFO used a quirk that created a strong wind, and it managed to send Ruin flying back several feet. Now breathing hard and with blood dripping down his body, AFO had limited options. But there was one thing he needed to do. Turning, he looked at Shigaraki. The look in his eyes said it all. Shigaraki didn't like that look. And no, don't. Waving his hand, AFO opened up a portal. Live Shigaraki, you have to live. The portal then began to pull him, Kurogiri, and the rest of his crew through. Shigaraki begged his master to let him stay, but he would have none of it. Finally, through the portal, Shigaraki disappeared through it. When he did, AFO closed the portal. You didn't chase them. Didn't you want Shigaraki dead? I do, Ruin said as he stood looking at AFO. But we'll see him soon enough. For now, killing you will suffice. You make it sound so easy, AFO said as he lifted his arm. But as he did, black and red tendrils appeared from the ground and wrapped themselves around his arms, legs, and neck. It is, Ruin said as he held AFO in place. Now All Might. Jumping from the roof of a broken building, All Might clenched his fist. The left side of his body buffed up. AFO's eyes widened. Idiot, you just made yourself an easier target. Pushing against Ruin's tendrils, AFO put all of his strength into his arm and managed to lift his arm, aiming it at All Might. But Ruin had a plan. Reshaping the tendrils into a sharp, thin fiber, he pulled hard. The fiber sliced through AFO's hand with ease. Blood splattered as AFO's hand hit the ground. With no way of attacking, AFO watched as All Might came in and punched him across the face. The hit caused a loud boom which forced AFO to his knees but didn't finish him. Spitting out blood, AFO smiled. I'm still standing, hero. Sliding to a stop, All Might then jumped back up. That's because my back wasn't into it. Transferring his power to his right, All Might threw one final punch. This is for everyone. United States of Smash. Using everything he had, All Might hit AFO square in the head. The hit created a tornado that stretched into the sky several hundred meters and a shock wave that knocked over some of the remaining buildings in the area. Ruin created a shield around himself just as the shockwave hit, thus covered the area, limiting what everyone could see. But a few seconds later, the center began to clear up, revealing none other than All Might standing beside a fallen AFO. All Might bled. His hero costume was torn, but he still found the strength to raise his fist into the air and for one final time, transform his entire body back into his buff form. Ruin took down the shield he was behind and was pleased that All Might took him down. At least now he could get back to Kyoka. Reacting back, Izuku appeared. It's over. So where does that leave us? Asked Toga, appearing behind him. The two enemies looked at each other. It would be so easy. Killing you here will spare me a lot of headaches. Izuku reshaped his hand into a blade. The wind blew past the two of them as the tension grew, but in the end Izuku sighed. But you did help me. Besides, I now know why you turned out like this. Izuku then let Havoc go and rebond with Toga. You know it wasn't your fault, said Izuku as Havoc covered Toga. I can help you. We don't have to kill each other. With her face exposed, Toga smirked. Sorry, but it's too late. Far too late. I have my path and you have yours. And I'll kill anyone who gets in my way, including you. Come near me again and I'll make sure you stay dead for good this time, said Izuku. Havoc covered Toga's head. I'll see you soon, father. With that, Havoc jumped into the air and began to swing away. Will we really see her again? Venom asked. I'm sure we will. Let's go while everyone is distracted with All Might's victory. We still need to save Kyoka. Izuku was about to let Venom take over when he heard someone laugh. His eyes widened, and he didn't die. Back with All Might, he could no longer hold onto his buff form. Coughing out blood, the hero knew that his time as a hero was over. What's wrong, All Might? Have the embers inside you finally extinguished? Yeah, they have. But that's okay. My embers are out, but my students is barely starting to burn. They are the future, All Might said as he struggled to stay on his feet. AFO smiled. Speaking of embers, suddenly All Might heard something heavy rapidly approaching. He turned and was barely able to make out that it was Venom. All Might's eyes widened. Wait, Midoriya. But it was no use. Venom didn't move aside. He ran over All Might as he jumped onto AFO and grabbed his neck with both hands. With his teeth out, Venom roared into the villain's face. Kill you. I'll kill you with my own hands. AFO smiled as Venom began to choke him. Is this the embers you were talking about? All Might groaned in pain as he rolled to his side and saw Venom. Midoriya, don't. It's over. He can't hurt anyone anymore. Killing him won't do any good. Venom tightened his grip. Oh, it would do some good. It would make me feel. Venom then retracted back into Izuku. leaving only his arms covered in the symbiote. Better, Midoriya, please. This isn't what young Jiro would want, said All Might as he begged for him to stop. You keep her out of this. If it wasn't for you, he wouldn't be here right now. He wouldn't have found Shigaraki. And he wouldn't have hurt Kyoka. I'm doing what you heroes won't. As Izuku choked AFO, audible pops were heard. Please, I've lost people because of him too. You're not the only one. But we have to keep hoping that there will be better days. Hope that one day that he will pay for his crimes. But it can't come like this. Izuku turned to All Might, his eyes softening. My teacher once said that in order to be a hero you have to be able to make the hard choices. This is your chance to be the hero that you always wanted to be. Can you make sure it happens? That he gets what's coming to him? Izuku asked. All Might nodded. I can. And I swear to you he won't hurt anyone ever again. Just let him go. Taking a deep breath, Izuku nodded. All Might smiled, but it was all an act. It looked as if Izuku was going to let AFO go, but at the last moment he looked down at the villain. Sorry, All Might, but I can't do that. Squeezing his hands together, Izuku tightened his grip, and with one powerful motion a loud cracking noise was heard. All Might flinched as Izuku broke AFO's neck, killing him as the world watched. The smile on All Might's face disappeared. Why? Izuku stood up, his back towards the hero. I'm no hero, All Might. Black sludge then began to cover Izuku completely. We are Venom. With that now out of the way, Venom jumped away. With only one destination in mind, hospital, Mika and Kyotoku were exhausted. The small piece of Venom that was left behind deteriorated about 20 minutes ago. It took everything they had, but it wasn't enough to heal Kyoka. Currently, she was laying in her bed. The doctor had told them that she was out of time. Standing next to Kyoka was Mika. She took her daughter's hand and gently caressed it. Look at her, she looks so peaceful. Kyotoku nodded. She hasn't looked this peaceful since she was a baby. He laughed. Remember when she was little, she used to grab the box of guitar picks and throw them. Mika laughed as the tears ran down her face. Or how she used to bang on the drum set trying to copy us. But she chose to be a hero. She was always fascinated with helping people. Kyotoku said as he held his wife up. I just wish we could have more time with her, seeing her grow up into the hero she always wanted to be. As the two parents stood there in silence, black sludge appeared covering Kyoka. Don't worry, you'll get that time. I promise. The two turned to find Izuku coming in through the window. His face was cut up and bleeding. Toga healed the large injury he sustained, but everything else was still open. Midoriya, you're back, said Mika, happy to see Izuku again. Is it done? Izuku walked over to Kyoka's bed. Yes, it's over, for now at least. I still have to find one more person. Kyotoku noticed the trail of blood Izuku was leaving behind. Son, you need to get help. They're bleeding. Izuku shook his head. I'll be fine. I still need to heal Kyoka. Can I stay with her a bit? The two parents looked at each other and nodded. Of course. Izuku smiled. Thank you. But as he was talking, his eyes closed, causing him to fall asleep leaning on the bed. 12 hours later, as Izuku leaned on the bed, the sun's rays suddenly hit his face, causing him to wake up. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked around to see that Kyoka's parents weren't in the room. They must have gone out to get something to eat. He then turned and looked at Kyoka, who was still sleeping. Venom, how is she? Don't worry, Izuku, she is out of danger. Her body is still weak, but she should wake up soon. Venom explained. Good, good. Thank you. Izuku then sighed. Did I do the right thing, Venom? You did it for her, didn't you? Venom asked. Then you already know the answer to that question. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'd do anything to see her smile again. Just then Kyoka began to wake up. Izuku's eyes widened as she slowly opened hers. Kyoka. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried. Kyoka looked around and tried to sit up. Izuku helped her. She then gave him a puzzled look. So hey, who are you? Izuku's heart shattered. You don't look like a nurse or a doctor here. Do I know you? Izuku hung his head. So that's how things are going to play ... The damage to your head must have been too much. Venom can repair a lot, but he can't bring back memories. Sorry, did I make you upset somehow? Kyoka asked, wiping away tears from his face. Izuku got up from his seat. No, it's fine. Don't worry about me. I'm just glad you're fine now. Your parents will be here soon. They will be happy to see you awake. Huh? Oh yeah, thanks. Kyoka felt that she was forgetting something. So who are you anyway? Izuku walked towards the door, and just as he was about to leave, he stopped. Just someone who kept a promise. Get some rest. As Izuku left the room, he pressed the call button. Walking through the halls of the hospital, Izuku was passed by doctors and nurses who were all rushing to Kyoka's room. Venom then covered him and created a black hoodie. What was that about? You could have told her who you were. It's better this way. With the hood over his face, Izuku kept walking. In the cafeteria, Mika and Kyotoku dropped what they were eating when a nurse came in and told them that Kyoka was awake. How is this better? Venom asked. Now she can go on without having me to distract her. As long as I was beside her, she would have a target on her back. But now I can deal with them and not drag her into it. She can finally be the hero she wanted to be. Tears then ran down Izuku's cheek. Just without me. So now I'll ask you, was this the right choice? Asked Venom as they made it out of the hospital. Izuku stayed silent as he walked into an alleyway. Personally, no, it's not. But if you asked me if it would be worth it for Kyoka, then yes. Besides, I'll have you at least. And we will always be. Jumping into the air, Venom appeared and surrounded Izuku completely. Using 2 webs, he slingshot his way over the building. Venom. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.